Chapter 1 The Crossing. In Thieu 2035, Lottie at night in Jiangqing, Yura sat before a computer, listening to the sound of thundering outside. Quietly maneuvering her character across either eye corner of hem up with her mouse, her expression was garmite lonely. Shoes 80 bled person at age of 22, she lost their legs while saving someone, and after that, she felt she no longer had the right to leave her homie and explore rethueled outside. For the past 4 years, her only companionship in video games and books. Currently, she was logging into an online game called Reverse Fate. This game had on scores des sensation upon launched duet Watt's unique settings, intricate combo mechanics, and exceptionally beautiful graphics. However, no matter how stunning the visuals or specialty premise, they could not withstand the overly complex skill combinations and controls. Because of its giant barrier, the game quickly fell from popularity swiftly aside that reason. Yu Yao was only of the long-time players her had persevered for over 3 years, after Musha Fort should finally achieve it herring off the top player in the server, on the token format that Reverse Fat would be shutting down at midnight on September 25, 2035, duetos for financial issues. Now, it was September 24, 2035, at 23:59. In just a minute, this game, which had accompanied Yu for over 3 years, would be her for rule forever, with a sigh, shet I Peter brief goodbye in the old chat, a canal toth long binsolent. Goodbye, old friend, thou were leaving, me path must continue forward. Just as I echoed in her heart, a brilliant bolt of lightning sudden lights entered from Thesky, illuminating both the heavens and the earth in an instant. Uyaro's eyes, which had not yet had to metal close, were momentarily blinded by the blinding light. A deafening growl followed, shaking the ground beneath her. The house in which Uyaro resided collapsed in that thunderous light, turning into a pillow of ruins. At the same time, two sling gobs of light intertwined and surged into the ink nightsky. If Anian Haglin seed at the clock at that moment, they would Davenoti seeded that slowly ticketo 0000. When Uyaro regained consciousness, she felt momentarily disoriented. She realized she could no longer feel her heavy body or the constant pain that had tormented her. The sensation of lightness made her feel as if her soul had taken flight. Wait, wasn't she flying? Moreover, as a formless soul. Was this an out-of-body experience? Before Shekel grasped what was happening, a sharp pain shot through her head. Holden, Asa soul, where did her head come from? Confused, she searched her surroundings with non-existent and discovered Tatum the pitch-black space. Only she and another glowing orb were shimmering. The headache she felt was due to the other orb attempting to consume her. A flash of anger surged within Yu Yao. She was an orphan, having grown up through hardship, and the struggle she faced were often beyond this comprehension. Through her the life, many hard such a tramply her, but she had grown on stop protects herself. Any knew he dared Tobo lie here would find themselves repeating fold hosa to take advantage of her with so integrity. With this fierce determination, she had managed to accumulate two handy stably successful business before even graduating college, earning a six-figure income through 5 years of hard work and seizing opportunities. Perhaps sure cold Mianoard attracted the wrath of fate itself, for even the heavens conspired against her. At when Titwo, just after graduating from university, she encountered a kidnapping case so highly travelling in their southern province. Thegel Hoas kidnapped stayed in the same guest house she surrendered sweetly called her sister the day before, even gifting her a piece of candy. Naturally suspicious, Yeo would never accept gifts from outsiders. Tegel smiling it in her memory when the girl was abducted. Yeo was the only witness. Shu should outwar impeded the kidnapper, allowing the police a intervene time. However, Shepherder Hepris, suffering a broken spine and lung injuries that left her runnably tossed and again, enduring daily torment from her injuries. The kidnapped girl's family, grateful for her bravery, compensated her handsomely and covered all her medical expenses and ongoing care, even hiring professional caregivers. Thus lacked for nothing, her world her been reduced to the Karen finds off that lavish house. Yert Chef used to accept the fate. Writing, voice acting, stocktrading despite her disability, her wealth rivaled Tate off main ordinary millionaires. Even without the continued support, she could sustain herself comfortably. In those seatancy and bleak days, gaming became her solely avenue for relaxation. Little did she know that a game would lead to being struck by lightning and transform it into a wandering soul, threatened by the luminous entities. In her surge of fury, she found strength from some newer within and suddenly opened at her mouth, devouring through her thoughts to consume her, sensing its struggles, Sheprestone with all her might, gradually absorbing it into herself. As I struggled, she felt the own negai rapidly dissipating, but solely the Thrinterty was suffering as well. that way snuff for her. Fueled by his determination, just before consciousness began to fade, she finally completely absorbed the orb, becoming even more radiant and illuminating the spacious of it with daylight. Chapter 2: The Arrival of the System. Yu awoke in a soft, large bed the moment she atop a flood of fine formation surged into her mind. Shekwi clippered her hand stow ahead, which felt her sifted wet-based, gritting her teeth to avoid fainting, beats soft colds were trickling down her temples, soaking her thin clothing. Fortunately, the pain did not last long on she had processed all thin formation. She returned it to normal, then she realized, to her astonishment, that she had actually travelled through time. This Bodhi were also named Yu Yao, now 20 years old on day secondary a student at Haida University. The original owner of his body had endured a tumultuous life. Born into an ordinary family in Haicheng, her parents were ethical office workers. With an older brother, their parents did no dochin here excessively, but they were reno tungkind dather. In her secondary year of high school, tragedy struck when both her parents did an accident. Since she was still a minor, her brother, who served in the military in Kyoto, took her into care for her, thus began her life as a military dependent, which continued until she was accepted into her dream university, Haida. Perhaps she was destined for solitude just as her secondary year of university was about to conclude. Her brother, Yu Zhao, also died in the line of duty. This time, she became mutually alone. 3 months later, the apocalypse descended. Yes, the apocalypse. The world, once confined to films and novels, arrived without warning. Zombies roamed freely, mutated flora and vernietigde earth, and humanity struggled to survive. The apocalypse struck in an ordinary night, as if the entire world had been suddenly forced. All living beings fell into deep slumber for 3 full days. After this period, 60% of the global population transformed into mindless creatures, known colloquially as zombies. Among those who did not turn into zombies, some awakened special abilities and became supernatural beings, while the majority remained ordinary people. The original owner of his body was any of the latter. In this new world, rules were rewritten and humanity diminished. People were categorized based on whether the awakened abilities and the strength of those abilities. A ceremony without powers, the original owner found herself at the very bottom of the food chain. To make matters worse, she was not only powerless beautiful so a beautiful girl. The geology of women and the predatory gaze of men made her survival in these apocalyptic world even more arduous. Fortunately, her brother had her close in a group of comrades who, Arto facing Seftu Taito Yu Zhao, instinctively felt protective of her. Additionally, Yu Zhao had often reminded her to seek out this comrades if she ever needed help, and had taken those words to heart. Before the apocalypse, the climate had been erratic, and theories about the death of the world proliferated. People scrambled for supplies and for pet society. Feeling frightened, the region alone fled to Kyoto to seek her brother's comrades. They were securing their protection and managing to navigate their days of the apocalypse relatively unscathed. Though she had clung to their support, she was still just an ordinary person. Event have Shadler needs some combat techniques from her brethren Dabeliden martial arts as our shield. She remained a burdening facio fine increasingly terrifying zombies and the brutal reality of the apocalypse. Moreover, she found herself uncontrollably infatuated with her brother's captain, Lin Feng Weiman, who excelled in every aspect and treated her with special kindness. Her love was fervent and obsessive, disregarding his long-standing relationship with a childhood friend on the fact that they viewed her merely as a sister, desperately clinging to every shred of warmth he offered. As time passed, her obsession grew darker, and she began to target Lin Feng Michelle Hoodfriend, Thuman widely guarded as the future Mrs. Lin duetto schemes and manipulations, Scridur Leib K. Meester Contrasto Thea Thirgirl. She was a powerless burden, while Theotha was a formidable family soldier, a powerful dual-element supernatural being capable of handling any situation. She was inept in daily life and could not even cook, while Theotha was a paragon of domesticity, praised bile. Her childish temper tantrums become increasingly frequent, while Theotha remained gracious and forgiving, treating her like an older sister and accepting all her flaws. Gradually, even her brother's comrades began to express dissatisfaction with her. Until one day, she was slow to have the campy Theother's admirer and thrown into a horde of zombies, and not a single leprechaun came to look for her. Had it not been for another team of supernatural beings pressing be at that moment, she would have already become a meal fortune dead. After being rescued, she slowly began to awaken, realizing that in this world, shackled and liely on herself. She no longer wished to return to Linfengmacide, to avoid becoming our coveted prize. Spithalippen disfigured herself, enduring countless hardships Sturiach and Othabase were reached become Methalo Estila Bora. As long as he could survive, Shwudo and I'm an or greeling work. But you old her gone a mad long ago, even after she had ruined her appearance and made her self-sufficient line conspicuous, she still frequently harassed at night by depraved men. Fortunately, while repairing the city walls, Chauvin found gold neves created by gold element supernatural beings, which share could use for self-defense. Thous use of 10b tenants suffered concussions, she persevered with sheer determination, managing to survive for over a tires in Thepacalypse. In the 10th year of Thepacalypse, the zombie king commanded a massive ehorde totic the base, the higher-ups, in a bid to divert a zombie's attention, ordered the nurse to close its gates using all through ordinary pline theatre such as Beto tract hewn dead. The original owner, ho hard struggled to survive for years, ultimately mithran dint the jorso for zombie. Yet how he daveth out that one sheepen at here again, shad return to 3 months before her brother's death, just before the apocalypse began. Upon her return, the original owner initial I believed of everything to be a nightmare, beautist even suffer pies life bergen to replay an eben, shralize a thought hypercalypse would come again. Noon wanted to relive the nightmarest he had experienced, and the original owner was no exception. Seeing no hope or future in her life, Sheko set to take his sleeping pulse on dental life. After 10 years of sleepless nights, she returned, hoping only for a good night's reaper sleep from which would never awaken. Then New Year arrived. Ash sorted through the original and his memories, urgent like clicked her tongue inside, still a child. However, she had indeed benefited from this hard acquired fine body. Moreover, she was not the original owner, would not assign herself to fate. Even without supernatural powers and without Linfingmu, she would live well. With just over 50 days until Thepacalypse arrived, she had the advantage to her stockpile supplies and hone her skills. This time, she would live well on behalf of the original owner. Ding! A quiz notification rang out in her mind, startling Yu Yao, who had just set resolve. Immediately, a new message unfolded in her consciousness. Yu Yao's clear, sparkling peach blossom widened in surprise. After a moment, she suddenly smiled. She had actually brought reverse fate with her. Chapter 3, Game System. It was revealed that after the lightning strike, Yu Yao's soul, alongside the game spirit of Reversal of Fate, simultaneously departed from the original world, entering a rift in time and space. The game spirit initially intended to devour Yu Yao's soul in a bid to regain its powers and escape the temporal fissure. However, it was unexpectedly vanquished by Yu Yao, who subsequently refined it as she traversed into her new body. With a light chuckle, a semi-transparent screen abruptly manifested before Yu Yao, displaying options such as a backpack, character attributes, friends, shop, and a daily sign-in. In stark contrast to the previously vast and intricate universe of Reversal of Fate, the current game system appeared as simplistic as a child still suckling on a pacifier, woefully underdeveloped and pitiable. As Yu Yao surveyed the options, her attention was first drawn to the small map in the upper right corner. Upon expanding it, she discovered a detailed layout of all structures within a 10-mile radius, centered around her own position. The area within a 1-mile radius was peppered with numerous small blue dots, most of which were in motion. While Yu Yao recognized these as representations of other players, once zombies and superhumans entered the fray, distinct colors would emerge to differentiate them from ordinary individuals. Moreover, she could independently select locations for closer inspection. Buildings could be examined floor by floor, with layouts, character positions, and movements laid bare before her. This granted her an exploratory ability akin to that of a psychic-powered individual. She had struck gold, minimizing the map. Yu Yao next glanced at her character attributes. Excellent, she was at level 0, with an empty equipment slot. In the profession section, it read Healer. The title of Healer in Reversal of Fate referred to a support role focused on restoration and endurance. However, selecting this profession did not confine one to a purely supportive role. A distinctive feature of this game, unlike most MMORPGs, was its flexibility. One could equip any weapon found within the game, regardless of their chosen class. Upon equipping, the character would automatically acquire combat skills associated with that weapon type, allowing for personal experimentation with combos and techniques. For instance, some players might choose the healer class but wield highly offensive dual daggers. This not only allowed for sustained healing but also formidable damage output, earning them the moniker Violent Healer, capable of soloing formidable bosses with ease, a truly formidable prospect, and that individual was none other than Yu Yao herself. In the game, her weapons were a pair of Tang sabers known as Tiger Soul, ranked as the most powerful weapon in the top 10 artifacts of Reversal of Fate. She had dominated the leaderboard for several consecutive years due to her unparalleled speed and profound understanding of combos and skills, becoming a figure both feared and reviled. Of course, while the healer class had its advantages, it also came with significant restrictions. In the early stages, the lack of class-based attack bonuses resulted in low damage output, poor survivability, and sluggish leveling, issues that were far from trivial. To curb the overpowered nature of the healer class, the developers even extended the experience requirements, making leveling up for this class require 30 more experience than other professions. Thus, few players opted for a solo healer. Only someone as peculiar as Yu Yao could endure the early hardships and painstakingly push through to the late game, ultimately acquiring powerful attack skills and offensive artifacts to emerge victorious. In this life, she was unlikely to replicate that endeavor. After all, this was no longer merely a game. Death was an irrevocable reality. For the sake of her own life, it would be prudent to seek a team to survive past level 30 before anything else. After reviewing her character attributes, Yu Yao turned her attention to their backpack. The moment she opened it, she realized that the backpack's grid system bore similarities to spatial abilities. Items could be stored and retrieved, but it differed from ordinary spatial storage. Each slot in the system's backpack could only hold a single type of item, with a stacking limit of 999. Once filled, it would automatically transfer to the next available slot. The backpack expanded by 10 slots for every 10 levels gained, with no upper limit. While her previous life had seen her backpack expanded to 200 slots, it had returned to a mere 30. Aside from the first slot containing a pair of grey jewel daggers, the rest were empty. This pair of daggers was none other than her Tiger Soul. Upon seeing it, joy flickered in Yu Yao's eyes. She had feared that Tiger's soul had been reset along with the game, but it was still present, a delightful surprise. Although the equipment level of Tiger's Soul was set at level 50, granting her no immediate opportunity to wield it in the real world, she did not feel rushed. The basic gear available at this stage would suffice. Moreover, with the memories of the previous host, she recalled that many powers that had previously been dormant reawakened with the advent of the apocalypse. Numerous individuals had also acquired weapons imbued with special powers, likely artifacts that had once been sealed. There was a high probability that she could find items to unlock Tiger Soul or, perhaps, even stumble upon some exceptional blades herself. In the lower right corner of the backpack grid, there was an option for a warehouse, a system-provided storage space that was an infinite, static realm. It lacked air, impurities, and the passage of time. Any item placed within would retain its original state, regardless of how long it remained there. Furthermore, it was boundless and limitless. In other words, if Yu Yao wished and possessed the means, she could theoretically contain the entire world within it, excluding living beings and air. However, utilizing the warehouse did come with certain limitations. Items could only be accessed via the backpack grid. This meant that to store something in the warehouse, it had to first be placed in the backpack, then transferred to the warehouse. It was somewhat cumbersome, but once accustomed, it would merely be a matter of thought. Moreover, this was an infinite static space, vastly superior to the other spatial abilities known to the previous host. She found no reason for dissatisfaction. Simultaneously, the backpack function endowed her with a unique ability, soul extraction. When defeating monsters or adversaries, it would automatically extract their energy cores into the system backpack. It would also draw forth energy from foes, condensing it into items of varying quality, materials, or weaponry, rewarding players with coins for use in the shop. This phenomenon, commonly referred to as loot drops, was indeed marvelous. Continuing onward, the friends list was predictably empty. However, the system had adapted to this world, automatically adjusting to reflect its new context. In the friends list, one could observe the affection levels of others, as well as their abilities, ages, and physical conditions. The sign-in system was a mechanism within a Reversal of Fate designed to retain player engagement. Daily sign-ins yielded rewards, though Yu Yao, having played for over 3 years, was well aware that most rewards were merely coins or experience potions. Only on the 1st, 10th, and 20th days of each month could one potentially receive more valuable items. Of course, their first day referred to the first day of gameplay, not the first of each month. If she were to sign in today, it would count as her first day. As she arrived in this new world, uncertain of what rewards the sign-in system might bestow, Yu Yao silently opted to sign in. In the next instant, a flash of golden light illuminated her surroundings. Instinctively, she squinted her eyes, only to realize that squinting served no purpose. This screen appeared to be before her, yet it was, in fact, within her consciousness, merely a more visual representation. As she pondered, the golden light dissipated, revealing a small round orb resembling jade at the center of the screen, labeled below as cleansing pill. Yu Yao was momentarily taken aback. Was this the cleansing pill she had envisioned, capable of expelling toxins from the body, unblocking meridians, reshaping corporeal form, and altering one's constitution? This item had never appeared in the previous game, however. Its presence indicated a significant transformation in the game system, owing to her connection with this world. Seeing the cleansing pill added to her backpack, Yu Yao did not hasten to use it but instead turned her attention to the shop interface. The shop was progressively unlocked, with little available for purchase at present. Only items such as the energy-restoring spirit recovery pill, the healing restoration pill, and some non-attribute equipment, weapons, and basic talismans were on offer. Non-attribute items were those devoid of any enchantments or additional abilities, such as enhancements to defense, damage output, or superpower strength. Additionally, the shop featured a hidden mechanism. For every 10,000 coins spent, one could participate in a lottery. Rewards included double experience time, weapons, equipment, experience, coins, talismans, pet eggs, special materials, unique items, and cultivation techniques, all of random quality. Yu Yao merely glanced at these options before closing the interface, as she had not a single coin to her name. With the onset of the apocalypse, by defeating zombies and mutated flora and fauna, she would accrue experience points for leveling up, as well as coins, energy cores, and materials. Notably, everything she obtained would automatically be collected. This meant that any items dropped by monsters she defeated would seamlessly enter her backpack, remaining undetected by others. Even the energy cores from zombies and the blood essence from mutated plants would be automatically retrieved, sparing her the discomfort of extracting cores from their heads. It was, quite simply, the epitome of convenience. Chapter 4, Stockpiling Preparation. Having familiarized herself with the system, Yu Yao let out a long sigh of relief. The apocalypse was merciless, yet with her newfound abilities, she felt a profound sense of assurance. Her primary objective now was to enhance her physical condition, hone her skills, consolidate her resources, and stockpile supplies. With these thoughts in mind, Yu Yao promptly retrieved a cleansing elixir and made her way to the bathroom. The original owner of this body had been somewhat reclusive and had not sought accommodation. Her current residence was a modest apartment that her brother had rented specifically for her, conveniently located next to the university. The one-bedroom apartment was not particularly large, but it was exquisitely decorated and situated in the most bustling area of Haicheng, merely a few hundred meters from her school. The rent was exorbitant, yet it was undeniably a superb dwelling by all standards. Upon entering the small bathroom, Yu Yao shed her clothes and unhesitatingly swallowed the cleansing elixir. The pill dissolved instantly upon contact with her tongue, its sweet flavor unexpectedly delightful. Just as she intended to praise its taste in her mind, a sudden and excruciating pain seized her senses. Gritting her teeth to suppress any sound, she relied solely on her willpower to endure the waves of agony as her body was shattered and reassembled. In her past life, she had endured the agony of a shattered spine and injured lungs, coughing up blood day after day. The pain of her previous disfigurement and the torment of being torn apart by zombies paled in comparison to what she now experienced. Yu Yao was oblivious to how she survived the grueling 24 hours of cleansing. All she knew was that, despite her resilience, she had contemplated surrendering to death more than once. During this ordeal, she lost consciousness repeatedly, only to awaken once again to the relentless suffering. Fortunately, she ultimately persevered. As she inhaled the noxious stench filling the room, Yu Yao retched and quickly turned on the shower, scrubbing herself vigorously. After an hour and a half of washing, depleting nearly all her shampoo and body wash, she finally emerged clean. Following the cleansing, a sense of buoyancy filled her being, as if she could almost take flight. the lingering malaise of her previous ill health had vanished entirely. Though her figure remained slender, she now radiated an astonishing vitality from within. Her senses had heightened significantly. She could effortlessly hear the sounds of a boy cooking upstairs while chatting with his girlfriend. The aroma of stir-fried potatoes and meat wafted down to her. Her slight myopia and astigmatism had also been rectified, allowing her to see even further. While Yu Yao smirked, glancing at her hands, pale and delicate, her fingers resembling finely sliced scallions. Having absorbed the original owner's memories, she was already aware of her striking appearance, which was universally acknowledged as beautiful, identical to that of her past life. Her features were exquisite, her bone structure impeccable. A small, charming cinnabar mole adorned her brow, radiating allure, while her eyes sparkled like shimmering peach blossoms. Even with a detached gaze, they had the power to captivate souls, perfectly framed by her petite face, a harmonious blend of seduction and grace. Undoubtedly, she was stunning. Without makeup, her beauty was still astonishing. Now, after the cleansing, she possessed an ethereal quality that transcended mere beauty, exuding an enchanting spirit that was utterly flawless. Standing at approximately 165 centimeters, she seemed to have grown slightly taller after the cleansing, now measuring around 168. While not exceptionally tall, her proportions were remarkable, long legs and a slender waist, everything as it should be, without excess. Gazing at the vibrant beauty reflected in the mirror, Yu Yao silently praised her fortune. Wouldn't he relish being strikingly beautiful? The original owner had lacked self-preservation skills, resorting to disfiguring herself with a dagger, laboring relentlessly without bathing or grooming, deliberately degrading herself to the state of a beggar. In contrast, her own past life had left her frail and skeletal due to health issues, devoid of any semblance of beauty. Now, endowed with not only health but such a magnificent body, Yu Yao felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude to the heavens, the earth, and the system for their fortuitous encounter. However, she did not dwell on her reflections for long. She quickly dried her hair, dressed, and retrieved all her current assets. Her brother had left behind 200,000 in savings, and she had received a severance package totaling 1,100,000. Additionally, there was an old apartment inherited from her parents, along with a meager 2,100 for living expenses. The property, a relic from decades ago, had recently been designated as a school district, significantly increasing its value. Yu Yao was highly efficient. She swiftly located the contact information for several reputable real estate agencies in Haicheng. After reaching out to each, she explained her intention to sell the property, insisting on full payment and a willingness to lower the price for a quick sale. After comparing the attitudes and proposed valuations of various agencies, she ultimately chose a broker named Chen, listing the property for him to manage, available for viewings at any time. Upon finalizing her arrangements with the agency, Yu Yao, feeling the persistent protest of her stomach, indulged in a lavish order of barbecue and milk tea, enough to feed 10 people. While waiting for her delivery, she began borrowing from various online lending platforms and applying for credit cards from multiple banks. She filled out a myriad of forms, clicked countless agreements, and received innumerable calls, navigating several platforms and banks in her quest for funds. Without regard for interest, she simply needed swift disbursement. Ultimately, she estimated that she could borrow around 800,000. Although morally questionable, she resolved to proceed regardless. Currently, combining her accessible funds with an estimated 3 million from the property sale, she calculated a total of approximately 5,100,000 available for use. While this sum appeared substantial, it was still insufficient for extensive stockpiling. Thus, she decided to prioritize the acquisition of items that would be scarce after the apocalypse, with the remainder to be sourced through zero-cost purchases. According to the original owner's memories, Haicheng, due to its low-lying geography, would experience a tsunami on the 4th day following the onset of the apocalypse, submerging a significant portion of the city. Haicheng was the largest port city in the world, home to a vast trade dock teeming with countless imported and exported goods. Once the tsunami struck, all those supplies would be consigned to the depths of the sea. Furthermore, a substantial portion of Haicheng's resources would be wasted. Rather than allowing this to happen, it would be wiser to engage in zero-cost purchases post-apocalypse. After the catastrophe, everyone would fall into a deep slumber for 3 days, but the tsunami would arrive on the 4th day, granting her an additional day to gather supplies. It was imperative she consider what items would be unattainable after the apocalypse and stockpile them in advance. Clean water, for instance, would become a rarity, as pollutants and viruses would contaminate all sources. In such circumstances, the only means of obtaining water would be through water-based supernatural beings, yet how many of them could possibly exist, who could supply enough for everyone? Therefore, stockpiling water was essential. Additionally, prepared meals and snacks would be crucial. Yu Yao possessed mediocre culinary skills and had little interest in cooking. The likelihood of her preparing meals post-apocalypse was negligible. To enjoy warm, comforting dishes, she needed to stockpile in advance. Moreover, access to television shows, movies, novels, and animations would be lost once communication ceased. The list of necessities was extensive, yet her funds were limited, compelling Yu Yao to accumulate only a small quantity of essential supplies while amassing larger quantities of items that would be unobtainable in the aftermath of the apocalypse, leaving the rest to chance through zero-cost purchases. As she continued to compile her list, the delivery arrived, prompting Yu Yao to hastily stow away her paper and pen to open the door. It was somewhat astonishing that the single apartment could accommodate 10 people, which elicited a peculiar expression from the delivery person. However, Yu Yao paid little heed to his curiosity, shutting the door behind her after accepting a single meal's worth of food, stashing the surplus in her storage and eating while contemplating her next steps. Once satiated, Yu Yao resumed organizing her list, researching ordering numbers for various suppliers, preparing to place her orders the following day. Meanwhile, she swiftly packed all her belongings and contacted her landlord to terminate her lease. The landlord, a kind-hearted woman named Aunt Liang, whose family name was Xu, had a son who was a former classmate of Yu Zhao, and she was somewhat aware of Yu Yao's recent circumstances. Upon learning of Yu Yao's intention to vacate, Aunt Liang did not express anger at her sudden disruption. Instead, she gently advised, "Why the sudden decision to move? You needn't worry about the rent. You can stay as long as you like and pay after you graduate and start earning." Yu Yao smiled and replied, "Please don't worry, I simply wish to return home for a while." Aunt Liang's astonished voice came through the receiver, "Isn't your home far from the school? How could you possibly want to go back? That would be quite inconvenient." "I've taken a year off from school and wish to rest," Yu Yao explained. There was a brief silence on the other end before Aunt Liang sighed. "That's reasonable. A break for adjustment is beneficial. If you encounter any inconveniences after returning, don't hesitate to call me, or you can reach out to your brother." "Understood." "Rest assured, I understand," Yu Yao assured her. After a few more exchanges of pleasantries, the call ended. While Yu Yao had considered warning Aunt Liang to stay indoors and stockpile supplies, but it felt premature to bring it up now. Furthermore, the residence where Aunt Liang's family lived was situated on higher ground, thus not within the tsunami's inundation zone, rendering it relatively secure. Most importantly, if her memory served her correctly, the original owner had encountered the Xu family in a safe zone. They had all awakened their supernatural abilities and formed a formidable team. At that time, the original owner had entertained the thought of seeking refuge with them, but the notion had flickered momentarily before being dismissed, leading her to intentionally avoid them until the Xu family departed the safe zone. In light of these reflections, it was highly likely that they would not require Yu Yao's warning and would navigate the initial stages of the apocalypse with relative ease. Not long after hanging up, Yu Yao's phone chimed with a notification from the bank. Aunt Liang had refunded the 3 months of rent and deposit that Yu Zhao had prepaid, totaling 10,000, with a few hundred extra. A message from Aunt Liang followed, indicating that the extra was to round off the total and did not need to be returned. The familiar reminders warmed Yu Yao's heart, prompting her to reply, "Thank you, Aunt Liang," before succumbing to slumber. Chapter 5, Stockpiling. As the first light of dawn broke, Yu Yao meticulously tidied her residence before heading directly to the Chen family agency, where she rented 3 contiguous, albeit somewhat secluded, large warehouses. Following this, she placed an order for 2,000 stainless steel water tanks, each with a capacity of 5 tons, intended for domestic water storage, and an additional 1,000 3-ton tanks designated for drinking water. She also ordered various sizes of buckets, water bags, water towers, filters, purifiers, and purification tablets. After discounts, her expenditure was just under 700,000, with a deposit of 100,000. She arranged for delivery within a month, at which point the remaining balance would be settled, and then Yu Yao ended the call. Without hesitation, she dialed another number to order 500 fully charged solar power banks of the largest capacity, alongside conventional power banks. She also procured single crystal silicon solar charging panels that support USB fast charging, as well as 1,000 units each of various models of batteries and storage cells. In due course, she planned to acquire additional solar panels and wind power generation equipment at no cost, thereby achieving energy independence. Next on her list were modular shelving units that could be infinitely stacked, as well as winter apparel, footwear, and thick bedding sets. Despite it still being summer, the scarcity of merchant stocking winter wear and heavy blankets necessitated advance orders to avoid the risk of not securing any during the zero-cost acquisition phase. Once all her orders were placed, Yu Yao reached out to her academic advisor to request an extension of her leave for an additional 2 months, bypassing the cumbersome process of formal withdrawal. Understanding Yu Yao's family circumstances, her advisor offered words of comfort and readily acquiesced, without a moment's hesitation. While on the call, she also indulged in a flurry of online shopping on various platforms, amassing a considerable quantity of snacks, instant foods, clothing, footwear, disposable undergarments, facial towels, skincare products, and a plethora of sanitary items in assorted brands and sizes. These purchases were made in accordance with the platform limits, all aimed at ensuring her sustenance, even in the event that she could not promptly engage in zero-cost acquisitions. After concluding her shopping spree, she ordered 200 hard drives of 10 terabytes each, the latest models of the PSP and PS5, 10 units each, while additionally compensating the retailer for the installation of various games. This endeavor cost her another $1 million. Having finalized her orders, Yu Yao rubbed her aching temples and consumed the remnants of the barbecue from the previous day. She then donned a set of her mother's old garments, complete with a hat and mask, and stored away her few personal belongings in the warehouse, concealing the key beneath the doormat to prevent the agency from conducting viewings in her absence. With all tasks accomplished, she hurriedly exited her home and hailed a taxi to the nearest car rental service. For $2,000, she secured a van equipped with privacy film, ensuring a high degree of discretion, and promptly set off for the agricultural market. At the market, she refrained from extravagant purchases. Instead, under the guise of a corporate welfare initiative, she acquired £100 each of various rice and flour types. She also stockpiled a significant quantity of legumes, along with 10 boxes each of assorted spices, seasonings, and dried goods. Fresh vegetables and fruits were ordered at £50 apiece, and she arranged for the slaughter of 10 pigs, cows, and sheep, ensuring all cuts were neatly categorized. Additionally, she procured 50 each of chickens, ducks, geese, and rabbits, all thoroughly prepared. Numerous parts of the animals, wings, legs, necks, entrails, breasts, collarbones, and carcasses, were also included in her extensive order. Furthermore, she secured 2,000 fresh eggs, along with various types of preserved eggs and quail eggs. Beyond that, she amassed an assortment of hot pot bases, marinated meat mixtures, and ready-to-cook sauces and condiments, ordering them by the dozens of boxes to be delivered to the warehouse. When Yu Yao emerged from the agricultural market, still ahead of the scheduled delivery time, she wasted no time and proceeded to the nearest supermarket, pushing her shopping cart with abandon. After vacating one supermarket, she changed her attire and drove to another. Each time she emerged, her arms were laden with 3 or 4 bulging shopping bags. Not limiting herself to supermarkets, she also visited pharmacies, clothing stores, maternity shops, and seed vendors. She ventured into every establishment she passed, emerging with an array of purchases, returning to her van with an assortment of items. Her approach was not one of meticulous selection, but rather focused on speed and efficiency. As evening fell, she arrived at the rented warehouse, entered the code to unlock the door, and conducted a thorough inspection of the interior, feeling relieved upon discovering the absence of surveillance cameras. While awaiting the arrival of her goods, she began to order takeout via her mobile phone. For any item rated above 3.0, she ordered 10 portions of each, with all deliveries directed to the warehouse precinct. Do not inquire further, the answer is merely team building. Soon, the goods from the farmers' market began to arrive in a steady stream. After bidding farewell to all the delivery personnel, Yu Yao closed the warehouse doors and stored all the supplies within. To organize the items into the storage space, she had to navigate the complexities of the system backpack, which proved somewhat troublesome. Fortunately, all the delivered goods were packaged by the box. As long as the items were contained in boxes, they could be stacked up to 999 of the same kind, thus exploiting a fortunate loophole. For the time being, there would be no concern regarding insufficient backpack slots. Furthermore, during the acceptance of goods, she intentionally honed her mental prowess, allowing her to expedite the collection process. By the end, transferring items from her backpack into the warehouse became merely a matter of intent, minimizing any inconvenience along the way. As the volume of goods increased, Yu Yao discovered that she no longer needed to touch each item individually to collect supplies. Instead, she could utilize her externalized mental energy, her psychic force, to achieve distant retrieval. Although her mental power was not as formidable or substantial as that of true psychic practitioners from the post-apocalyptic era, it was notable for its rapid and wide dispersion. Moreover, the more she employed her mental energy, the further her collection radius expanded. An audacious idea suddenly took shape in her mind. While awaiting the deliveries, Yu Yao began to calculate her remaining funds and the supplies she was lacking, finalizing her shopping plan for the following day. By 9 o'clock in the evening, the takeout orders began to arrive in succession. Occasionally, when delivery personnel encountered each other and noted that the recipient was the same, they expressed surprise. Yu Yao uniformly responded that the workers in the precinct were engaged in team-building activities. Who cares about the truth? No one was concerned. That night, 2/3 of the delivery personnel in Haicheng had visited this secluded warehouse precinct. Yu Yao successfully received hundreds of meals, including dumplings, noodles, snacks, milk tea, cakes, rice noodles, spicy hot pot, fried chicken, burgers, pizzas, and sushi. After collecting the last takeout order, it was already past midnight. Nonchalantly biting into a burger, Yu Yao drove to the night market area. She did not possess substantial funds and had no intention of hoarding goods excessively in the country, so she could only operate in small increments, engaging in minor transactions. Although this approach proved somewhat cumbersome, it also had its advantages. For the time being, no one would keep an eye on her. Upon reaching the night market, she walked and purchased, acquiring multiple portions of each snack. When she could no longer carry everything, she returned to her van to store the items in the warehouse space before continuing her scavenging. On this day, excluding the final payment, she spent nearly 2 million. Money truly does not last, but gazing at the stockpiles within the warehouse, Yu Yao felt significantly more secure. In the subsequent 10 days, Yu Yao found herself either on the path to stockpiling or receiving goods daily. Fruits, meats, grains, seasonings, fresh vegetables, and dried goods, as well as fish and seafood, were all procured. Beyond the initial orders placed on the first day, she also made several small batch purchases later. Supermarkets, pharmacies, and outdoor supply stores became her daily haunts. With her meticulously crafted list nearly completed, the remaining task involved continuously ordering takeout, packing meals, ready-to-eat foods, snacks, beverages, and desserts. Being fond of sweet treats, she felt that through such bitter days, she must indulge in delightful foods and milk tea for balance. Consequently, she patronized nearly every cake shop, milk tea store, dessert shop, ice cream parlor, and snack shop in the city no less than 10 times. Each visit was justified under the guise of ordering afternoon tea for colleagues, team building, or supporting her favorite celebrities. She consumed their daily sales volume and amassed a considerable collection of tools and ingredients for making desserts and beverages, lest she find herself deprived in the future. It could be said that she was quite industrious. Furthermore, her old house was sold, with an agreement to move within 2 months. Having received 3,100,000, she swiftly spent the money, leaving her with less than 300,000 in reserve. After a flurry of activity, with 40 days remaining until the apocalypse, all the items Yu Yao ordered, except for the water tank, had arrived. Now, her remaining funds were dwindling, and it became increasingly challenging to satiate her shopping needs within the country. Contemplating her ability to collect supplies from afar, she set her sights on overseas as her next target. Chapter 6: The International $0 Shopping. Her actions were primarily motivated by the desire to remain undetected by those within her homeland. After all, she would still have to navigate life domestically post-apocalypse. Excessive flamboyance could easily lead to her being subdued before the world descended into chaos. The situation abroad was markedly different. A shot fired and she could vanish, gathering supplies and fleeing without a trace. In time, as global disorder ensued, who would have the inclination to pursue her across the globe? Thus, she had taken the initiative to obtain a passport shortly after her arrival in this new realm. With the timing now ripe, she unhesitatingly disguised herself as a tourist and boarded a flight to foreign lands. Over the course of 20 days, she traversed Europe, the Americas, Australia, and Southeast Asia. Masquerading as a blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy, she systematically emptied numerous notorious capitalists' large malls, warehouses, wine cellars, and pharmacies. Naturally, these endeavors were confined to what was publicly accessible. The clandestine storage facilities eluded her grasp. During her time abroad, she amassed an impressive collection of unique foreign goods, encompassing, but not limited to, meats, pharmaceuticals, alcoholic beverages, grains, seafood, fruits, desserts, snacks, daily necessities, textiles, equipment, various automobiles and parts, as well as diesel and gasoline, and renewable energy devices. Remarkably, she even cleared out several arms dealers' arsenals, acquiring a considerable cache of both cold and hot weapons. Her extravagant shopping spree sent ripples of commotion throughout the world, igniting a fervent manhunt for their blonde bandit. Countless imitators and admirers of him emerged across major online platforms. Seizing this opportunity, she disseminated various apocalyptic theories under different IPs and accounts, regardless of whether they would garner any attention. It was merely a diversion for her, though she was acutely aware that it was unlikely anyone would take notice. She dismissed it as a mere pastime. However, none of this had any bearing on Yu Yao herself. The individual being sought was a blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy. What concern was it of hers, since stepping beyond her homeland's borders, she had utilized false identities and a disguised appearance in each country she visited, making it virtually impossible to trace her whereabouts in such a short span. As for the myriad apocalyptic theories circulating online, countless individuals contributed daily, making it an arduous task to isolate her messages amidst such overwhelming information. Thus, she calmly clapped her hands and ventured to the neighboring nation of Korea and the island nation, leaving a vibrant impression of their blonde bandit in both locales. After traversing the globe, Yu Yao finally returned to her homeland with less than 20 days remaining until the apocalypse, her heart brimming with satisfaction. This period of exploration had granted her 60 experience points and over 1,000 gold coins, elevating her level to 2. With each upgrade, her physical prowess, speed, and sensory perception grew increasingly formidable, now approaching the caliber of a supernatural being in the impending apocalypse. Upon reaching level 1, she unlocked the first skill of the healer class - Ride the Wind. This group buff skill enhanced the movement speed of all allies by 50% and reduced supernatural energy consumption by 30%, with no time limit, as long as her mana could sustain it. Though she currently lacked allies and supernatural abilities, enabling only her own speed boost, she welcomed it nonetheless. Upon returning home, she promptly accessed the marketplace, spending 576 gold coins without hesitation on 2 Tang sabers. While the Tiger's soul consisted of dual blades, they were essentially 2 independent Tang sabers, officially described as 2 blades split from 1. Hence, she opted to practice with the 2 Tang sabers, familiarizing herself in advance with the usage of the Tiger soul. The moment she acquired the dual sabers, all attack techniques instantly flooded her mind, as if she had been training since birth. However, theory did not equate to practice. Executing these skill combos proved less fluid than in a game. Consequently, she cleared the living room and commenced her relentless practice of dual saber techniques, slices, cuts, thrusts, parries, and flourishes. By coordinating her blade techniques with footwork and body movements, she could create various skill combos, even achieving advanced maneuvers like dashes. Yet, mastering such feats was no trivial task, requiring intricate hand coordination, thanks to her past experiences in countless brawls and martial arts training, coupled with the fact that the original owner had spent several years studying martial arts at a friend's dojo. Her physical condition was commendable. With this foundation, her progress was relatively swift. Her movements became increasingly smooth and natural, exuding an unspoken aura of dominance and grace. A day later, Yu Yao finally received the custom water tank and promptly journeyed to the neighboring city. It was a picturesque tourist destination, renowned for its famous longevity village, where it was said that the inhabitants thrived due to their consumption of mountain spring water. Although Yu Yao was skeptical of such claims, she was certain the water quality would be superb, more than adequate for drinking purposes. This village, known as Yushan Village, had gained fame for its centenarians, subsequently becoming a popular tourist attraction. The so-called spring water flowed from atop Yushan. Disembarking from the high-speed train, she transferred to a local vehicle and arrived at Yushan Village, where she checked into a pre-reserved guest house. After dropping off her backpack, she immediately ventured outdoors to explore Yushan. The mountain was open to tourists, though access to the spring water upstream was restricted to protect it from the masses. This visit was primarily to scout the area and ascertain the location of the surveillance cameras. Perhaps as an omen of the impending apocalypse, the world had been experiencing a significant rise in temperatures recently. Daytime highs had soared to an alarming 47 degrees Celsius. Exposure to the sun for merely a few minutes could lead to heat exhaustion or, in severe cases, heat stroke and suffocation. Although it was already late summer, temperatures continued to climb day by day, prompting many to notice the unusual climate patterns. Various apocalyptic theories surfaced online, but they were swiftly silenced, causing little stir. Yu Yao felt powerless to intervene. All she could do was practice tirelessly and stockpile supplies, wasting not a moment. Though anxious, as a tourist, she could only leisurely stroll atop Yushan with her sunshade in hand. Observing the lush surroundings, she couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. Despite her mental preparations, what a beautiful world it was, soon to be mercilessly ravaged by a virus. Such a pity. After climbing Yushan, capturing countless photographs, and confirming the locations of all surveillance cameras and springs, Yu Yao quickly descended the mountain and visited the local market, indulging in various snacks and specialties before returning to the guest house in the evening. The owner, a beautiful and generous woman named Chen, welcomed her back with a smile. "Welcome back, dear. Have you had dinner yet?" The guest house provided dinner, allowing guests to dine with the family. However, Yu Yao was not particularly fond of engaging with unfamiliar individuals, so she calmly fabricated a response: "I've already eaten." She was not an inherently cold person, merely somewhat reserved. Once familiar, she could be quite the lively girl, yet her previous environment had made it challenging to find someone with whom she could truly open up and share laughter. Upon hearing Yu Yao's response, Chen's expression turned regretful. "Oh, you've already eaten. Don't dine out tomorrow, it's exceedingly expensive. Just eat here. My husband Shu is an excellent cook, and I guarantee you'll enjoy it." Yu Yao chuckled softly and nodded. "All right, I'll do my best. I am going to rest now." With that, she turned and ascended the stairs. Once back in her room, she locked the door and casually retrieved a bland rice bowl to quell her hunger. After a swift wash-up, she set an alarm for midnight and promptly climbed into bed, surrendering to slumber. Chapter 7. Hoarding continues. At the stroke of midnight, as the alarm clock rang, Yu Yao was jolted awake. Despite her body rebelling against the idea of rising after days of exhaustion, the tension in her mind and nerves ultimately triumphed. After a minute of procrastination, she finally got up, stealthily slipping out of the homestay via the balcony. Dodging surveillance cameras, she made her way to the Yushan spring. Already drenched in sweat from the heat, the spring was sizable, with a robust flow, and below it had formed a considerable lake that shimmered under the moonlight. Yu Yao scooped some spring water into her hands and took a sip, her eyes brightening with delight. It was cool and sweet. After testing it with a strip, she confirmed it was undoubtedly drinkable. Satisfied, she employed her mental energy to draw the spring water into the water tank in her backpack without needing to physically touch it. Moreover, with the current heat, no one would come to check, allowing her to leisurely find a flat spot out of sight from the cameras. There, she lay back, gazing at the stars while collecting water resources. Her speed in gathering water was astonishing. She could multitask, filling 3 3-ton tanks in under 5 minutes. At this rate, she could fill at least 36 tanks in an hour. Leaving before 8 in the morning would enable her to amass at least 260 tanks. Though she felt weary, her bounty was plentiful. The following morning at 8, Yu Yao returned to the homestay, carrying breakfast at a leisurely pace. Upon seeing her, Sister Chen exclaimed in surprise, "Little Yu, you went out this early. I didn't see you at all." Yu Yao smiled and replied, "I went for a morning run. Luckily, no one was around when I left. Sister Chen marveled, it's rare to find a young person as disciplined as you. You're too kind, Yu Yao responded. Sister Chen laughed heartily, with that said, you need not buy breakfast anymore, we'll provide it here. All right, I understand, Yu Yao replied, mustering her energy to converse with Sister Chen before hurriedly returning to her room. She didn't even bother to eat her breakfast, kicking off her shoes and collapsing onto the bed, slipping into a deep sleep. After a night of relentless water collection, she was pleasantly surprised to find her mental strength had significantly increased with her continuous exertion. Now, she could gather items from within a 5-meter radius and multitask even further, with the speed of her collection improving. Over the course of one night, she managed to fill 300 water tanks, visibly lowering the water level of the lake beneath the spring. The toll, however, was a splitting headache and fatigue that made her see stars. Even in sleep, she was plagued by nightmares, drenched in cold sweat. Though her slumber was restless, it lasted long, and she finally awoke around 10 in the evening. Rubbing her aching temples, she resolved to rest properly after finishing her water collection to regain her strength. After taking a shower and enjoying a spicy stir-fried pork rice bowl, Yu Yao quietly slipped out of the homestay once more, heading to the mountains to gather water. For 3 consecutive days, Yu Yao not only filled 1,003-ton capacity water tanks with potable water but also filled several 1-ton plastic water towers. The quantity of water she had amassed could sustain her for several lifetimes, even if she drank continuously. With this major concern resolved, Yu Yao indulged in a day and night of restful sleep. On the 5th day after arriving in Yushan village, she checked out, leaving the homestay amidst Sister Chen's repeated invitations to return in the future. After departing Yushan village, Yu Yao first returned to Haicheng. The online resources she had hired someone to download were finally ready and had been mailed back to her. Having grown up without many friends, Yu Yao cherished her solitude, reveling in the company of electronic entertainment. She had a wide array of interests, from TV dramas and movies to variety shows, documentaries, and biographies. According to the memories of the original owner, the internet had collapsed after the apocalypse, leaving only a select few with the privilege to watch television. Life had already been harsh in the aftermath, and this was the cruel icing on the cake. Yu Yao was unwilling to accept this fate, so she purchased several hard drives and entrusted them to a hacker she found online. She instructed him to download every video resource available on the internet, both domestic and international, within a fortnight, regardless of the method used. The list included, but was not limited to, dramas, movies, variety shows, documentaries, biographies, various educational videos, DIY tutorials, recipes, and maps. Though the task seemed monumental, it was a trivial matter for the hacker. She requested that all videos be downloaded 3 times, categorized, and stored on different hard drives, complete with labels. Naturally, any illegal content involving nudity or violence was to be excluded, as she wished to spare her eyes the discomfort. For paid videos, he was to crack them if possible. If not, she would cover the costs. Upon returning to Haicheng and receiving the hard drives, Yu Yao conducted a spot check on several. She was pleased to discover that the hacker had delivered impressively. All the video resources she had heard of and those she had not were present, all in the highest clarity available. Not only did he categorize them according to her specifications, but he also arranged them by country, region, year, and creator, making it easy for her to locate whatever she desired. Although this endeavor had cost her nearly $1 million, she deemed it well worth the expense. Satisfied, she stored all the hard drives in her warehouse space. Yu Yao then found the hacker's contact information and transferred an additional $50,000 to him, accompanied by a message to remind him to stockpile supplies due to the impending inclement weather. Without waiting for a reply, she promptly blocked all means of communication with him. Perhaps blocking was inconsequential for a hacker, but the message had been conveyed. If he wanted to investigate her, he was welcome to try. All the communication methods she had used were newly purchased and untraceable, with all addresses and IPs fabricated. Even the shipping address was not one she frequently used. If he were to uncover anything, the apocalypse would likely have already begun, rendering any investigation futile. After all, every action carried inherent risks. If one could not bear even this modest risk, it was better not to act at all. With this matter concluded, she joyfully boarded a flight to Jiancheng, arriving at the renowned Xiuxi Lake. Chilshi Lake is a natural body of water formed by the melting snow from the nearby, perpetually snow-capped Nungar Mountains. The waters were crystal clear and of excellent quality. Upon testing, she found it slightly inferior to the spring water in Yushan village, but perfectly adequate for domestic use. Perhaps due to the unusually hot weather this year, the snow line on Nungar Mountain had noticeably risen, revealing large swathes of dark, rocky terrain. Standing by Chilshi Lake, Yu Yao openly collected water while hastily capturing images of the snowy mountains with her phone, knowing that in just over 10 days, all the snow would melt away. Not only here, but the polar regions would also face the same fate, a principal cause of the impending tsunami that would engulf numerous coastal cities. Having enjoyed the scenery, Yu Yao decided to set up a tent in a flat area, intending to camp by the lake. Once a legendary camping paradise, the area had become eerily quiet and desolate due to the bizarre heatwave. Relishing her solitude, Yu Yao spent the next 7 days alternating between collecting water and practicing with her knife. When fatigue became unbearable, she would take short naps, waking to continue her tasks. Once she filled all the 5-ton water tanks and remaining plastic water towers, she explored nearby cities to purchase local specialties, supplies, and food, reducing her savings to less than 50,000. When she returned home to Haicheng, her bounty was substantial, with less than 10 days remaining until the apocalypse. In the days that followed, she resolved not to exhaust herself further. Aside from occasionally stepping out for takeout or snacks, she focused on filling in any gaps and maintaining her physical fitness. She also indulged in daily takeout orders and online shopping, staying home to gather supplies. After all, she did not plan to reside there post-apocalypse, so she was unperturbed by the exposure of her address or her neighbors' opinions. On days when there were no deliveries or packages to receive, she would repeatedly visit the dock, scouting the areas that would soon be submerged by the tsunami, seeking the optimal routes for resource collection to maximize her utility. Thus, she leisurely savored the final days of comfort and ease before the apocalypse. A week prior to its onset, Yu Yao finally placed a call to Aunt Liang. Under the pretense of growing concerns about the apocalypse, she expressed her desire to stockpile supplies and asked Aunt Liang's family, who were in the logistics business, to help her amass a batch of goods to store at her home. She planned to pick them up on a later date. Initially, Aunt Liang urged her not to heed rumors, but Yu Yao's insistence left her with no choice but to agree to stockpile according to the list provided. Yu Yao then sweet-talked her, leaving Aunt Liang chuckling with delight. After hanging up, she retained only a few thousand for herself, transferring the rest to Aunt Liang. Chapter 8: Zero-Cost Purchase. On the 50th day of her transmigration, in the early morning of the penultimate day of the apocalypse, Yu Yao instinctively clicked to check-in. In a burst of dazzling golden light, she beheld an item that filled her with immense excitement: the supreme talisman Heaven-Blocking Stone. Within the game, the function of the Heaven-Blocking Stone was to obscure their heavenly path. Once adorned with the stone, any act of slaying other players or seizing game resources would leave no trace whatsoever. It even allowed her to strike and loot NPCs, truly a perverse advantage. However, this was merely its function within the game. In this world, the stone's role had transformed. It could temporarily obscure the surveillance of the Skynet and shield Yu Yao's presence entirely. Once activated, even the perceptions of psychic abilities would be evaded unless one were to see her in person. It effectively granted her an invisibility ability, making it the ultimate tool for murder and theft. Yet, this was not the most crucial aspect. The paramount importance lay in its capacity to shield Yu Yao from the invasion of the zombie virus, preventing her from succumbing to sleep induced by the infection. Although those days of slumber were pivotal for the awakening of powers, the original owner in her previous life had no abilities. It was highly improbable that she would awaken them in this life either. As her gaming level increased, occupational skills would naturally manifest over time, and skill books would gradually emerge. There was no need to rush. She could not forfeit the abundant resources at the harbor for an uncertain potential awakening of powers. Perhaps she could gather resources for 2 days and find a safe place to rest for a day. The 3 days of the Blood Moon Night were primarily about the devastation wrought by the virus upon this world. Humanity, they were unworthy. Yes, it was settled. If one could not awaken abilities amidst a day's viral invasion, then all hope was indeed lost. However, the Heaven-Blocking Stone was not without its drawbacks. After being activated for 7 days, it required a recovery period of 7 days. During that time, the stone could not be used, thus, the heaven-blocking stone could not be carelessly activated, lest it be unavailable when truly needed. With a heart brimming with joy, Yu Yao donned the heaven-blocking stone and stepped out. She spent her last $200 at the cinema, indulging in a film and savoring a barbecue meal. The temperature had soared to a staggering 50 degrees, and the few remaining shops were devoid of customers. The barbecue restaurant Yu Yao had painstakingly located was hauntingly empty. The owner wore a frown, and upon seeing Yu Yao enter alone, he stood in a daze for a moment before welcoming her inside. He personally took her order and even provided her with a large cold drink. Perhaps he had never encountered a single patron, especially one as beautiful as her. As the only remaining employee in the restaurant, and the owner frequently cast curious glances in her direction. Yu Yao remained composed, quietly relishing her meal before leisurely departing the barbecue shop under their inquisitive gazes. On the last day before the apocalypse, Aunt Liang called. She informed Yu Yao that all the supplies she had requested were ready, stored in the basement of their current residence. Yu Yao expressed her gratitude but did not specify when she would retrieve them. She merely reminded her to ensure the family members stayed indoors and protected themselves. The Shu family were astute individuals and would understand her intentions. At midnight on October 1, 2035, accompanied by the sound of a tremendous automobile collision, Yu Yao closed her eyes. Having just witnessed a horrific car accident, the apocalypse had arrived. While most people were deep in slumber, many remained active. At the stroke of midnight, without any warning, an ominous blood moon rose in the sky, casting a chilling crimson veil over the entire world. Everyone, regardless of their activities, fell into a deep sleep, entranced by the eerie blood moon. The preceding loud crash was caused by a driver who suddenly succumbed to sleep while driving, colliding with a roadside utility pole. At that very moment, countless similar incidents occurred at various locations, triggering a series of terrifying explosions, car accidents, and plane crashes. These unfortunate souls lost their lives in such an inexplicable manner before the apocalypse had even truly begun. Nevertheless, the current situation left her no room for excessive contemplation. It was said that when the apocalypse arrived, the first to perish were the self-righteous, lacking the ability or intention to save anyone. The import-export trade port of Haicheng, renowned as the largest in the world, was vast and staggering in its scale. Countless containers, cargo ships, and logistics vessels filled the area, all brimming with goods. The diversity of these goods was beyond imagination. It was not an exaggeration to say that the resources alone could sustain a 100-person team for generations. Yu Yao, clad in a form-fitting black, in this surreal crimson world, she extended her sinister hands towards the resource-laden dock. Her attire comprised level 0 gear exchange from the mall, boasting automatic cleaning functionality. But even though everyone else was in slumber, and the heaven-blocking stone could obscure surveillance, she opted for the safest possible approach to avert any unforeseen circumstances. After all, if she remained awake, it was entirely plausible that others with special abilities existed. Yu Yao sped into the dock on her motorcycle without pausing, utilizing her psychic powers, which could extend 10 meters. She swiftly gathered all the accessible containers in her path. The area transformed into vacant spaces in an instant, reminiscent of a Subway parkour game where, after, it was both bizarre and exhilarating. It was not that she was too lazy to collect them one by one, rather, the sheer number of containers at the dock was overwhelming. If she were to examine and study each one, 3 days would be insufficient. Fortunately, the containers could be broadly categorized based on size, appearance, and storage area. Furthermore, every container's front bore a list of its contents and quantities, which would facilitate her organization later on. Like a gust of autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves, Yu Yao rapidly collected various containers from the dock. She did not spare even the cargo ships and logistics vessels moored at the shore, nor the various transport carts and forklifts. Her approach was akin to a hawk plucking feathers, leaving nothing behind. Yet, despite her astonishing speed of collection, it still took her several hours to traverse the entire dock on her motorcycle, acquiring all the resources. At the security booth, Yu Yao spotted a guard slumped over the desk in slumber. Swiftly, she retrieved some survival supplies from her backpack and left them behind. Then, she took out a piece of paper and a length of tape, affixing the written side of the paper to the glass facing the guard. This was a message she had printed in advance using a printer she had purchased. On the pristine white sheet, several bold red characters stood out. A tsunami is coming, leave Haicheng. Yu Yao was no saint. She could not save many, not to mention the population of Haicheng. She could not even be certain if those remaining would turn into zombies. All she could do was offer a warning. Should fortune favor them and they not become zombies, perhaps they would retain a chance at survival. As for whether it would attract the attention of those with ulterior motives, that was of no consequence. Within 3 days, she would depart from Haicheng, and the paper bore no information or traces of her identity. As long as she did not acknowledge it, no one could pin the matter on her. Having affixed the paper, Yu Yao departed without a backward glance, riding her motorcycle along the planned route to gather supplies. She first headed to the industrial zone nearest to the dock. Machinery factories, battery plants, solar photovoltaic manufacturing facilities, leather processing plants, clothing factories, canned food factories, decorative material manufacturers, pulp and textile factories, telecommunications equipment plants, water purification facilities. She collected both finished products and machinery, leaving no stone unturned. If she encountered a populated area, she would refrain from disturbing the survival supplies and leave a warning. In the absence of people, she would even take the office. After all, the tsunami would arrive the day after the people awoke, and typically, individuals would not venture into these places. Another 20 hours of frenzied scavenging left her dizzy and disoriented, yet after finishing at the last food processing factory, she casually placed a mattress in an unoccupied office and set an alarm to rest for an hour. As for eating, she grabbed bites while collecting, never daring to pause. Exiting the industrial zone, Yu Yao began her journey to the next ultimate destination, the commercial district. Along the way, she spared no establishment. Shops, hospitals, pharmacies, gas stations, none were exempt. Like a sweeping autumn breeze, she continued her collection. Once again, she devoted an entire day to thoroughly scavenge nearly every commercial entity: hospital, pharmacy, supermarket, farmers market, fruit store, snack shop, cosmetic store, clothing boutique, tobacco shop, library, and bookstore. She even cleared jewelry stores, board game cafes, bars, milk tea shops, ice cream parlors, cake shops, snack stalls, tea houses, maternal and infant shops, pet stores, flower shops, museums, and antique shops, leaving no unknown warehouses unexamined. As long as a location was destined to be engulfed by the tsunami, and fortuitously contained useful resources or items she favored, she collected everything. With only 1 day remaining until people began to awaken, Yu Yao no longer lingered. She revved her motorcycle to its maximum speed and headed toward the neighboring city. Along the way, if she encountered uninhabited pharmacies, gas stations, or previously overlooked shops, she would judiciously take half of the supplies, such as 1 or 2 fuel tankers. Given the impending tsunami, these resources would likely be abandoned or wasted by panicking individuals. It was better for her to take a portion, leaving enough for those who followed. Throughout her journey, whenever she spotted someone, she would still leave behind reminder notes before turning to depart. Chapter 9: The beginning of the apocalypse. As the clock inched closer to midnight, Yu Yao found an abandoned house on the outskirts of Ling City, securing all doors and windows. She then deactivated the sky cover stone. A few seconds later, her eyelids grew heavy, and she succumbed to slumber without resistance. The following day, as the clock struck 12, the moon instantly reverted to its. Yu Yao opened her eyes and assessed her body. Damn, I've wasted an entire day. Had she known, she wouldn't have been so frantic. A few deep breaths would have sufficed. Almost immediately, a cacophony of screams erupted, accompanied by guttural roars that were unmistakably inhuman. The apocalypse had indeed arrived. This realization dawned upon her as she observed her minimap, where an increasing number of light spots transformed into ominous red. She composed herself and peered through the doors and windows, her gaze turning. She had intentionally refrained from sleeping in the designated villa area, seeking to hone her skills by dispatching zombies and gaining some experience, with 2 knives securely fastened at her waist, ensuring she could swiftly draw them to engage any undead foes. Yu Yao Her caution proved prescient. Within 2 minutes of her departure, 2 zombies appeared in her line of sight. Their eyes were a ghastly grey, their skin a sickly blue-black, their movements stiff and eerie. Notably, one of them was relatively intact, while the other bore gruesome bite marks from its left cheek to its neck, its body smeared with black blood and rotting flesh, a pitiful sight. It was evident that it had been awakened only to be torn apart by other zombies. Sensing the fresh scent of human flesh emanating from Yu Yao, they lunged towards her, disregarding all caution, trailing a foul stench. Despite possessing the memories of her previous life, Yu Yao felt a twinge of discomfort. Steeling her resolve, she raised her knife to block one zombie's claw, while her left hand swiftly drew the other blade, cleanly severing the head of the intact zombie. The zombie's weakness lay in its skull. Unless its core was shattered or its head severed, it could continue to live. Her days of practice and her enhancing physical abilities allowed her to achieve a clean kill in one strike. However, the low energy of the zero-level zombies meant they yielded no equipment or cores. Though her mind was devoid of any system notifications, she intuitively understood her gains, which was quite convenient. As the first zombie staggered and fell, the second, blooded and disfigured, was already upon her without hesitation. Yu Yao continued her assault, effortlessly decapitating the second zombie as another 5 experience points and 2 coins were added to her tally. It was evident that even zero-level equipment was a rare and formidable weapon, far superior to the makeshift arms she had hoarded. As for firearms, Yu Yao, being an ordinary person, decided it was best not to contemplate such ambitions for the time being. She would seek to learn them when the opportunity arose. Sensing more zombies approaching, Yu Yao suppressed the queasiness and odd exhilaration from her first kills, opting to disengage swiftly while continuing to dispatch the undead. It wasn't until her arms began to numb from the relentless hacking that she consulted her. Zombies proved to be slightly more formidable than she had anticipated. Although their movements were slow and awkward, they possessed high defenses and were undeterred by death. The sheer number of them made it exceedingly. Confirming her target, Yu Yao swiftly rode her electric bike to the store's exterior, stowing the vehicle away and dispatching 3 pursuing zombies. She broke the lock on the roll-up door, only to discover another lock on the glass door inside. In haste, she retrieved her hydraulic shears to cut through the lock, and just as the zombies behind her clawed at her back, she pushed open the glass door and slipped inside, quickly drawing down the roll-up door. Without pausing to catch her breath, she secured the glass door and pushed a nearby shelf against it as a barricade. Her movements were executed with remarkable speed, devoid of hesitation. Once this was accomplished, she listened to the relentless thuds of zombies gathering outside, accompanied by distant cries and roars. Yu Yao exhaled deeply, activating the sky cover stone before leaning against the counter to rest. Exhaustion washed over her. Despite her enhanced physical abilities, fatigue was relentless. Outside, chaos reigned supreme. The streets had been transformed into a zombie-infested wasteland, and any hapless individual who dared to emerge would swiftly be claimed as one of them. Closing her eyes, she sought to calm her mind, glancing at the map to survey her surroundings. Numerous red dots dotted the vicinity, alongside several blue, faint purple, and yellow lights. The blue dots represented ordinary humans, the purple indicated those with abilities, while the yellow marked mutated flora and fauna. It seemed many individuals had awakened their powers, and numerous plants and animals had undergone mutations. As Yu Yao remained vigilant about her surroundings, she retrieved a salad from her space to eat. While consuming her meal, her consciousness began to organize the vast array of supplies gathered over the past 3 days. The abundance of items, particularly from the port, was overwhelming, with countless containers piled together, making it difficult to discern anything at a glance. Her mind swept over the inventory list. Fresh meats, frozen foods, seafood, imported and exported fruits and vegetables, grains, snacks, canned goods, salt, alcohol, beverages, chocolates, candies, ice creams, pastries, pre-cooked products, semi-finished ingredients, preserved items, medicinal herbs, nutritional supplements, clothing and bags, bedding, jewelry, decorations, crafts, maternal and infant supplies, pet food and supplies, pet vaccines, cat litter, kitchen utensils, precision components, hardware, vehicles, washing and Grooming supplies, sanitary products, health supplements, pharmaceuticals, medical equipment, sports gear, outdoor supplies, agricultural equipment, electronic products, solar panels, lithium batteries, storage batteries, generators, water purification devices, auto repair parts, lubricants, construction materials, steel bars, oars, wood, glass, plastic products, ceramics, renovation materials, furniture, toys. There was simply too much to comprehend. Yu Yao recalled that in the original game, an automatic sorting feature would appear after reaching level 10. She wondered if such a function would manifest in this world. Regardless, she decided to postpone that concern until she reached level 10, content to familiarize herself with the locations of essential items for now. Feeling weary, Yu Yao retrieved a brand new mattress from the home goods container. The zombies outside had dispersed. Long live the sky cover stone. The following day, as dawn broke, Yu Yao opened her eyes. The zombies had roared throughout the night, and anxiety about unforeseen dangers had left her sleep-deprived, her temples throbbing. Rubbing her temples, she performed a quick wash and retrieved 2 vegetarian buns and a box of milk from her space. After clearing out the seed store, Yu Yao moved the barricading shelf aside. Gripping her dual knives, she deftly opened the roll-up door. The sound attracted the attention of several zombies. A zombie, its flesh hanging in tatters, thrust its claw inside. Without a moment's thought, Yu Yao retaliated. She then swiftly bent her waist and dashed out of the seed store, deactivating the sky cover stone to confront the few zombies wandering outside. During this time, Yu Yao's knife skills had improved remarkably, and thanks to the relatively low agility of the junior zombies, she managed. Having accumulated enough experience from previous encounters and yesterday's kills, she was now just 40 points shy of leveling up to level 5, and with the experience gained from her recent kills, she only needed to slay 2 more zombies to achieve that goal. Her spirits lifted considerably. Yu Yao made her way toward an area with fewer zombies. She had a tentative destination in mind, the newly constructed villa district on the outskirts of Ling City. With the tsunami also bringing earthquakes and highly corrosive acid rain, she needed to find a sturdy place to take shelter temporarily. The suburban villa district is said to withstand earthquakes of up to 8.5 magnitude, and having recently been completed, it remains largely uninhabited, thereby minimizing potential disturbances. It is simply perfect for her desires. From the very outset, with a clear objective in mind, Yu Yao has consistently pursued this direction. Consequently, she now finds herself not far from the villa district. In doing so, she aims to hone her skills while simultaneously gaining experience. Chapter 10, Luo Mai. Yu Yao traversed through areas with fewer zombies, taking a longer route but reaping substantial rewards. Not only had her dual-wielding technique become more fluid and her speed increased, but she had also leveled up to level 5. She unlocked the light-footed skill Cloud Step, a universally applicable movement technique across all professions. After testing it, although she could not defy gravity, she found that she could easily scale walls and leap across rooftops. Furthermore, her mobility had significantly improved. With this skill, navigating through hordes of zombies became far more effortless. "Help me, beautiful. Please, don't go, I'll pay you." This marked the 15th time Yu Yao had heard a human plea for help. Many people had yet to acclimate to the harsh realities of the apocalypse, resorting instead to hiding in their homes, quietly observing. Whenever they caught sight of Yu Yao effortlessly dispatching zombies, thoughts of seeking her protection would inevitably cross their minds. However, Yu Yao paid no heed to these cries, focusing solely on eliminating the zombies around her. Once their job was done, she would move on, eager to distance herself from the incessant clamor of fools. When she ignored them, their cries grew louder. "Hey, can you hear me? I want to let you rescue me for free. How about a million, a million?" Yu Yao scoffed. A million might have been a considerable sum before the apocalypse, but now it had devolved into a mere string of useless numbers and scraps of paper. She would be mad to risk her safety for such a fool. Couldn't he hear the nearby zombie stirred by his shouting? As she continued to disregard him and walked further away, the onlookers grew anxious, calling out in desperation for her assistance. Yet, all they received in return was the sight of a slender, indifferent silhouette. The pitiful cries for help mingled with venomous curses echoed in her ears, and someone even hurled an object in her direction. Although she dodged it, her patience had entirely evaporated, prompting her to activate Cloud Step and make a swift exit. The gathering zombies soon overwhelmed any trace of her presence, as if she had never existed. With the enhancement of Cloud Step, Yu Yao reached the outskirts of a villa district in just a few hours. Most of the villas here were standalone houses with yards, containing few zombies and humans, which pleased her greatly. She specifically sought out an unoccupied villa with a spacious yard. After vaulting over the wall using Cloud Step, she broke through the door and slipped inside. After thoroughly inspecting the villa and confirming the absence of any signs of human habitation beyond basic furnishings, she felt a sense of relief. Entering the bathroom, she filled a tub with water and took a quick, refreshing shower. After spending half a day battling zombies, the acrid, black blood had splattered all over her. Although the clothing from the systems shop boasted self-cleaning properties and she had worn a hat and mask all day, she still felt grimy. After washing, she changed into a fresh set of gear. Touching her empty stomach, which ached with hunger yet craved no meat, she quietly retrieved a serving of braised eggplant and a portion of oyster sauce lettuce, pairing it with rice. Little did she expect that before she could finish her meal, a cluster of red dots suddenly appeared on her map. Some of the existing red dots in the villa district began to converge towards that direction. Intrigued, Yu Yao took a closer look and soon noticed a faint blue dot moving in front of the red dots. The blue dot fluctuated in intensity, occasionally turning purple, then red. Clearly, this indicated a human who had been injured by zombies, a person oscillating between awakening their powers and succumbing to zombification. Yu Yao fixated on this ever-changing blue dot, taking another bite of rice. She sighed inwardly, realizing that this individual must possess remarkable skills, or else they would not be able to evade such a horde of zombies while injured. Moreover, she noticed red dots disappearing around them, evidently struck down by this person. Impressive indeed. After a few more bites, she began to ponder how long she could last in a similar predicament. However, before she could arrive at a conclusion, her expression grew increasingly grave. The sound of a heavy object collapsing outside the villa, accompanied by a muffled groan, made Yu Yao click her tongue in annoyance. What was this? Why come here of all places? With a cold demeanor, she packed away her unfinished meal and approached the window to see who had arrived. It was a woman, one with short, stylish hair, clad in a black combat jumpsuit, possessing striking beauty yet exuding an air of fierce determination. Unfortunately, the pallor of her lips and the faint bluish hue of her complexion greatly marred her appearance. Why Yu Yao regarded her expressionlessly as the woman grimaced at her drenched left arm. Then, she drew a gun from her waist, closed her eyes, and aimed it at her own temple. Upon witnessing this, Yu Yao furrowed her brows, glancing at the light point on the minimap that belonged to her. The color fluctuated between purple and red, indicating that she had completely surpassed the realm of an ordinary human. It was a shame for such a spirited individual to end their life so readily. Luo Mai felt the increasingly uncontrollable violent energy surging within her, sinking deeper into despair. Indeed, a person like her could never be a good Samaritan. After finally saving someone, she had thrust herself into such dire straits. With a bitter smile, her trembling finger tightened around the trigger. She feared not death, but she could not bear to part with her brother and comrades, yet she dreaded the thought of becoming one of those abhorrent creatures. Absolutely not. At this moment, a voice broke through the air, accompanied by the sound of a door creaking open, followed by a girl's cool, melodious voice. Is it time to give up before the final moment? Luo Mai opened her somewhat pallid eyes to behold a face that was unforgettable in its beauty. A crimson beauty mark graced her brow, while her tranquil peach blossom eyes gazed steadily at her, starkly contrasting with the looks of terror, disdain, and schadenfreude surrounding her. With great difficulty, Luo Mai managed a feeble smile, her voice hoarse. But that thing is truly hideous. I refuse to become like that. Her upturned fox-like eyes glistened with tears, imbued with a hint of childlike appeal. Yu Yao's eyes glimmered slightly as her voice took on a persuasive tone. I've heard that being infected by the zombie virus might awaken latent abilities. Wouldn't you like to give it a try? At her words, a flicker of light slowly ignited in Luo Mai's greyish-white eyes. After a moment, her arm strained to move as she gradually aimed the gun at Yu Yao. Then, with a slight twitch of her fingers, the gun shifted, its barrel now pointing at Yu Yao. If I can't hold on any longer, just kill me with my own gun. Very well. Taking Luo Mai's gun, Yu Yao helped her into the villa. She felt reassured, for the duration in which her light point remained purple was increasing, suggesting that Luo Mai was likely on the verge of awakening her powers. Luo Mai's forehead burned with fever, and after she retrieved a basin, towel, and cool water from her space to apply a cold compress to Luo Mai's forehead. Although it wouldn't reduce the fever, at least it would provide some comfort. As Luo Mai, on the brink of losing consciousness, lifted her pale lips to gaze at Yu Yao, she whispered, "My name is Luo Mai, Luo from Luo Bin Wang, Mai from Rose, my true name." Yu Yao nodded. If only before she could finish her thought, she succumbed to slumber. While Yu Yao cast a calm glance at her, her hands continuing their work as she treated the wounds. Once she had ensured Luo Mai was settled, Yu Yao retrieved her dual blades and stepped outside the villa. Luo Mai had attracted far too many zombies. They seemed to be drawn to her scent, lingering stubbornly in the area. If not cleared promptly, a tide of undead would likely ensue. At that point, it would become a real predicament. Chapter 11, The Cleansing of Zombies. Perched atop the wall, Yu Yao surveyed the horde of zombies outside. She chose a location less densely populated and leapt down, subsequently engaging fiercely in combat, plunging into the mass of undead. Armed with dual blades, she fought with a ferocity that was both breathtaking and elegant, her movements imbued with an indescribable grace and beauty. Not far away, within a villa, a group of young individuals gathered before the floor-to-ceiling windows, their eyes wide in disbelief as they observed the girl skillfully navigating through the throng of zombies. After a prolonged silence, one of the girls gasped, Yu Yao. The others exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a spectrum of emotions. The young man standing furthest away experienced a barely perceptible. How could it be? Another girl in a white dress furrowed her brow, her countenance a mask of skepticism, perhaps even unwillingness to accept the truth. The first girl, perturbed by the descent, shot a pointed look at her interlocutor and asserted, "How is it not possible? I saw it clearly, that is Yu Yao, the one from the Chinese department." Her conviction sparked doubt in the others, prompting them to scrutinize the girl amidst the zombies with renewed focus. At that moment, the young man, seemingly resolved, declared in a hushed tone, "I will go help her." The girl in white stared at him incredulously. "Senior Ji Yang, what are you? You can't possibly assist her. The outside is teeming with man-eating monsters. You will be killed." The others echoed her disapproval, their faces etched with concern. Ji Yang coldly regarded the girl in white but offered no reply, instead addressing the young man, "I won't put you in danger." The young man frowned. "What do you mean by that? It's not about putting you in danger, we simply don't want you to walk into certain death." Ji Yang donned his jacket and replied somberly, "If Yu Yao, a girl, is unafraid of death, what do I have to fear?" The young man grasped Ji Yang's arm, worry lining his features. "Did you not see her skills? She is not like us." Ji Yang paused for a moment but ultimately brushed aside the young man's hand, picking up a machete nearby. "You must have noticed, these monsters, though fearsome in appearance, are sluggish. The world has descended into chaos, we cannot hide forever." The nation's swift response had been commendable, issuing immediate warnings, advising the establishment of safe zones, and deploying military forces for rescue operations. They also urged the populace to protect themselves and remain calm. After his words, Ji Yang resolutely turned and made his way downstairs. "Damn it, he's insane," the young man muttered, gritting his teeth as he warned the others, "Lock the doors, whatever you do." Exiting the villa, Ji Yang did not anticipate that he would be followed. Grasping the gate handle, he paused and asked, "Xiang, are you certain?" Yi Xiang bit his trembling lip in fear, responding shakily, "You are right. We cannot hide forever." Observing the mix of fear and forced composure on Yi Xiang's face, Ji Yang regarded him intently, his expression shifting subtly. A faint smile graced his lips as he advised, "Yu Yao aims for the head. Those zombies ceased their assault only after we smashed their skulls. I suspect their weakness lies in that area." "Do you truly believe that is Yu Yao?" Yi Xiang struggled to reconcile the decisive and lethal girl before him with the harmless Yu Yao he once knew. "It is her. You assert it, so it must be true. Open the door." Yi Xiang fixed his gaze on Ji Yang, embodying a resolve to face death. Ji Yang nodded, glanced at their companions behind the third-floor window, then decisively pushed open the gate. With the zombies drawn away by Yu Yao's presence, the area surrounding the villa remained relatively clear of the undead. The two secured the gate and, armed with machetes, began their careful advance towards Yu Yao. Amidst her relentless slaughter of zombies, Yu Yao remained acutely aware of her surroundings, glancing at the map revealing two faint purple lights drawing nearer. Her brows arched in surprise. She had not anticipated anyone would willingly come to her aid. Resolute in thought, she quickened her pace, her twin blades dancing through the air, generating an ethereal blur as her experience and coin count surged. Moments later, she finally beheld the true identity of her rescuers, a sense of familiarity washing over her. Perhaps they were acquaintances from her past. However, a decade of apocalypse had blurred many of her original memories, thus, she struggled to recall who they were. Nevertheless, she was taken aback by their combat prowess. Despite appearing to be mere university students, their strikes were unexpectedly ruthless. Each blow aimed to sever a zombie's head, and when that proved unfeasible, they prioritized severing limbs to avoid being bitten. Yet, one among them trembled incessantly, clearly overwhelmed with fear. As Yu Yao pondered, she suddenly pivoted, slicing through the head of a zombie that had attempted a surprise attack from behind, her brow furrowing with concern. She had sensed something amiss. Had the combat instincts of the zombies escalated so rapidly, or was there a smarter zombie orchestrating their movements from the shadows? Unbeknownst to her, Ji Yang and Yi Ziyang were consciously maneuvering through the horde, steadily advancing towards her. Though their pace was not swift, they had collectively felled 5 or 6 zombies, drawing the attention of the surrounding undead. In stark contrast to Yu Yao's formidable prowess, these two young men were evidently perceived as softer targets, and soon, sensing a sudden decrease in pressure, Yu Yao became convinced that this group of zombies operated with organization and discipline, indicating the presence of an intelligent zombie directing them. Without delay, Yu Yao began scanning the minimap, attempting to locate this unusual adversary. As Yi Ziyang felt the encroaching pressure, he internally lamented, realizing the dire situation. Though he possessed some skill, he was ultimately a sheltered young master. The sheer resilience of the zombies rendered each of his strikes a Herculean effort. Just as despair threatened to engulf him, he heard Ji Yang's urgent shout. "Ziyang, get out of the way." Yi Ziyang turned in confusion, only to find a particularly tall and agile zombie lunging towards him, its claws mere inches from his face. This was it, his mind echoed with resignation. He had expended all his strength, he lacked the vigor to either evade or strike back. It appeared he was destined to meet his end here. With a grim smile, Yi Ziyang prepared to close his eyes, bracing himself for the inevitable. Yet, in that fleeting moment, he perceived a glimmer of silver before him. The sharp, deadly claws of the zombie were abruptly severed in silence by the flash of light. Gasping in astonishment, Yi Ziyang turned to behold his savior, his voice trembling. "Yu Yao." With her left blade, she had skillfully severed the zombie's right claw from beneath, swiftly pivoting to stand protectively before Yi Ziyang, her right hand gripping the dagger as she aimed for the creature's neck. However, the zombie, displaying a modicum of intelligence, recognized its disadvantage and instinctively retreated, having lost an arm but managing to escape with its life. Yu Yao, undeterred by her missed opportunity, surged forward. With witnessing Yi Ziyang's safety, Ji Yang exhaled a sigh of relief and, gathering his resolve, hastened to eliminate the remaining 3 zombies in his vicinity before swiftly moving to shield Yi Ziyang. Chapter 12, Supernatural Abilities. With a newfound clarity of purpose, Yu Yao embarked on her journey, swiftly dispatching the exceptionally elusive zombie that had evaded capture. She became the first to procure a crystal core from a vanquished foe. It was no surprise that this particular zombie emanated a larger aura than its counterparts. It was indeed a high-level undead. These advanced zombies not only gradually regained their intelligence as they leveled up but also possessed an innate ability to command lesser zombies. This explained why the horde relentlessly pursued Luo Mai. The scent of blood from her wounds was one factor, but more crucially, the zombie sensed her potential to awaken formidable supernatural powers and aimed to consume her to augment its own strength. However, it was quite alarming that level 1 zombies had already appeared at the onset of the apocalypse. It seemed that the evolution of zombies occurred far more readily than that of humans. Having dispatched the level 1 zombie, the remaining undead became significantly easier to manage. Yi Ziyang, determined not to be a burden, steadied himself and tightened his grip on his weapon, gritting his teeth as he valiantly struck at the encroaching zombies. Within mere minutes, the trio had cleared the area of the gathered undead. The experience garnered from several dozen zombies, along with the level 1 zombie, enabled Yu Yao to ascend to level 6. As her physical attributes of strength and agility improved, her vitality returned to its peak, dissipating the exhaustion that had weighed upon her after the fierce battle. A gentle breeze tousled her long hair as she stood poised, clad in a fitted black hoodie, with strands of hair dancing in the wind. Her long legs were encased in black cargo pants, complemented by stylish ankle boots. Splashes of zombie blood marred her fair and delicate visage, yet she stood confidently, wielding twin blades that exuded an aura both divine and demonic, striking a chord deep within the hearts of onlookers. As the dark blood dripped slowly from the tips of her blades, Yu Yao calmly stowed them away in her backpack. The astonished gazes of her companions shifted from amazement to disbelief. Where are your blades?" Yi Xiang stammered, pointing at Yu Yao's empty hands, unable to fully articulate his shock. Turning her head towards them, Yu Yao met Yi Xiang's wide-eyed stare, and with a playful tilt, explained, "Is it so strange that I possess the abilities of a zombie? Awakening a supernatural power is hardly unusual." While spatial manipulators were rare, they were not unheard of. Thus, Yu Yao had resolved from the outset to masquerade as a spatial ability user to simplify her circumstances. Supernatural abilities. Yi Xiang clearly struggled to grasp her meaning. Realizing that the faint purple dots representing them on the map indicated their latent powers, Yu Yao encouraged, "Take a moment to center yourselves and explore whether there is any newfound energy within." "You may have awakened as well." Though Ji Yang was not particularly talkative, he was quick to react. Upon hearing Yu Yao's words, he immediately closed his eyes to attune to his body, soon sensing an anomaly. He raised his right hand, attempting to channel the energy into his palm. Moments later, the air above his hand began to distort. As a chill coalesced, an eye spike, a finger's length and the thickness of chopsticks, gradually formed in his palm, floating and rotating in harmony with his thoughts. Remarkably, he had awakened the rare Ice Element ability. In the memories of the original host, elemental abilities were the most common, comprising the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, along with enhancements to speed, strength, and sensory perceptions. Following these were the rarer wind, lightning, ice, light, and dark elemental abilities. The rarest among them were healing, psychic, and spatial abilities, alongside a collection of peculiar powers, such as enhancing others' combat capability. Among all abilities, fire, lightning, ice, and dark were universally acknowledged as the most potent offensive powers. Individuals who awakened these abilities were highly sought after by various. Upon witnessing the ice spike in Ji Yang's palm, Yi Xiang's eyes widened in astonishment, and in a moment of excitement, a spark ignited in his palm, yet it vanished as swiftly as it appeared, leaving only a wisp of rising black smoke. Yu Yao chuckled softly, remarking, "Fire and ice, are they not formidable?" Yi Xiang's expression soured as he recalled his fleeting spark. "Are you mocking us?" With a gentle smile, Yu Yao reassured him, "It's only natural for newly awakened abilities to be feeble. As your control and powers develop, they will undoubtedly grow stronger." Yi Xiang's eyes brightened with hope. "Really?" "Indeed." A smile finally. During her battle with the zombies, only these 2 young men had bravely stepped forth to assist her amidst their fears. Regardless of their motivations, she felt a sense of gratitude. Noticing Yu Yao's distant demeanor, Yi Xiang cast several puzzled glances her way before finally inquiring, "Do you not recognize us?" Yu Yao paused, responding honestly. Yu Yao's excessive sincerity shattered Yi Xiang's heart, prompting him to exclaim incredulously, "No way, you don't recognize us. How could anyone say you have a crush on me? That's just cruelly misleading." At this, Yu Yao's brow twitched slightly, and she recalled that during her time in university, there had indeed been rumors of her harboring feelings for someone, presumably the student council president, who was a year her senior. Upon closer inspection, was he not the very boy before her? Despite Yi Xiang's earlier trepidation, he was, in fact, a true prodigy during their university days, a figure of considerable repute. He possessed good looks, a prosperous background, and remarkable abilities. The number of girls who admired him was countless, and Yu Yao had interacted with him on a few occasions due to various school activities. Given the original host's introverted nature, her limited interactions with him had stood out, thus giving rise to the rumors. Nonetheless, as these were merely rumors, the original host's character would have disdained any effort to dispel them, allowing them to circulate freely. It was merely a jest among classmates. Yu Yao did not pursue the topic, and Yi Ziyang, undeterred by any awkwardness, swiftly adjusted his demeanor to introduce himself cheerfully. I'm Yi Ziyang, your senior. We've crossed paths before. Yu Yao nodded. Yes, I remember now. Pleased by her acknowledgement, Yi Ziyang continued, That's wonderful. By the way, do you live here? I don't recall seeing you before. No, I took refuge here amidst the chaos. Is that so? I happen to have a place nearby. Would you like to come to my house for safety in numbers? At this point, Yi Ziyang hesitated, recalling Yu Yao's impressive display against the zombies, leaving him uncertain whether she truly needed his notion of a safety in numbers. Yi Ziyang and Ji Yang, along with a dozen members from the student council, had originally come here for a team-building exercise, only to find themselves ensnared by the sudden onset of the apocalypse. After a few days of slumber, they awoke to find 5 among them transformed into terrifying zombies, the very creatures depicted in horror films. Fortunately, Yi Ziyang's father had a penchant for collecting cold weapons, thereby providing Ji Yang and Yi Ziyang the means to organize the remaining survivors to fight back. Ultimately, they had emerged alive, albeit with the loss of another classmate. Now, only 6 remained, 4 males and 2 females. Yi Ziyang felt their combat capabilities paled in comparison to Yu Yao's, making any suggestion of However, he was equally concerned that she might struggle alone. In the event of an emergency, having companions nearby would undoubtedly be advantageous. Chapter 13. Earthquake. Regarding his entanglement, Yu Yao was not particularly concerned, for Luo Mai was still in a state of high fever and unconsciousness. It was too reckless for her to join another team hastily, thus, she decisively declined, saying, No need, I have companions. You can all work together, one suggested. Her situation is somewhat special, it is inconvenient for her to join you. Thank you for your kindness. Additionally, I appreciate your assistance today. Should you need my help in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Her refusal was so abrupt that even Yi Ziyang, who had prepared himself for this, could not help but be taken aback. However, he ultimately chose not to pursue the matter further. Instead, the seemingly taciturn Ji Yang took the initiative to speak. I am Ji Yang. We are temporarily stationed at A2. If you require anything, feel free to seek us out there. Yu Yao understood his goodwill and nodded with a smile. She then waved goodbye to the 2 before turning back towards the wall of her villa. With a light leap using her cloud step, she grasped and pushed off to flip back into the courtyard. Upon witnessing her action of climbing over the wall rather than entering through the door, Yi Ziyang and Ji Yang were thoroughly convinced that she had taken advantage of the chaos to hide. They exchanged glances, wanting to say something but not daring to linger outside for too long. Thus, they tacitly backed each other, on guard as they made their way towards Yi Ziyang's home. As they walked, thinking about Yu Yao's aloofness, Yi Ziyang could not help but sigh. What a pity that it turned out to be a rumor. Ji Yang remained silent as usual, a fact Yi Ziyang was evidently accustomed to, and continued, I was quite excited when I first heard about it. Although the original owner hailed from an ordinary background and possessed a reserved and solitary nature, her beauty was truly exceptional. Upon entering university, she astonished the entire university town, including High University. It was said that talent scouts had approached her repeatedly in hopes of persuading her to debut. Just imagine, who would not be thrilled to be admired by such a beautiful girl? Reflecting on this, Yi Ziyang sighed again. Moments later, a wave of relief washed over him as he patted his chest. Fortunately, I did not foolishly approach her, or I would have truly faced social death. How did we not notice her prowess before? Yi Ziyang lamented, shaking his head. He expected Ji Yang to remain silent, but to his surprise, Ji Yang suddenly spoke up. I have seen her. What? I have witnessed her teach a lesson to those who sought to bully her. Yi Ziyang gasped, his curiosity piqued. Why have I never heard you mention this before? To his inquiry, Ji Yang offered no response, as doubt lingered in his heart. In his memories, the Yu Yao of that time was, in some respects, quite different from the present. Meanwhile, after nimbly flipping back into the courtyard, Yu Yao casually removed her hood and entered the house. On the sofa, Luo Mai remained in a deep slumber, yet the light on the map that belonged to her gradually solidified into a vibrant purple, growing ever brighter. Yu Yao was convinced that she would undoubtedly become a formidable ability user. After resting for a while, Yu Yao took advantage of the dimming light and ventured outside once more. She first closed the large iron gate beside the security booth of the villa area. Then, she found several vehicles within the vicinity to block any gaps, ensuring that zombies would not invade anytime soon. Following this, she cleared away the remaining few zombies and those still trapped inside their homes. The reason for her actions was that a tsunami, earthquake, and volcanic eruption were all set to occur the following morning. To prevent Yi Xiang and his companions from panicking and being harmed by zombies, she decided to tidy up in advance, as a gesture of gratitude for their assistance. The next day, Yu Yao's memories were validated once more. Just as dawn broke, the earth began to tremble without warning. Although the tremors were not particularly strong, their prolonged duration caused items. Having moved Luo Mai to an open area in the courtyard, Yu Yao sat down on the ground, idly awaiting the cessation of the earthquake while simultaneously observing the movements of others in the villa area. Thanks to the sudden onset of the apocalypse, most people were too terrified to sleep, which afforded many ample time to react when the earthquake commenced. Though chaos ensued, the vast majority managed to escape their homes, with some bolting out of the courtyard in fear. Through the iron gate of the courtyard, Yu Yao spotted Ji Yang from A2, accompanied by several other young individuals, also rushing out. Yu Yao exchanged a glance with him through the gate. After confirming his safety, Ji Yang nodded slightly before diverting his gaze. Yu Yao did not linger in her observation but instead redirected her attention back to Luo Mai, who was awakening amidst the tremors. She lay on the flat ground of the courtyard, beneath her a comfortable mattress. Beside her sat Yu Yao, the acrid scent of sulfur filling the air. Confused, Luo Mai surveyed her surroundings, propping herself up on the mattress with "Is this foolish world ever going to end? Yu Yao, damn it, my head spins." The persistent mild tremors felt akin to a long car ride over a bumpy road, easily inducing dizziness and nausea in someone just roused from slumber. Yu Yao observed her in silence. UTSK. I can't throw up. What a vivid soliloquy it was, leaving Yu Yao momentarily stunned. However, noticing Luo Mai's cracked lips, Yu Yao, seizing the moment when the tremors were not so severe, retrieved a bottle of mineral water and 2 pieces of bread from her backpack, offering them to her. "Would you like some water and a little energy boost?" Seeing Yu Yao conjure items seemingly out of thin air, Luo Mai's beguiling fox-like eye sparkled with astonishment. Oh, you have special abilities too. Before her injury, she had noticed that some individuals could suddenly unleash special abilities during combat. She had sensed something was amiss, but it was not until she heard Yu Yao mention awakening abilities before losing consciousness that she connected the dots. Yu Yao blinked her large eyes and nodded, yes, spatial abilities. Luo Mai's expression instantly morphed into one of admiration and envy. How convenient, that is incredible. As she spoke, her expression began to solidify. Why do I feel something is off with me too? Wait, what is this? While uttering this, Luo Mai focused intently on her surroundings. Half a minute later, she closed and reopened her eyes, her voice tinged with excitement, even trembling slightly. I can sense movements within 100 meters around me. No, something isn't right. Luo Mai's long, arched brows furrowed. Why are all these ugly creatures lying down? Who did this? Who could take them all down? It wouldn't be you, would it? The earthquake continued, causing Luo Mai's head to spin, yet her spirit remained exceptionally high as she chattered incessantly. Just as Yu Yao intended to explain, a thunderous crash resounded. The pillars at the entrance of the villa had collapsed, sending dust flying. Cough, 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 spit. Luo Mai coughed several times, feeling somewhat disgruntled as she pondered how to clear away the dust. Suddenly, a transparent hemispherical light shield, 3 meters in diameter, appeared abruptly beside her and Yu Yao, enveloping them securely and shielding them from the dust. Luo Mai was left dumbfounded. What? Yu Yao gazed in awe at the transparent sphere beside her, her voice trembling slightly. Is this a psychic shield? If nothing unexpected occurred, it seemed Luo Mai had awakened her psychic abilities. Not only could she use her psychic energy to detect her surroundings, but she could also manifest a psychic shield. In the future, if her psychic energy proved sufficiently strong, she could even use it to attack others' minds and control them. Luo Mai, who had just awakened her abilities, could extend her psychic energy to 100 meters and even form a psychic shield. Undoubtedly, she was endowed with extraordinary talent, her future prospects boundless. What is this? What shield? Luo Mai still had not fully processed the situation. Yu Yao refrained from elaborating further and directly retrieved a tablet from her storage. She brought up a post-apocalyptic novel she had downloaded in advance and handed it to her, saying, "You might find this helpful." Luo Mai blinked her large eyes, utterly bewildered. Huh. Chapter 14, Crystal Core. At this moment, Luo Mai found herself in awe of Yu Yao. After all, not everyone could still muster the enthusiasm to read a novel under such circumstances. At least, she herself did not possess that luxury at the moment, yet, Yu Yao, with her tablet held aloft and an earnest expression, urged, "Why not take a look, we have time to spare." Suddenly, a wave of pronounced tremors commenced, nearly knocking Luo Mai off her feet. In a situation like this, isn't reading a novel going to make you dizzy? Yu Yao paused, contemplating the validity of her question. But before she could respond, Luo Mai snatched the tablet from her hands, crossed her legs in a poised manner, and declared, "Whatever, I'll read first." With that, she began to flip through the pages, her other hand deftly accepting water and bread. "I want to be polite, I'll return it later, I promise." Luo Mai was a person who understood gratitude. She recognized that the world had changed, and food and water had inevitably become scarce commodities. Yu Yao had not only saved her but had also willingly shared her provisions, a kindness that Luo Mai vowed to remember and repay. Simultaneously, she was a self-aware individual. Even when hunger gnawed at her, she restrained herself to only a few sips of water and half a piece of bread. 20 minutes later, however, fortunately, her consumption was minimal, otherwise, she would have already succumbed to nausea. Her complexion had turned alarmingly pale, and Yu Yao recognized that her abilities were being overexerted. "You need to retract your shield. You're pushing your powers too far," she urged. "Oh dear, I completely forgot." Luo Mai exclaimed, having just gleaned a rudimentary understanding of the apocalypse and the concepts of zombies and abilities from some novels. She quickly withdrew her shield. Just as she did, an ominous sound erupted from somewhere, accompanied by a chorus of anguished screams. Luo Mai's expression momentarily froze, revealing a flicker of confusion. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the world had transformed into this unfamiliar realm. Even Yu Yao, who had experienced the apocalypse once, could not fathom this question. Perhaps the world had fallen ill, unable to provide a nurturing environment for its inhabitants. Perhaps it was a punishment for humanity's overconsumption of resources, or maybe it was a result of natural disasters or human folly. In any case, the mysteries that had eluded humanity for a decade in her past life were equally incomprehensible to Yu Yao. Thus, she could only shake her head and reply, "I don't know." Luo Mai's brow furrowed slightly as her fingertips tapped lightly on the tablet. Moments later, a smile of excitement gradually graced her lips. How thrilling! Indeed, the heart of a woman is as unfathomable as the depths of the sea. It was impossible to predict. Gazing at Yu Yao's bewildered expression, Luo Mai chuckled heartily and continued, "The novels say that zombies possess crystal cores. Do you think that's true?" Having dispelled her previous confusion, her tone now brimmed with enthusiasm. Yu Yao replied, retrieving a translucent white crystal the size of a date pit from her backpack and handing it to her. "I obtained this yesterday." Luo Mai was taken aback. She had merely inquired out of curiosity and had unexpectedly stumbled upon something genuine. She examined the small crystal closely, exclaiming, "I must say, it's quite beautiful. What type is this? What S with this color? Is it white or transparent? Spirit type?" Different types of zombies possessed varying crystals within their brains. Red indicated fire, water blue for water, gold for metal, green for wood, and yellow for earth. Purple signified lightning, ice blue for ice, cyan for wind, translucent white represented spirit, milky white for light, black for darkness, and other special types were transparent. Just as the novels described, abilities could be enhanced by absorbing the crystals from zombies' brains. However, there were restrictions. Elemental ability users could only absorb crystals of the same type, while special ability users could only absorb transparent crystals. For instance, fire-type users could only absorb fire crystals. Meanwhile, special ability users such as space, healing, strength evolution, and speed evolution could only advance by absorbing transparent crystals. Luomai, with her spirit-type ability, could absorb both spirit-type and transparent crystals. After all, spirit-type crystals were exceedingly rare, and she was not strictly an elemental ability user. In simpler terms, the crystal in Luomai's hand was precisely what she needed at that moment. Expecting her to become greedy, Yu Yao was surprised when Luomai merely nodded calmly and remarked, "So, this is what it looks like. All right, I'll remember it." She then attempted to return the crystal to Yu Yao, her eyes devoid of any greed. Yu Yao glanced sideways, not accepting it. "I'm lending it to you, take it and absorb it. It can alleviate your overexertion and even upgrade your ability." "No way, this is yours." Luomai immediately declined, assertively shoving the crystal back into Yu Yao's hand. Yu Yao clutched the small crystal in her palm, stunned for 2 seconds. "Didn't I say it's a loan? I never said I wanted to take it for free. What if I don't return it? Or if I never give it back? Why not give it a try?" Luomai was momentarily speechless. While Yu Yao, with a serious demeanor, insisted, "This crystal is of no use to me. You use it first. When you find one that I need later, you can return it." With that, she extended the crystal toward Luomai once more. She was a free-spirited person, and although she had only exchanged a few words with Luomai, she felt a certain ease in their interaction. Therefore, at this moment, she did not wish to dwell on trivial matters, lest it dampen the mood. While Yu Yao's eyes were strikingly pure, and Luomai gazed deeply into them for a long while, finding not a hint of deceit. After some contemplation, she decided to relent, saying, "All right, if I find one, I will definitely return it. I promise." "Okay." Seeing that Yu Yao had acquiesced, Luomai took the crystal into her. Before long, she felt the energy from the crystal transform into a warm current, flowing from her palm into her mind. Instantly, her headache subsided, and she could distinctly feel her abilities strengthening significantly. As the crystal lost its energy, it turned into a lifeless stone, crumbling into a pile of dust at her slightest touch. Experiencing her first absorption of a crystal, Luomai was exhilarated, her eyes widening with joy as she exclaimed, "This really works." Yu Yao chuckled. Time slipped by quietly as the two engaged in their back-and-forth conversation. The sulphurous scent in the air grew increasingly potent, reaching a level that was almost suffocating. Realizing this, Yu Yao immediately, "It seems there's been a volcanic eruption." The simultaneous eruption of all the world's land and underwater volcanoes had severely polluted the air. Originally, this could have led to even more terrifying consequences, such as extreme cold or eternal night. Yet, the arrival of the apocalypse had rendered such events less predictable. Extreme cold and eternal night would come, but not at this moment, thankfully, not now. Luomai wrinkled her nose and inhaled, feeling too weary to comment on the disastrous state of the world. She simply expressed her gratitude and donned the mask. Noticing that the tremors had lessened, she got off the mattress and gradually stretched her body. Thus, she did not observe the downcast gaze of Yu Yao. Though she prided herself on being cold-hearted and detached, she couldn't help but ponder how many coastal cities had already been swallowed by tsunamis at this very moment, and she wondered in silence how many people had managed to escape in the end. Chapter 15, Acid Rain. The earthquake persisted for over 10 minutes before finally subsiding. However, both Yu Yao and Luomai, being inherently cautious individuals, refrained from immediately entering the house. Instead, they patiently remained in the open space, observing their surroundings. As anticipated, a series of aftershocks followed in quick succession. The once diminished cacophony of curses and screams within the villa complex erupted once more, becoming almost a soundtrack to the earthquake. Fortunately, although this tremor lasted longer than usual, its overall intensity was relatively mild. The destruction was confined primarily to household items and shoddily constructed structures. In Yu Yao's eyes, it resembled a provocation against humanity, a harbinger of the terrifying aspects of an impending apocalypse. For after this insipid quake, a far more dreadful phenomenon awaited: the acidic rain. Those ominous black droplets capable of corroding even metal could effortlessly erode human flesh and bones. No one, be they human or zombie, would escape its wrath. Contemplating this grim reality, Yu Yao hastily gathered her belongings and urged Luo Mai to return indoors. Together, they tidied the living room. Once settled, Yu Yao retrieved 2 boxes of self-heating rice from her backpack. It was not out of generosity but rather a refusal to starve while concealing her supplies. With an abundance of resources at her disposal, how could she allow herself? Nonetheless, she had no intention of exposing too much of her stockpile. She would simply pretend to have scavenged some food while fleeing. Even this modest act filled Luo Mai with delight. Although she had not intended to take advantage of Yu Yao, having initiated a debt of gratitude, she found herself unconcerned about accumulating further obligations. Yet, she refrained from hastily snatching her share and waited for Yu Yao to take the first portion of braised beef before naturally claiming the remaining Cantonese claypot rice. As she prepared the meal, Luo Mai unexpectedly produced a peculiar-looking phone and began fiddling with it. Regrettably, despite her efforts, she could not elicit any results by the time the self-heating rice was ready. Seeing her sulking, Yu Yao inquired, "Is that a satellite phone?" "Yes, but I have no idea how they are faring." Luo Mai replied with a dejected expression. Given Luo Mai's capabilities, it was evident that her companions were not ordinary people, and as long as their luck was not terribly misguided, they should be safe. However, before Yu Yao could offer any words of comfort, Luo Mai had already regained her composure. Muttering that they were undoubtedly fine, she lifted the lid of the heated rice. Whether she intended to transform her anxiety into appetite or genuinely trusted her brothers remained unclear. Half an hour after the earthquake, a sudden, ominous sound of large raindrops began to patter outside. Upon hearing the commotion, Luo Mai quickly grabbed her meal and rushed to the window. To her horror, she discovered that not only was the rain an eerie black, but it was also corroding everything in the yard, including the heavy iron gate, which emitted a hissing sound. She couldn't help but gasp in shock, inadvertently inhaling a grain of rice. Cough cough cough, damn, cough cough, acid rain, and it's black. Even as tears streamed down her cheeks, her face flushed, and her breathing became labored, she did not forget to alert Yu Yao. Yu Yao blinked and asked helplessly, "Are you all right?" After several more coughs, Luo Mai finally expelled the offending grain. Waving her hand, she reassured, "I'm fine, I'm fine." She then leaned against the window. Seeing that she was indeed all right, Yu Yao felt a sense of relief and joined her in eating, yet her gaze remained fixed on the increasingly dense acidic rain, which seemed to darken the very sky, just as it had in the memories of the original host. This acid rain was remarkably destructive, capable of corroding even metal. Many items in the yard were rapidly succumbing to its corrosive effects. Should a mere mortal stand exposed in the rain, they would undoubtedly suffer grievous harm. This was precisely why Yu Yao had sought shelter despite anticipating the earthquake. Luo Mai leaned against the window frame, continuously eating her meal. After a considerable time, she sighed and returned to the sofa, her earlier worries resurfacing. Those guys are incredibly resourceful, a little acid rain won't deter them. Yu Yao, not being particularly adept at providing comfort, focused on her meal after acknowledging Luo Mai's statement. Meanwhile, Luo Mai seemed lost in thought, her mind drifting until she could no longer contain herself and finally spoke. "Sister, if we find them, will you join us? Our team is amazing, truly formidable." Luo Mai gazed at Yu Yao, her bright fox-like eyes filled with hope. Yu Yao raised an eyebrow and chuckled, "Since you mentioned it is a team, do you have the authority to decide my inclusion?" Luo Mai replied earnestly, "You're stunning and possess a wonderful personality. Besides, you single-handedly cleared the zombie infestation in a villa complex. You are incredibly strong. Who could possibly dislike you?" They had previously discussed Although Luo Mai had not witnessed the event, she was well aware of the chaos it had caused. Observing the seriousness in Luo Mai's expression, Yuya chuckled softly but refrained from responding to the notion that someone might dislike her. There were indeed many. I already mentioned that assistance is available. Well, you are quite formidable too. I trust my instincts. What Luo Mai left unsaid was that, although Yuya was right in front of her, her psychic ability could not glean any information about her. While Luo Mai did not consider her psychic powers extraordinary, Yuya's situation puzzled her, leaving her with only the phrase, inexplicably impressive. Such a remarkable individual, she believed her leader would surely not overlook her. Moreover, Luo Mai had a penchant for attractive individuals, a condition she could not shake. She found Yuya's appearance increasingly appealing, to the point that every prolonged gaze made her want to exclaim in admiration. In this dire apocalypse, if she could face such a visage daily, she was certain she could extend her life by at least a decade. Luo Mai's invitation was sincere, yet Yuya did not linger on the subject. She genuinely had no desire to be a lone wolf. Having learned from her past gaming experiences, she understood that the items obtained from defeating monsters were largely determined by the attributes, qualities, and levels of the players involved. Prolonged solitary combat would result in increasingly narrow and limited gear attributes. In her previous life, her solitary behavior had led to significant setbacks. Having been granted a second chance, she was determined to make a change in this regard. However, finding reliable teammates was no simple task. While Luo Mai was quite to her taste, she had yet to ascertain the nature of her other potential companions. Nevertheless, if her teammates proved dependable, she would not dismiss the idea of joining them. Although she possessed the capability to form her own team, the cost-effectiveness was too low. It would require a considerable amount of energy to assist others in leveling up and growing. As the leader of a team, she would be burdened with numerous concerns and decisions, requiring significant mental resources to protect others. This would only hinder her own progress, leading to a misallocation. She did not possess a domineering personality that insisted on being the one in charge. If possible, she merely wished to seek out a trustworthy team, collaborating with them to eliminate as many zombies as possible and level up swiftly, thus smoothly navigating the awkward phase of being a Having received no definitive response, Luo Mai felt somewhat disheartened. However, she did not give up. She resorted to emotional appeals, treating Yuya as a close sister. At this point, Luo Mai had swiftly accepted the arrival of the apocalypse, adjusting her mindset and radiating a relaxed demeanor. It was only when the rain intensified and persisted that her state visibly shifted, becoming increasingly agitated, and her words grew sparse. Yuya, too, sensed an inexplicable unease, as if some unknown danger was silently brewing within the acidic rain. Chapter 16, The Mutant Rodent Horde. Day 1. Day 2. By the third day, as Yuya in her minimap, she was represented by an orange dot. Her teammates appeared as green, ordinary humans as blue, ability users as purple, zombies as red, and mutated animals and plants as yellow. Unfortunately, until one encountered the entity in question, the map could not reveal their exact identity. However, the moment this particular dot appeared, it was already more conspicuous than the psychic zombie attracted by Luo Mai, and it even seemed to be growing in size. Yuya sensed trouble. If this dot continued to swell at such an alarming rate, she doubted her current abilities would suffice to confront it. Luo Mai's expression also turned grave as she instinctively positioned herself behind Yuya, standing back to back with her. Vigilantly surveying their surroundings, her gaze was heavy with concern. Yao, I feel something amiss. There's a surge of energy that makes me extremely uncomfortable, yet my psychic power cannot grasp it. Yuya replied, it should be a mutated animal or plant. Use your psychic energy to probe B3 and see if you can uncover anything. Accepting Yuya's suggestion with calm resolve, Luo Mai directly directed her psychic energy towards the villa designated B3. B3 was located at the heart of the villa district, its exterior more exquisite and grand than the others, likely the crown jewel of the area. As Luo Mai delved into the villa with her psychic energy, she discovered that there were indeed living beings inside. A young woman of above-average beauty, exuding an air of arrogance, and a refined yet melancholic gentleman, the atmosphere between the two was ambiguous and peculiar, an inexplicable oddity, however. She was disinclined to investigate their relationship. Instead, she focused on Yu Yao's instructions, searching for any unusual mutated creatures or plants. The owner of this villa appeared to be an aficionado of floriculture, with various precious flowers adorning the front and back gardens, and a dedicated sunroom within the villa. However, most had been ravaged by earthquakes and acid rain, and despite her thorough inspection, Luo Mai could not discern any abnormal specimens. Having scoured the ground with no discoveries, she resolved to explore the basement. To her shock, as her psychic energy barely penetrated the basement, an indescribable agony flooded her mind. Luo Mai gasped, and just before instinctively retracting her psychic energy, she caught a glimpse of a pair of blood-red eyes. Noticing Luo Mai's distress, Yu Yao quickly supported her. Luo Mai exclaimed, "Rats, it's a gigantic rat. This is bad, we must flee." Yu Yao inhaled sharply, instinctively responding. Rats were not terrifying, nor were mutated rats. What was truly alarming was the potent energy radiating from this creature, which was only growing stronger. This was the Rat King, capable of commanding countless rats. If it summoned enough of its kind, the consequences would be dire. Thus, the priority was to vacate the area before the Rat King gathered other mutated rodents. They must not provoke it. As Yu Yao spoke, she helped Luo Mai hastily make their exit. While running, she donned the hood of her jacket and draped a new one over Luo Mai, concealing her body and head. She had previously tested the mole's basic gear, which could temporarily shield against acid rain. Perhaps due to its self-cleaning function or some defensive capability, it could remain intact for 10 minutes. Their objective was to reach the vehicle within that time frame. Although acid rain would corrode the car, frequent changes would keep them dry. If her memory served her correctly, the acid rain would soon cease. They just needed to endure a little longer. Upon reaching the courtyard, Yu Yao forcefully dismantled the front door with her knife and selected a sturdy modified off-road vehicle from the warehouse, leaving it at the entrance. She placed the pale-faced Luo Mai in the passenger seat before taking the driver's seat herself. As the engine roared to life, Yu Yao hesitated for a moment but ultimately turned the vehicle around to the exterior of Villa A2. As she honked to alert them, her gaze locked with Ji Yang, who was standing by their window. Yu Yao quickly rolled down her window, gesturing and shouting, "Ji Yang, let's go." Seeing Ji Yang's startled expression, Yu Yao confirmed that he had heard her. After signaling him, she left a well-equipped modified vehicle outside their door and pressed the accelerator, speeding away. It was not out of generosity. After the earthquake, very few vehicles in the Villa district remained operational. Without a car's protection against the acid rain, escaping would be futile. Given that they had helped her during her time of need and were fellow schoolmates, she did not mind offering assistance once more. In the passenger seat, Luo Mai observed Yu Yao's series of actions, her face pale as she asked with a forced smile, "So you actually have acquaintances here?" "Schoolmates, they helped me clear out zombies while you were unconscious." "Repaying a favor?" Luo Mai inquired. "I suppose so," Yu Yao replied, prompting Luo Mai's eyes to brighten as she chuckled softly. Yu Yao glanced at the rearview mirror and indeed saw Ji Yang and his group pursuing them. Alongside them, several others had also emerged, perhaps drawn by Yu Yao's voice, sensing something amiss. Luo Mai raised an eyebrow and continued, "There are quite a few quick responders." Yu Yao remarked, "Who doesn't he wish to survive? If they want to follow, let them." Their vehicle sped swiftly, and within minutes. However, the situation did not resolve with their timely departure. As Yu Yao observed the rapidly coalescing yellow dots on the map, she muttered in dismay, "They've gathered." Luo Mai's pupils constricted as she abruptly turned around, enduring her headache to unleash her psychic energy once more. Her complexion paled further. "They've come after us." Perhaps sensing their movements, the Rat King had preemptively summoned an unfathomable number of mutated rats to intercept them. In its eye, how could it let these for prime targets slip away so easily, feeling the encroaching swarm of yellow dots and the subtle tremor of massive mutated rodents rushing towards them? Yu Yao gritted her teeth and commanded, "You drive." Despite enduring the Rat King's assault, with her psychic energy weakened and her head throbbing as if stirred by chopsticks, Luo Mai gritted her teeth and accelerated the vehicle. Meanwhile, Yu Yao, fully armed, resolutely opened the car window and skillfully climbed out onto the car's roof, which was pockmarked. Kneeling to steady herself, she gazed towards the approaching dark sea of rodents, her expression grave. With no time for hesitation, she swiftly purchased a recurve bow and dozens of basic explosive talismans. The explosive talismans were immensely powerful, equivalent to 10 hand grenades each, making them the most cost-effective choice at this moment. Extending her hand, she summoned the longbow and quiver, narking 3 arrows while simultaneously affixing the explosive talismans to their tips with her thoughts. Moments later, under the astonished gazes of Yi Xiang and others in the trailing vehicle, she calmly drew the longbow and decisively released the arrows. The 3 arrows whistled through the air, akin to meteors, piercing into the forefront of the mutated rodent horde. Boom, 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 3 resounding explosions erupted, obliterating countless mutated rats into fragments, which mingled with acid rain, mud, and debris that rained down upon them. Some of the debris landed on the roofs of the vehicles with a thunderous. Yet, as these fragments approached Yu Yao, they were entirely blocked by a transparent energy shield, a psychic shield that Luo Mai had exerted all her strength to manifest, just barely sufficient to shield Yu Yao's form. From the rear vehicle, Yi Xiang stared in astonishment at Yu Yao, who calmly drew her bow once more. Is Yu Yao a fire ability user? A boy named Zhao Yang in the back seat leaned forward, unable to contain himself. It doesn't he seem like. Did you notice the talismans on her arrows? They look like yellow talismans. Yellow talismans? Yi Xiang exclaimed. Could it be that Yu Yao is truly some kind of otherworldly being? Zhao Yang sighed. What certainty do you have? The apocalypse has arrived, zombies are real. At this point, if you told me there were deities in this world, I would believe you. As he spoke, he listened to the continuous explosions triggered by Yu Yao's actions and remarked in admiration, so impressive. Chapter 17. Escape. Yu Yao released 9 arrows in quick succession, sensing that the swarm of mutated rats behind her would need a bit more time to regroup. Moreover, her clothing was on the verge of giving way. Thus, she decisively stowed her bow and arrows and slipped back into the vehicle through the window. Upon entering, she was met with Luo Mai's pale, paper-like visage and her pair of glistening fox-like eyes. Sister, you're truly amazing. Yu Yao remarked, noticing Luo Mai's complexion, her brow furrowing as she added, you should rest. I'll drive. Luo Mai waved her hand dismissively, no worries, as long as I don't have to use my abilities again. I'm skilled behind the wheel, I'll drive until it's safe. With that, she pressed the accelerator, and the vehicle shot forward like an arrow released from its bow. With Yu Yao's obstruction and everyone giving their all to accelerate, the group finally managed to narrowly escape the mutated rat horde. The acidic rain that had persisted for 3 days also showed signs of abating. By noon, the rain had completely ceased. Under Yu Yao's guidance, Luo Mai maneuvered the car to a temporarily deserted area devoid of zombies. This locale was a newly developed district on the outskirts of Lincheng, with a sparse population. A few large shopping centers had recently opened, attracting minimal foot traffic, suggesting an ample supply of resources could be found. She needed to secure provisions for herself, so the search for supplies was an imperative task at hand. After parking the car outside a largely vacant sales office, the 2 exited the vehicle. The others in the back followed suit. Gathering around, among Ji Yang and Yi Xiang were 4 young men and women. Yu Yao, long time no see. Upon their meeting, a girl in a white dress greeted Yu Yao with a cheerful smile. Yu Yao struggled to recall who she was, but her efforts proved futile. Noticing Yu Yao's unfamiliarity with the group, Yi Xiang quickly introduced the 2 girls. This is Zhao Han, and beside her is Fang Lianjiao. He then gestured to the 2 boys, introducing them. She seems unfamiliar, I assume she is not from our school. Yu Yao shook her head and replied, no. Yi Xiang nodded in understanding and politely inclined his head towards Luo Mai. Hello, we are Yu Yao's schoolmates. Luo Mai casually lifted her chin and smiled back. Hello to you all. Just then, Zhao Han, with a bright smile, spoke up. Oh. Why does this sister look so pale? Are you injured? No wonder Yu Yao mentioned that her companion's situation was special and not convenient for us to join. Luo Mai shot her a glance, a hint of mockery. Then, shifting her gaze, she leaned weakly against Yu Yao and said in a feeble tone, Indeed, I was injured. A zombie clawed me. Fortunately, our Yao is kind-hearted and did. Tan He, disregarding his gentlemanly demeanor, admonished Yu Yao, don't you know that being injured by one of those creatures can lead to mutation? How could you dare to walk around with her? Be careful she doesn't mutate and harm you. The others, who had just gathered, had not yet spoken when they overheard Tan He and Zhao Han's remarks. They halted in their tracks, their expressions shifting to one of disapproval as they looked at Yu Yao. What this young man says is quite right. It would be troublesome if she mutates. Young lady, you should take action and eliminate her. Indeed, if you can't bring yourself to do it, I'll help. What a beautiful girl, what a pity. Amidst the cacophony of advice, Yu Yao cast a cold glance at the ever-changing faces around her. Turning to Luo Mai, she simply stated, let us go inside and rest for a bit, we'll search for supplies later. Sure thing, Luo Mai replied obediently, and with Yu Yao's support, just before they entered, Luo Mai cast a provocative glance back at the others, her eyes filled with derision. The others, witnessing the scene, found themselves at a loss, unsure whether to intervene or not, ultimately left to watch as the two disappeared behind the door. Zhao Han turned back to the swaying door of the sales office, her face a picture of innocence. Why does it feel like Yu Yao isn't he too happy? We were only trying to look out for her. Tan He frowned and interjected, Yu Yao is too arrogant. She regret it. Zhao Han sighed, her gaze downcast, appearing deeply hurt. I didn't expect Yu Yao to think so little of us, aren't we alumni? Listening to Zhao Han's grievances, Ji Yang furrowed his brow and retorted, what does it matter if you're alumni? There are thousands of students at the school, does she have to regard every single one? Zhao Han quickly waved her hands. No, that's not what I meant. I just think that given the circumstances, we should help each other out since we all come from. However, it was indeed not the moment to critique Yu Yao's actions, so he consoled Zhao Han. Let it go, Han. It's pointless to discuss this now, since Yu Yao doesn't want us to accompany her, we can manage on our own. Xiang and old Ji are no less capable than her. Not wanting to be burdened with the accolades, Ji Yang added, I can't compare to her, so don't expect anything from me. Yi Xiang silently concurred, same here. After they concluded their statements, they turned and followed Yu Yao and seeing this, Zhao Yang hastily grabbed Fang Yanjiao and followed suit. The four's unceremonious actions caused a flash of embarrassment on Tan He's face, but he quickly pursued them, attempting to explain. That's not what I meant. By the way, our supplies are running low, right? This place looks deserted, there's nothing here. We can't afford to starve after narrowly escaping the zombies. Listening to his veiled grievances towards Yu Yao for bringing them here, Yi Xiang frowned and glanced back at him. Aren't you from Lincheng? Have you forgotten this is a new district with several new shopping centers? Moreover, isn't it much safer here than in the city or densely populated areas? It's obvious that this is the most suitable place for us. Tan He was momentarily at a loss for words. Turning, he noticed Zhao Han still sulking, completely oblivious to their exchange, which brought him a sense of relief. Now, he dared not continue his complaints but instead gathered around Zhao Han, gently shifting her attention. If they're really as shopping centers, it'll be up to you to gather supplies later, right? Zhao Han perked up at this, responding with a light huff, don't worry, my space is quite ample. After learning about the existence of abilities, Ji Yang and Yi Xiang had promptly inquired among several classmates. They discovered that aside from Zhao Han, no one else had awakened any powers. Zhao Han's ability was spatial, which she claimed could accommodate a room about 10 square meters in size. The emergence of her abilities filled Zhao Han with confidence, leading her to believe that everyone would revolve around her. Clearly, everyone saw through her intentions and silently endured her petulance and pretentiousness. After all, having a spatial ability wielder among them was indeed convenient. Were it not for the supplies they needed already being stored in Zhao Han's base, they would not have reacted so quickly to follow Yu Yao's lead. Had they not noticed the individuals trailing behind, each empty-handed and wearing expressions of confusion? Chapter 18. Setting off again. Perhaps it was due to an overwhelming sense of fear, or perhaps it was the comforting presence of Yu Yao, but regardless, despite their reservations about their injured Luo Mai, the group could not resist following Yu Yao into the sales office. After all, they knew how to choose between a solitary zombie and the countless others lurking outside. As for the events that would soon unfold, Yu Yao was entirely unconcerned. After assisting Luo Mai into the sales office, she wielded her blade with one hand, swiftly dispatching the few zombies that had been drawn by the scent of the living. Then, she made her way directly to the VIP room on the second floor, unceremoniously shutting the door behind her and denying entry to the others. Zhao Han, glancing at the firmly shut door, stomped her foot in frustration, exclaiming, "Yu Yao really has no regard for our feelings at all." Fang Lianjiao offered a comforting reply. Perhaps she fears that her friend might inadvertently harm us. Don't be upset, this place is vast, surely there are other resting spots available. Tan He chimed in, exactly, that friend of hers is like a ticking time bomb, it's best to keep our distance. Come on, let's look for a more suitable lounge. As he spoke, he took Zhao Han's hand, leading her to search for another room. Zhao Han instinctively cast a glance at Ji Yang, feeling a desire to withdraw her hand, but after a futile attempt, she decided against it. Among the entire group, Tan He was the one who treated her the best. If she were to provoke him, who would look after her? In the lounge, Yu Yao helped Luo Mai settle onto the sofa, expressing her exasperation. Why frighten them? Aren't you afraid they might attempt to assassinate you? Luo Mai lifted her chin, her gaze filled with disdain. HMPH, let them try. Yu Yao shot her a sidelong glance but offered no retort. Luo Mai chuckled, her eye sparkling with mischief. Isn't it obvious that I want to keep them at bay? That little white lotus is clearly trouble. With her around, can we still enjoy our lives? And the others, each one of them is merely seeking a free bodyguard. They may have faces that are rather unattractive, but their thoughts are anything but. With me here, they can forget about it. Just ignore them. Yu Yao thought she knew the intentions of those individuals all too well. However, she was a person of cold disposition, unwilling to risk herself for strangers, nor would she be swayed by moral obligations. Anyone who thought to exploit her would be sorely mistaken. The two engaged in light-hearted banter, comfortably enjoying some snacks in the lounge before reclining on the sofa to rest. Especially for Luo Mai, whose mental fortitude had been compromised, a period of recuperation was essential. Fortunately, her recovery capabilities were impressive. By the following morning, she had nearly returned to normal, yet, to maintain the facade of being gravely injured, she feigned a frail appearance. Yu Yao even playfully contributed a compact powder, enhancing Luo Mai's act. The moment Luo Mai re-emerged, those who had been observing her from a distance felt a chill run down their spines, yet, a bold pair among them, the man and woman who had previously occupied room B3, dared to approach. The woman, upon spotting Yu Yao, hurriedly beckoned to the refined gentleman beside her, who was carrying 2 loaves of bread. "Hello, sister, my name is Lian Qiao. I heard from your classmates that your surname is Yu. May I call you Sister Yu?" Luo Mai's gaze turned icy as she scrutinized Lian Qiao, causing an involuntary shudder in the latter's heart. "Wait, please don't look at me like that. We merely wish to befriend you. I have awakened a special ability that allows me to condense golden spikes to vanquish those creatures." As she spoke, her tone grew more confident, seemingly assured that Yu Yao would soon regard her with admiration. To her surprise, however, it was Luo Mai's light laughter that greeted her. "Sister, you're quite impressive. Do make sure to slay the zombies and protect your handsome uncle." Yesterday, out of boredom, Luo Mai had overheard some gossip revealing that this handsome uncle had been a high-ranking government official before the apocalypse, while Lian Qiao was his mistress. Once a gentle and understanding flower of eloquence, the apocalypse had reversed their roles. She had transformed into a powerful being, while her former benefactor had become an ordinary man. Thus, the dynamics of their relationship had subtly shifted. Understanding Luo Mai's implications, the refined middle-aged man beside Lien Xiao momentarily froze, a flicker of complexity passing through his eyes before he swiftly regained his composure. He then extended the bread towards Yu Yao and Luo Mai, stating, "Thank you. This is a small token from Xiao Qiao and me. We hope you won't find it lacking." Lien Xiao added, "We're not sure if you've had breakfast, but we only have these 2 loaves left. Please don't be offended." Yu Yao promptly declined, "Since they are the last 2, you should keep them for yourselves." Lien Xiao smiled gently, waving her hand. "No worries, please have them. If necessary, we can all go out together to gather more supplies." Her words were artfully spoken, causing Luo Mai to emit a laugh that was half amusement, half irritation. "You're rather kind. While others seek to take advantage, you're still thinking of sharing 2 loaves with us." Lien Xiao's expression changed dramatically, quickly insisting, "No, you've misunderstood. I merely mentioned it casually, with no ulterior motives." "Oh, is that so? We understand, however, we appreciate the sentiment. Do keep the bread for yourselves," Luo Mai replied nonchalantly, before turning her attention back to Yu Yao. "Our Yao, shall we go?" Millimeter. Neither of them accepted the bread, and under the watchful gaze of numerous onlookers, they turned and descended the stairs, striding confidently away from the sales office. The vehicle they had driven yesterday was now severely corroded by acid rain, yet Yu Yao had no desire to flaunt wealth and instead opted for the dilapidated car. Taking the driver's seat was still Luo Mai, whose driving skills far surpassed Yu Yao's. At that moment, Ji Yang knocked on the car window. When Yu Yao lowered it, he handed her a walkie-talkie, saying, "I heard on the radio that a safe zone has been established in Lincheng, but the signal is poor, and we couldn't catch the exact location. However, there will be rescue soldiers. If one of us encounters them, we should alert each other." Yu Yao, upon hearing this, toyed with the walkie-talkie in her hands and inquired, "What is the maximum communication distance?" 10 kilometers. Yi Xiang's father had a penchant for collecting the finest items, a habit he often mocked, yet it had now proven to be a lifesaver. Yu Yao nodded, "Understood, we are headed to Shinshan Shopping Mall." Ji Yang's lips curled into a slight smile as he replied warmly, "All right, we won't disturb you." Millimeter. As soon as Yu Yao's words fell, Luo Mai pressed the accelerator, and they vanished from sight. This left those attempting to follow in a state of shock, forcing them to grit their teeth and pursue. However, Luo Mai's speed was astonishingly reckless. She barreled through any zombies that dared to obstruct their path, the impact sending them sprawling, regardless of the blood, gore, and brain matter that splattered across the vehicle, all without slowing down. In such a tumultuous scene, Luo Mai felt not a shred of discomfort. Instead, a thrill coursed through her veins. The 2 of them continued to charge forward for half an hour until they finally caught sight of the towering structure of Shinshan Shopping Mall. The mall sprawled across a vast area, boasting 6 floors both above and below ground, with numerous shops lining its periphery. Logically, such a location would have long been overrun by zombies. Yet, fortune smiled upon them, as most of the surrounding high-rise buildings were newly completed and still in the midst of renovations, resulting in a relatively low foot traffic. Luo Mai selected a spot at the entrance of the mall to halt the vehicle, and they both disembarked. While the area wasn't devoid of zombies, the numbers were manageable, drawn by the scent of fresh blood and flesh. A few zombies lunged at them, but Yu Yao and Luo Mai dispatched them effortlessly. As anticipated, Luo Mai showcased her exceptional skills, her movements precise and ruthless. The Nepali kukri in her hand danced like a spectre, each swing claiming a small zombie's life. She embodied a ferocious beast presiding over slaughter. Before entering the mall, Yu Yao assessed the interior situation and confirmed the presence of zombies, along with a few survivors. Luo Mai, ever vigilant, leaned in closer to whisper in Yu Yao's ear, "There are quite a few zombies inside, and also..." Chapter 19, Teammates. As soon as they entered the mall, a colossal fireball hurtled towards them. Yu Yao immediately included Luo Mai in her ranks of teammates and activated her wind riding ability. Simultaneously, Luo Mai quickly erected a psychic shield, encasing herself in its protective barrier. Sensing an unusual drain on her powers, Luo Mai uttered a surprised, but Yu Yao gently shook her head, signaling her to remain silent and to conceal any signs of abnormality. The mall was teeming with onlookers hiding in the shadows, and any careless utterance could easily be overheard. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Luo Mai composed herself and closed her mouth. Yu Yao tilted her head slightly and addressed her, "I shall handle this formidable foe, the rest is up to you." Without waiting for a response, she dashed out of the shield's protective range, charging towards the oncoming fireball. Before entering, she had noticed a conspicuously large red dot on the map, surmising it to be a high-level zombie. To her astonishment, it turned out to be a first-level ability zombie, specifically one wielding a powerful fire-based attack. Surrounded by numerous zombies under the command of the high-level creature, they howled and advanced towards them. However, with Luo Mai by her side, they could manage. Yu Yao only needed to focus on the ability zombie. This particular zombie towered over the others, exhibiting remarkable agility, its eyes glimmering with an eerie red light. As it spotted Yu Yao charging at it, it swiftly launched several large fireballs towards her while simultaneously summoning more zombies to surround her. Yu Yao deftly evaded the fireballs, dispatching the approaching zombies with ease. She relentlessly pursued the retreating ability zombie, her blade slicing through the air with the swiftness of a gale, swiftly severing one of its claws. The ability zombie let out a piercing shriek and hurled a massive fire net towards Yu Yao. Aware that evasion was futile, she swiftly retreated. Seeing the situation, Luo Mai rushed to Yu Yao's side, enveloping her within her psychic shield. The fire net screeched as it swept past the shield, emitting a terrifying sound of searing heat. Once the net had passed, Yu Yao noticed that the ability zombie had already fled a considerable distance. With a flick of her wrist, she released her spinning blade, which soared through the air and, in less than 2 heartbeats, caught up with the zombie, bisecting it cleanly. The ability zombie emitted a horrendous cry as its body split in two, collapsing to the ground, yet, its fierce will to survive compelled it to crawl forward using its arms, leaving a trail of foul blood in its wake. Yu Yao effortlessly caught her returning blade and advanced step by step towards the dismembered zombie. Realizing Yu Yao's approach, the ability zombie roared, summoning more low-level zombies to besiege her in an attempt to impede her progress. Simultaneously, a fiery aura enveloped its body, making it hazardous to approach. However, it was already at the end of its tether. This flame, though seemingly intimidating, posed no threat as long as one maintained a safe distance. Luo Mai, recognizing that Yu Yao could handle the situation, refrained from lingering and swiftly dealt with the other encroaching zombies. While Yu Yao halted a meter away from the fire-based zombie, casually tossing her blade, which extinguished the flames in an instant. The blade then found its mark, embedding itself firmly in the zombie's forehead, thus ending its existence. Defeated a first-level mutated fire zombie, gained 300 experience points, 600 coins, and 1 first-level fire crystal core. Satisfied, Yu Yao retrieved her long knife without casting a glance at the half-corpse on the ground. She then plunged into the remaining horde of zombies, elegantly and efficiently dispatching them one by one. Upon clearing the zombies on the first floor, Yu Yao glanced up, catching sight of several heads hastily retreating above. Dismissing them with indifference, she and Luo Mai pressed on towards the underground supermarket. The supermarket housed a few wandering zombies, yet they posed little issue and instead became a source of experience for Yu Yao. Due to the earthquake, the supermarket shelves lay in disarray, with supplies scattered across the floor. It was evident that the place had been picked over. Most easily consumable and long-lasting foods had been taken. Many supplies had also been trampled into ruin by the roaming zombies, causing Luo Mai to grit her teeth in frustration. Yu Yao, however, remained unfazed and handed Luo Mai a large travel backpack, signaling for them to split up and gather supplies. Luo Mai nodded in understanding, grabbed the bag, and moved on. While Yu Yao herself did not engage in extensive looting. Instead, she took a large travel bag and filled it with clean and preferred food items. Additionally, she utilized her spatial ability to collect a significant quantity of sanitary pads, tampons, sleep pants, soft towels, face wipes, disposable underwear, socks, toiletries, and bedding. She also gathered some of her favorite foods. Although the dock was overflowing with resources, and she had stockpiled quite a bit before the apocalypse through purchases and zero-cost acquisitions, she felt a strong need for abundance to instill a sense of security. Afterward, she made her way to the cold storage, collecting perishable items that would soon spoil due to the power outage. Once her gathering was complete, she returned to the supermarket and casually retrieved a bottle of soda from a fallen refrigerator, taking a sip as she made her way towards Luomai's location on the map. Over the past few days, Yu Yao had added Luomai to her friend list, allowing her to view Luomai's information and gauge her fondness for her, which stood at an astonishing 96. As long as the affection level exceeded 60, it indicated a lack of dislike, surpassing 70 indicated fondness, and exceeding 80 signified a level of trust sufficient for forming a team. This was precisely why, when the ability zombie appeared, she could swiftly add Luomai as a teammate. In the game, Reverse Fate, there are two forms of team formations. Point 1 is a long-term team, akin to guilds or clans in other games, with no limit on the number of members. Not only can they share experience from defeating enemies, but they can also share equipment. Furthermore, long-term teammates do not appear as mere light points on the map, but as small avatars, enabling immediate awareness of each other's positions. Regardless of where they are scattered across the map, teammates can accurately discern each other's locations as long as they remain alive. Currently, Yu Yao had not granted Luomai this privilege, so she was. Additionally, long-term teammates could establish a shared home. In this post-apocalyptic world, unclaimed land was abundant. Yu Yao planned to settle down and then seek out a prime location to designate as their home. Once she selected a spot, it would be enveloped by a transparent barrier encompassing both the heavens and the earth, transforming it into a private domain for the team. This barrier would not only prevent outsiders, zombies, and animals from entering but would also shield against the zombie virus and external attacks, providing her and her teammates with a sanctuary where they could fully relax. For now, Luomai was her sole long-term teammate. The other form of team formation is temporary grouping. This type is essentially about finding temporary gaming partners to play alongside. The team size cannot exceed 10 members, and they can only share experience without sharing equipment. Teammates are displayed on the map as ordinary green light points, distinguishing them only from others and zombies, as well as mutated flora and fauna. Both forms of team formations can coexist without interfering with one another. During her journey, feeling bored, she checked the affection levels of Yixiang and his companions on her friend list. Yixiang at 76, Jiyang at 88, Fang Lianjiao at 61, and Zhao Yang at 65. As for Tanhe and Zhao Han, their affection levels fell below 60, preventing them from being added as friends. Should they drop even lower, they could potentially end up on her blacklist, regarded with hostility. Chapter 20, Gathering Supplies. When Yu Yao found Luomai, she was leisurely seated against a toppled shelf in the snack aisle, indulging in a bag of chips. Upon noticing Yu Yao's approach, she whispered, "Sister, could you spare a little room for me to gather some snacks?" Yu Yao nodded gently and waved her hand, effortlessly transferring the dozen or so boxes of snacks Luomai had organized into her backpack. Luomai's eyes sparkled with joy and admiration. Now this is true spatial ability. What does Zhao Han have? She has to touch each item one by one. What's there to show off about? Before leaving, she had, with a disdainful pout, she popped another chip into her mouth. Yu Yao fell silent for a moment, contemplating the considerable misunderstanding. After all, Zhao Han possessed the genuine spatial ability, while she herself was merely a pretender. Having collected supplies from the supermarket, the two did not choose to ascend but rather departed directly from the store. The other survivors in the mall remained conspicuously absent for reasons unknown. Yu Yao paid them no mind, wishing to avoid any unnecessary complications. Once outside, they turned their attention to the small businesses lining the street. Numerous new shops had recently opened, their interiors and goods pristine and fresh, presenting ample opportunities for collection. At the entrance of a pharmacy, the pair entered and browsed through the items. Shortly after exiting, they stumbled upon a barbecue restaurant that had sustained minimal damage. They not only collected all the tables, chairs, and utensils but also cleared out the entire stockroom, taking all the gas stoves, gas canisters, and several liquefied gas burners. In the kitchen's refrigerator, they discovered a cache of nearly defrosted ingredients, which Yu Yao promptly gathered. She even spared no thought for the vegetables and seasonings in the back kitchen. The prospect of cooking a warm meal thrilled Luo Mai, her face flushed with excitement as she urged Yu Yao to visit a nearby hot pot restaurant. After collecting the ingredients and base from the hot pot establishment, they proceeded to a plum shop and a gummy candy store. Yu Yao meticulously collected every last candy that few would likely take, leaving not a single piece behind. Afterward, she casually popped a preserved plum into her mouth, prompting Luo Mai to squint from the sourness. Thus, in the span of an afternoon, the two managed to scour all the nearby shops worth exploring. In Luo Mai's eyes, they had gathered enough supplies to last over half a year. However, in comparison to the bounty Yu Yao had previously amassed, it was scarcely a grain of dust. Fortunately, they encountered numerous zombies along the way, allowing Yu Yao to hone her skills and gain valuable experience, making their efforts worthwhile. As the sky dimmed, Luo Mai, still unsated, climbed into the car, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she looked at Yu Yao and asked, "Sister, shall we gather more? Do you wish to?" Luo Mai nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "Of course." Who would complain about having too many supplies at a time like this? To be honest, she had never envisioned herself transforming into such a greedy hoarder. Yet, circumstances often alter one's nature. All she could do now was strive to survive. However, she added, "But rest assured, I won't claim any of these supplies. They are all yours. I'm merely a tenant, and I'll exchange the essentials for crystal cores." Yu Yao was taken aback. Who could possibly complain about an excess of supplies? Luo Mai joyfully shouted in response, flooring the accelerator. As they drove, Luo Mai hummed a tune, remaining vigilant of their surroundings. Before long, she spotted a relative. After dispatching a few encroaching zombies, they forcefully broke the door lock to enter the cafe. Inside, they gathered every book and coffee bean, along with the coffee machine and snacks, as well as the tableware. The aftermath of the earthquake had scattered supplies everywhere, making the organization a time-consuming endeavor. By the time they finished, the sky had completely darkened. Luo Mai glanced outside and remarked to Yu Yao, "It's dark now, and there seem to be quite a few zombies outside. How about we just settle in here for the night?" "All right, I'll clear a space for us," replied Yu Yao. "Great, then hand me some ingredients and kitchenware. I'll whip up dinner." Yu Yao exclaimed in surprise, "EO? You can cook?" This revelation was unexpected. It wasn't that Yu Yao was lacking in discernment. Luo Mai's demeanor was that of a spirited, carefree individual, hardly the type one would associate with culinary skills. Crossing her arms defiantly, Luo Mai raised her chin proudly, her eyes gleaming with uncontainable satisfaction. "Who do you underestimate, sister? People like us spend years on missions, traversing forests. If we didn't possess some skills, we would have starved to death countless times." Yu Yao raised an eyebrow. "You people like us?" Luo Mai hesitated for a moment before continuing, "You must have noticed by now, right? I am a mercenary." She had been abducted alongside her brother at the age of 7 and trained at a base, eventually escaping with her teammates from an inhumane organization at 15, forming her own faction. As long as the price was right, she was willing to kill, loot, counter-terrorism, provide security, go undercover, or act as an intelligence officer. As long as it didn't cross her bottom line, she would do anything. Luo Mai did not consider herself a good person, especially in the eyes of Yu Yao, a girl raised under the red flag. Yet, she did not wish to deceive Yu Yao, for she genuinely hoped to forge a solid friendship with her. Though she spoke with candor, the underlying anxiety and apprehension were impossible to conceal. Why Yu Yao gazed into her flickering eyes, and after a brief pause, silently gave her a thumbs up. "Cool." In the clear, cheerful gaze of Yu Yao, the light in Luo Mai's eyes gradually brightened, and she smiled with relief. "Oh, you flatter me," she chuckled. After a moment of silliness, she quickly reverted to her vibrant and optimistic demeanor, placing her hands on her hips and declaring, "I'm feeling good today, so I'll give you a chance to order. How about a bowl of noodle with meat sauce?" Luo Mai was somewhat taken aback. "So simple? Is that too simple?" Yu Yao's clear confusion left Luo Mai momentarily stunned, but she quickly grinned. All right, noodle with meat sauce it is. With that, Luo Mai set about clearing the front counter. Yu Yao, having gathered the ingredients, kitchenware, portable stove, drinking water, and other supplies, then proceeded to tidy a suitable sleeping area. Throughout this, she could hear Luo Mai methodically preparing the food, a clear indication of her. As the enticing aroma began to awaken Yu Yao's appetite, Luo Mai finally plated the cooked noodles, drenching them in sauce and meat. Dinner is ready. Luo Mai's voice coincided with the distant sounds of gunfire from outside. The two exchanged glances and instinctively turned to look out the window. Regardless of the circumstances, the apocalypse had descended upon a peaceful era, and such extensive use of firearms could only be attributed to either the underworld or the military. As expected, not far down the street, a group of young soldiers clad in green uniforms was besieged by a horde of zombies. Behind them, a cluster of ordinary people cowered in fear, huddled together in terror. It appeared that the soldiers in the front were responsible for the rescue efforts. Yu Yao narrowed her beautiful eyes, her fingers twitching slightly on the windowsill. Observing this, Luo Mai quietly asked, "Shall we go?" "Let us go." They were not altruists, devoid of any sense of pity. However, when faced with individuals who, despite lacking awakened abilities, still bravely stood at the forefront, they could not bring themselves to turn a blind eye. Chapter 21, The army. A minor zombie tide had emerged, comprising approximately several hundred undead, yet the military boasted no more than 30 individuals armed for combat, a stark disparity. The arrival of Yu Yao and Luo Mai instantaneously alleviated the pressure on these soldiers. Their fierce and formidable presence caught the attention of even the most steadfast military personnel, compelling them to steal glances more than once. In a brief span, the horde of zombies was efficiently dispatched, and Yu Yao calmly sheathed her blade. Luo Mai, shaking her wrist, approached Yu Yao and remarked, "Damn it, these heads are too tough, my wrist is sore from all the chopping." It was then that Yu Yao recalled that while Luo Mai's weapon was indeed sharp, it was ultimately a short. Luo Mai quickly shook her head vigorously. No, I don't want your knife, your dual blades are far too impressive." Misunderstanding Yu Yao's intentions, she decisively declined. Yu Yao chuckled softly, "I won't part with my knife, I have plenty of weapons available, what do you prefer?" Luo Mai's eyes lit up. "A broad-bladed knife, do you have one? How many crystal cores will it cost? I'm currently drowning in debt." Which charming young lady desires a clumsy, heavy broad-bladed knife? As Yu Yao's mind swirled with surprise and confusion, a commanding figure from the military approached them. The man appeared to be in his 30s, serious and dignified, exuding an air of integrity. Upon halting, he promptly saluted them. "Comrades, thank you for your assistance. We are active-duty soldiers from the 28th Army of the Linjiang Military District, tasked with entering the city to rescue survivors and escort them to the safe zone. Might you wish to accompany us?" Luo Mai's attention was immediately diverted, intrigued by the mention of the safe zone. "Safe zone, where is it?" The soldier replied, "It's located. Once the Linjiang base is completed, we will relocate there." Suddenly animated, Luo Mai shook Yu Yao's arm eagerly, exclaiming, "Let us go, sister, my brother and the others are surely heading to the safe zone to find me." Before the apocalypse, Luo Mai had come to Linjiang alone on a mission. What was initially a simple escort task unexpectedly spiraled into chaos as the world ended. Ironically, the endpoint of her escort was the Linjiang Second Hospital, where she found herself trapped. Inside the hospital, she saved her charge, only to be pushed toward the zombies, sustaining injuries while escaping, which ultimately led her to Yu Yao. Though she had managed to survive the changes in the magnetic field of Blue Star Ren, they would undoubtedly come searching for her in Linjiang, having known her last known location. However, with the city being so vast, it was improbable that they would locate her easily. The safe zone represented the best opportunity for reunion, significantly increasing their chances of meeting again. Yu Yao pondered the idea, realizing it was indeed a viable option. They could not simply wander indefinitely. A relatively secure location to rest and recuperate was essential. All right, let us go, she affirmed, calming the excited Luo Mai. She then produced the walkie-talkie that Ji Yang had given her. Please proceed as you wish. Yu Yao nodded and pressed the walkie-talkie button, saying, Ji Yang, Yi Ziyang, please respond. A prompt reply crackled through the device, accompanied by static, received, Yu Yao, go ahead. It was Ji Yang's voice. Clearly, they had not exceeded the maximum range for communication, though they were on the edge. We encountered military personnel conducting rescue operations. They are escorting survivors to the safe zone. Would you like to join us? After a brief pause of half a minute, Jian's voice returned, where are you? We'll come right over. Yu Yao glanced around and responded, near Zhuyuan Avenue, close to the Jinjiang Garden community. You'll see it once you get here. Understood, thank you. We're on our way. Once she finished speaking and put away the walkie-talkie, the leading soldier introduced himself. My surname is Fang Yuan. Do you have your own vehicle, or will you ride with us in our military truck? We have a car. Fang Yuan nodded. All right, we will rest here temporarily before searching for a place to spend the night. When we leave shortly, just follow our convoy. Fang Yuan did not fawn over the two due to their strength. After exchanging a few words, he returned to his duties. Luo Mai and Yu Yao returned to the bookstore cafe to gather their supplies. Upon seeing the congealed noodles, Yu Yao let out a long sigh. Observing her reaction, Luo Mai comforted her. It's fine, we can still eat it. Yu Yao responded with a non-committal millimeter, and together they swiftly devoured 2 bowls of noodles. Despite its unappealing texture, it was surprisingly delicious. Yu Yao nearly shed tears at the thought of, if only she could continue to journey alongside Luo Mai, combining her culinary skills with Yu Yao's resources. She could hardly fathom how blissful their future days might be. Once they had tidied everything up, they stepped outside and retrieved their car, parking it behind the military truck. After settling in, a soldier under Fang's command delivered water and compressed biscuits. Luo Mai waved her hand in refusal, instead pulling a bag of chips from her travel pack and playfully shaking it at Fang. She then leaned against the dilapidated car door, leisurely munching away. Recognizing that they were not in dire need of supplies, Fang turned his attention to calming the restless civilians in the military truck. With a means to locate her teammates, Luo Mai's spirits lifted considerably. She was no longer forcing a smile, relying on the mantra that no bad news is good news to console herself. Instead, she felt a genuine sense of ease. Why Yu Yao approached her, offering a bottle of water. Luo Mai accepted it with one hand while raising the bag of chips with the other, asking, want some? No, thank you, I'm not fond of cucumber flavor. How can cucumber flavor be bad? I may look quite pretty, but does that mean everyone has to like me? Luo Mai was taken aback by this statement, pausing for a moment before bursting into laughter. As the two enjoyed their snacks and shared light-hearted banter, Yu Yao inadvertently noticed a cluster of red dots on the map beginning to accumulate rapidly, their speed piquing her curiosity. While she speculated about the cause of the zombie horde's formation, the walkie-talkie clip to her waist suddenly crackled to life. Help, help us, it seemed to be Tan He's voice. Don't come, don't, want, this time, it was Jian's voice. Clearly, they were in peril. Gripping the walkie-talkie, Yu Yao's heart raced as she quickly zoomed in on the detailed map of the zombie congregation. To her astonishment, she spotted several blue dots frantically fleeing. Oh no, trouble, who would want to go rescue them? Her instinct was to refuse, however. Before she could voice her objection, she noticed a conspicuous treasure chest symbol on one of the blue dots, swiftly moving in tandem with their escape. Wait, there's a treasure, is that what is attracting the zombies? Chapter 22, Rescuing Lives. Hang in there, I'm on my way. Yu Yao responded into the walkie-talkie before tossing it into her system back. Turning to Luo Mai, she said, they've encountered some issues, I need to check it out. I'm coming with you. Luo Mai declared without a hint of hesitation, hastily crumpling her unfinished bag of chips. Yu Yao retorted playfully, what do you think you'll gain from this? Fun. Luo Mai huffed, placing her hands on her hips, her long brows arched high, her voice laced with menace. Try not taking me with you, and I'll give you a scene to remember. She poked her head out and asked Yu Yao, do you know where they are? Yes. Awesome, sisters. Ignoring her antics, Yu Yao stated, I'll inform Captain Fang. Okay. Yu Yao quickly declined, no need, Captain Fang, there are still so many survivors here that require protection. If we divide our forces, the survivors here might panic. After pondering for a moment, Captain Fang sighed, very well, thank you for your hard work, Comrade Yu Yao. It's nothing. Captain Fang continued, we'll search for a place to stay nearby as quickly as possible. After you return, please contact me via the walkie-talkie. Yu Yao nodded, understood. Stay safe, we'll be waiting for your return here, Captain Fang said, casting a serious glance at Yu Yao. All right, thank you. After bidding farewell to Captain Fang, Yu Yao and Luo Mai drove towards the location where Ji Yang and the others were trapped. It was none other than the Shinshin shopping mall, a place they had previously visited. The mall was not far from Jinjiang Garden, typically a 10-minute drive. However, the roads had suffered considerable damage from the earthquake, although the nearby zombies had been lured away by the so-called treasures and no longer disturbed them. It still took them over 20 minutes to traverse that short distance. As they approached the Shinshin shopping mall, both Yu Yao and Luo Mai furrowed their brows. Even though Yu Yao had been forewarned about the situation here, she was still taken aback by the sheer mass of zombie heads before her. Luo Mai couldn't help but exclaim, what the hell, what did they do to attract so many zombies? Luo Mai was genuinely startled. Nearly 1,000 zombies swarmed outside the mall's entrance, including several first-tier mutated zombies, creating a truly horrifying scene. Yu Yao furrowed her brow as she surveyed the horde not far away, remarking, they must have been drawn in by something. Logically, we shouldn't be here without attracting any zombies ourselves. Indeed, quite strange. Luo Mai replied, and to test whether the zombies would truly ignore them, she rolled down the car window. Sure enough, not a single zombie paid them any heed, which eased her mind considerably. Why Yu Yao suggested, in that case, shall we charge in? She was now quite curious about what kind of treasure lay within the mall that had incited such a commotion. To be a bit greedy, she was also somewhat tempted by the experience points the zombies would yield. With a bit of luck, they might even drop some equipment or items. Absolutely. Let us go all out. Luo Mai responded eagerly. With that, the two of them armed themselves with knives and exited the vehicle, cautiously approaching the rear of the zombie horde. The zombies continued to press towards the mall as if they were oblivious to the two living beings among them. Why Yu Yao didn't rush into action? Instead, she glanced at the mall's map, confirming that it was almost entirely filled with red dots. She then observed the location where Ji Yang and the others were gathered, discovering they were cornered in the kitchen of a restaurant on the 3rd floor, their situation dire. Having assessed the circumstances, Yu Yao swiftly took action, decapitating the nearest zombie with precision. The blood sprayed, yet not a single zombie reacted. Yu Yao squinted, her lips pursed. She tossed a previously agreed upon white-bladed knife to Luo Mai, then gripped her dual blades tightly and began to clear the nearby zombies. The first-tier zombies fell as easily as cutting through melons, lacking any sense of resistance. While accumulating a wealth of experience points, she also acquired several crystal cores and talismans. However, she didn't take the time to examine them. Instead, she exchanged for 2 pieces of equipment, their flying tiger claw, from the system shop. She swiftly carved a path to the ground floor of the mall, preparing to climb through a window to the 3rd floor. The two soon determined which window to enter through, directly above the restaurant where Ji Yang and the others were. Yu Yao surveyed the window, picked up a fragment of brick, and hefted it. With all her strength, she smashed it against the 3rd floor window. The sound of shattering glass erupted alongside a woman's shrill scream. Furrowing her brow, Yu Yao threw out the flying tiger claw, thinking, for the treasure. However, she firmly resolved to keep her distance from Jiahan in the future, far, far away. Utilizing the flying tiger claw, she quickly ascended to the 3rd floor, leaping through the window into the restaurant lobby. The dining area was packed with zombies, and these seemed to possess slightly more awareness than those below. As Yu Yao jumped in through the window, a few zombies poured in their pursuit towards the kitchen where Yi Ziyang and the others were hiding. To be cautious, Yu Yao first used the concealment stone to mask her. Then, as Luo Mai dispatched a zombie, Yu Yao stealthily maneuvered to the entrance of the shop. Before the zombies could register her presence, she eliminated those blocking the doorway and shut the door behind her. She quickly secured the door handle with the chain of the flying tiger claw. Once she ensured that the zombies could not easily enter, she unleashed her efforts to clear the zombies inside the shop. The zombies, lacking vision and relying solely on smell and sound, were oblivious to her presence. With the concealment stone activated, she effectively wielded an invisibility-like ability, wreaking havoc among the undead. Meanwhile, Luo Mai wielded her impressively wide knife, dispatching zombies with vigor, swiftly collaborating with Yu Yao to eliminate the gradually recovering horde. Only then did they step over a sea of corpses to knock on the kitchen door, which was on the brink of being overwhelmed by the zombies. Thankfully, the kitchen door was thick, otherwise, they would have been devoured long ago. Yi Ziyang, Ji Yang, are you all right? Yu Yao knocked and inquired. The kitchen door swung open swiftly, revealing Ji Yang, pale-faced, with his clothes torn in several places, appearing quite disheveled. Yu Yao. You truly came. His voice was filled with contradiction, seemingly pleased by her arrival yet also somewhat reproachful. While Yu Yao scrutinized him, confirming he bore no external injuries before asking, are you all right? Can you walk? Following closely behind, Yi Ziyang interjected anxiously, we're all fine, but Fang Lianjiao was scratched by a zombie, and her condition isn't looking good. Yu Yao frowned and stepped into the kitchen, glancing at Fang Lianjiao, who was cradled in Jiao Yang's arms. She was trembling, her face pale, with a deep wound on her chest that was alarming. What happened? Yu Yao inquired. To her surprise, her question was met with a heavy silence. Confused, she looked up to find everyone staring at Zhao Han. Zhao Han appeared innocent and aggrieved, her hands flailing in panic as she stammered, No, it's not my fault, I was just too scared. I didn't mean to. Luo Mai clicked her tongue, she pushed her, didn't she? Zhao Han screamed, No, I didn't do it on purpose. Jiao Yang glared at her with disgust, shut up. You're revolting. With that, he recounted to Yu Yao and Luo Mai the events leading to Fang Lianjiao's injury. It turned out that while they were gathering supplies at the Shinshan shopping mall, they were unexpectedly besieged by a horde of zombies. Zhao Han, terrified, had screamed incessantly, inadvertently attracting even more zombies. Just as a zombie was about to seize her, she had pulled Fang Lianjiao towards it, pushing her into the throng of zombies, resulting in Fang Lianjiao being scratched. Fortunately, Ji Yang and Yi Ziyang reacted quickly, managing to rescue Fang Lianjiao before retreating together into the kitchen of the small hot pot restaurant. Had it not been for the kitchen door's thickness, they would have been annihilated long before Yu Yao arrived. Chapter 23, Fragments. After listening to the entire backstory, Yu Yao cast a detached glance at Zhao Han, whose face was as pale as a ghost. This prompted Zhao Han to shout indignantly, her face flushing crimson, Why are you blaming me? Isn't it because Yu Yao didn't follow us? If she had been with us, would we have been driven to this extent? The audacity of her words left everyone speechless. Luo Mai was not one to indulge her, raising an eyebrow and retorting, TSK, is that even a coherent statement? This extreme sarcasm only served to darken Zhao Han's complexion further. She glared back, managing only to utter a single word, you. Luo Mai lifted her chin, her gaze dripping with disdain. What about me? Who is Yu Yao to you? Why should she protect you? Instead of reflecting on your own shortcomings, you shift the blame onto others. Who do you think you are? Your mother? I haven't. Is that not the case? If Yu Yao were here, shut up. Unable to tolerate it any longer, Ji Yang silenced Zhao Han's unfinished retort with a frosty glare. Terrified, she promptly sealed her lips, daring not to speak further. While Yu Yao glanced at the frightened Zhao Han before her mind drifted to the flickering purple and red lights reminiscent of Fang Lianjiao. She retrieved a length of rope, stating, "Let us tie her up, perhaps she might awaken some abilities." Zhao Yang's eyes sparkled with hope. "She won't die, will she?" "Not necessarily, it depends on fate," Yu Yao replied, turning her attention to Zhao Han. "What items have you collected?" Yu Yao's inquiry left Zhao Han feeling as though her neck were being grasped tightly, prompting her to cry out in exasperation, "Why should I tell you?" Yu Yao maintained her calm demeanor. "If you wish to avoid being besieged by zombies, it would be wise to inform me." "What do you mean? Are you suggesting that I'm being attacked by zombies because of something I collected? How absurd, everyone knows what I have, there's nothing that could attract zombies." Zhao Han retorted, her voice filled with desperation. Yu Yao's patience wearing thin, she insisted, "Then produce what you've been secretly hoarding. I suggest you do it quickly, my patience for this charade is waning." Her certainty stemmed from the treasure chest. Yu Yao was eager to uncover what treasure held such formidable power. "You're talking nonsense," Zhao Han began, but before she could finish, Yu Yao had drawn her blade and pressed it against Zhao Han's neck. "Hand it over." The chill of the blade again. Quickly." Zhao Han swallowed hard, her eyes fluttering shut, filled with reluctance yet rendered powerless. Trembling, she began to extract item after item from her space: a golden necklace, a jade bracelet, a diamond ring, pearl jewelry, and crystal ornaments. A plethora of once-cherished treasures from the pre-apocalyptic world had been stashed away in her space, including a significant amount of gold bricks and bars, littering the ground. Yi Xiang scrutinized the items, his tone sharp. Defiantly, she mumbled, "The space is mine, I can store whatever I wish." Yi Xiang's eyes narrowed, exchanging a glance with Ji Yang, each understanding the unspoken message: this person was no longer trustworthy, even if she was a rare space ability user. They had encountered several survivors while gathering supplies and learned about the circumstances of various ability users. They recognized the rarity of space ability users, acknowledging the convenience of having one in their ranks. Yet now, no matter how valuable or scarce a space ability user might be, if their intentions were impure, they could not remain in the group, otherwise, they would inevitably bring about their own destruction, just as had occurred today. In the presence of the scattered treasures, Yu Yao and Luo Mai displayed the most composure. Yu Yao soon noticed an irregular stone gleaming with a white light among Zhao Han's hidden possessions. Lifting the stone, Yu Yao inquired, "Where did this come from?" Zhao Han, aware that she could not outsmart Yu Yao, reluctantly replied, "I found it. It was originally a decorative piece from a jewelry store's glass display case. I intended to use it to smash another display, but when I picked it up, the outer layer of the stone suddenly vanished, revealing the inner piece. I thought it looked beautiful, so I kept it." Holding the luminescent stone, Yu Yao felt an anything placed within that compartment would automatically display its name and description, functioning as a sort of identification tool. As soon as the stone entered the compartment, the information about five-colored stone, mending stone, such an item exists, it couldn't possibly be that gathering them would save the world, could it? No way. Though she internally resisted the possibility, Yu Yao nonetheless scrutinized the white fragment closely. She then asked the stunned Zhao Han, "Is there more? You'd best produce everything." While she had no aspirations of saving the world, gathering such items could certainly prove advantageous. Zhao Han quickly shook her head, "No, that's all. Just this one piece. I even touched all the surrounding stones, and there aren't any others." Yu Yao acknowledged with a sound, silently clutching the white fragment as she exited the kitchen and approached the window through which she had entered. Then, with what appeared to be a casual flick of her wrist, she tossed the white fragment outside. In reality, as the stone left her hand, she utilized her mental energy to retrieve it back into her backpack compartment just as it fell into the throng of zombies. In that instant, she sensed a clear shift in the behavior of the zombies outside. This confirmed her suspicion that the game backpack compartment could conceal the presence of the five-colored stone fragment. Yet, she did not wish to reveal the unique properties of her space, thus feigning the act of discarding it. The other individuals soon followed her out. Upon noticing her discard of the stone, Luo Mai curiously inquired, "Was there something peculiar about that stone?" Why did you throw it away? It was a meteorite, capable of causing zombie evolution and possessing a lethal attraction for them. Keeping it would mean facing an endless onslaught of zombies. Zhao Han gasped, and the expressions of Jiao Yang and the others shifted dramatically. Luo Mai's interest was piqued. Such a thing exists. Zombies have evolved, so what is strange about a meteorite? TSK, that is true, it is indeed fascinating. With the absence of the five-colored stone fragment and the allure of living beings, the zombies outside began to disperse slowly. Only a few remained, aimlessly wandering in place, unwilling to depart. Once the immediate danger had subsided, Yu Yao pointed toward the window, saying, "The zombies in the mall are temporarily unable to disperse. We should exit through the window." Zhao Han instinctively protested, "It's too high, how can we get down?" Luo Mai shot back, "You can go down however you want." "You." Luo Mai rolled her eyes, "Stop with the back and forth. You re-embarrassing yourself with just that one word." I'm not, I just," observing Zhao Han struggle for words, Tanhi felt a pang of sympathy and grasped her wrist to reassure her. "All right, Han, they mean well. Right now, the mall is filled with zombies that can't disperse, it's too dangerous to rush out, the window is the safest route. But I'll help you down. Don't be afraid." With that, Zhao Han had no choice but to acquiesce, nodding obediently and clinging to Tan He, too frightened to make a fuss. Chapter 24, The Safe Zone. After a few discussions, Luo Mai was the first to descend the stairs, following the rope of the flying tiger's claw. Next came Ji Yang, who was carrying Fang Lianjiao on his back, followed by Jiao Yang, Tan He, who was bearing Zhao Han, Yi Xiang, and finally, the last to follow, Yu Yao. Thus, the group managed to leave the Shinshan shopping mall with relative ease. Fang Lianjiao's condition was deteriorating, her hands and feet were tightly bound, and her mouth was gagged. Since their departure, Jiao Yang had been carrying her, while Zhao Han stubbornly refused to approach them, provoking Jiao Yang to shoot her piercing glances. Ignoring him, Zhao Han focused solely on nestling into Tan He's embrace. Upon reaching the parking area, Yu Yao instructed Jiao Yang, "You all should take our vehicle." Jiao Yang's face lit up with surprise. Thank you. With Luo Mai and Yu Yao's formidable strength, their vehicle provided a greater assurance of safety, while also sparing them the presence of Zhao Han. What a relief. "No need for thanks, let us go," Yu Yao said, preparing to get into the car. Seeing this, Zhao Han grew anxious. "Aren't you going to escort us to the car?" Their vehicle from earlier was not parked here. Yu Yao shot her a cold glance and retorted, "If you hand over your life to me, I might consider living in your stead." Har. One by one, Yu Yao and the others entered the vehicle and drove away, completely disregarding Zhao Han and the rest. Ji Yang and Yi Xiang exchanged glances before turning to walk towards where they had parked. As for Zhao Han and Tan He, should they manage to catch up, fine, if not, let them be. The return journey was relatively smooth, with few zombies encountered, most of whom were directly dispatched by Luo Mai. Yu Yao chose to close her eyes and examine the talismans and equipment acquired from the recently defeated zombies. 5 talismans, each embodying the most potent strike of a first-level mutant zombie. 2 fire element firewall talismans, 1 water element mountain spread talisman, 1 metal element thousand needles talisman, and 1 wood element vine kill talisman. Additionally, there was a protective talisman, Linxian talisman, that Luo Mai had obtained from slaying a first-level zombie. This talisman was suitable for mental-type ability users, reducing mental energy consumption by half and enhancing mental ability strength by 50%. It could also automatically activate an absolute defense barrier upon detecting a lethal attack, with a cooldown period of 72 hours, meaning it could only be used once every 3 days. Such attributes were quite impressive for low-level equipment. Yu Yao pondered for a moment. Since it was Luo Mai who had obtained it, keeping it for herself would serve no purpose. Perhaps she should offer it to her. They were currently a team, and ensuring Luo Mai's well-being would also benefit her. Furthermore, given the system's excessively challenging method of increasing favorability, Yu Yao was confident that with a favorability level of 96, Luo Mai would not betray her. Even in the event of betrayal, the Linxian talisman would retaliate against her. This was because any item produced by the system, whether equipment or technique, would automatically be bound by restrictions upon being equipped, rendering it incapable of harming Yu Yao. In fact, this effectively placed a lock upon Luo Mai. Yu Yao's gaze flickered slightly as she silently looked out the window. 20 minutes later, the group made contact with Commander Fang via walkie-talkie and located their encampment at the Jinjiang Garden Community Activity Center. Upon seeing their vehicle return, Commander Fang hurried over and inquired, "Comrade Yu Yao, Comrade Luo Mai, was the journey smooth?" "Very smooth, thank you, Commander Fang." "That's good to hear. Tomorrow morning, we shall depart for the safe zone." "Understood, Commander Fang." "We are ready to leave at any time." "Very well, then you should rest. See you tomorrow morning." "See you tomorrow morning." Due to the presence of the injured Fang Lianjiao, Yu Yao and the others voluntarily sought a room next door in the activity center to rest for the night. The following morning, Commander Fang personally brought them some water and compressed biscuits. Yu Yao and Luo Mai, not wishing to take advantage of the soldiers, politely declined once more. Yi Xiang and the others were similarly inclined, except for Zhao Han, who was rather reluctant. Commander Fang did not insist. After informing them of the departure time, he hurried off to arrange matters for the others. At 8 o'clock, the convoy set off punctually. This time, Zhao Han and Tan He were not permitted to board Yi Xiang's vehicle. Although Zhao Han was displeased, it was of no consequence. Ji Yang, concerned that Fang Lianjiao might turn into a zombie, urged Zhao Yang, bring Fang Lianjiao onto our vehicle. All right. Now, only Yu Yao and Luo Mai remained in their vehicle. With the absence of outsiders, Yu Yao directly handed the Linxian talisman to Luo Mai. Luo Mai gazed at the exquisite protective talisman resting in Yu Yao's delicate palm, somewhat puzzled. "What is this?" "A protective talisman." Without answering, Yu Yao simply said, "You'll know once you wear it." Luo Mai recalled the weapon she possessed. Oddly enough, the moment she acquired it, she instinctively understood all its information. As she held the talisman in her palm, contemplating how to wear it, she suddenly noticed the talisman vanish from her hand. Simultaneously, the talisman's effects and information materialized in her mind. Luo Mai gasped. The vehicle momentarily swayed. Yu Yao quickly grasped the overhead handle, reminding her, "Stay calm, dying in a car accident would be too tragic." Luo Mai bit her lip, her long fingers nervously tapping the leather cover of the steering wheel, her voice trembling slightly. "Sister, she merely feared that mere possession might bring unnecessary trouble to you." Yu Yao chuckled lightly, her tone steady. "Not to worry, I only give this to those I trust." Luo Mai turned to gaze at Yu Yao's radiant profile illuminated by the sunlight, a smile gracing her lips as her fox-like eye sparkled. "Am I one of those trusted individuals?" "Indeed." "Does this mean you agree to join our team?" "Is this really up to me to decide?" "Absolutely. They will surely welcome you. If they don't, I will leave with you." Yu Yao raised an eyebrow in surprise, glancing at her. "You seem rather eager to find them, yet you wish to leave with me." "I just want to ensure they are all safe." "A group of big men, why should I stick with them?" At this point, she paused momentarily before continuing. "However, it would be better to be together with them. Our strengths are still somewhat lacking." Yu Yao chuckled again. "You are quite contradictory." "Indeed, a bit." Yu Yao, "But sister, I won't take without giving. In the future, when I acquire crystal cores, aside from what I need, everything else will be yours." "All right." Though she had not intended to let her have it for free, Luo Mai's perceptiveness was indeed delightful. The journey back to the safe zone was even smoother with the protection of the military. Yu Yao and Luo Mai did not even need to exit the vehicle and finally arrived at the hot spring resort before dusk. Before the apocalypse, this place was renowned as an extravagant paradise, offering hot spring baths, dining, entertainment, accommodation, and sightseeing all in one. It spanned a vast area, and those who could afford to come here were all wealthy individuals. The buildings were sturdy, having withstood earthquakes without compromising their usability. However, acid rain had damaged some walls and vegetation, diminishing its aesthetic appeal, yet, no one would complain about such matters. Now, the area had been completely taken over by the military and transformed into a temporary safe zone. Entering the safe zone required a health examination. Those with wounds had to remain under observation for 24 hours. Naturally, Fang Lianjiao was kept in the observation room, and Zhao Yang, unable to leave her side, stayed with her. Upon entering the safe zone, Commander Fang guided them to the trading hall. This had once been the resort's office building, now repurposed as a trading hall. Registration, renting accommodations, accepting tasks, submitting tasks, and exchanging points all occurred here, albeit on different floors, making it relatively organized. Yu Yao and Luo Mai first visited the rental window. Individuals entering the safe zone could stay in free tent areas or pay some supplies to rent a room. Parking spaces also required supplies for rent. The standards of accommodation varied, necessitating different amounts of supplies. After reviewing the rental information sheet, they ultimately selected a 2-bedroom apartment for a daily fee of £1 of food. Renting for 10 days would allow them to park in the apartment's garage for free for another 10 days. While it wasn't cheap, the scarcity of resources made this a necessary compromise. Yu Yao decisively retrieved a bag of £10 of rice that she had collected with Luo Mai and completed the rental process. After receiving the keys, they proceeded to the second-floor task hall to take a look. The safe zone did not support idlers. All individuals gaining free entry had to accept at least one task each day to earn points for exchanging living supplies. Tasks varied widely. Those with abilities could clear zombies in the vicinity, rescue survivors, assist in searches, or gather supplies. For those without abilities who were reluctant to leave the safe zone, there were options to build houses, construct walls, clean, or provide logistical support within the base. Naturally, doctors or individuals with special abilities were prioritized for recruitment, receiving generous compensation and protection from the military. Chapter 25, Settling in. After a brief understanding of their mission, Yu Yao and Luo Mai departed from the task hall and drove directly to their rented apartment. Their dwelling was situated on the 7th floor, and due to a power outage, they were compelled to ascend the stairs. Fortunately, one was continually upgrading her abilities while the other, already well-trained, had awakened her powers, further enhancing her physique, making the ascent quite effortless. However, the lack of electricity rendered their keycards useless, resulting in every apartment door being secured with a simple lock and a hefty padlock, rather rudimentary. Upon unlocking the door and stepping inside, they were greeted by an unsettling emptiness. Astonishingly, there was not even the most basic furniture, a sofa or a bed, yet the shell of this place was relatively clean, sparing them the need for additional cleaning. Luo Mai clicked her tongue, securing the door with a bolt as she remarked, "Goodness, even thieves would hesitate to rob this place." "Count your blessings, at least we have a roof over our heads," Yu Yao replied. "Indeed, and look at the tiles, how they gleam." Luo Mai jested with a smile. Yu Yao couldn't help but chuckle as she set her backpack down. She casually placed a coffee table and a sofa on the living room floor. "Doesn't it look a tad more appealing now?" Luo Mai nodded in agreement. "Quite nice, actually, much more presentable." Yu Yao retrieved 2 pairs of slippers and handed one to Luo Mai, who quickly changed into them. They then worked together to hang several thick curtains on the existing rods. In the kitchen, Yu Yao set up a gas stove, 2 pots, a set of kitchen utensils, and various seasonings. With these additions, the apartment began to feel more like a home. Seeing this, Luo Mai clapped her hands in satisfaction and inquired, "What would you like to eat? I can whip something up." "Something mild, perhaps, rice porridge." "Steamed buns, a simple cold dish." Yu Yao suggested. In truth, she yearned for hot pot, barbecue, or spicy skewers. However, residing in such a place, even a moment's carelessness could draw unwanted attention. The thought of being seen as an easy target was disconcerting. Luo Mai gave her an approving okay sign and replied, "All right, provide me with the ingredients, and you can go about your business." "Sure." Yu Yao, who was not particularly fond of cooking and whose culinary attempts often resulted in disastrous outcomes, refrained from interfering. She promptly gathered the necessary ingredients and utensils for Luo Mai. Finally, she produced a wash basin, a towel, a bottle of hand soap, and a bucket of drinking water alongside another for daily use. "Wash your hands before cooking." "Thank you for the reminder." "You're welcome." Stepping out of the kitchen, Yu Yao made her way to the bedrooms. She furnished each room with an 1.8-meter standard bed, complete with mattresses, bedding, and nightstands, while also placing some change of clothes in the wardrobes. Lastly, she visited the bathroom to install a simple shower, a water tank connected to a shower head, allowing for a hot shower once filled. By the time she finished setting up the toiletries, Luo Mai had almost completed the meal. Dinner's ready. Coming. After a day of exertion, both were ravenous. Thus, they wasted no time and swiftly placed the simple meal on the coffee table. Sitting cross-legged on the carpet before the sofa, they leisurely enjoyed their dinner while watching a variety show on the tablet. Once they were full and satisfied, they did not rush to clean up but rather leaned back on the sofa, engaging in casual conversation while watching the show. As an episode concluded, Yu Yao recalled that Luo Mai had slain a considerable number of level 1 zombies over the past couple of days. She retrieved the crystal cores belonging to Luo Mai and said, "By the way, these are the crystal cores you acquired from the level 1 zombies you killed." Luo Mai was taken aback. "Huh? When did you get these?" Earlier, while battling zombies, she had contemplated digging for crystal cores but had never found the opportunity, leaving her feeling regretful throughout the day. Why Yu Yao had already prepared a response for this question. Before speaking, she quietly deployed a soul lock charm from the system shop. This charm could only be purchased once a month. After acquiring it, it turned grey until the next month when it would become available again. The charm would bind the soul of its recipient, preventing betrayal or retaliation. While Luo Mai's gratitude and loyalty were evident, Yu Yao felt it necessary to employ some precautionary measures before fully trusting her. After all, the charm posed no harm to her, rather, it would subtly strengthen the recipient's mental fortitude, benefiting Yu Yao unless Luo Mai were to entertain thoughts of causing her harm. In that case, Yu Yao would sense it immediately and take action. Having completed her preparations, Yu Yao then said, "I haven't had the chance to tell you, but I possess another ability." Upon hearing this, Luo Mai, who had been drowsy from the carbohydrates, perked up, sitting up straight in excitement. "What? You have more?" Yu Yao nodded. "It's quite unique, which is why I didn't mention it earlier." This only heightened Luo Mai's curiosity. Do tell, I'm eager to know how unique it truly is." "I can extract energy." "Huh?" Luo Mai's face was filled with confusion, completely baffled by those two words. "When a zombie or a mutated plant or animal is killed, my ability allows me to extract the remaining energy and condense it into items or equipment of equivalent energy, like the charm I gave you earlier." Luo Mai's eyes widened in astonishment, her expression growing increasingly dazed as she absorbed Yu Yao's explanation. After a moment, she gasped, "Wait, are you saying you're like a character in a game, collecting loot?" Yu Yao smirked slightly. "Well, I suppose you could say that." Indeed, quick-witted individuals grasp the truth swiftly. "So the crystal cores are part of that too?" "Exactly. Crystal cores are included as well." "But if I kill zombies alongside you, won't I get nothing?" Yu Yao gently shook her head and explained, "Not at all. My ability doesn't apply to zombies killed by others, but it does for you." "Why?" "Because I trust you now, and you trust me. Therefore, the zombies you kill can have their energy and crystal cores extracted by me. From now on, any crystal cores or items you obtain from slain zombies will be yours." She spoke the truth. The system would automatically collect the crystal cores and items Yu Yao acquired from her own kills. Even teammates could assist in gathering, and each person's loot would be stored separately in designated inventory slots, clear and organized. Luo Mai, with her unyielding energy, exuded an invincible spirit that seemed inexhaustible. Her enthusiasm was both invigorating and intimidating, making her a splendid companion for someone like Yu Yao, who often felt despondent. This was why Yu Yao had chosen to include her as a teammate, ensuring that Luo Mai's efforts in defeating zombies would not go to waste. Previously, at the Shinshin Mall, Luo Mai had exploited the zombies' distraction caused by the colorful stone shards, taking advantage of their confusion to slay for level 1 zombies, acquiring 4 crystal cores, 2 transparent, 1 blue representing water affinity, and 1 golden representing metal affinity, along with a charm. Yu Yao's bounty was even greater. She had dispatched 11 level 1 zombies, and with the experience garnered from hundreds of 0-level zombies, she successfully leveled up to level 7, accumulating 11 crystal cores and 5 charms in the process. The concept of trust delighted Luo Mai, prompting her to exclaim in surprise, "Wow, am I really lucky enough to have such a powerful ally?" She playfully crossed her arms and stroked her smooth chin. Am I somehow the main character in a feel-good story, getting everything handed to me by my supportive teammate? Yu Yao scoffed lightly, handed to you. Dream on, get out there and slay zombies, you're basically my hired help. Luo Mai burst into laughter at that. All right, no need to leave me no face, sister. She then turned to Yu Yao with a cheerful gaze. Regardless, I still feel like I've struck gold. Don't exaggerate. I have very slender legs, Yu Yao teased, pretending to be annoyed. Har 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 har, yes, very slender indeed, like a golden leg. After Luo Mai had her fill of laughter, she asked, "So, the charm you gave me is indeed from the zombies I killed, right?" "Yes. From now on, you can keep those things. I don't need them." Saying this, she selected 2 transparent crystal cores, returning the remaining 2 to Yu Yao's hands, saying, "Here, yours back, though it's not much, I'll strive to improve." She understood that she owed Yu Yao a great deal, and it would take time to repay her. However, she was in no rush, the future stretched ahead of them, and as long as she lived, she would continue to repay her debt. The reason she retained the transparent crystal cores was that Yu Yao had mentioned before that mental type ability users could only absorb non-affiliated transparent crystal cores and white translucent mental type crystal cores. She aimed to repay her debt, but knew she must first enhance her own abilities to survive in this perilous world. Surviving was paramount before she could discuss the future. Why Yu Yao gazed at the 2 crystal cores in her palm and said nothing. Instead, she produced the 7 transparent crystal cores she had obtained that day and handed them to Luo Mai. "You don't mind accruing a bit more debt, do you? There will be interest." Luo Mai paused for a moment, then grinned widely, her fox-like eyes curving beautifully. "Not at all. More debt means more fun." After receiving the crystal cores, Luo Mai did not rush to absorb them. Instead, she helped Yu Yao clear the table and wash the dishes. Following a refreshing shower, she donned the clean loungewear Yu Yao had prepared for her, feeling quite satisfied before returning to her bedroom to absorb the crystal cores. With nothing else to do, Yu Yao retired early to her room for some rest. Chapter 26, Military Assistance. At the break of dawn the following day, Yu Yao dutifully signed in as usual, only to be pleasantly surprised by the acquisition of a double experience card. Within the next 24 hours, all experience gained would be doubled, and it could be paused at will upon activation. Quite considerate, indeed. Why Yu Yao stretched with satisfaction, rising leisurely from her bed and stepping out of her bedroom. As she opened the door, she was met by the bright eyes of Luo Mai Jing. "Sister, I think I've leveled up." Upon hearing this, Yu Yao quickly checked Luo Mai's status panel. Indeed, her psychic ability had reached level 1. Impressive. Har har, now my psychic energy can extend up to 150 meters, and the range of my shield has increased as well. I also feel that the duration of the shield has lengthened, and this is without utilizing Lin Lang's effects. If I stack Lin Lang's enhancements, my psychic energy could cover a radius of 300 meters, and my shield could extend 3 meters, lasting at least half an hour. Luo Mai excitedly shared her joy with Yu Yao. Yu Yao listened quietly, unable to resist giving her a thumbs up. Fantastic. By now, most people had recognized the existence of special abilities, yet many remained in a state of confusion, unaware of how to harness them. However, Luo Mai had already taken the lead to achieve level 1. This accomplishment was largely due to her own insight and intelligence, with only a modicum of guidance from Yu Yao. Faced with Yu Yao's unreserved praise and appreciative gaze, even someone as thick-skinned as Luo Mai couldn't help but break into a silly grin, revealing a side of her rarely seen, innocent and shy. After a playful morning routine, the two enjoyed a simple breakfast, then headed to the mission hall to casually accept a task to clear the zombies surrounding the safe zone. The safe zone, bustling with numerous survivors, had become a magnet for the undead, necessitating constant extermination to prevent a catastrophic zombie tide. Upon accepting the task, the duo ventured outside, engaging in combat throughout the day. By evening, they returned home, exhausted yet laden with crystal cores, washed up, and promptly fell asleep. The same routine continued for the next few days. Throughout this period, Yu Yao not only amassed a significant number of experienced crystal core items but, more importantly, learned a wealth of practical skills from Luo Mai. Although she could wield nearly all cold weapons due to the game system, her lack of combat experience left her unfamiliar with various nuances and techniques. Luo Mai, however, was seasoned in battle and could promptly point out Yu Yao's shortcomings, advising her on how to exert minimal effort for maximal results and how to efficiently utilize every inch of her muscles. In just a few days, Yu Yao made remarkable progress. One morning, after breakfast, the two prepared to head to the mission hall for another zombie extermination task. However, before they could leave, someone knocked on the door. To their surprise, it was Captain Fang, who had previously led them to the safe zone, accompanied by a tall, dashing man clad in military attire. Luo Mai opened the door, and upon seeing her, Captain Fang greeted her with a smile. "Good morning, Comrade Luo Mai." Luo Mai responded cheerfully, "Good morning, Captain Fang, what brings you here so early?" Since he had been asked, Captain Fang could not withhold the information. He nodded and stated, "I have a favor to ask of you and Comrade Yu Yao." Pausing for a moment, he introduced the tall man beside him. "This is our brigade commander. He has an urgent mission that requires a trip to the city and hopes to invite you both to join." Following Captain Fang's gesture, Luo Mai turned her gaze towards the towering man, who smiled at her, his fox-like eyes sparkling with inquiry. "Oh. What mission?" The man did not respond directly but instead smiled at Luo Mai and introduced himself. "Hello, Miss Luo, I'm Sang Yi." "So, Commander Sang, what do you need us for?" Sang Yi was quite tall, and even at 170 centimeters, Luo Mai had to look up to meet his gaze. He appeared relaxed yet serious, devoid of frivolity or arrogance. He looked at Luo Mai and stated, "We need to retrieve a batch of medical supplies from Lincheng Second Hospital and, if possible, rescue someone." Unexpectedly, upon hearing Lincheng Second Hospital, Luo Mai's expression darkened, her eyes betraying a deep-seated loathing and animosity. "Sorry, I'm not going. You can find someone else." With that, she attempted to close the door. Seeing this, Sang Yi quickly pushed against the door, his face marked by confusion. "Why not?" "Because we don't want to court death," Luo Mai replied decisively. Sang Yi's pupils widened in shock, and Captain Fang looked equally astonished at Luo Mai's reaction. Sang Yi could not comprehend her vehement response but was reluctant to relinquish the potential of such formidable allies. Thus, he continued to persuade her. "As long as you agree to accompany us, regardless of the mission's outcome, all your accommodations at the base will be free, and I can arrange for you to live in the Villa district." "We're not going. Goodbye," Luo Mai reiterated, attempting to shut the door again, but Sang Yi's hand remained firmly against it, and Luo Mai's patience began to wear thin. Just as she was about to snap, he continued, "I'll give you 20 crystal cores." Luo Mai's eyelids twitched. It seemed the military had recognized the existence of crystal cores. However, "No way, even if we get the crystal cores, we need our lives to spend them. 50 cores." Luo Mai instinctively swallowed, glancing back at Yu Yao, who leaned against the wall with her arms crossed, her expression calm. "I'm inclined to follow your lead." In truth, Yu Yao felt a twinge of temptation, not for the cores but for the immense experience to be gained within the city and the hospital. That was invaluable. Luo Mai could not deny that after experiencing the upgrade through crystal cores, her enthusiasm for this mission had surged. Furthermore, 50 crystal cores was no small sum. She pondered for a few seconds, her mental defenses wavering, yet, the thought of Lincheng Second Hospital brought forth. Luo Mai's beautiful eyes narrowed, her heart brimming with murderous intent. "The person you wish to rescue, is it a female doctor with the surname Shi?" Her gritted teeth and fierce expression startled both Sang Yi and Captain Fang. Sang Yi, no fool, immediately grasped that she likely had a personal vendetta against the mission's target. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware of the necessity of their collaboration. Thus, he tactfully remarked, "Miss Luo, our safe zone currently houses nearly 10,000 people, yet we have only 2 doctors and insufficient medical supplies. We genuinely need to procure those supplies and rescue the trapped doctors, as far too many lives are at stake." As he spoke, he slightly bent at the waist, locking eyes with Luo Mai. The casual demeanor born from his height was replaced by a sense of earnestness, as though her decision bore weight concerning the lives of thousands. Unfortunately, Luo Mai was not swayed, instead feeling a surge of aversion. Stop with the moral coercion. I'm not buying into your guilt trip, I said no. Sang Yi, taken aback by her obstinate refusal, instinctively furrowed his brow. Captain Fang attempted to interject, but Sang Yi pressed on. 100 crystal cores. If you agree to participate in this mission, regardless of its success, I will provide you with 100 crystal cores, 1,000 points, and all your accommodation and parking fees will be waived in the safe zone. With that, he fixed his gaze on Luo Mai, awaiting her response. However, Luo Mai remained silent for quite some time, her expression icy as she scrutinized Sang Yi. Sang Yi felt compelled to continue. 150 cores, that is my final offer. Luo Mai's demeanor softened momentarily, and she furrowed her brow, questioning, you can really afford to offer this many crystal cores? Sang Yi chuckled wryly. Miss Luo, do you have any idea how many zombies our military eliminates daily? Enough with the spiel. My question is, have first-level zombies already become this prevalent? Sang Yi was momentarily at a loss for words, then sighed in resignation. Indeed, zombies evolve far more swiftly than we humans. This was undeniably true. The current environment naturally favored the survival and evolution of the undead. This reality was precisely why Luo Mai was so fixated on crystal cores. After mulling it over, Luo Mai asked, you assure me that regardless of the outcome, the promised rewards will be honored? I assure you. Sang Yi replied earnestly. Luo Mai gritted her teeth. Deal, when do we leave? The sooner, the better. How can I be sure you will uphold your promise? Sang Yi unfastened a small cloth pouch from his waist and handed it to Luo Mai. Here are 50 crystal cores as a deposit. I hear Miss Yu Yao possesses spatial abilities, correct? The equipment can be stored in her space, and upon our return, we will exchange the cores for the equipment, fair and square. Luo Mai blinked in disbelief. Yu Yao smirked, a hint of mockery gracing her features. Commander Sang, you certainly have a clever plan. Captain Fang, noticing the underlying implications in the two young women's smiles, couldn't help but redden slightly. A flicker of embarrassment crossed Sang Yi's sharp gaze as he quickly added, rest assured, Miss Yu, we will not exploit your spatial abilities without compensation. I will trade with crystal cores. Oh. How much more? Sang Yi contemplated briefly. An additional 10 crystal cores, perhaps. Not much, but acceptable. Yu Yao responded with a nonchalant millimeter, before adding, however, any supplies or crystal cores we find along the way will belong to us. Agreed, but you must follow orders to the best of your ability. That seems reasonable. Naturally. Once Yu Yao concluded her part, she fell silent, allowing Luo Mai to take over. Gentlemen, I must voice a concern. If the mission fails or something happens to you, who will fulfill the promised rewards? This was a question Sang Yi had already anticipated. Rest assured, before departure, high-ranking military officials will send someone to draft a contract with you. Even in my absence, there will be others to uphold the agreement. Upon hearing this, Luo Mai finally relaxed. Shall we leave now? Sang Yi glanced at his watch. In 1 hour, we will gather at the mission hall. Luo Mai gave an okay signal, understood. See you both in an hour. With that, she cheerfully closed the door, only to vanish in the blink of an eye as she turned away. Back in the living room, Luo Mai whispered, Sister, what if I want to eliminate their mission target? What should I do? Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Yao responded, then do it. I trust you won't harm the innocent. When Luo Mai mentioned Lin Cheng's second hospital and the doctor with the surname Shi, the hatred and murderous intent in her eyes were far from feigned. Coupled with the injuries she had sustained when they first met, it was not difficult to deduce who had caused her suffering. Luo Mai's gaze flickered, her smile returning. You little girl, your words are quite sweet. Though she smiled, her heart remained resolute in its bloodlust. The thought of that woman, with her malicious gaze, and the helplessness Luo Mai felt after being clawed by zombies, ignited an uncontrollable rage within her. Such a heartless woman would not bring forth anything good through her research. It would be better to eliminate her sooner rather than later. For the sake of the people, she had to be stopped. Chapter 27. Departure to Lincheng Second Hospital. As this journey was uncertain in duration, Yu Yao meticulously packed away all the furniture she had painstakingly arranged in the previous days. Once prepared, she thoughtfully equipped Luo Mai with a set of gear. After careful consideration, after spending so many days together, Yu Yao had come to understand Luo Mai's character quite well. Most of the time, she would rather suffer herself than allow Yu Yao to face any hardship. In recent days, the crystal cores and resources harvested from the slain zombies were mostly for her own upgrades. The remainder was entirely for Yu Yao. The equipment she donned truly was of little consequence. Upon receiving the clothing, Luo Mai flashed a bright smile at Yu Yao and swiftly changed into it. Together, they strolled leisurely towards the mission hall for their assembly. To their surprise, the mission hall was bustling with activity that day, and they encountered Yi Xiang and Ji Yang. Upon inquiry, they learned that the military had issued a recruitment notice, seeking ability users to participate in hospital missions. Both Yi Xiang and Ji Yang had signed up. Luo Mai glanced behind them and teasingly asked, "What about that pair of lovebirds in your team? Why haven't they shown up?" Yi Xiang shrugged, "We're not on the same team, we merely happen to be classmates trapped in the apocalypse together." Zhao Han, he mused, was of questionable character. Even though she possessed a rare ability, she must never be accepted into their ranks, for trouble would surely follow. As for Tan He had once been decent, yet he had become overly infatuated. Even aware that Zhao Han was merely toying with him for her own gain, he still relished the situation, becoming increasingly unhinged. Such a person, even if teamed with him, would inevitably cause discord due to Zhao Han, akin to a ticking time bomb. Thus, after discussion among the four, they resolved to draw a clear line with Zhao Han and Tan He from that point onward. Now that they had reached the safe zone, their security was assured, and whatever transpired thereafter could not be blamed on others. After hearing his words, Luo Mai raised an eyebrow, her curiosity piqued. "So, what about the resources you've collected these past few days? Wouldn't that mean they were giving them a free ride? The portion that belongs to us has already been relinquished." "Jiao Yang and Fang Lianjiao are guarding those resources at home," Yi Xiang replied candidly. "Is Fang Lianjiao all right?" "Yes, she has actually awakened her water-based ability due to the ordeal." Luo Mai smiled, "That's wonderful. Please convey our congratulations to her." "I will, but we must also thank you. If it weren't for your timely arrival to rescue us, where would we be now?" Luo Mai quickly interjected, "Don't thank me. If anyone deserves gratitude, it should be my dear Yu Yao. She is the one who saved you. I hardly contributed." Noticing the conversation veering towards herself, Yu Yao quickly waved her hand. "Let's not dwell on such trivialities. Rather, be cautious with your resources and ensure they don't attract unwanted attention." Yi Xiang, with a charming smile adorning his handsome face, replied, "No need to worry about that. We've donated a portion of our supplies to the military in exchange for a military-guarded apartment building to reside in. With military personnel surrounding us, our safety is somewhat assured. At the very least, no one dares to mount a direct assault." Upon hearing this, Luo Mai gave a thumbs up to Yi Xiang and Ji Yang. "Smart thinking, young man. A fresh mind is indeed invaluable." Yi Xiang responded with a playful, "Oh, I hadn't realized you were an elder sister." "Indeed, dear brother." As Yi Xiang and Ji Yang were third-year students, at the age of 21, and Luo Mai was already 23, she naturally took on the role of the elder sister. "Then please take good care of me, sister." Of course. As Luo Mai engaged in conversation with Yi Xiang, the assembly time gradually approached, and the number of individuals in the mission hall increased. Occasionally, people would bump into one another. There were even those who, enticed by the beauty of Yu Yao and Luo Mai, attempted to take advantage, only to be thwarted by Ji Yang and Yi Xiang. To avoid trouble, the four of them increasingly distanced themselves from the crowd. This caused Sang Yi, searching for them, to circle the mission hall several times before spotting Luo Mai, who was engrossed in conversation with Yi Xiang. "Miss Luo, miss you." Upon hearing Sang Yi's voice, a young man with yellow hair was attempting to bypass Ji Yang to strike up a conversation with her. However, upon hearing Yu Yao call out, "Captain Sang," the youth faltered for a moment, Retreating in haste, the Lincheng safe zone was entirely under military jurisdiction, and being a captain held considerable weight. Although his family had some influence, it was not sufficient to challenge an officer. Realizing this, the previously arrogant young man cursed his misfortune under his breath and begrudgingly slipped away. Ignoring the dejected young man, Seng Yi addressed them, "I have come to invite you to join our vehicle for departure, and to discuss the battle plan." "All right," Yu Yao nodded in agreement. Seng Yi then glanced at Ji Yang and Yi Xiang. "Are these two young individuals your friends?" Yu Yao replied, "We are schoolmates." Seng Yi smiled, "A promising future awaits." Yi Xiang responded with a slight smile, "Captain Sang, you flatter us." Seng Yi believed that those who could associate closely with Yu Yao and Luo Mai must be of commendable character, so he added, "Then let us proceed together." Yi Xiang cheerfully accepted, "Sure, thank you, Captain Sang." "No need for thanks." Seng Yi swiftly led the four of them through the crowd and out of the mission hall, boarding a military truck. Inside were several other soldiers, with Captain Fang among them, clearly part of Seng Yi's team. Once everyone was aboard, Seng Yi informed Luo Mai, "Due to the urgent situation, we can only discuss the battle plan on the road. The conditions are rudimentary, so I hope you will bear with us." Luo Mai waved her hand dismissively, "It's no trouble at all." After years of life-and-death experiences with her comrades, she had endured her fair share of hardships. The current situation was merely trivial. Seng Yi was pleased with the straightforward demeanor of the two young women, nodding with a smile, and refrained from further elaboration. Instead, he produced a paper map and began discussing strategies on how to navigate through the relentless zombie hordes to reach the second hospital, which was teetering on the brink of collapse. Yu Yao and Luo Mai quietly sat in a corner, listening attentively as they deliberated on personnel distribution to divert surrounding zombie groups, the number of individuals to enter the hospital, and how to locate the target equipment and individuals within. They strategized on how to accomplish their mission with minimal sacrifice. Regrettably, they were entirely unaware of the challenges that lay ahead and even whether the so-called target individuals were still alive. All their thoughts and plans were mere conjecture. During this time, they sought advice from Luo Mai, who had evidently been to Lincheng's second hospital, adjusting their plans countless times. The journey was long, and they had to intermittently clear obstructing zombies. Consequently, by the time the team arrived in the Eastern District, where the second hospital was located, the sun was already high in the sky, the temperature was astonishingly high, and the air shimmered under the oppressive heat. The desolate streets, littered with corpses and debris, starkly illustrated the brutality of the apocalypse. Luo Mai and Ji Yang stood atop a tall building, their expressions grave as they maneuvered a drone carrying blood bags, diverting the nearby zombies elsewhere. Simultaneously, they had to avoid the attacks of ability-wielding zombies, which was exceedingly taxing. Yi Xiang and a few armed young soldiers stood guard nearby to prevent any surprise attacks on the duo. Meanwhile, Yu Yao accompanied Captain Fang and others to clear out the zombies that had not been lured away, paving a path for the team. She diligently observed the map in her mind, noting that while the surrounding zombies were few in number, they were all first-level zombies, possessing formidable energy. Unsurprisingly, the target hospital was teeming with zombies, interspersed with various mutated flora and fauna. On the rooftop, a group of a dozen human survivors had congregated. As Yu Yao continued to survey the area, she narrowly dodged an ambush from a speed-type zombie. With a swift motion, she decapitated it, simultaneously throwing her left-hand knife to eliminate a wind-type zombie that had been persistently attacking them with wind blades. As the zombie fell, her knife returned to her palm, leaving the surrounding ability users in awe. Yu Yao disregarded their astonished gazes, employing her cloud step technique to swiftly dash in one direction. She then crouched low and slid forward, her blade flashing as she bisected a zombie that was entangled with a small soldier, just as it was about to seize him. With the zombie's furious roar echoing in her ears, she sprang up and plunged her weapon into its temple. The severed half of the zombie collapsed to the ground in front of the stunned soldier. After saving him, Yu Yao did not pause for a moment. She continued to slash at the surrounding zombies, clearing a path to the hospital. Soon, a resounding explosion echoed. The zombies that had been diverted by Luo Mai and Ji Yang had been obliterated. Since the individuals attracting the zombies were Yu Yao's teammates, the destruction of the zombies also granted Yu Yao equal experience points. She felt her experience bar surge rapidly, her level skyrocketing to 9 due to the doubling effect of her level up card. Moreover, she was merely a tad over 10,000 experience points away from reaching level 10. Her physical attributes and senses were now comparable to those of second-level body and sensory mutants, with her speed and strength reaching unprecedented heights. With a casual flick of her wrist, she shook off the discomfort from the prolonged battle, as if she had just emerged from a luxurious hot spring. Unable to suppress a smile, her eyes sparkled with joy amidst the oppressive heat and the sea of corpses, not realizing how many were captivated by her enchanting presence. Chapter 28, Illusion. As the zombies outside the hospital were cleared away, the members of the team began to gather at the entrance of the hospital. Luo Mai and Ji Yang returned shortly thereafter. Noticing their cracked lips and pallid complexions, Yu Yao handed each of them a bottle of water. Yi Xiang and Ji Yang were evidently taken aback by Yu Yao's gesture, their expressions tinged with surprise. "Thank you, Yu Yao," Yi Xiang acknowledged, fully aware of the value of that bottle of water at the moment. However, his thirst and heat were overwhelming, and he could not bear to return it, planning instead to repay her in the future. Yu Yao waved her hand dismissively, signaling them not to be formal, before redirecting her attention to the hospital. Before entering, Zhang Yi had asked a psychic ability user within the team to probe the situation inside, and the conclusion was clear: there were zombies, particularly numerous on the first floor. The psychic's ability was not highly developed, and the range of their mental projection was limited, thus they had not detected any survivors on the top floor. After gathering this information, Zhang Yi nodded in acknowledgement and swiftly organized the formation. When it was time to enter the hospital, Zhang Yi led a contingent of soldiers, forcefully pushing open the blood-soaked door of the second hospital of Linqianji. Yu Yao was still engrossed in the internal map of the hospital when the door swung open. At that moment, the red dots on the first floor stirred momentarily before swiftly returning to stillness, yet, as they stepped through the threshold, they were met with the unexpected sight of an utterly deserted hospital, so clean and orderly that it seemed to belong to a world before the apocalypse. Yu Yao furrowed her brow, momentarily questioning the accuracy of the map in her mind. The others too displayed expressions of bewilderment, some cast peculiar glances at the earlier psychic ability user. However, Yu Yao's doubts were fleeting, quickly dispelled. Setting aside the map's reliability, the pristine state of the hospital was inherently illogical. Upon examining the map again, she noted that their group was surrounded by a dense cluster of red dots. Some of these dots had even infiltrated their ranks. Yu Yao glanced at Luo Mai and found her brow equally furrowed, her fox-like eyes brimming with vigilance and suspicion. As a psychic ability user, she too had sensed the anomaly. Their gazes locked, and Yu Yao recalled the communication feature in their gaming interactions, akin to telepathic messaging, leading her to attempt to reach out to Luo Mai mentally. "Mai, can you hear me?" Luo Mai's body tensed, her eyes widening in astonishment as she looked at Yu Yao. Realizing she had indeed received Yu Yao's mental message, Yu Yao explained, "This is a form of mental communication, you can respond." "Huh?" Luo Mai instinctively gasped. Yu Yao quickly urged, "Stay calm." Luo Mai replied, Yes. "You re-incredible, sister." Yu Yao cautioned, "Don't get too excited, we are trapped in an illusion, surrounded by zombies." Luo Mai exclaimed, "I knew it, I thought my mental powers were malfunctioning." As she spoke, her hand stealthily tightened around the hilt of her broad-bladed knife. However, not everyone was caught in ignorance. Many others also sensed the oddity, including Zhang Yi, Yi Xiang, Ji Yang, and several others with quick wits. They all recognized the strangeness of their surroundings and refrained from making rash movements. Yet, a few young individuals, unable to contain their awe at the scene before them, contemplated straying from the group to investigate further. "Stay still. Don't wander off." The simultaneous warnings from Zhang Yi and Captain Fang echoed, prompting Yu Yao and Luo Mai to exchange glances, their expressions shifting as they acted in unison. The glint of their weapons flashed before Captain Fang and Zhang Yi. Amidst the astonishment of the group, two heavy thuds resonated in succession, yet, before them, there was nothing to be seen. At this moment, even the dullest among them could discern that something was amiss, but it was already too late, for the psychic zombies within the hospital had realized they had been exposed. In the split second before the zombies erupted into chaos, Yu Yao swiftly retrieved a newly acquired disposable weapon, their exorcising umbrella, and tossed it to Luo Mai. Mai, open the umbrella. The exorcising umbrella possessed the ability to repel evil. Once opened, it would create a protective shield, the range and duration of which depended on the wielder's capabilities. With Luo Mai's current strength, she could maintain a shield with a radius of 10 meters for approximately 5 minutes. Upon receiving the umbrella, Luo Mai wasted no time in unfurling it.as. The incantations inscribed upon the umbrella's surface activated, a radiant golden shield rapidly expanded, enveloping the group within. Simultaneously, the sounds of bodies being flung away echoed alongside the furious roars of the zombies. It was evident what had been repelled by the shield. The shield had its limitations, and some individuals standing further away were left unprotected. Those quick on their feet hurried into the shield's radius, while the slower ones suffered inexplicable injuries without warning. Some even bore horrifying bite marks on their cheeks and necks, gruesome and terrifying. Cries of distress filled the air as Yu Yao steadied her mind, utilizing the sky cover stone to swiftly locate the source of the illusion plaguing them. She had only 5 minutes. Once those 5 minutes elapsed, Luo Mai would be unable to maintain the umbrella, leaving everyone at the mercy of the unseen zombies. Although Yu Yao was not a saint, she understood the principle that the loss of one meant the loss of all. If the others perished, she too would not fare well. Fortunately, the sky cover stone, a divine talisman, lived up to its reputation as the progenitor of illusions. Within merely 2 breaths, Yu Yao pinpointed the source of the deception. A massive butterfly, shimmering in pale purple hues, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors. It was a stunning butterfly, so beautiful it resembled a breathtaking work of art. It rested upon the relief mural in the hospital's triage hall, each flap of its wings releasing a cascade of colorful mist, dreamlike in quality. Observing this, Yu Yao hastily donned a gas mask. Sensing red dots converging towards her, she activated the cloud stepping technique to evade while drawing a compact crossbow, aiming it at the mutated butterfly, and without hesitation, loosed 3 arrows in quick succession. The mutated butterfly sensed the imminent danger and rapidly flitted away, yet, it was struck, one of its wings pierced by the bolts, revealing its form before the onlookers. Yu Yao's actions incited the wrath of the zombies in the triage hall, triggering a slew of assaults and psychic attacks. Yu Yao had to simultaneously monitor the positions of the red dots while instinctively dodging. Ji Yang realized that Yu Yao was being delayed by the unseen zombies, and with the mutated butterfly on the verge of escape, he swiftly conjured ice blades to strike at it. Sang Yi's fireball arrived simultaneously, but the butterfly evaded both attacks. Nevertheless, their efforts somewhat hindered the butterfly's movement, slowing its escape. Their actions prompted those protected by the exorcising umbrella to no longer stand idly by, and they began to unleash their abilities to encircle the creature. Soon, the butterfly swayed precariously, descending under the barrage of psychic assaults. As Yu Yao aimed her crossbow to finish it off, a sudden wind blade sliced through the air, carving a deep wound into her arm, blood gushing forth instantly. Yao. Luo Mai's complexion shifted alarmingly. The 5-minute mark had quietly arrived, and her powers could no longer sustain the exorcising umbrella. She swayed, her face pale, as the umbrella crumbled to dust, slipping through her fingers like sand. Many witnesses to this scene felt their hearts bleed in anguish, yet Yu Yao paid no heed to it all. Her injured arm remained steady as she swiftly and precisely loosed another bolt, pinning the weakened mutated butterfly against the colossal statue behind the triage counter. After shooting the arrow, she leapt backward, switching from crossbow to knife, slicing through the claws of a zombie that had suddenly materialized before her. In seamless succession, her other blade cleaved off the zombie's head. With the demise of the mutated butterfly, the illusion shattered, revealing the grim reality surrounding them: a dilapidated hospital, shattered bones, pools of congealed blood and flesh, and countless zombies. The group finally beheld the zombies' forms and, despite the overwhelming number, felt an unexpected sense of relief akin to surviving a calamity. Indeed, everything pales in comparison. Though zombies were terrifying, they were a lesser concern than the invisible ones. Now, everyone was emboldened to join the fray, unleashing their abilities, firearms, and melee weapons in unison. Among them, Yu Yao remained the most composed. She understood that another psychic zombie within the hospital was coordinating with the mutated butterfly. Otherwise, the other zombies would not have suppressed their instinctual urges to attack humans while the group was ensnared by the butterfly's illusion. Perhaps sensing that Yu Yao had thwarted its plans, the mutated zombie now harbored an intense animosity towards her. Chapter 29 Reunion. It made several attempts to assault Yu Yao's mind. However, due to the presence of the sky-shielding stone, it was unable to lock onto her consciousness, and thus resorted to manipulating other zombies to encircle and besiege her. Luo Mai, who also possessed psychic abilities, became a primary target for the adversary. The two antagonistic individuals found themselves nearly surrounded by half the zombies in the lobby on the first floor. Yu Yao's right arm was injured, and before she could attend to the wound, blood flowed incessantly, rendering her unable to wield a weapon. Fortunately, she managed to grasp her dual-handed knife with her left hand. Ji Yang and Yi Ziyang remained steadfastly by her side, preventing her from sustaining further injuries, yet they themselves bore numerous wounds inflicted by the mutated zombies, appearing even worse off than Yu Yao. With trembling hands, Yu Yao dispatched several more zombies, sensing that she was on the verge of leveling up. Just one mutated butterfly granted her over 5,000 experience points. Though injured, the rewards were worth it. Concerned that someone might notice her wounds suddenly healing, she seized the opportunity to wrap a bandage around her arm, allowing blood to soak through it. While she was binding her injury, a speed-mutated zombie suddenly charged at her with alarming speed, its sharp claws poised to claw at her face. Ji Yang and Yi Ziyang were entangled with other zombies and could not rush to her aid. In the distance, Luo Mai, also preoccupied with her own battle against the zombies, noticed the perilous situation and her expression shifted. In a moment of desperation, she hurled her white-bladed knife with tremendous force, shattering the skull of the approaching zombie. The speed-mutated zombie was sent tumbling backward from the immense force of the blade, its claws still grasping at Yu Yao's gas mask. Just then, a metallic-imbued zombie lunged at Luo Mai. She swiftly dodged and drew a dagger, thrusting it fiercely, yet all she heard was a resounding clink as the dagger collided with the zombie's golden neck, sending sparks flying but penetrating not an inch. Luo Mai's pupils dilated as she watched a golden spike head straight for her forehead. Mai! Yu Yao cried out in alarm. At that critical moment, an incredibly powerful gust of wind unexpectedly materialized, effortlessly severing the zombie's neck, as if slicing through tofu. Simultaneously, Luo Mai's forehead transformed into a metallic sheen, blocking the impending spike from piercing her skin. Mai! A clear, urgent male voice rang out, causing Luo Mai to whip her head around, her eyes suddenly glistening with emotion. Brother! She could no longer contain herself and dashed toward the newcomer, leaping into one of the men's arms like a fledgling sparrow finding solace. Yu Yao, still in shock, instinctively followed Luo Mai with her gaze, landing upon 5 young men, each distinctly styled. Luo Mai was nestled in the embrace of one, while the other 4 had already formed a protective circle around them, their abilities unleashed as they swiftly decimated the surrounding zombies. Yu Yao's gaze lingered on one of them for a fleeting moment. He was exceptionally handsome, towering in stature, with exquisitely defined features that exuded an air of aloofness. His face was sculpted with precision, embodying a divine presence that seemed to have descended from the heavens. His mastery of wind-based abilities was evident, having effortlessly dispatched the metallic zombie with a wind blade. The others were equally formidable, their prowess extending beyond mere abilities. Their agility, speed, and ferocity in battle surpassed anything Yu Yao had witnessed thus far. The wind user could cleave through several zombies' heads with a single sweep, while the fire users in their ranks unleashed a conflagration that engulfed the horde. Even the traditionally weaker wood and water manipulators displayed overwhelming combat effectiveness, with water arrows and vines that consistently reaped a harvest of zombies. No wonder Luo Mai had always spoken highly of her companions, and yet, some of them evoked a strange sense of familiarity within her. Nevertheless, Yu Yao did not linger on this matter for long. With just a moment's glance at the group, she turned her focus back to the fray, rejoining the battle with her knife. Thus, she remained unaware of the wind user's gaze fixed upon her. With the addition of the 5 men, the zombies in the hospital lobby were swiftly eradicated. After dispatching the last zombie, Yu Yao finally reached level 10. In that instant, anyone who had been observing her felt an inexplicable flicker of light emanating from her, only to vanish in an instant. Unbeknownst to those around her, Yu Yao's body underwent a profound transformation once more. The second skill of the medical sage, Ju Fall, was successfully unlocked. Ju Fall was a single-target healing skill capable of restoring varying degrees of wounds based on Yu Yao's own abilities. Simultaneously, the system store updated with all basic equipment and items available for level 10, including skill books such as a temporary shield and energy candies. There were only 2 skill books: Ethereal Blink, which allowed for instant teleportation within a 50-meter radius, with the range increasing with level and a cooldown of 30 minutes. And a Rift in the Sky, which granted control over the air within a 100-meter radius, also scaling with level. The warehouse had finally introduced a one-click organization feature. Before she could even click it, Luo Mai seized her, eagerly introducing her to her teammates. "This is my sister, Yu Yao, my savior," she declared, and without waiting for a response, she began to introduce her companions one by one. She first pointed to the striking wind user and said, "This is our leader, Kai Hang." Then, she gestured to the handsome man beside Kai Hang, whose eyes sparkled with warmth, saying, "This is my second brother, Dongfang Jin." Dongfang Jin smiled politely at Yu Yao, his demeanor gentle, akin to that of a refined gentleman. Yu Yao nodded in acknowledgement. Next, Luo Mai introduced the remaining 3, third brother Qi Xian, who appeared to be lively and cheerful, sharing some similarities with Luo Mai; fourth brother Luo Pingjing, Luo Mai's elder brother, who was rather taciturn but displayed a certain warmth towards Yu Yao for saving his sister. According to Luo Mai, he was a mechanical genius. Lastly, fifth brother Jiang Yi was a quintessential sunny boy, looking like a high school student despite being a few months older than Luo Mai, exuding a clean and charming aura that was contagious enough to elicit a smile from Yu Yao. As soon as Luo Mai finished her introductions, her words barely fading, Sang Yi arrived with Captain Fang. "Miss Luo, are these the teammates you've been waiting for?" Luo Mai nodded, yes. "Congratulations," Sang Yi said with a smile. "Thank you," she replied. Seeing that they were about to engage in conversation, Yu Yao quickly exchanged a glance with Luo Mai before turning to Ji Yang and Yi Xiang. With the lobby momentarily cleared, the doors leading upstairs had been securely shut, preventing any zombies from entering. Everyone had a brief respite, allowing them to search for crystal cores. Ji Yang and Yi Xiang, both injured, leaned against the wall to rest. Upon finding them, Yu Yao hurriedly retrieved some bandages and medicine, handing them over. "Thank you," Ji Yang said as he accepted the bandages. Yu Yao replied softly, "No need for thanks, we owe you our lives." As Yi Xiang wrapped Ji Yang's injuries, he smiled at Yu Yao, saying, "What are you saying? Without you, we would have perished long ago. We owe our survival to you, you should be the one to accept our gratitude." Though Ji Yang said nothing, his eyes conveyed the same sentiment. While Yu Yao smiled and acknowledged their words. As Yi Xiang and Ji Yang tended to each other's wounds, Yu Yao leaned against the wall, feeling somewhat idle. Though she had unlocked her healing skill, she did not intend to reveal it, pretending to rest her eyes. Seizing the opportunity, she discreetly opened the warehouse and activated the one-click organization feature. In an instant, the previously chaotic warehouse space was tidied up. All items were categorized and placed in designated areas, meticulously organized, making it exceedingly convenient to locate anything she needed. Even the supplies in the containers were sorted out, with all empty containers placed in a separate area. After organizing the warehouse, she took a moment to review her recent gains, which consisted mainly of various talismans and materials. TSK, the drop rate for equipment still left much to be desired. Chapter 30, joining the team. It is noteworthy that defeating the mutated butterflies yielded quite a bounty. In addition to the blood crystals within the mutated beasts and the gold coins, 2 other items were dropped. The mutated beast's blood crystals, while not useful for enhancing the abilities of the ability users, serve as a potent resource for other mutated beasts. In the future, when Yu Yao activates the pet system, they will undoubtedly prove invaluable. The other 2 items were a phantasmal ring and a dream butterfly egg. The phantasmal ring allows the wearer to alter their shape, appearance, and aura at will, though it cannot change one's gender and is not bound by time constraints. The dream butterfly egg can hatch into a 1000 illusion butterfly once the pet system is opened, possessing the ability to transform into any species and temporarily acquire all abilities of that species, humans excluded. The duration of transformation is determined by the user's level. The pet system will only be accessible at level 15, making it currently unusable for her, so she merely glanced at the items before redirecting her attention to the store, where she purchased both skill books. Thanks to a recent spate of zombie kills and continuous check-ins, she had amassed over 100,000 gold coins, just enough to acquire the exorbitantly priced skillbooks.at. The moment she procured the books, Yu Yao felt a sudden surge of energy within her. The usage methods for Ethereal Flash and Rending Void seemed to be etched into her mind, readily available for application. However, she needed to familiarize herself with them to use them proficiently. Given the current circumstances, it was not an opportune time to begin her practice, so she set that notion aside. Ultimately, she decided to open the map once more to observe the conditions of the other floors. The second hospital of Lin City was vast, divided into an outpatient department and an inpatient department. The inpatient department was in a separate building, which had been overcrowded even before the apocalypse, and now it was teeming with zombies, devoid of any living souls. Their mission did not include the inpatient department at all. The outpatient department, aside from the top-floor research facility housing a dozen or so living individuals, was entirely populated by zombies on the other floors. It was not that there were no zombies on the 17th floor. Rather, they were relatively few, most of them blocked outside the research facility. Strangely, amid the several purple and blue dots of light within the research facility, there was a conspicuous large red dot. It appeared rather tranquil. Why Yu Yao opened her eyes in confusion and glanced in the direction where Luo Mai and the others were, discovering that Sang Yi was still engaged in conversation with them. Yi Xiang, noticing this, turned to Yu Yao and inquired, "Are those individuals your teammates?" "They are my teammates." "Will you be joining them?" "I'm not sure." Upon hearing Yu Yao's response, Yi Xiang fell silent for a moment, then glanced at Ji Yang, hesitating before saying, "Yu Yao, if what?" Yi Xiang's words were abruptly interrupted by the sudden appearance of Luo Mai. His eyes twitched slightly, and he ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts. Luo Mai arrived accompanied by Luo Pingjing and Xiao Wu Jianyi. Jianyi flashed a cheerful smile at Yu Yao, his moist, clear eyes curving into crescent moons. "Hello, Yu Yao." Yu Yao responded with a light chuckle and nodded, casually handing a restorative energy lollipop to Luo Mai, asking, "What brings you here?" Luo Mai leaned between Yu Yao and Yi Xiang, unwrapping the lollipop and popping it into her mouth. Upon noticing the lollipop's peculiar quality, her fox-like eyes brightened, yet she chose not to elaborate, simply answering Yu Yao's question. "Sang Yi wants to temporarily have the boss and the others join us to discuss future matters." "Oh. What are you discussing?" Luo Mai asked. "Nothing much." Luo Mai raised an eyebrow. "Is that so?" After saying this, she turned her gaze to Yi Xiang, who had fallen silent, and then glanced at Ji Yang, who was still busy bandaging the wound on his thigh, her expression inscrutable. Yu Yao calmly nodded, "Indeed." Seeing this, Luo Mai ceased her inquiries and stated, "I told you my teammates have arrived, sister. Do you wish to join them? If not, I will accompany you." Yu Yao raised an eyebrow. "Do you really want to part with me?" "I would rather not part with you." "Oh, is that so?" Yu Yao did not provide a definitive answer, merely asking Luo Mai, "Have you noticed anything unusual about this hospital?" Luo Mai quickly nodded. "I have. There are still people on the top floor. We will likely need to fight our way up. However, among these individuals, I sense a particularly strange energy, which could very well be the psychic zombie that has been controlling the other zombies to attack us." Upon hearing this, Jianyi's expression turned peculiar, a zombie amidst the crowd. "It has infiltrated the masses. That is precisely what I find odd." Luo Pingjing frowned upon hearing this, speaking in a low voice, "Regardless, let us exercise caution." "Understood." Recalling her primary objective, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Luo Mai's eyes. When Kai Heng arrived with two other teammates, Luo Mai was busy chatting with Yu Yao while sucking on her lollipop, with Jianyi also engaged in lively conversation nearby. Dongfang Jin's eyes flickered, and he remarked with a smile, "It seems that Miss Yu is quite popular." Kai Heng silently observed Yu Yao, and when their eyes met, he solemnly stated, "As long as she harbors no ill intentions." Dongfang Jin replied, "Though she doesn't appear so, human hearts are hard to gauge. Upon seeing them approach, Luo Mai waved. Boss, second brother, have you finished your discussion? Dongfang Jin nodded, gently saying, yes, and what about you? What were you talking about? Xiao Wu was recounting your experiences over the past few days. Due to Jiang Yi's youthful appearance, Luo Mai never referred to him as fifth brother. Not calling him brother at all was already quite rare. To return to their experiences, when the apocalypse struck, Kaihang and his group were abroad. They only realized the world had descended into chaos 3 days after awakening, each discovering they had developed different abilities. Being seasoned mercenaries, they managed to cope with the apocalypse relatively smoothly. The only concern was Luo Mai, who had undertaken a solo escort mission to Lin City. With satellite phones rendered useless, they could only return to search for her using the most rudimentary methods. They originally intended to use a helicopter to return to the country promptly. However, before they could fully cross the border, the helicopter was utterly destroyed due to relentless attacks from mutated avian beasts. Subsequently, they encountered earthquakes and acid rain. After the acid rain, they hastened to the second hospital of Lin City. To their astonishment, they arrived just in time to witness Luo Mai nearly facing danger. Even now, Luo Pingjing felt a lingering fear at the memory, yet, Luo Mai remained remarkably unfazed. She had the Linlang talisman, which ensured her safety for the time being. However, she refrained from voicing this. She understood that Yu Yao trusted her rather than her teammates, and whether to reveal her trump card to them was a decision only Yu Yao could make. Reflecting on the earlier scene, Dongfang Jin also lost his smile. It's fortunate you are unharmed. Luo Mai replied, thank goodness for a Yao. Dongfang Jin was well aware of Luo Mai's implication. He chuckled softly, turning his gaze to Yu Yao, his voice clear and soothing. Miss Yu, now that Xiao Liu has reunited with us, it is only natural that she should accompany us. Your bond with Xiao Liu signifies a connection with us, thus we would like to invite you to join our team. What say you? Ji Yang, who had been silently attending to his tasks, paused momentarily upon hearing this. He quickly resumed his actions, seemingly disinterested in the conversation. While Yu Yao met Dongfang Jin's amber-like, captivating gaze and silently checked the favorability ratings of the individuals through the friendship system. Kaihang, 71, Dongfang Jin, 66, Jixian, 77, Luo Pingjing, 82, Jiang Yi, 80. They harbored no malice towards her, though they did not seem particularly fond either. However, glancing at the favorability rating of 97, which indicated Luo Mai's eager anticipation, she realized that the choice to join or not had become a significant consideration. Joining them would expedite her advancement, yet the evident camaraderie among them suggested that integrating herself later might prove challenging. Nevertheless, this aspect did not concern Yu Yao. It was merely a matter of mutual benefit. The sincerity of their intentions was not within her sphere of contemplation. Conversely, opting not to join would necessitate her own efforts to assemble a team, which would be a waste of time and energy, hindering her progress. After weighing her options, a slight smile graced Yu Yao's lips as she ultimately nodded. Very well. These individuals appeared quite reliable, and aligning with them would certainly alleviate her burdens. Moreover, she would be able to level up quickly. Should she later find it incompatible, she could always leave. After all, she could thrive anywhere, alone or otherwise. Chapter 31, Confrontation at long last. Receiving a definitive response from Yu Yao, Luo Mai couldn't help but break into a radiant smile. She embraced Yu Yao tightly, casting a sidelong glance at Yi Xiang and Ji Yang. Did they truly believe she was oblivious to Yi Xiang's intentions? HMPH, Yi Xiang, shaking his head in resignation, quietly congratulated Luo Mai. Congratulations. Luo Mai raised an eyebrow at him, her spirits soaring. Dongfang Jin maintained his smile and welcomed Yu Yao. We are delighted to have you join us. Jiang Yi added cheerfully, so you shall be known as Xiao Qi from now on. Welcome aboard, Xiao Qi, welcome. We are glad to have you. Luo Pingjing and Qixian also extended their warm welcomes to Yu Yao. Xiao Qi, the youngest, Yu Yao narrowed her eyes, expressing her gratitude in turn. Are you able to adapt to team life? Was the last question posed by Kaihang. He discerned at a glance that Yu Yao was not particularly skilled in social interactions. However, she did not seem difficult to get along with. Yes. That's good to hear. Welcome to the team. Thank you. Kai Heng regarded Yu Yao with a penetrating gaze, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Instead, he spoke to the others. The military personnel will advance layer by layer while collecting supplies. We shall clear their way ahead and excavate crystal cores. Kai Heng and his companions possessed formidable combat abilities, while Zhang Yi had brought only a handful of people. After enduring a brutal skirmish, many were injured or exhausted. With Kai Heng and his team leading the way, the journey would be considerably smoother. As soon as Kai Heng finished speaking, Zhang Yi hurried over to Yu Yao, saying, "Miss Yu, we have organized some medicines and equipment. Could you please assist in gathering them?" Yu Yao acknowledged him and followed without hesitation. Jian Yi watched her retreating figure and inquired of Luo Mai, "Is Xiao Qi also a spatial ability user?" Luo Mai set aside her thoughts and beamed with pride. "Indeed, our Yao is quite remarkable." Jian Yi chuckled, "Truly impressive. Where did you find such a treasure?" Luo Mai huffed lightly, "Our Yao is the one who found me." Dongfang Jin gazed at Luo Mai with a smile, asking, "Her skills are exceptional. Do you know what she did before?" "She was a student at Haider University." Luo Mai replied, glancing at Yi Xiang and Ji Yang, "They are her schoolmates." Dongfang Jin turned to Yi Xiang, inquiring with curiosity, "Oh, did she possess such remarkable skills back then?" Unexpectedly, the usually taciturn Ji Yang responded, "With her character and appearance, how could she protect herself without some skills?" This was not a fabrication on Ji Yang's part. The original owner was introverted and low-key, yet she had never been a pushover. Her father had a friend who owned a martial arts school, and as a child, she trained there for several years to help boost its popularity. Additionally, with Yu Zhao's occasional training and guidance, while she had not become a martial arts master, she had acquired some skills. Her striking looks attracted too much attention. As a child, her beauty and intelligence often led her to be cornered and bullied by the school's delinquents. When her parents learned of this, they could only express their impotent rage and even suggested she introspect. Eventually, she learned some self-defense techniques, and when faced with bullies in secluded corners, she was able to handle them herself. This was also why she had managed to survive for 10 years in the harsh apocalypse in her previous life. Qi Xian furrowed his brow, perplexed. Even with some skills, it shouldn't be that effortless, right? "Xiao Liu, did you really not inquire further?" Luo Mai's demeanor darkened, casting a displeased glance at Qi Xian. "Is that important? What is there to ask?" Qi Xian quickly replied, "Don't be upset. I was merely asking, with no other intentions." Dongfang Jin, seemingly oblivious to her displeasure, continued, "What Arzian said is indeed correct. Ordinary university students wouldn't be so inscrutable. I trust your judgment, but I also have the right to be curious about her past." Luo Mai was taken aback as Kai Heng interjected, "Dongfang." Just then, Ji Yang let out a low chuckle. Dongfang Jin and the others turned to Ji Yang, and even Luo Mai regarded him with embarrassment. Ji Yang looked up, his expression impassive. "If you wish to ask something, feel free to do so directly." This secretive inquiry behind her back seems rather dishonorable. Qi Xian frowned. "Why do you speak like that? Have we offended you?" Noticing the atmosphere shifting, Dongfang Jin quickly interjected, "Little brother, please don't take offense. You are correct, our curiosity regarding Xiao Qi should indeed be addressed openly rather than speculated behind her back. It was my oversight, and I will apologize to Xiao Qi." Ji Yang turned his gaze towards him, then regarded the others, his tone extraordinarily calm. "You should apologize, not for your so-called secretive inquiries, but for your condescension and arrogance. It appears you accept her only because Luo Mai saved her. You embrace merely Luo Mai's savior and friend, not Yu Yao as a person." At first glance, his words seemed somewhat pretentious, but upon reflection, it became clear what he meant. He was speaking up for Uyao. In his heart, such a remarkable individual as Yu Yao should not be subject to unwarranted disdain. Qi Xian scoffed derisively. "You've known her for less than half an hour, just a name, and you expect to embrace her further. What are you thinking?" Ji Yang stood his ground. "Indeed, you invited her to join the team after knowing her for less than half an hour. What were you thinking? You don't understand her, so how can she understand you? She values Luo Mai's feelings and agreed to team up with you. And what about you? You hastily extended an invitation only to doubt and distrust her afterward. What an enlightening experience this is. Did she chase after you? Clearly, she did not. Ji Yang's words were blunt, but Qi Xian, who had just been confronting him, suddenly fell silent, and Dongfang Jin and the others lapsed into contemplation. To be honest, they had not considered the implications earlier. After finding Luo Mai, she had shared the events that transpired in the apocalypse, allowing them to realize that Yu Yao had been teaming up with Luo Mai for these past few days, even assisting her in upgrading her abilities. Thus, they were genuinely grateful to Yu Yao. Furthermore, based on their brief initial interaction, the girl seemed quite agreeable, coupled with Luo Mai's genuine fondness for her and her persistent insistence on bringing Yu Yao into the team. They had straightforwardly invited her to join. They had instinctively assumed that teaming up with Luo Mai equated to teaming up with them, as if it were merely a formality. However, after Ji Yang's remarks, they suddenly recognized that Yu Yao knew far less about them than they did about her. Did she truly feel at ease teaming up with them, given that she was unaware of their personalities or ages? Upon realizing this, they acknowledged that their actions had indeed been lacking in consideration. Yet, it was evidently too late to ponder this issue now, for the die had been cast. Yu Yao was already their new teammate, already acknowledged as Xie Qi by their own lips. Kaiheng regarded Ji Yang intently. After a moment, he spoke solemnly to the youthful boy, whose features still bore a hint of innocence yet held a calm gaze. You are correct. We indeed failed to take everything into account. However, mutual acceptance requires time. Perhaps in the future, she will come to accept and trust us. If we cannot find common ground, we are not bound together and can simply part ways. Since this connection has begun, let us endeavor to walk this path together. Perhaps it will yield unexpected results. The bond had arrived unexpectedly, and they were fortunate to grasp it. If they could not hold on, it would simply mean they were indeed incompatible. Ji Yang, upon hearing this, turned his head and gazed at Kaiheng for a long while, his expression complex. Finally, he solemnly remarked, "Indeed, congratulations to you all. Congratulations to you all for becoming her rightful teammates." Chapter 32, Shi Ying. After Yu Yao followed Sang Yi to retrieve the medications and equipment organized from the first floor, she noticed that Luo Mai had become somewhat reticent, glancing at her several times as if she wished to speak but refrained. The expressions of the others also bore a hint of awkwardness. Without needing to ponder, Yu Yao understood the course. However, she did not pry further. Joining the team was merely a pragmatic means of expedience for rapid advancement. It was not as if she had sold herself to them. She was indifferent to their perceptions of her. Soon after, with a commanding voice, Sang Yi directed everyone to proceed upstairs. Most of the zombies in the hospital were occupied by the mental-type zombies, which had been sent to the first floor to barricade it, leaving fewer zombies on the other levels. With Kaiheng and his companions present, the clearing process was expedited. Yu Yao trailed behind, tasked with collecting the supplies that had been cleared away. Finally, as dusk approached, they reached the 17th floor. In the research facility on the 17th floor, the group finally encountered the so-called survivors, 13 individuals, both male and female, young and old. Upon seeing the woman at the forefront, a flicker of murderous intent briefly flashed in Luo Mai's eyes. It seemed she was the one who had pushed Luo Mai towards the zombies. Shi Ying possessed a gentle and graceful appearance, her voice soft and melodious. With poise, she introduced herself to the group and then expressed her heartfelt gratitude for their rescue. We were uncertain when we heard commotion outside, hardly believing that the military had come to our aid. We are truly grateful to you all. Her dignified demeanor and eyes brimming with appreciation endeared her to many. Even Sang Yi, upon confirming that she was the target of his mission, could not help but smile. Yet Yu Yao, observing her and then glancing at the substantial red dot on the map that indicated her position, fell into a contemplative silence. Upon learning of Sang Yi's intentions, Shi Ying graciously offered to lead them in gathering equipment and documents. When she noticed Luo Mai beside Yu Yao, a flicker of surprise and delight crossed her face. "Miss Li, you are unharmed, how wonderful." Luo Mai and her companions never used their real names on missions but opted for aliases or code names. Kaiheng's code name was Si, Dongfang Jin's was Dongfang, Qi Xian was known as Old Gun, Luo Pingjing was referred to as Demon King, and Jian Yi went by the alias Xie Yu. Luo Mai also used a code name, Miss Li, as her mother bore the surname Li in her memories. Leaning lazily against the wall with her arms crossed, Luo Mai smirked sarcastically at the shifting expressions of Shi Ying. Indeed, rather disappointing, isn't it? I am still alive. Shi Ying was momentarily taken aback, her watery eyes reflecting innocence and confusion. How can you say that? It was my fault that you were injured back then, but I truly did not intend to. You must believe me, you are my savior. The peculiar atmosphere between Shi Ying and Luo Mai left Sang Yi and the others in a state of astonishment. They speculated that there might be unresolved animosities between Luo Mai and the mission target, yet they did not expect their initial meeting to be so fraught with hostility. Miss Luo, do you truly know Dr. Sure. Sang Yi could not help but inquire. Luo Mai nodded. Of course I know her. In fact, I ought to thank her. If she hadn't pushed me towards the zombies, I might not have awakened my abilities. As she spoke, she cast a glance at Shi Ying, offering a slight smile that did not reach her eyes. With a playful yet dangerous tilt of her head, she continued, wouldn't you agree, Dr. Shi? Shi Ying's pupils quivered. Meanwhile, Luo Pingjing's expression turned ashen upon hearing that Luo Mai had been pushed towards the zombies by Shi Ying. Without a word, he drew his gun and aimed it at Shi Ying's head. Observing Shi Ying's pallid face, Luo Pingjing gritted his teeth and inquired dangerously, you pushed my sister. Luo, stop. Sang Yi hurriedly intervened, stepping forward to prevent Luo Pingjing from acting rashly. Luo Mai hesitated for a moment before placing her hand on Luo Pingjing's wrist, saying, brother, the greater good must prevail. My. Luo Pingjing looked down at Luo Mai, confusion etched on his face, but when his gaze met Luo Mai's eyes, which harbored a hint of murderous intent, his eyelashes fluttered. Ultimately, he lowered his weapon but continued to regard Shi Ying with a frigid glare. Shi Ying silently exhaled, her voice imbued with regret as she apologized softly, Miss Li, I sincerely apologize for what happened back then. But please believe me, I did not push you intentionally. It was chaotic at the time, and I did not know how I came to bump into you. I am willing to make amends. If you still cannot forgive me, you are welcome to push me once. I assure you, I will not resist. Her heartfelt words resonated deeply, moving many to silently commend her bravery in taking responsibility. Some even grew discontent with Luo Mai, deeming her reaction excessive and unreasonable. Among the survivors, a young man in his 20s voiced his displeasure. You're fine now, so why cling to the past? Besides, you've awakened your abilities, haven't you? If it weren't for Sister Shi Ying, you might still be dormant. Shi Ying quickly interjected, Xiao Yu, do not speak to Miss Li like that. The boy named Xiao Yu shot a disdainful glance at Luo Mai and retorted, Sister. She is just taking advantage of your kindness, don't fall into her trap. Miss Li is not that kind of person. Shi Ying's brows furrowed as she disapproved of Xiao Yu's remarks. Sister Shi Ying. Xiao Yu looked at her with exasperation, his disdain for Luo Mai growing. Did you not hear how Commander Sang addressed her? Miss Li, she doesn't even dare to use her real name, what could she possibly be? At this, Shi Ying paused, her expression faltering as she weakly defended Luo Mai. This Miss Li must have her reasons for not revealing her name. What a grand spectacle it was. Wai Yu Yao raised an eyebrow, thoroughly entertained. Luo Mai narrowed her eyes slightly, unable to suppress a light click of her tongue as she addressed Xiao Yu, I remember you. Lin Xiaoyu, right? Lin Xiaoyu lifted his chin, a mix of arrogance and self-satisfaction in his demeanor, responding pointedly, I shall not change my name or surname. Luo Mai's lips curled into a cold smirk. That seems incorrect. I believe it is you who ought to change your name. Let us call you Dr. Shi, the greatest sycophant of all time. How does that sound, by the way? Why haven't you awakened your abilities yet? This simply won't do. Without powers, how can you protect your goddess? Perhaps, I could assist you. As she spoke, she drew a large knife, pressing it against Lin Xiaoyu's shoulder, the sharp blade mere millimeters from his neck. If I carve a small wound on you and smear it with some zombie blood, you might awaken your abilities. Care to give it a try? The weight of the blade on his shoulder nearly buckled Lin Xiaoyu's knees. Feeling the chilling sensation at his neck, his pupils constricted. Instinctively, he took 2 steps back to evade Luo Mai's knife, exclaiming, "Crazy woman, how dare you!" This exclamation caused Luo Pingjing to raise his gun once more, aiming it at Lin Qiaoyu's head. "Who are you insulting?" Sang Yi, exasperated, intervened again. "Mr. Luo, please, remain calm." Luo Pingjing turned his icy gaze towards Sang Yi, his demeanor frighteningly cold. "Commander Sang, do you have family? If it were your loved ones thrown into a horde of zombies, would you still calmly advise yourself not to act rashly?" Sang Yi was taken aback, his eyes flickering. How could that be? He would unhesitatingly tear the assailant apart, yet, circumstances differed. His current task was to protect these individuals. After a brief inner struggle, he finally spoke. "I understand that Dr. Shi has made mistakes, and you harbor resentment. Thus, I shall take it upon myself to ensure that all resources from Dr. Shi's side are handed over to Miss Luo, along with an additional half of the reward for your cooperation, in exchange for her forgiveness. How does that sound?" Upon hearing this, Luo Mai raised an eyebrow, continuing with her conditions. "I have one more stipulation." "Speak." "Let her stay away from me." Rest assured. After Luo Mai finished speaking, she grasped the still fuming Luo Pingjing's arm, and with Kai Hang and the others, they turned to leave the research facility, seeking a clean office on the 16th floor to temporarily regroup. She certainly could not act against Xu Ying in front of so many witnesses. However, what the future held was uncertain. Meanwhile, Yu Yao accompanied Sang Yi and Xu Ying to collect all existing resources and medical supplies, experimental apparatus, documents, and samples from the research facility. Afterward, they descended to the office where Luo Mai and her group had settled. Chapter 33 Night Talk. As she approached, Jixian and Jian Yi had already set up the pot and were boiling instant noodles, with fish balls and sausages added to the mix. Upon seeing her, Luo Mai's eyes lit up as she called out, "A Yao." Yu Yao took a seat beside her and inquired, "I've collected Xu Ying's supplies for you, should I pass them to your brother?" The group of Kai Hang and others had assumed that Yu Yao was completely unfamiliar with them. However, that was not the case. Yu Yao had long been aware of their ages, abilities, and health conditions while checking their favorability levels through the friend list. Luo Pingjing was a dual ability user of space and metal, and Yu Yao had initially intended to feign ignorance. Yet, Luo Pingjing clearly had no intention of hiding this fact, directly pulling out several sets of bowls and chopsticks in front of her. Luo Mai laughed. "What are you giving him that for? You should keep it." Right, about Xu Ying, what's wrong with her? Do you also think something's off?" Luo Mai straightened up, staring at Yu Yao. Before coming to the 17th floor, she had sensed a powerful zombie lurking there. However, when they cleared the zombies on the 17th floor, she hadn't encountered anything particularly formidable. Her doubts lingered until she saw Xu Ying, which only deepened her uncertainty. Xu Ying's aura was peculiar, both powerful and saturated with deadly energy. Yet, she claimed to have never awakened any abilities. Yu Yao, observing the doubt etched on Luo Mai's face, realized that in such close proximity, she was unable to confirm Xu Ying's true identity. Thus, she declared, "She is not human." Luo Mai wrinkled her nose in disdain. "Indeed, she is not human." Yu Yao continued, "She is a zombie, a humanoid zombie." What? What on earth? The exclamations from Luo Mai, Jian Yi, and Xixian echoed simultaneously, while Kai Hang and Dongfang Jin's expressions also shifted. Only Luo Pingjing continued diligently cooking the instant noodles. Dongfang Jin asked seriously, "Are you certain?" "Yes, my ability is quite unique. I can discern the difference between zombies and humans." Although Yu Yao did not fully trust them, she understood that withholding too much information would be detrimental for everyone. It was better to reveal some of her peculiarities as long as she kept the critical point about the game system a secret. Luo Mai exclaimed, "Wait, aren't you a space ability user?" She deliberately refrained from mentioning the extraction of spirits, wanting to protect Yu Yao's secret. Yu Yao pointed to the ground. "I just awakened a new ability on the first floor, air manipulation." As the others looked on with a mix of surprise and curiosity, Yu Yao elaborated, "Xu Ying has disguised herself very well. Even the rise and fall of her chest appear genuine, but it's just an act. She has the motion but lacks true respiration. However, Luo Mai was too excited to concern herself with whether Shi Ying was a zombie. She eagerly tugged at Yu Yao's sleeve. Air manipulation, what kind of ability is that? When did you awaken it? Was it when you suddenly glowed? Glowed? Yu Yao was puzzled. What glow? Back when you defeated the last zombie. I thought I had misseen, it was actually you awakening a new ability, right. At this, Luo Mai leaned in closer to Yu Yao and whispered in her ear, it looked especially beautiful, like a fairy descending from the heavens. Yu Yao was taken aback, realizing she was referring to when she reached level 10. Had she really glowed? How bizarre. At that moment, I did feel a lightness in my body, and afterward, I discovered the new energy. Luo Mai gave Yu Yao a thumbs up, my sister is truly amazing. Yu Yao chuckled lightly, and Luo Mai asked again, but what exactly is air manipulation? Yu Yao raised her fair and delicate hand, her fingers moving slightly, causing a pen on the nearby desk to levitate slowly without any external force. With a flick of her wrist, the once harmless pen shot forth like a sharp sword, embedding itself firmly into the opposite wall. For instance, manipulating objects through air, extracting all air within a designated area to create a vacuum. Or gathering a substantial amount of air in a small space and then detonating it to form an air bomb. These are just a few potential applications I've thought of so far. Wow, Jiangyi exclaimed, genuinely impressed. Luo Mai's previously lowered thumb shot back up. Impressive. Dongfang Jin added, that's wonderful, congratulations. Thank you. Her response was polite yet distant, lacking the warmth she had shown towards Luo Mai. Dongfang Jin was typically adept at navigating social interactions with everyone, but at that moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Their simple and courteous exchange was interrupted by Luo Pingjing calling them for dinner. Jiangyi handed Yu Yao a large bowl of noodles, packed generously with various fish balls and sausages. Yu Yao thanked him and proceeded to the nearest desk to eat. Naturally, Luo Mai followed closely behind. Observing this, Dongfang Jin exchanged a glance with Kai Hang, then returned to his meal with an air of composure. After dinner, the group briefly discussed Shi Ying's situation and ultimately decided to remain cautious, observing her actions before making any moves. After all, she was currently the military's primary protector, and even if they revealed her true identity, few would believe them. Shortly thereafter, Kaiyang organized the night watch schedule. He and Dongfang Jin would guard the first half of the night while Qi Xian and Luo Pingjing would take the latter half. Jiangyi was set to watch the following day, so the girls were spared from the night watch for now, perhaps due to a habit from the past. Luo Mai said nothing, and Yu Yao certainly did not raise any objections. She had no intention of adopting a feminist stance and creating unnecessary trouble for herself. Once the distribution was complete, Yu Yao and Luo Mai headed to the adjacent office. After a brief wash-up, they retrieved 2 mattresses from the space. Luo Mai eagerly removed her outer clothing and lay down on the soft mattress. Noticing that Yu Yao showed no intention of lying down, she hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided to voice the question that had been on her mind all afternoon. Yao, what do you think of my brother and the others? They're quite good, Yu Yao replied. Are you happy to join our team? Happy. Luo Mai sprang up excitedly, really? Yes, they are so strong and dependable. By aligning with them, I can win effortlessly. Shouldn't I be happy? But Yao, you are strong too, you don't need to rely on anyone. Luo Mai's voice softened. She knew that if Yu Yao wished, she could easily cultivate her own formidable team. She had that capability. Why Yu Yao glanced at her and suddenly smiled. That sounds too exhausting. I'm quite lazy. At least for now, I just want to find a team that allows me to sleep soundly at night without constantly worrying for my life. She was keenly aware of the unfamiliarity and distance her teammates felt toward her. Likewise, she was merely forming a team to level up and defeat monsters. Despite her numerous advantages, maps, backpacks, favorability detection, spirit extraction, wind riding, space rending, when calculated, aside from the talismans, she possessed no high damage abilities. She couldn't even shoot a gun, but who would wait around for you to toss talismans when facing high-level zombies? While the support role was indeed sought after, it came with significant limitations. Until level 30, or until she forged suitable offensive artifacts, she was primarily reliant on auxiliary abilities. Only after reaching level 30 could she break free from those constraints and truly embrace her role as the leading heroine. To reach that point swiftly, leveling up quickly and obtaining as many offensive materials as possible became essential. Therefore, for now, it didn't matter, she hadn't genuinely acknowledged them. Why should she expect them to recognize her? They were merely tools for one another. Luo Mai listened to Yu Yao's words, staring at her in a daze for a while, then she said, Yao, what I want to convey is that I hope you agree to join the team because you genuinely like it, not just because of me. What is the difference? What? Luo Mai looked a bit stunned. It feels too early to talk about feelings or compatibility when I've only known them for less than a day, right? After a pause, she continued, I prefer to believe that feelings are cultivated through interaction. My joining the team due to you is merely fate between us. If in the future we find ourselves unable to harmonize, I will naturally leave. No one can stop me. Yu Yao had never been one to compromise her own desires. Yet, from her perspective, Luo Mai's team, no, her newly formed team was indeed quite commendable, more reliable than the vast majority of others. They weren't bound by military restrictions or burdensome missions, nor did they suffer from the disunity of a ragtag group. They were the most fitting tools for her to level up. Luo Mai blinked, staring blankly for a moment before bursting into laughter. She suddenly realized that her nervousness had made her overly fixated on trivial matters. In a post-apocalyptic world, being so sentimental was truly unwarranted. It was my fault. Yu Yao chuckled softly, reaching out to pat her shoulder. What is wrong with you caring about my thoughts? I am genuinely happy. I'm happy too. Yao, becoming friends, teammates, and sisters with you is the most fortunate thing in my 23 years of life. I feel the same. Oh wait. Yu Yao paused for a moment. Under Luo Mai's increasingly uneasy gaze, she smiled and said, I mean 20 years. Chapter 34, The Purifying Charm. Yu Yao chuckled softly twice, rising to her feet as she remarked, all right, you should rest now. I need to step out for a moment. Where are you going? I'm going to check on Ji Yang and Yi Xiang. Earlier, in her haste to inform Ji Yang and Yi Xiang of her whereabouts, several soldiers were conversing nearby, so she refrained from interrupting them. During the day, when Yu Yao was injured and besieged by a horde of zombies, Luo Mai had been preoccupied, leaving only Yi Xiang and Ji Yang to guard her side. Regardless, she felt it necessary to visit them, to deliver some medicinal supplies or food. Upon hearing those two names, Luo Mai's eyes gleamed with curiosity as she tentatively inquired, Yao, does Ji Yang perhaps? What? Does he like you? Yu Yao furrowed her brow, recalling Ji Yang's affection level, 90, quite high indeed. Yet, she did not believe Ji Yang harbored romantic feelings for her. The complexities of human emotions are multifaceted, transcending mere romantic inclinations. At least in her perspective, Ji Yang's gaze upon her was untainted. He probably just regards me as a friend. Don't read too much into it. Is that so? Indeed. Luo Mai responded with an oh, rolling back to lie down, waving her hand dismissively at Yu Yao. All right then, make it a quick trip. Millimeter. Yu Yao swiftly made her way to the 17th floor, where she found Ji Yang gazing out the window. Yi Xiang was absent, his whereabouts unknown. Approaching him, she inquired, where's Senior Yi? Why isn't he here? Ji Yang turned to look at Yu Yao, his eyes flickered with momentary uncertainty before returning to normal. He went to consult with team leader Sang about some matters. Are you looking for him? No, I came to bring you medication. As she spoke, she handed Ji Yang a compact first aid kit, adding, you must properly tend to your wounds from earlier. In truth, when Ji Yang and Yi Xiang had set out, they had brought along some supplies. However, their backpacks had been torn open during the skirmish on the first floor, scattering their provisions, which were now tainted with zombie blood and unusable. Ji Yang accepted the first aid kit, murmuring a quiet, thank you. No need for gratitude. I owe you both for your assistance today. Ji Yang replied, we're classmates, it's only natural. Yu Yao nodded and leaned against the window beside him, gazing at the pitch-black night sky. The summer night breeze was no longer sweltering but carried a gentle softness. In a subtle motion, Yu Yao discreetly slipped 2 protective charms into Ji Yang's hand, whispering, "The hospital is unsafe, be cautious tonight." Ji Yang quietly grasped the small folded charms, nodding in silent acknowledgement. The 2 charms Yu Yao gave to Ji Yang were known as purifying charms. They served to counter negative effects, akin to mental control or fainting. She had an instinctual unease about Shi Ying. Thus, she hesitated to reveal too many items. However, with her surplus, it was more prudent to bestow them upon trustworthy individuals, enhancing their self-protection capabilities. Ji Yang and Yu Xiang's affection levels were 90 and 85 respectively, considerably higher than those of her so-called teammates, implying a minimal risk of betrayal. The system had indicated that affection values exceeding 80 were exceedingly rare, necessitating profoundly strong emotions to reach that threshold. While human hearts are indeed fickle, they had endured so much together. She was willing to tentatively place her trust in them. After offering her warnings, Yu Yao prepared to leave, only for Ji Yang to unexpectedly comment, "We have received news about our families. They are in Rongqing, working on establishing the Linjiang base." Linjiang Province, Linchang, is part of the Haisha region, with Rongqing being the former provincial capital. Once the Linjiang base is completed, the inhabitants of the Linchang safe zone will be relocated there. Upon hearing this, Yu Yao instinctively remarked, "Congratulations." Ji Yang fell silent for a moment before continuing, "We are currently quite weak, but we won't remain so forever. Why, Yu Yao, if you ever find it difficult to get along with your current teammates, would you consider giving us a chance to become your allies?" His tone was light. The night breeze tousled Yu Yao's loose strands of hair, brushing past her glimmering gaze as Ji Yang fixed his eyes upon her. After a brief moment, he heard her reply, tinged with amusement, "Thank you for your offer, but my current teammates are rather splendid." It wasn't that she couldn't part from her present companions. Rather, she had no habit of seeking alternatives while still riding the horse. It was best not to raise false hopes too early. Moreover, they had families and responsibilities. Yu Yao had no intention of binding herself to the Linjiang base. Although they were indeed remarkably admirable, even if they were somewhat inexperienced, their bravery and sincerity shone through. In Yu Yao's eyes, even if they could not become teammates, there were still numerous avenues for future collaboration. Ji Yang lowered his gaze, hesitating before softly stating, "That's good. If we cannot become teammates, may I have the honor of being your friend, without the need for constant expressions of gratitude?" Yu Yao was taken aback, looking at Ji Yang with surprise. Only after sensing the subtle tension in his eyes did she chuckle lightly and nod earnestly. "Of course, friends." Upon returning to the 16th floor, Yu Yao encountered her freshly appointed leader, Kai Hang, leaning casually against the wall, his handsome face obscured in shadow, his expression inscrutable. Yet, Yu Yao was aware he was watching her. "Captain," she called out quietly. Kai Hang stood up in silence, advancing toward her step by step, halting a meter away as he spoke. "If you feel uncomfortable, you may simply call me by my name." Yu Yao gently shook her head. "It's nothing to do with comfort." Kai Hang responded with a vague millimeter. "I hope you feel no pressure. We indeed did not perform well previously. We hastily invited you due to Xiao Liu, placing you in a precarious situation. However, after that child spoke, I seriously considered whether I would have invited you to join us without Xiao Liu." He paused, then added, "My answer is yes, solely because of who you are, independent of anyone else." Yu Yao squinted slightly. "That child?" Kai Hang frowned, "The one named Ji Yang. He is a good person, more attuned to respecting you than we are." "Oh, is that so?" "So their peculiar expressions at that time were due to something Ji Yang said," Kai Hang continued. "If we exhibit any behavior that makes you uncomfortable, please feel free to voice it. There's no need to keep it bottled up. We seldom engage deeply with others, and in our first encounter, we may have inadvertently said or done something that unsettled you. I apologize for that. Alternatively, if you find us intolerable, I won't stop you from leaving. If you don't mind, we will always be your most loyal allies." Kai Hang was evidently a reserved individual, delivering these words in a rather dry manner. Yet it was clear he genuinely hoped Yu Yao would integrate into their group swiftly. Loyalty. Yu Yao's almond-shaped eyes narrowed slightly. "That would indeed be preferable." Thus, she gently nodded. "Understood, Captain." Noticing Yu Yao's skepticism, Kaiheng felt somewhat helpless and replied, "Well, it's getting late, you should rest for a while." "All right." Yu Yao acknowledged, expressing her gratitude to the night watchman Kaiheng before hastily returning to the office where she and Luo Mai were resting. Without disturbing the tranquil Luo Mai, who was absorbed in absorbing crystal nuclei to enhance her abilities, Yu Yao carefully lay down on the mattress and closed her eyes. She quickly fell asleep, though her slumber was not deep. Hence, when a rustling sound reached her ears, she opened her eyes immediately. She hurriedly rose to awaken Luo Mai, just as a soft knocking echoed at the door. "Xiao Liu, Xiao Qi, wake up. There's something happening." It was Dongfang Jin's voice. "Second brother, we're awake." Luo Mai replied as she hurriedly donned her outer coat. While Yu Yao swiftly stowed the mattress away, retrieving a pair of level 10 curved daggers and handing them to Luo Mai, calling out to the door, "We'll be right there." Luo Mai had long since realized that while the broad-bladed knife was immensely powerful and quite impressive, it was overly taxing on stamina and unsuitable for confined spaces. However, she had not brought this up with Yu Yao yet. Yu Yao had sensed her discomfort and decided to assist her by providing a replacement. The curved daggers, unlike the broad blades, were both agile and adequately lethal. Yu Yao inexplicably felt that Luo Mai was well suited to wield such weapons. The level 10 weapon also offered a notable enhancement in damage output, increasing it by 10, and had a recognition consciousness, preventing anyone but the owner from using it. Luo Mai said nothing, handing over her old knife to Yu Yao. After securing the 2 curved daggers at her waist, she opened the door alongside Yu Yao and followed Dongfang Jin to the adjacent room. Everyone had already awakened, and the rustling sounds continued unabated. If one did not listen closely, they could easily be overlooked. Qi Xian scanned the surroundings warily, asking in a low voice, "What is going on?" "Mutated plants," Yu Yao declared just as a sudden waft of an unusual fragrance filled the air. As the purifying charm within her flickered momentarily, she instinctively sealed off the surrounding air. "Poisonous." Luo Mai immediately unleashed her psychic energy to locate the source of the mutated plants. Strangely, however, apart from the persistent rustling, she found nothing. Yu Yao experienced a similar phenomenon. She had clearly seen multiple yellow markers representing mutated flora and fauna on the map, yet when she searched the area through the map, their presence eluded her. Something was amiss. Underground. Yu Yao and Kaiheng's voices echoed simultaneously. Luo Mai frowned. "My psychic strength isn't sufficient to penetrate underground. Moreover, most of the people on the 17th floor are unconscious." Kaiheng promptly instructed, "Xian, Xiao Yi, Xiao Liu, come with me downstairs. The rest should check upstairs." Third brother Qi Xian was a fire-type ability user, effective against mutated plants, while fifth brother Jian Yi possessed both wood and earth abilities, ideal for dealing with any mutated plants lurking underground. Yu Yao pondered for a moment but refrained from offering the purifying charms to them. Kaiheng's abilities could easily manifest a wind shield to block the poisonous gas, although it would tax his mental strength and abilities, creating unnecessary complications. She decided to wait and see. Chapter 35, Mutation. After Kaiheng led his team away, Yu Yao followed Dongfang Jin and Luo Pingjing as they began to ascend the staircase. Upon reaching the transfer stairwell between the 16th and 17th floors, the ventilation window of the stairwell was suddenly shattered without warning. Thorned, dark green branches lunged towards them with menacing intent. Dongfang Jin swiftly positioned himself beside Yu Yao, conjuring a water barrier to thwart the incoming branches. Luo Pingjing, wielding a golden blade, sliced through the branches, their actions synchronized and efficient, all within a heartbeat. Before the subsequent branches could close in, the trio hastily exited the stairwell, pushing open the fire door to the 17th floor. The 17th floor was densely carpeted with branches, a strange fragrance wafting through the air, thick enough to induce unease. Yu Yao possessed a clear heart talisman, while Dongfang Jin and Luo Pingjing employed their respective abilities to hold their breath. Thus, they faced no significant issues as they severed the branches obstructing their path. Luo Pingjing's golden energy materialized into a shield, providing impenetrable protection for the trio against the branches that threatened to invade from the windows. Upon finding Sang Yi and the others, they discovered that only Ji Yang and Yi Xiang remained conscious on the 17th floor. The room where they rested had all its windows sealed with thick layers of ice by Ji Yang's powers. However, numerous branches had already infiltrated the room, ensnaring many individuals who had succumbed to unconsciousness. Ji Yang and Yi Xiang tirelessly wielded their knives, combating the encroaching branches while attempting to rescue others. Ji Yang, in particular, had to intermittently repair the ice layer that was on the verge of being breached by the branches. They were exceedingly busy, yet they spared no effort, resolute in their determination not to abandon anyone. The arrival of Yu Yao and her companions provided them with a moment of respite. With Ji Yang having sealed the windows, the number of branches inside the room ceased to increase, making them easier to clear. Nevertheless, the ice layer would eventually be compromised. Luo Pingjing opted to seal the windows with metal, temporarily cutting off the mutated plant's access. However, this was merely a stopgap measure. They could only await Kai Hang and his team to swiftly deal with the source of the mutated plants. While Yu Yao stood at the doorway, wielding her blade, her slender waist and long legs exuding both beauty and grace, yet her expression grew increasingly grave. It was not due to the unresolved mutated plants, but rather because we are once again surrounded by zombies. Her gaze drifted toward the still steady breath of Shi Ying. It was evident who was orchestrating this chaos. Upon noticing, Dongfang Jin also cast his eyes toward Shi Ying, subsequently locking gazes with Yu Yao. The problem needed to be addressed at its origin. While Yu Yao twirled the knife in her hand, feigning seriousness as she stated, "There are too many zombies. We must lure them away." Dongfang Jin paused for a moment before replying, "I will go." Yu Yao, taken aback, glanced at him and then added, "I will lure the zombies away. I possess a peculiar stone that is said to accelerate their evolution. They have no resistance to it." As she spoke, she keenly sensed Shi Ying shudder slightly, the atmosphere in the hall growing increasingly sinister. Dongfang Jin inquired, "What is it? I can take it to lure them as well." "No," Yu Yao replied, "this stone can only be concealed in my space. It allows me to escape." With that, she produced the white fragment from her space, leaving no time for Ji Yang and Yi Xiang to express their astonishment. Suddenly, the roars of zombies outside the hospital escalated, causing the ground to tremble. The mutated plants outside also grew exceedingly agitated, compelling Ji Yang and Luo Pingjing to repeatedly reinforce the faltering ice layer and metal plates. A gentle breeze brushed against Yu Yao's hat. "Get back! Be careful!" Dongfang Jin and Ji Yang shouted in unison. The ice shield and metal shield simultaneously sprang up in front of her. Meanwhile, Yu Yao calmly tossed the white fragment into the air, gripping her knife firmly as she swiftly turned. In the next moment, she had traversed 2 layers of protective shields, her blade finding its mark firmly in Shi Ying's brow. As Shi Ying fell, still ensnared by the water tendrils conjured by Dongfang Jin, her body could no longer maintain its human form. As Yu Yao slowly withdrew her knife, Shi Ying collapsed to the ground, reverting to her terrifying zombie shape. Luo Pingjing and the others were taken aback by Yu Yao's decisive action. After all, Shi Ying was laden with villainous buffs and had the potential to evolve into a zombie king, not the kind of character one could easily dispatch, yet Yu Yao had done so with such effortless grace. This was largely thanks to the 5-colored stone fragment in her possession, which held a lethal allure for zombies, stripping them of their rationality. Had it not been for this, Shi Ying would not have so readily exposed herself. Yu Yao glanced at the so-called memory pearl, which contained all of Shi Ying's memories. From it, she learned that Shi Ying had transformed into a zombie as soon as the apocalypse began, simultaneously awakening her dual abilities of spirit and detoxification. While her detoxification ability could eliminate the zombie virus, it was insufficient to restore her to a fully human state. At the moment she became a zombie, she had already perished. Thus, she could only use her detoxification ability to suppress the toxins within her, allowing her to maintain a semblance of humanity. Moreover, she had never considered using this power to save others. Perhaps it was because she had lost her humanity as a zombie, or perhaps she had never possessed it to begin with. The reason she kept those dozen or so survivors was not due to any moral awakening, but merely to stockpile resources for herself. Ironically, the detoxification pills she dropped upon her demise could indeed eliminate the zombie virus, and the blood samples could be utilized for research. One could say she left behind a minuscule contribution to this world. Yu Yao's eyes flickered slightly, but in the next moment, she turned her gaze toward Dongfang Jin and Luo Pingjing. Luo Pingjing was perplexed. Dongfang Jin's brow twitched before he couldn't help but chuckle softly. Rest assured, Xiao Liu will not be upset. She will only say, my sister is amazing. Luo Mai harbored a deep-seated hatred for Shi Ying, but she did not feel compelled to carry out the deed herself. As long as the outcome was favorable, it mattered not who executed the act. With him saying so, Yu Yao naturally felt a sense of relief. If her own enemy were to be eliminated by someone else, she would feel a tinge of regret, but Luo Mai would not, and that was splendid. She sheathed her knife, a smile gracing her features. That's a relief. With that, she retrieved a specialized rope for rappelling. Dongfang Jin's expression shifted as he stepped forward to restrain her hand, which was preparing to find a place to tie the rope. He spoke gravely, I thought you were merely trying to deceive her. Not at all, Yu Yao replied. There are far too many zombies outside, at least quadruple the total number within the hospital, and our numbers are too few. If we do not lure the zombies away, we will all perish. In truth, the first level Shi Ying could not control such a multitude of zombies. However, she had stealthily roamed the city these past few days, imprinting mental suggestions on the majority of the zombies. With just a thought, they would rush to protect their master. One had to admit, Shi Ying was an astute individual, a clever zombie. Unfortunately, she had crossed paths with Yu Yao. I will go. I will go. Luo Pingjing exclaimed in urgency. Yu Yao raised an eyebrow, chuckling, why the foul language? Dongfang Jin, I will lure the zombies. He reiterated with seriousness. Why Yu Yao brushed aside Dongfang Jin's hand as she walked toward the window she had aimed for, saying, what I said earlier is true. Only I can conceal this stone, moreover, I do not wish to part with it just yet. Letting the zombies pick it up will only create another calamity. Dongfang Jin followed closely behind her, then I will accompany you. This place requires protection. If the zombies are lured away, what protection is needed? Dongfang Jin's voice grew urgent. Mutated plants cannot be moved carelessly. Once the five-colored stone is revealed, the mutated plants will go into a frenzy. Xiao Qi. Dongfang Jin once again grasped Yu Yao's wrist. I am not one to willingly place myself in danger. I am rather timid. After saying this, Yu Yao continued, my involvement is purely for profit. Do not impede my chances of making a fortune. She retreated to the window and turned to Ji Yang, who had remained silent all this time. Ji Yang cast a deep glance at Yu Yao, silently gesturing with his hand. A robust ice pillar materialized at her feet, reaching the ceiling. While Yu Yao smiled at him, secured the rope, and said, I will count to 3. You must immediately seal the window once I go out. Ji Yang nodded, while Luo Pingjing clenched his fists, his expression unreadable as he fixed his gaze on Yu Yao, lost in thought. Yu Yao regarded him, her voice clear and melodic. 3, 2, 1. The outer layer of ice suddenly melted away, yet the golden shield remained unyielding. Without the ice shield, the window became the target of the mutated plant's attention, rattling ominously. Yu Yao felt no anger, nor did she question. Instead, she offered Luo Pingjing a faint smile, gripped her knife firmly, and thrust it fiercely toward the golden shield. Luo Pingjing's eyes widened in alarm. Xiao Qi. In the next instant, the golden shield shattered under the combined assault from within and outside. Yu Yao's body propelled backward as she leaped, swiftly disappearing into the darkness. Chapter 36, Level 2 Zombie. Yu Yao activated the obscuring stone, grasping the rope as she descended rapidly along the hospital's outer wall, which was overrun by mutated plants. Upon reaching the ground safely, she employed her cloud-treading steps to deftly evade and weave through the grotesque horde of zombies, moving with the swiftness and agility of a lightning bolt. After arriving at a clearing some distance away from the throng, she deactivated the obscuring stone and retrieved the shards of the five-colored stone, swiftly departing in a specific direction. Behind her surged countless zombies, roaring and clamoring as they pursued her relentlessly. Their overwhelming obsession and energy compelled Yu Yao to flee with all her might. The void-splitting technique was utilized to its fullest, continuously creating obstacles for the zombies converging from all sides. The cacophony of the zombies racing towards a single point caused the very earth to tremble beneath them. Minutes later, As the sounds receded into the distance, both Dong Fangjin and Luo Pingjing bore grim expressions. It was not a matter of male pride, but rather the realization that the situation had escalated far beyond their plans and expectations, leaving them momentarily at a loss. Why Yu Yao led the horde of zombies for over 10 minutes. Various supernatural attacks relentlessly bombarded her, forcing her to dodge while running. At times, she leaped onto rooftops. At other times, she used walls for leverage. Whenever it seemed she would be caught, she would retract the 5-colored stone shards, activating the obscuring stone to catch her breath while the zombies floundered in confusion before she would distance herself again, repeating this cycle. After an intense 40 minutes of frantic sprinting, she finally arrived at the bomb crater where Sangyi had ordered the detonation of zombies. The crater was deep, with the lowest point roughly 10 meters below the surface, forming an irregular circle approximately 70 meters in diameter. Standing in the center of the crater, Yu Yao gazed impassively at the swarm of zombies pouring in from all directions. Just as she felt herself on the verge of being overwhelmed, she sprang upwards, her toes barely touching the ground as she utilized the void-splitting technique to propel herself higher, quickly soaring out of the crater's reach. The shards of the 5-colored stone had already been stowed away, suspended in midair not far from the crater. Yu Yao observed the densely packed zombies below, lost and unable to find a way out, a subtle smile gracing her lips. The crater was still insufficiently large, with many zombies yet to enter. However, wouldn't it be fine if more came? With this thought, she deftly pinched several explosive talismans between her fingers and hurled them forcefully. The tremendous shockwave from the explosion blew off Yu Yao's hat, revealing her exquisite visage. The sky was softly illuminated, with the nascent sunlight tenderly caressing her profile. The small vermilion birthmark on her brow, vivid as blood, rendered her almost otherworldly. On the rooftop of a nearby apartment building, a tall and imposing figure stood silently, surveying everything below. Once the chaos subsided, Yu Yao returned to the bomb crater, employing the same strategy repeatedly. After several cycles, tens of thousands of zombies were obliterated, their remains scattered to the winds. The surrounding structures trembled and collapsed under the force of the explosions. The bounty of experience and items accumulated propelled her level to a striking 14, the curve of her lips becoming increasingly alluring. With few zombies remaining, the crater could not accommodate them all, so she refrained from wasting more explosive talismans. Instead, she drew her twin daggers and set off down a less populated path, intent on returning to the hospital. However, it wasn't long before she sensed something amiss. It felt as if she had walked into a trap. Realizing this, Yu Yao's expression shifted sharply. She leapt upward, sweeping her blade to sever a delicate golden thread that had appeared beneath her, attempting to ensnare her. As the thread was cut, more strands surged towards her from all directions. Why Yu Yao was compelled to pivot and use her twin daggers to shred the encroaching threads. Yet, just as one wave subsided, another arose. The threads attacked with relentless ferocity, offering Yu Yao no respite. She could only dodge left and right, occasionally leaping to evade. The combination of her twin daggers and the void-splitting technique was pushed to its limits as she continuously severed the overwhelming threads. Though her movements were frantic, they possessed an unexpected grace, akin to a dance. Gradually, Yu Yao discerned that these so-called threads were not ordinary strands, but rather the vines of mutated dodder. These vines grew at an astonishing rate. The streets and buildings surrounding her had transformed into a sea of pale golden dodder, obscuring their original forms. Although the dodder appeared soft and harmless, it emanated an aura of profound danger, compelling Yu Yao, who had navigated the apocalypse with ease until now, to the brink of helplessness. In a moment of carelessness, Yu Yao found her ankle ensnared by the dodder vines. The instant she was caught, she felt her vitality and energy rapidly depleting. The vines quickly climbed up her leg. Yu Yao hastily detonated an air bomb to sever the vines entangling her and leapt backward. However, this disrupted her rhythm, and she was struck heavily in the back by a surging mass of dodder. No wonder there were so few zombies here, with such tenacious mutated dodder, who would dare approach. Surrounded by various mutated plants, Yu Yao was unable to ascertain which one was attacking her through the map. She could only pull out an explosive talisman, activating it and hurling it towards the most conspicuous yellow dots on her map. Positioned between several explosion points, Yu Yao quickly erected an air wall to shield herself from the ensuing shockwaves and flying debris. Her actions proved effective. After a series of explosions, the surrounding pale yellow dodder twisted momentarily, instantly losing its luster. and the airborne vines fell to the ground. Before she could catch her breath, Yu Yao abruptly noticed a massive red dot that had appeared beside her on the map, seemingly out of nowhere. It was larger than any red dot she had encountered in the past few days. A level 2 zombie, the game level and ordinary ability levels were in a 10-to-1 ratio. Calculating this, she realized she possessed merely the capability of a level 1 ability user. The sound of air slicing through the atmosphere erupted without warning, and Yu Yao had no time to think. Instinctively, she raised her blade to block a golden blade that bore immense murderous intent. The tremendous force of the golden blade coursed through the blade and into her palm, wrist, and arm, rendering her entire arm devoid of combat capability in an instant. She could barely hold onto her weapon. This was trouble. It was a mutated metal-type zombie. Indeed, engaging in solitary combat was perilously reckless. Before she could contemplate further, countless golden blades rained down upon her from all sides, leaving her with no means to defend or evade. She hastily executed the void-splitting technique to teleport 50 meters away, but before she could regain her footing, an even larger golden blade surged towards her. It was so fast. Yu Yao's pupils constricted, yet she reacted swiftly, conjuring an air bomb in front of the golden blade, causing it to veer off course. The golden blade plunged into the wall behind her, embedding itself completely. Simultaneously, she quickly purchased a temporary protective shield from the shop and activated it. A semicircular shield with a 2-meter diameter formed, shielding her from the onslaught of golden blades that followed closely behind. The clattering of metal hitting the ground echoed as the shield trembled precariously, on the verge of collapse. Continuing like this was untenable. Yu Yao retracted the shield and activated her cloud-treading steps, darting backward. The golden blades and level 2 zombie followed her like a shadow, pursuing her relentlessly. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Yao caught sight of the zombie's appearance. It was an exceptionally tall creature, its body encased in metallic abilities, with only a pair of crimson eyes visible. Its movements were fluid and swift, devoid of the usual stiffness of ordinary zombies, and it was frighteningly fast, likely a dual-element zombie. This was becoming quite troublesome. Yu Yao hurled several explosive talismans at it, just barely earning herself a moment to breathe. Taking advantage of this respite, she poured all onto her blade, igniting it to form a fiery sword, and boldly approached the metal-type zombie. The flames roared forth like fierce dragons, pouncing upon the zombie with a determination to fight to the death. There was no escape. She had no choice but to confront it. Even with her mental preparations, the hardness of the metal surface of the zombie's body exceeded her expectations. Each strike sent tremors through her hands, leaving them numb and trembling. It is worth noting that her level 10 twin daggers were already akin to divine weapons. Ordinary metals crumbled before them like tofu. Coupled with Yu Yao's strength, even thick rebar would be easily severed. Yet, she still could not breach the zombie's defenses. With no other recourse, Yu Yao gritted her teeth and focused her assault on the zombie's eyes. The level 2 zombie had regained some of its vision. If she could destroy its sight, rendering it blind, the obscuring stone could come into play. However, she had not anticipated that this was a zombie skilled in combat, possessing remarkable evasion abilities. Just as Yu Yao managed to graze its eyelid, it dodged away and delivered a powerful punch that sent her flying. Yu Yao hurriedly controlled the air to slow her descent, praying to avoid crashing into the ground. To her surprise, she did not land on the ground but instead fell into a wide, warm embrace. Yao, it was Luo Mai's voice. Yu Yao then realized that her freshly minted teammate had arrived. Chapter 37, Nested Dolls. After catching Yu Yao, Kaiyang slightly turned his body, placing himself between the approaching zombies and Yu Yao. With a swift motion, he unleashed 3 rapidly spinning tornadoes towards the pursuing undead, each infused with sharp blades and flames, effectively immobilizing the zombies in an instant. Luo Mai and the others, having lagged behind, hurriedly caught up. Kaiyang seamlessly handed Yu Yao over to Luo Mai while he and Dongfang Jin prepared to confront the second-level metal zombie. Yao, are you all right? Luo Mai, supporting Yu Yao, anxiously inquired while simultaneously using her mental power to disrupt the movements of the second-level zombie. Yu Yao smiled gently, shaking her head in reassurance. I'm fine. Luo Mai scrutinized Yu Yao, noting her pale complexion, her hands weakly hanging by her sides, and her reddening eyes. Do you have any idea how scared you made me? If you ever dare to play the hero again, I won't speak to you. Understood, it won't happen again. who was trying to be a hero. It was clearly a case of seeking fortune amidst danger. You really? Luo Mai looked at Yu Yao, who was clearly speaking contrary to her feelings, and could only gently guide her to retreat to the side. The arrival of Kai Hang and his companions profoundly illustrated the principle that two fists cannot contend with four hands. Even the formidable second-level zombie was merely overwhelmed by their combined efforts. Kai Hang's wind blades and tornadoes, Qixian's fireballs and fire nets, Luo Pingjing's golden spikes and hidden weapons formed the main offensive, while Dongfang Jin's water arrows and Jiangi's vines and earth spikes served as support, complemented by the interference from Luo Mai. Despite the strength of the dual-element zombie, it succumbed in less than 10 minutes. As the zombie fell, Qixian stepped forward, preparing to extract the crystal core. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Don't go. Get away. Yu Yao shouted upon realizing the danger. Simultaneously, a razor-sharp shadow surged from within the metal zombie, lunging towards Qixian. He barely had time to react before a formless entity clamped down on his neck. Kai Hang and the others immediately unleashed their abilities at the creature, but the indistinct shadow swiftly darted toward Yu Yao. Luo Mai reacted with extraordinary speed, instinctively turning to embrace Yu Yao, exposing her back to the threat. Mai. Xiao Liu. The shadow moved too quickly for anyone to intervene. Just as it was about to bite into Luo Mai's nape, a faint golden protective shield suddenly emerged from within her body, shielding both her and Yu Yao. The absolute defense of the Linglang talisman had automatically activated, repelling the mysterious entity. Dongfang Jin, ignoring the nature of what had saved Luo Mai, seized the moment to launch a water arrow at the creature, drenching it. Kai Hang followed suit, summoning a purple lightning bolt imbued with golden radiance from the heavens, striking the unknown mass. The creature let out a pained shriek before crashing to the ground, emitting acrid smoke, ultimately falling silent. This series of events unfolded with astonishing rapidity, not exceeding 3 seconds in total. Once the grotesque mass lay motionless on the ground, they hurriedly gathered around to assess Qixian's condition. His major artery had been punctured, blood gushing forth, and his complexion rapidly deteriorating. It was evident that he had been infected by the zombie virus, marking the onset of mutation. Kill me. Qixian struggled to speak, his once bright eyes now devoid of any luster. Jiangi cradled him, tears streaming down her face. Even the typically stoic Kai Hang and Dongfang Jin felt their eyes welling up. Luo Pingjing gritted his teeth, trembling uncontrollably. Luo Mai, rushing over, stared blankly at them, her eyes gradually losing focus. Yu Yao stood in the background, saying nothing. After a moment, she sighed softly, gently pushing past the obstructive Luo Pingjing. Kneeling down, she placed an antidote pill into Qixian's mouth, her fingertips emanating a soft glow. She placed it on Qixian's blood-soaked neck, whispering, "Don't be afraid, you will be all right." Luo Mai's eyes gradually regained their spark. Yao, do you have a way? Yes, don't be sad. Yu Yao replied, focusing intently on treating Qixian. Qixian, clearly skeptical, slowly turned his dull gaze towards her, managing to utter, "Xiao Qi, welcome to our team. I caused you to get hurt, and you still welcome me. Since you've joined us, you are one of us, a teammate, and we must fight to protect you, Xiao Qi. I don't blame you." Qixian forced a smile, attempting to alleviate Yu Yao's concerns. While Yu Yao gazed deeply at him, her fingertips shimmering with light as she softly murmured, "Thank you for saying that. However, I've heard from Mai that your marksmanship is superb. If given the chance in the future, would you teach me?" Qixian forced a bitter smile. Everyone in the team is an excellent marksman. They can teach you, so don't worry. Yu Yao's eyes dimmed slightly as she slowly withdrew her hand, her lowered gaze unable to conceal her disappointment. Are you unwilling to teach me? So, you don't truly acknowledge me as your new teammate, do you? Qixian's heart tightened at the sight of Yu Yao's pale face and her aggrieved expression. I don't. Qixian abruptly sat up, furrowing his brow in protest. Qixian tilted his head, sensing his own body. Meanwhile, Yu Yao, whose lips had lost all color, slowly stood up, suppressing the urge to faint. She gently said, I clearly said, you won't have any issues. Qixian's eyes widened in shock as he stammered, I am not infected, sure. Yu Yao placed a finger on her lips, softly shushing him. Whatever happens, we can deal with it later. I can't hold on any longer, Armai, you must protect me. In this world, she could only trust one person, Luo Mai, who bore the soul-locking curse. Before she could utter her final word, darkness enveloped her vision, and she collapsed into a soft embrace. Luo Mai had caught her just in time. Yao. It might be due to the depletion of her powers, came Kai Hang's voice. This was the last thing Yu Yao heard before her consciousness faded away. Jian Yi stared at the unconscious Yu Yao in Luo Mai's arms, fragile and pale, then turned back to Qi Xian, who was equally incredulous at his own miraculous recovery, as he checked himself all over. After a long pause, he muttered, if anyone finds out about this ability, it will be a huge problem. Luo Mai retorted, are you afraid? Have you ever seen me afraid? Since I accepted Xiao Qi, she is my sister, she always has been, I will not misjudge her. Dongfang Jin pursed his lips. Initially, you thought she had ulterior motives. Luo Mai glared at him. Apologies. In truth, the moment she leaped from the window, Dongfang Jin regretted her earlier underestimation and suspicion. Yu Yao was far better than they had imagined. The child named Ji Yang was right. Luo Mai carefully supported the unconscious Yu Yao, snorting lightly at the comment. If any of you dare to treat Yao poorly and drive her away, I won't have anything to do with you anymore. Dongfang Jin shot her a reproachful glance, scolding, don't speak nonsense. Qi Xian regained his composure and forced a grateful smile. Tilting his head towards Luo Mai, he assured, don't worry, she is no longer just your savior, she's also mine, this little sister, I consider her as one of us. Jian Yi raised an eyebrow. Then when you teach her to use a gun, you must be gentle. At this, Qi Xian's brow twitched, then he grinned, donning a smile that sent shivers down spines. That won't do. A strict teacher produces exceptional students, Jian Yi, Luo Mai. Meanwhile, Kai Hang quietly extracted the crystal core from the deceased second-level zombie. He examined the mysterious mass, confirming it to be a baby zombie, before losing interest. Upon seeing Kai Hang extract the core from the mass, Dongfang Jin hurried over to provide him with water to wash his hands, casually asking, what happened, is it also a nested doll? Yes, it's a speed-type baby zombie. The two zombies fused together earlier, which is why the metal zombie exhibited such swift speed and extraordinary combat ability. If it were an ordinary zombie, Yu Yao would not have been caught in such a predicament. Dongfang Jin frowned, indeed, there are all kinds of zombies. Kai Hang nodded in agreement. He later approached Luo Mai, gathering Yu Yao into his arms, and said solemnly, let us head back for now. Luo Mai's expression shifted, boss, I can manage. Kai Hang shot her a sidelong glance, are you afraid I would harm her? Well, that's not quite the case. Let us go back. All right, okay, boss. Luo Mai complied on the surface but still closely followed Kai Hang, displaying her distrust, ready to protect Yao at any cost should any issues arise. Chapter 38, Gathering supplies. When Yu Yao awoke, she found herself in the hospital, in the very room where she had previously been sleeping. Luo Mai was beside her, staring intently, her eyes wide open, which startled Yu Yao. Unaware of her own intensity, Luo Mai nearly leaped with excitement. Yao, you're finally awake. Yu Yao could only smile wryly at Luo Mai's exaggerated reaction. With a gentle assist from Luo Mai, she slowly sat up and said helplessly, what are you doing? I'm perfectly fine. Luo Mai gazed at her with wide, beautiful eyes, clearly shaken. Perfectly fine, you nearly scared me to death. I'm sorry for causing you worry, Yu Yao admitted candidly. Luo Mai wasn't he genuinely angry? She was too preoccupied with concern. With a sigh, she remarked, as long as you're awake, are you hungry? My brother made some kanji, wait here, I'll fetch it for you. Without waiting for a response, she hurried out, oblivious to Yu Yao's helpless gestures and her repeated insistence of no need. Before long, Luo Mai returned, carrying a steaming bowl of kanji. After a moment's contemplation, Yu Yao decided not to refuse. As she ate, Luo Mai began to recount the events of the day. It turned out that shortly after Yu Yao had lured the horde of zombies away from the hospital, Kai Hang and a few others had dealt with the mutated plants in the hospital's underground. To avoid being discovered for taking the crystal cores, Yu Yao had deliberately removed her power to absorb energy from Luo Mai, fearing that if she were absent, the cores would be taken without her knowledge. Consequently, she was unaware of when Kai Hang and the others had resolved the issue with the mutated vines. According to Luo Mai, they had encountered an unknown mutated vine, deeply buried underground for dozens of meters, and it had taken considerable effort to locate it. Not long after they neutralized the mutated vine, the dazed Sang Yi and the others had regained consciousness. Once they returned to the 17th floor, they learned that Yu Yao had gone off to attract the zombies, prompting them to rush out in search of her. As for the creature that had bitten Qi Xian, it was actually a zombie infant, likely related to that golden zombie. Luo Mai, consumed by worry for Yu Yao, hadn't he fully grasped the situation. Additionally, the absolute defense shield that Lin Lang's talisman provided couldn't remain concealed for long. Although Luo Mai said nothing, they were all intelligent enough to connect the dots. Why Yu Yao remained indifferent to the speculation. If they figured it out, so be it. After all, the items were meant to be utilized, and there was no sense in being secretive. Furthermore, whether it was due to her heroic act of diverting the zombies or for saving Qi Xian, she awoke to find that her teammates' fondness for her had also passed 85. In fact, had she paid closer attention, she would have noticed those values had been steadily increasing long before she had rescued anyone the previous night. Such high values could hardly be attributed to mere self-interest, especially for individuals she had known for only a day. It was an extraordinarily high figure, for now, she needn't fret over any ulterior motives or malicious intentions from them. Luo Mai continued to chatter, explaining how Sang Yi and Captain Fang nearly broke down upon discovering that Shi Ying was a zombie. Fortunately, among the survivors, a few of Shi Ying's fellow disciples were experts in life sciences. They could engage in research and, in critical moments, serve as doctors, making their efforts worthwhile. However, the existence of a humanoid zombie had indeed terrified many, particularly those who had spent considerable time with Shi Ying, leaving them with nothing but lingering fear. As Luo Mai rambled on, Yu Yao listened quietly. It wasn't until she had finished the bowl of kanji that Kai Hang and Dongfang Jin knocked on the door and entered to check on Yu Yao. Jian Yi, noticing that Yu Yao looked much better, smiled and said, "You look much improved. You all right now, right?" "Yes, I'm fine." "That's good to hear. You really scared us." He felt a bit embarrassed as he scratched his head. May I ask what you gave third brother back then? How did the zombie virus suddenly dissipate? Is it convenient to share?" In comparison to Luo Mai's sudden appearance of the defense shield, this question piqued his curiosity the most, having troubled him for quite some time. Initially, he hadn't intended to pry into Yu Yao's secrets, but after some contemplation, he decided to inquire, agreeing with Ji Yang that it was better to ask directly than to speculate. Of course, if Yu Yao had questions for him, he would answer candidly. Why Yu Yao replied, "There's nothing inconvenient about it. I simply took an antidote pill from Shi Ying amidst the chaos." As she spoke, she produced a glass vial containing one such pill. Luo Mai exclaimed, "Oh, she had this. Does she actually possess some skill?" Yu Yao scoffed, "Perhaps it was meant for saving others." Luo Mai wholeheartedly agreed, "Indeed, a complete waste of a person, a trash zombie." As she spoke, she handed the antidote pill to Jian Yi and Dongfang Jin for their examination. As the others observed the antidote, Dongfang Jin interjected, "I would like to apologize. I admit that when I first invited you to join our team, I held certain biases and prejudices against you, and I said unkind things behind your back." They had encountered individuals attempting to ingratiate themselves through underhanded means before, so it was inevitable they had been slapped in the face. Dongfang Jin continued, "So, I'm truly sorry, Xiao Qi. It's all right. It's not significant. I wasn't in a better position myself." Qi Xian added, "Honestly, we owe you a great deal this time. Otherwise, I would surely." Yu Yao dreaded such sentiments, so she quickly interrupted him before he could finish. "Don't think that being overly polite will absolve you. You still owe me gun training." Qi Xian smiled slightly. "Rest assured, I'm committed to being your teacher." Jian Yi winced, returned the antidote to Yu Yao, and couldn't help but interject, "Actually, my marksmanship is quite good too." Xiaoqi might want to consider me. Qixian playfully kicked Jiangi's rear, teasingly scolding, "Get lost, what does this have to do with you?" Jiangi rubbed his backside and sulked over to Yu Yao's side, muttering, "HMPH, I'm just worried you might be too fierce and scare Xiaoqi." Dong Fangjin, regaining some cheer, perked up. Third brother is right. A strict teacher produces a high-achieving student. I think he is the most suitable for this role. Yu Yao blinked, her gaze lingering on Dong Fangjin's meaningful smile for an extended moment before glancing back at Jianyi, who looked on with sympathy. Instinctively, she sensed that something was amiss. However, before she could voice her thoughts, Qixian had already made a decision. "All right, it's settled then. Once we settle in, I'll start teaching you." Faced with the pitying looks from Luo Mai and Jianyi, Yu Yao found herself momentarily speechless, a chill running down her spine. After conversing for a while and confirming that Yu Yao's health was truly sound, they decided to take advantage of the nearby zombies having been cleared out to venture outside and gather some supplies. They would then follow Sang Yi's team back to the safe zone for a brief respite before heading north to Kyoto. Kai Hang and his team possessed a secret base not far from Kyoto, nestled in the mountains. It was a small, yet safe and discreet location, perfectly suitable for their future endeavors as a stronghold. Additionally, being close to Kyoto ensured a degree of security. Earlier, when Luo Mai and her teammates had been separated, she had considered returning to the base to await their arrival. However, after careful thought, she decided to remain in Lin City for a month. If they had not arrived by then, she would take Yu Yao to the base. Having informed Sang Yi, the group left the hospital together. They first headed to a nearby commercial street. This time, with their larger numbers, they searched more meticulously. Although Luo Mai was a girl, she often took on roles typically filled by men, demonstrating remarkable efficiency alongside the capable men in their group. Yu Yao simply needed to follow behind them, confidently collecting supplies. They gathered nearly all the non-expired, clean food and supplies they encountered, leaving no insignificant items behind, as even the smallest remnants could attract zombies. Shortly after departing the commercial street, they passed by a large farmers' market. However, after a brief glance, they decided to bypass it. Given the prolonged power outage and the scorching weather, it was unlikely that anything worthwhile remained there, aside from spices and dried goods. The cost-effectiveness of a visit there was negligible, thus, they proceeded to a large supermarket several kilometers away. There, they continued their collection of easily preserved supplies suitable for ordinary people, while taking everything else that was not typically sought after or difficult to store. Luo Pingjing, being an ordinary space ability user, had a limited capacity of about 20 square meters, which constrained the amount of supplies they could gather. Consequently, they stored all the acquired supplies in Yu Yao's space. She did not conceal the fact that her spatial capacity was substantial, and Kai Hang and the others did not pry further. With this approach, the expansive 7-story supermarket quickly became significantly emptier. By the time they had nearly finished collecting supplies from the supermarket, darkness had already descended. Dong Fangjin peered through the window, gauging the time, and said to Kai Hang, "It's getting dark. Shall we call it a day?" Kai Hang nodded, just as he was about to respond when the sound of a vehicle's engine echoed from outside the supermarket. The group exchanged glances but made no immediate moves. 2 minutes later, the supermarket's entrance was violently forced open, and they found themselves face to face with another group of individuals who had also come in search of supplies. Chapter 39, Rescue. It was a small gang of 9, led by a burly man with a fierce countenance. Upon spotting Kai Hang and his companions, the 9 momentarily froze, their eyes immediately fixated on Yu Yao and Luo Mai, unable to look away. One lanky young man, trembling with excitement, stuttered, "BB boss, there are women, exquisite, exquisite women." Their unabashedly lewd gazes were shockingly crude. Instinctively, the men surrounding Kai Hang shielded Luo Mai and Yu Yao from the filthy stares. The leader of the group, noticing this, flashed a look of displeasure, his rough hand spreading open as a flame flickered to life within, dancing in the wind. He then said, "Gentlemen, since we have crossed paths, shall we converse?" Qixian scoffed derisively, remaining silent. However, Kai Hang spoke up in a deep voice, asking, "What shall we discuss?" The burly man curled his lips into a disdainful smirk upon hearing Kai Hang's question. With a dismissive tilt of his chin, he arrogantly proposed, "I find you fellows quite impressive. Would you consider joining my team? A group of pretty boys, easily manipulated, as he spoke to Kai Hang, his gaze attempted to pierce through him to seek out Yu Yao, his intentions unmistakably lustful. Kai Hang's cold eyes swept across the group. After a moment, he expressionlessly replied, "Not interested." The burly man's expression shifted. "Are you refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a penalty?" Dongfang Jin could not suppress a laugh, inciting angry glares from the gang. He quickly added, apologies, it was not my intention. I merely meant to say, the world is rather unstable now, drinking could lead to trouble. You little brat, you're courting death." The burly man cursed angrily, conjuring a fireball once more, hurling it directly at Dongfang Jin's face. Dongfang Jin's smile faded slightly, yet he made no move to evade or display any sign of alarm. Meanwhile, Jixian stepped forward, raising a hand to disperse the fireball, simultaneously sending a fiery whip racing towards the gang. In mere moments, it ensnared them, effortlessly encircling the 9.80. This point, the gang finally realized they had provoked individuals far beyond their reckoning. These were not mere pretty boys. They soon noted that those they had dismissed as such moved with confidence and harmony. Their attire was neat and clean, indicating a life of comfort. The burly man, upon this realization, swiftly altered his demeanor. "Brothers, it's all a misunderstanding. Please don't act impulsively." Jixian coldly snorted, "What misunderstanding?" "Throwing your abilities at my brother's face is a misunderstanding." Indeed, Kai Hang and his companions had encountered many like this since the apocalypse. Once obscure and lowly individuals before gaining powers, they now believed themselves to be the protagonists amidst the rapid collapse of societal order. Armed with their abilities, they bullied others, claiming territory, their basest instincts unleashed. As the fiery whip threatened to coil around his neck, the burly man hastily exclaimed, "It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. My little fireball would have extinguished before reaching your brother's face. It poses no harm." His legs trembled, losing all semblance of the earlier arrogance. Jixian smirked wickedly, the fire whip slithering upwards, aimed directly at the burly man's right eye. "My abilities are nearly spent. Do you think this whip will extinguish before it sears your eye?" The burly man gaped in terror, his murky eyes wide, pleading, "And no, little brother, it was my fault, I was wrong. I'll compensate, I'll make amends, we have plenty of supplies and women at our hideout, all yours, just spare our lives, please." Jixian frowned, "You have a hideout, where?" The burly man shakily pointed in a direction. "Over there, not far. I'll lead you." His eyes glinted with calculation, but Jixian feigned ignorance, turning to Kai Hang and Dongfang Jin. Dongfang Jin exchanged a glance with Kai Hang, then turned back to the burly man, saying, "Lead us." Of course, let us go." Thus, the 9 were coerced by the fiery whip, trembling as they guided Kai Hang and the others 2 streets away to a pastry shop. The first floor was a wreck, littered with garbage. The second floor was little better, strewn with food wrappers, various bottles, and dirty clothes. The burly man took Luo Pingjing to the storeroom for supplies, while the previously speaking lanky man ingratiatingly looked at Kai Hang, saying, "Big brother, the women are upstairs. Though they may not be as beautiful as your 2 sisters." Upon receiving Kai Hang's icy glare, he quickly amended, "But they have all been trained well and are obedient." Kai Hang glanced at Dongfang Jin, who understood. Just as he prepared to follow the man upstairs, he was halted by Yu Yao. "Let me Anamai go." Kai Hang's eyes flickered slightly. She was much softer and more delicate than he had imagined. Dongfang Jin was momentarily taken aback, then nodded, "All right, be careful." The lanky man, sensing the shift, opened his mouth to say something, but upon receiving Yu Yao's frosty glare, wisely fell silent. Yu Yao did not allow him to lead but ascended the stairs with Luo Mai. Using a map, the 2 quickly found a secluded room housing for women, huddled together in a corner, their bodies barely clothed. The room was windowless, dark, and reeked of filth and excrement. As the door opened, the light from outside flooded in, causing them to squint uncomfortably, indicating they had been confined for a long time. In the dim light, Yu Yao observed that the women were covered in bruises and scars, their eyes devoid of life. The word tragic hardly sufficed to describe their state. The eldest among them appeared to be around 30, while the youngest looked merely 15 or 16. Luo Mai gritted her teeth, muttering, "Beasts." Yu Yao paused for a moment in silence before retrieving 4 sets of comfortable women's athletic wear from her space, draping them over the women's shoulders. The eldest woman, though merely fair in appearance, possessed a pair of exceptionally captivating eyes. When Yu Yao placed the clothing on her, she instinctively flinched. Why Yu Yao hesitated, gently assuring, "Do not be afraid. You are safe now." The woman, stunned for several seconds, finally comprehended Yu Yao's words, her eyes brimming with tears as she tentatively asked, "Oh really?" A younger girl then grew agitated, grasping Yu Yao's arm and, through clenched teeth, inquired, "What about those beasts?" "They are below," Yu Yao replied. The girl pressed further, "What has become of them? Are they dead?" "Not yet, but if you wish for revenge." Before Yu Yao could finish, the girl excitedly knelt before her. I want to, please, let us personally kill those beasts." Yu Yao pursed her lips, softly responding, "First, put on the clothes. We will take you down." Okay. After the girls donned their clothes and helped one another stand, Yu Yao and Luo Mai led them downstairs. In addition to the 9 who had accompanied them, there were now 5 unfamiliar faces. The 14 individuals were neatly bound by Jiangyi's vines, kneeling in the hall, their faces ashen. Indeed, the burly man had accomplices. His clumsy act had revealed this early on. Kai Heng's reason for coming was not for the so-called supplies or to rescue anyone. He merely sought to eradicate the root of the problem, preventing these individuals from causing further trouble in the future. When the burly man took Luo Pingjing to collect supplies, he intended to seize the opportunity to capture him as a hostage while hiding in the shadows. Little did he know, Luo Pingjing had him cornered, leading to both the loss of supplies and his capture. The remaining individuals had also been apprehended by Jiangyi using his wood-based abilities, left on the ground, waiting for Yu Yao and Luo Mai to descend. Upon seeing this situation, the girls who had followed Yu Yao and Luo Mai down were consumed by rage, disregarding everything else as they charged forward, crying out as they unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon the bound group. The girl who had previously asked Yu Yao for permission to personally kill them was the first to regain her composure. She approached Yu Yao, trembling as she pleaded, "May I have a weapon?" Yu Yao admired the girl's fierce spirit and calmly retrieved a dagger from her space, handing it to her. The girl smiled gratefully at Yu Yao, grasping the dagger with a fierce gaze directed at the burly man. The burly man looked at her in terror, still attempting to threaten her with curses. "What do you think you're doing? You filthy bitch, I am your man." "Shut up," the girl screamed, raising the dagger and plunging it fiercely into the burly man's heart. Even as the powers he had summoned burned her arm, she did not falter for a moment. The burly man, who had been feigning ferocity, could only watch helplessly as the girl stabbed him again and again. There was no sign of her stopping. Only when the burly man finally collapsed did she calm slightly, casting a lifeless gaze toward another person. Chapter 40, Back to the hospital. Upon witnessing the scene, several other girls also sought weapons from Yu Yao. They raised the blades of death towards the scoundrels who had previously imprisoned and tormented them. Each strike was lethal. In a short span of time, 13 men lay lifeless in pools of blood. When only 1 man remained, the girls ceased their assault. Only the eldest among them, with reddened eyes, gazed at him and, in a hoarse voice, uttered a heart-wrenching accusation, her words dripping with anguish. "Zhao Chuyun, we have known each other for over 20 years, raised as childhood sweethearts, and married for 7. Yet, in your quest for self-preservation, you cast me into the hands of others to be ravaged. I deeply regret ever having met you, having supported you all along, only to help create such a coward. A spineless wretch, a scoundrel." Zhao Chuyun, already terrified by the unfolding chaos, wept as he pleaded for mercy. "Huan, I had my reasons. If I hadn't surrendered you to them, we both would have perished. At least you are alive now, aren't you? We can start anew. It's not so bad. They are merely a few men. I truly do not mind. I promise, I really do not mind." Huan let out a bitter laugh. "You do not mind? What does your indifference concern me? You could sell me once, and what is to prevent you from selling me a second time? Therefore, Zhao Chuyun, I shall no longer trust you. Go die, just die." With a scream, Huan thrust the dagger into Zhao Chuyun's chest, targeting his heart and abdomen. One stab after another, she struck him a total of 23 times, each cut a tribute to the 23 years of their acquaintance, now betrayed. Only when Zhao Chuyin lay lifeless, riddled with wounds, did the four girls, as if deflated, drop their daggers and collapse to the ground, embracing one another in a heartfelt cry. Yu Yao and her companion stood quietly nearby, waiting for them to release their pent-up emotions. After seeking their consent, they prepared to escort them back to the hospital. On the way, they introduced themselves. The eldest woman, He Huan, was 31 years old, a mid-level manager at a company before the apocalypse. She was a woman of considerable potential, both wealthy and beautiful. She had known Zhao Chuyin for 23 years, married for 7, and was in the process of trying to conceive before the world fell apart. Had the apocalypse not struck, they would have soon entered the next phase of their lives, but once the catastrophe began, Zhao Chuyin revealed a different face, not only surrendering He Huan to the brutish men but also joining in the torment of the other girls. The first girl to borrow a dagger from Yu Yao was Nai Ting, aged 22, a social media influencer with millions of followers, known for her striking beauty, and unfortunately, the most victimized among the girls. However, due to her looks, she had been monopolized by the brute and had not been touched by others. The youngest girl, as Yu Yao had surmised, was merely 14, named Cheng Shiyuan. At such a tender age, she was taken from her family after they were slaughtered during a raid for supplies. Another girl, whose presence was hardly felt, was Lin Xiaoxiao, unremarkable in appearance and reticent in nature. Currently, she was the only one among them with supernatural abilities. Her power was of the water element, lacking offensive capability, thus she was coerced by the brutes to provide water daily, which made her situation relatively better, as they feared losing their water source and facing dehydration. Eventually, Yu Yao and her companions learned that the imprisoned girls numbered more than just the 4 of them. Among those who survived, they were the only ones left. Though the girls had been captive for several days, their spirits remained relatively intact after their vengeance, particularly He Huan and Nai Ting, who understood that wallowing in self-pity would only lead them deeper into despair. They made a concerted effort to uplift the still reeling Lin Xiaoxiao and Cheng Shiyuan. After all, victims are never at fault. The suffering they endured should not, and could not, become shackles binding them for life. When He Huan returned the dagger to Yu Yao, it was evident that longing and reluctance flickered in their eyes, yet none of the 4 dared to request that Yu Yao keep the dagger for them. Yu Yao regarded He Huan, smiled gently, and softly pushed her hand back. Let the dagger remain with you for self-defense. The days ahead are long. I hope you will thrive. Who knows, perhaps one day we might need your assistance. He Huan paused, a glimmer of understanding flashing in her clear eyes. After a moment, she nodded earnestly. Miss Yu, rest assured, our lives are owed to you. Whenever you find a use for us in the future, we shall do our utmost to assist you, even if it costs my life. Luo Mai chuckled as she patted her shoulder, saying, that won't he do? Life is precious and should be cherished. Yu Yao and Luo Mai merely intended to offer He Huan and the others a glimmer of hope for survival. Little did they know, in the days to come, they would indeed receive the assistance of He Huan and her companions. By then, they would no longer be the pitiful women who had just escaped from a den of despair. Instead, they would have transformed into a formidable 1st Women's Battalion, renowned across the north. Of course, that is a story for another time. When the group returned to the hospital, night had already fallen. Upon seeing them finally return, Sang Yi let out a sigh of relief and turned towards He Huan and her companions. Are these ladies survivors? Kai Heng nodded. Indeed, would you mind if we took them back to the safe zone? Sang Yi replied, of course not. Rescuing survivors is one of our duties. He then looked at He Huan and the others, whose faces bore signs of their struggles, and assured them, rest assured, the safe zone is very secure. On behalf of the military, I welcome you. He Huan lifted the corners of her bruised lips, offering a faint smile as she replied, thank you. We will strive to survive through our own efforts. Sang Yi cast an appreciative glance at He Huan and nodded in acknowledgement. He then turned to Kai Heng to say, we plan to set out for the safe zone early tomorrow morning. All right. Along the way, we may need to rescue additional survivors and gather supplies, so we will require Miss Yu's assistance. After Sang Yi's statement, Kai Heng looked to Yu Yao, inquiring her opinion. Upon receiving her nod, he added, good, then we shall see each other tomorrow morning. See you tomorrow morning. Before returning to the 16th floor to rest, Sang Yi again inquired if Kai Heng needed any supplies. Kaiheng declined once more. They were not in need of provisions, it was the military that, housing an entire safe zone's population, faced significant scarcity, thus, they had never requested supplies from Sang Yi. Each time, Sang Yi expressed his gratitude, yet when the next mealtime arrived, he would invariably ask again, never neglecting anyone. Upon returning to the 16th floor, Luo Pingjing and Jian Yi immediately began preparing dinner. Taking advantage of this time, Luo Mai and Yu Yao returned to their shared office. Inside, they took a quick shower in the simple bathroom facilities and changed into fresh clothes. The dinner prepared by Luo Pingjing and Jian Yi consisted of mushroom braised chicken, mushu pork, and sweet and sour cabbage, accompanied by fragrant steamed white rice. It must be said that Luo Pingjing and Jian Yi possessed unexpectedly excellent culinary skills. Even with the simplicity of their 3 dishes and the modest cooking environment, they managed to create something extraordinarily delicious. The dominant aroma alone was incredibly appetizing, utterly enticing. Upon seeing that Luo Pingjing had prepared meat dishes, Yu Yao realized that his spatial abilities included a preservation function. In truth, spatial ability users come in various forms. The size and functionality of their spaces differ, largely correlating with the user's comprehension and aptitude for their abilities. For instance, most spatial ability users cannot preserve food, while a few exceptional types can. Some can even employ their spatial powers in combat, manifesting spatial blades and teleportation techniques. Luo Pingjing belonged to the category of spatial ability users capable of preservation and stasis. With his aptitude, it is likely he could develop offensive capabilities in the future, as long as he levels up. Chapter 41, Chit-Chat. It was only when it came time for the meal that Yu Yao genuinely appreciated the wisdom of her decision to team up with them. With so many culinary geniuses in the group, her own lack of cooking skills felt utterly delightful. Delicious. I had no idea you all were such amazing cooks. Jian Yi couldn't help but boast. Isn't it tasty? You might not believe it, but we once went undercover and opened a little restaurant that later became a sensation online, which scared us into a hasty exit. Yu Yao chuckled lightly. Is this a movie come to life? Indeed. We even attracted investors. It was simply absurd. Yu Yao couldn't suppress her laughter and Luo Mai, now in the mood for gossip, cast a glance at Dongfang Jin and teased, I still remember how the little owner of the cake shop next door had a crush on your second brother, insisting she wanted to date him. It scared him so much that he fled the country overnight, only returning after we sold the shop. Yu Yao looked at Dongfang Jin in surprise, only to see him eating calmly, as if the person who had been frightened into fleeing was not him at all. Raising an eyebrow, Yu Yao leaned closer to Luo Mai and whispered, was that owner attractive? Very chubby, and her cakes were absolutely divine. Oh, just thinking about it makes me crave one. We must have Xiao Wu whip us up some little cakes when we have the chance. Hearing Luo Mai's words, Yu Yao, with her sweet tooth, immediately shifted her focus from gossip to cake. Now you've got me wanting cake too. When she craved something, she pursued it. That was Yu Yao's life motto. Without hesitation, she took action and rummaged through the warehouse to find several small cakes scavenged from a bakery before the apocalypse. Luo Mai's eyes lit up. Oh my, sister, you are the best. Of course. Jian Yi and Qixian were equally talkative, sharing numerous amusing and embarrassing anecdotes from their past missions during the meal. Yu Yao listened with great interest, and their interactions had unconsciously become much more harmonious and natural. Yu Yao also consciously mentioned some of her past experiences. Of course, compared to their thrilling lives, hers was rather mundane and steady. She even brought up her training in martial arts and sparring sessions with her brother, which alleviated some of their concerns. After all, it was indeed uncommon for a 20-year-old girl to possess such skills. During dessert time, Kaiheng assigned the night watch schedule. Yu Yao, citing her lengthy nap during the day, proactively requested to join the night watch team, as she truly found herself unable to sleep. After some contemplation, Kaiheng agreed, allowing her to accompany him for the first 3 hours of the watch. Before everyone retired for the night, Yu Yao noticed that they had amassed a considerable number of crystal cores. It seemed they had already dispatched a significant number of zombies before arriving at the hospital. All of them were at the late stage of level 0, needing approximately 10 to 20 level 1 crystal cores to advance to level 1. Luo Pingjing even had a level 2 gold-type crystal core. if all went well, he would reach the late stage of level 1. When Yu Yao handed Luo Mai her crystal cores, she casually produced Shi Ying's cores as well. Love you, sister. I'll return the favor later. Sure? Yu Yao replied softly, then looked over at Kai Hang, who had distributed all his transparent crystal cores to others. Kai Hang met her gaze and inquired, "What's on your mind?" Yu Yao tilted her head, pondering for a moment before replying earnestly, "If I'm not mistaken, your ability should be universal. You can absorb any crystal core." Since Kai Hang's appearance, he had predominantly displayed Wind-type abilities. However, during the assault on the level 2 Gold-type zombies, Yu Yao had clearly witnessed flames and golden blades intermingled with his Wind-type powers. When attacking the zombie infants, he had also utilized lightning abilities, clearly indicating he was not a single-type abilities user. While Yu Yao had already ascertained their abilities while checking the affection levels of Kai Hang and the others through the friend feature. Kai Hang was a rare universal type, Dongfang Jin had water-type abilities, Qi Xian had fire-type, Luo Pingjing had gold and space-type, and Jianqi had dual earth and wood types. Kai Hang appeared momentarily taken aback. He had indeed sensed something was amiss. However, to be on the safe side, he refrained from absorbing the transparent crystal cores. Jianqi, intrigued, tilted his head. What is universal? Isn't he the boss, a multi-type abilities user? They did not conceal the information. While Yu Yao considered for a moment and devised a relatively comprehensible explanation. It's somewhat akin to the chaos type in cultivation novels, lacking shape and boundaries, brimming with infinite possibilities and unknowns. Essentially, as long as you desire, you can embody any natural type abilities. The so-called natural types encompass gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, ice, light, and darkness. In other words, Kai Hang could absorb all attribute crystal cores for upgrades, except for mental type crystal cores, including energy unclassified transparent crystal cores. Luo Mai gasped, "Wow, that's incredible." Luo Pingjing shot her a glare. "Luo Mai, I've tolerated you for quite some time." Luo Mai quickly fell silent, adopting a gesture of pleading with her hand over her mouth. Yet her eyes remained fixed on Yu Yao, clearly more intrigued by the universal abilities than by Luo Pingjing, whom she dismissed. Luo Pingjing couldn't be bothered to press her further, casting her one last glare before turning his attention back to Yu Yao. Kai Hang frowned. "How do you know so much about this so-called universal ability?" Yu Yao presented the explanation she had prepared earlier. "My perception of air differs from that of ordinary individuals. For instance, while fourth brother and fifth brother are dual-type abilities users, they feel different to me. If I were to represent your abilities through colors, you would appear transparent." Upon hearing her explanation, Luo Mai and Jianqi simultaneously gasped in astonishment. While Qi Xian and Luo Pingjing also displayed expressions of surprise. Dongfang Jin, however, seemed to harbor a growing curiosity as he asked, "So, does that mean you possess a similar ability to Xiao Liu's mental type?" "Only in terms of function, I can sense whether there are people, zombies, or mutated plants and animals nearby through the changes in the air, but I don't possess the true abilities of a mental type." Yu Yao fabricated this lie to obscure her knowledge of the game map. She felt she had spun numerous lies over the past couple of days, but felt compelled to do so. In the course of their interactions, many things would inevitably reveal hints. Keeping secrets made everyone uncomfortable. Confessing about the game system, she dared not take that risk, nor did she know how to articulate it clearly. Luo Mai shook her head in wonder. "Sister, how do you keep surprising me like this?" Yu Yao chuckled softly. "I have plenty more surprises in store. Just wait and see." Luo Mai flashed a mischievous grin, lowering her voice in a mockingly oily tone as she addressed Yu Yao. "Woman, you have successfully piqued my interest, you can't escape now." Jianqi stroked his chin. "What is this? The domineering CEO enforcing love?" Qi Xian looked utterly baffled. "What are you talking about? Have you been living under a rock?" It's a classic line from domineering CEO novels. As he spoke, he adopted a somber and greasy demeanor, mimicking the classic lines from the novels in a bubble voice. "Woman, you are playing with fire. Woman, you cannot escape. Woman, I may not marry you, but my love is solely for you, woman. Qixian's brows furrowed deeper with each of Jiang Yi's lines, his face increasingly displaying disdain and confusion. Finally, unable to tolerate it any longer, he kicked Jiang Yi aside. Get lost, what nonsense is this? Hey, don't think just because your third brother I won to fight back. Luo Mai was enjoying the spectacle, stoking the flames. You shouldn't say that. You should say, I am the chosen one, how dare you toy with me, I, Long Aoqian, will not rest until you do. The laughter reverberated through the empty corridor, lingering in the air. Chapter 42, The Spirit Rune Master. After a leisurely chat, as everyone returned to their respective positions to rest and absorb the crystal cores, Yu Yao and Kai Heng made their way to the corridor on the 16th floor. Leaning against the wall, they sat opposite two offices where their teammates were resting, standing vigil through the night. Time ticked by, and neither Yu Yao nor Kai Heng uttered a word, quietly guarding the corridor. Yu Yao, initially lost in thought, was suddenly interrupted by Kai Heng's voice. Xiao Qi. Are you afraid of betrayal? What a redundant question. Yes. After her response, Kai Heng fell silent for a moment before continuing, I know you harbor secrets. Yu Yao was momentarily taken aback and did not reply. Kai Heng pressed on, although we've only known each other for a day, I already feel as though we are unworthy of you. If in the future, you have better options, do not hesitate too much. Kai Heng paused for several seconds before adding, I understand that choosing to integrate into a team and revealing your abilities to us requires immense courage. As he spoke, he slowly drew a dagger from his side. Thus, I should also make some promises to reassure you. With that, he placed the dagger in the palm of his hand and drew a deep crimson line across it. In the astonished gaze of Yu Yao, he grasped her right hand. As the blood dripped into her palm, he began to recite an incantation in a language she could not comprehend. In the next moment, a brilliant golden light transformed into intricate runes that swirled around the two of them. They danced and twirled, and after a while, they ultimately coalesced into two streams of golden light that penetrated Yu Yao and Kai Heng's foreheads. Yu Yao's pupils gradually dilated. A blood contract, who exactly is he? Although she did not comprehend the power of contracts, the energy of the pact conveyed a clear message. Once a blood contract was established, betrayal was impossible. Furthermore, Yu Yao was the master in this arrangement. Should she harbor any ill intentions, she could destroy him at any moment. I do not know what this is either. I only know that once it is done, I cannot betray you, otherwise, the consequences would be dire. With me overseeing, they will not harm you, so you need not worry. Yu Yao furrowed her brow at the fleeting blood seal in her palm, feeling that he was somewhat exaggerating. You are overreacting. I know you do not trust me, and I am unsure how to earn your trust. At the same time, I fear that one day I might change my mind and do something detrimental to you. It is better to eliminate future risks. What you are doing contradicts what you said earlier. How can I leave with a clear conscience in the future? It does not matter. If you wish to leave, then do so. As long as I do not harm you, this contract will not bind either of us. Kai Heng said with a faint smile, illuminating the surroundings. Yu Yao was perplexed. Are mercenaries truly this ruthless? Are you not afraid I might have ulterior motives? I am not afraid. If you do, then it is my misfortune. How reckless, utterly reckless. Before long, time crossed midnight, ushering in a new day. Having calmed down, Yu Yao leaned against the wall and casually clicked to sign in. A few seconds later, her eyes widened in surprise. The system was truly remarkable. She had once again signed in for something splendid, all thanks to Kai Heng's fortuitous blood contract. Her rewards for today were titled Spirit Rune Master Inheritance. It appeared that the system's sign-in rewards were intricately linked to current events and the people around her. In the online game Reverse Fate, there existed an exceedingly rare and precious profession known as their Spirit Rune Master. This vocation involved inscribing spirit runes onto equipment, thereby enhancing the equipment's additional capabilities and limits. In the hands of a top-tier Spirit Rune Master, even the most basic ordinary ring could be transformed into a legendary artifact. The level of spirit runes was determined by the player's character level. In other words, since Yu Yao was currently level 14, she could inscribe runes up to level 10 on her equipment. Once her level surpassed 100, she would automatically advance to become a top-tier spirit rune master, effortlessly crafting artifacts. How wonderful! This meant she could enhance her existing equipment with spirit runes, improving their supplementary attributes and quality limits, thereby elevating her combat power to new heights. Yu Yao promptly chose to merge with the spirit rune master inheritance. In the next instant, she felt a surge of immense energy flood her mind, causing a momentary dizziness. Kai Hang, noticing her sudden change, turned to ask, "What is wrong? Are you unwell?" For a brief moment, he wondered if the blood contract had adverse effects on her body. Fortunately, Yu Yao's dizziness only lasted a few seconds before dissipating, and she now possessed all the memories related to being a spirit rune master. She looked at Kai Hang, her clear eyes sparkling like stars, and a smile graced her lips. "I'm fine. It was just a minor incident." Her tone was light, entirely unlike someone who had just experienced something troubling, yet Kai Hang remained uncertain. "Are you truly okay? I can handle the night watch alone." "You could rest." Yu Yao waved her hand dismissively. "I assure you, I am perfectly fine. I'm not tired at all, nor can I sleep." Then what was that earlier? Kai Hang's concern appeared genuine, and Yu Yao pondered for a moment as two internal voices clashed within her mind. One argued, "Why reveal so much to him? Aren't you afraid he might have ulterior motives?" The other countered, "With a blood contract established, could he truly harbor ill intentions? A person capable of forming a blood contract could not possibly be ordinary." Furthermore, as time passed, many truths would inevitably surface. It would be better to divulge them early and avoid the effort of concealing them. Ultimately, she decided to give Kai Hang a hint. "Captain, have you heard of spirit rune masters?" "What?" Kai Hang clearly had not heard of them. Yu Yao contemplated briefly before continuing. "I have not mentioned this before, but I possess another ability known as spirit extraction." Kai Hang silently regarded Yu Yao, though he did not grasp the meaning of spirit extraction. He refrained from pressing her for an explanation, patiently waiting for her to elaborate. Seeing his demeanor, Yu Yao continued, "It allows me to extract the remaining energy from zombies or mutated animals and plants when I defeat them, condensing it into various equipment or items. For instance, the protective barrier that emerged when I encountered danger originated from a talisman." Kai Hang's long lashes fluttered, and his expression momentarily froze in astonishment. "Killing monsters to obtain equipment." His response was nearly identical to Luo Mai's. Unable to suppress a laugh, Yu Yao replied, "Yes, and I asked the same question back then." Kai Hang paused, then chuckled. "I did not expect such a marvelous ability." Indeed, the powers of ability users are bizarre and varied. Kai Hang nodded slightly, neither affirming nor denying. "I did not anticipate that you possessed such a remarkable ability, but for your safety, it is best not to disclose it to others lightly." "Of course, I won't tell anyone else." Kai Hang's lips curled into a slight smile as he inquired, "So how does this relate to the spirit rune master you mentioned? Do you not realize? The seal you used earlier is fundamentally similar to spirit runes. The only difference is that one is blood-based, while the other requires energy." Yu Yao paused, feeling that explaining further would complicate matters. Instead, she retrieved a platinum band ring casually acquired from a mole, along with a transparent crystal core. Manipulating them to float before her, she began to summon the memory of the inheritance she had just received. The essence of spirit runes lay in extracting energy from crystal cores, which the spirit rune master then condensed into various runes. Different runes served different purposes, and the attributes of the runes were limited by the properties of the extracted crystal cores. This meant that if Yu Yao wished to inscribe a rune that enhanced fire-based abilities, she could only extract energy from a fire-type crystal core. Conversely, if she wanted to inscribe a space rune, she could only draw energy from a transparent crystal core. Moreover, the strength of the rune was constrained by the levels of both the crystal core and the spirit rune master. Having decided on the rune she wished to inscribe, Yu Yao swiftly began to form seals with her hands. As her alabaster fingers danced, a dazzling light was extracted from the transparent crystal core. It transformed into a series of luminous unknown characters that leaped from her fingertips, obediently lining up to enter the ring. The ring glowed brilliantly, and once the final character was absorbed, its luminosity diminished, gently settling into Yu Yao's palm. The once ordinary platinum band had now become exquisitely polished and gleaming, imbued with an enigmatic energy. Yu Yao examined the ring's quality, a level 10 space ring, with a space capacity of 10 square meters, lacking time-stopping capabilities, unable to preserve items, and unsuitable for storing living beings. TSK, rather unimpressive, Yu Yao frowned in disdain and presented the ring before the dazed Kai Hang. My current ability is insufficient to create anything elaborate, take a look at this. Kai Hang regarded Yu Yao's somewhat pale yet beautiful visage, slowly raising his hand to accept the ring, his eyes widening in astonishment. What is this? Are you familiar with Taoist talismans or the inscriptions found in cultivation novels? Kai Hang nodded, yes. This operates on a similar principle. It involves inscribing different functional runes onto a medium. When inscribed on paper, it becomes a talisman. When on clothing, jewelry, or weapons, it becomes equipment with special capabilities. As she spoke, Yu Yao produced an explosive talisman for demonstration, explaining, this is an attack talisman. Once activated with energy, it possesses the combined power of 10 grenades. Kai Hang examined the explosive talisman closely, noting the complex and incomprehensible characters adorning the flexible yellow paper. They bore some resemblance to the characters that had danced from Yu Yao's fingertips, yet they were distinctly different. Yu Yao continued, a spirit rune master can empower ordinary equipment and also enhance unique equipment obtained from defeating monsters, thereby improving their quality. Kai Hang lowered his gaze, silently contemplating the explosive talisman for a long while. Subsequently, he naturally returned the freshly crafted space ring and explosive talisman to Yu Yao, stating solemnly, thank you for sharing this with me. Yu Yao tucked the explosive talisman away, fiddling with the space ring, her tone light-hearted, if there is something I do not wish to share, I cannot conceal it for a lifetime. Not exactly. The matters concerning the game system would indeed require lifelong concealment. However, she needed to devise plausible explanations for the various abilities bestowed by the game. Kai Hang gazed deeply at Yu Yao, saying, your abilities are exceedingly unique. Endeavor to keep them hidden from others as much as possible. Human greed and malice are formidable, and no one is above testing them. If the need arises for exposure in the future, it can be attributed to us. Hearing his repeated caution and willingness to shoulder the trouble himself, Yu Yao's eyes brightened with mischief as she smiled. All right then, I shall trouble you to take the blame for me. Kai Hang's fingers twitched slightly, a faint smile gracing his austere face. Just don't blame us for stealing your spotlight. Yu Yao hastily waved her hands, not at all. I cannot bear such fortune. Kai Hang's chest vibrated with low laughter. Chapter 43. The first encounter within Yu Yao and Kai Hang kept watch until 2 o'clock, at which point Dongfang Jin and Jian Yi arrived to relieve them. As Yu Yao returned, Luo Mai was still diligently absorbing the crystal core. Naturally, Yu Yao did not disturb her and quietly lay down on the mattress, falling into a deep slumber until dawn. After breakfast, before departing back to the safe zone, Yu Yao pondered for a moment and ultimately decided to purchase 5 sets of men's clothing and weapons from the mall to give to Kai Hang and the others. She reiterated the reasoning she had shared with Kai Hang the previous day. Kai Hang had made a very astute observation, with him keeping a firm grip and Luo Mai pulling them along, this team would at least not harm themselves. Moreover, these basic supplies were of little value to her, yet they held significant worth to them. She exchanged visible benefits for the hidden advantages they provided. It was a fair trade. Furthermore, the weapons and items imbued with her essence were bound by restrictions, preventing any intent to harm Uyao. In fact, this arrangement proved beneficial for her. However, Yu Yao had not anticipated that upon discovering her abilities, they unanimously agreed that moving forward, they would only claim their own crystal cores, while all other items and equipment would belong entirely to her, allowing her to allocate or handle them at her discretion. What considerate teammates they were. The men's attire consisted of black tactical jackets and combat boots, appearing robust yet possessing the remarkable ability to self-regulate temperature, ensuring comfort. Each man stood tall and graceful, possessing both looks and physique. Once donned, each presented a unique charm. Jian Yi, brimming with delight, twirled several times before Luo Mai, his face alight with a youthful and invigorating smile that was impossible to conceal. Yet his words were undeniably boastful. "Do we look good, Xiao Liu? We finally have team uniforms, har 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 har, Xiao Qi loves us too." Jian Yi and Qi Xian had expressed their envy more than once towards Luo Mai and Yu Yao for their unsoiled clothing. Yet Luo Mai merely attributed it to technology and hard work, dismissing their envy. This left them feeling quite sour for a while. Luo Mai shot him a glance, raised her hand adorned with a ring, and with a slight gesture, a lollipop appeared in her palm. "Of course, it's just a set of clothing. I also have the spatial ring gifted to me by my sisters. You don't have one, do you?" Indeed, Yu Yao had gifted Luo Mai the very first spatial ring she had freshly obtained the night prior. Although there would be better ones in the future, the first was always significant. After flaunting her acquisition, Luo Mai noticed Jian Yi's gradually drooping smile and chose to deliver a final blow. "It's the forever first one, do you have one?" Kai Heng glanced at the silver ring on Luo Mai's pinky, silently stowed away the dagger Yu Yao had given him, and said, "All right, let us get going." In conclusion, he did issue a reminder, "Xiao Liu, don't be too cocky when we go out." Luo Mai chuckled, "Don't worry, boss, I know what I'm doing." Qi Xian looked at Luo Mai with envy and sighed, "TSK, I can't muster any envy." With that, he draped his arm around Jian Yi's neck, pulling him along as they exited, ready to meet with Sang Yi and the others on the 17th floor. Upon their arrival at the 17th floor, their coordinated attire and exceptional demeanor instantly captured the attention of all present. There were glances of envy, jealousy, and even ill intent. Sensing the latter, Yu Yao abruptly turned her head, catching the lingering malice and panic in the eyes of a certain individual. Was it him, Shi Ying's little sycophant, Lin Xiaoyu? That expression, was he seeking revenge for Shi Ying? Instinctively, Yu Yao consulted the friend system to check his affinity value. Below 60, he would automatically be blacklisted. Within the blacklist, she found his detailed information: 25 years old, a level 0 speed evolver, malice value 90. He had awakened a special ability, and malice value. This was the first time Yu Yao had encountered such a term. Moreover, it had reached as high as 90. Upon meeting Yu Yao's icy gaze, Lin Xiaoyu momentarily panicked before swiftly masking his emotions, replacing them with an expression of envy and longing akin to those around him. If Yu Yao had not discerned his malice value, she might have thought she had misread the situation. Silently wary of him, Yu Yao averted her gaze. Just as they made their entrance, He Huan approached with Chen Shiyuan and Nai Ting. Chen Shiyuan seemed to have stabilized considerably, her large eyes sparkling with a hint of brightness. She timidly stepped forward to Yu Yao and Luo Mai, holding two intricately carved wooden peace tokens in her hands, saying, "Sister Yu, Sister Luo, these are for you." Luo Mai, her face alight with surprise, accepted one, her fair fingers delicately exploring its details, asking, "Is this a peace token?" "It is beautifully crafted." Although the peace token Chen Shiyuan presented was made from ordinary black sandalwood and bore novice's craftsmanship, its edges were smooth, and the intricate cloud patterns flowed gracefully, showcasing a touch of ingenuity. Chen Shiyuan smiled shyly, her eyes curving into crescent moons. "Thank you, Sister Luo." He Huan gently ruffled Chen Shiyuan's hair and added, "These were personally carved by Yuan Yuan last night using the dagger you gifted her. She said it represents her heartfelt sentiment. I only know how to carve this pattern, but I understand that it symbolizes warding off evil and ensuring safety. I hope Sister Yu and Sister Luo will always be safe." Chen Shiyuan still gazed timidly at Yu Yao and Luo Mai, but her voice was clear and melodious. Upon hearing that she had used a dagger to carve such a piece, Luo Mai exclaimed, "You can create something like this with a dagger? I didn't realize Yuan Yuan was such a master." Seeing her in this childlike demeanor, Chen Shiyuan's face flushed, but her heart felt warm. Yu Yao examined the sandalwood token from every angle, growing fonder of it with each glance, and smiled, "Thank you, Yuan Yuan, with your blessing, we will surely remain safe, and you will too." Chen Shiyuan nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling like stars as she looked at Yu Yao. Nai Ting regarded her with gentle eyes, ruffling her hair with a soft expression. Luo Mai, noticing the absence of Lin Xiaoxiao, curiously inquired, "Why are there only the three of you? Where's Lin Xiaoxiao?" Nighting smile dimmed slightly, her voice carrying a hint of chill. She said being with us reminded her of unpleasant memories and chose to part ways. Part ways? Luo Mai asked, puzzled. Did she leave? He Huan replied, no, she was recruited by a few evolvers. As she spoke, she glanced around but found no trace of Lin Xiaoxiao. She was just here. Now I have no idea where she went. Nighting snorted coldly, she is probably avoiding us. He Huan frowned, you don't have to be so upset, the four of us really don't have a binding reason to stick together. I know, it's just a bit uncomfortable. They had escaped the abyss together, believing they would support each other through the gloom, only to find. Never mind. People strive for higher grounds, staying with us weak women indeed holds little promise. Nighting sighed softly, her tone imbued with confusion and fear for the future. Cheng Shiyuan, sensing her despondency, turned to grasp her trembling fingertips. With her large eyes blinking, she patted the dagger concealed at her waist, offering comfort. Sister Ting, don't be afraid, I will protect you. After a moment of surprise, Nighting's face broke into a radiant smile. All right then, I shall rely on you for my future. As the group engaged in conversation, Kai Hang and the other men, aware of the situation, tactfully chose not to intrude upon the girls and quietly withdrew to another area. Not far away, Zhang Yi appeared to be embroiled in a dispute with another man. Listening closely, they learned that from several survivors, it had come to light that there was a more advanced biological research facility on the top floor of the East City Biological Pharmaceutical Company. The equipment and raw materials housed within were of world-class standards, the research data was exceptionally valuable, and they hoped the military would dispatch personnel to retrieve it promptly to prevent unnecessary waste or falling into the hands of others. Zhang Yi was keen to procure it, yet the recruited evolvers were hesitant about acting recklessly. Just recently, Zhang Yi had organized a roll call, and their team had nearly 100 members. Now, including Kai Hang and He Huan, along with the remaining 12 survivors from the hospital, they numbered barely 70. The losses were indeed significant. Moreover, they had to protect these survivors who possessed little combat capability, which would greatly elevate the risk factor. This was entirely disproportionate to the agreed-upon remuneration. Even if Zhang Yi proposed to increase the compensation, it would be futile. After all, no amount of reward was worth risking their lives. However, upon hearing the name, Kai Hang's eyes flickered slightly as he exchanged a discreet glance with Dongfang Jin. Once the man was dismissed, Zhang Yi sighed and addressed Kai Hang, saying, Mr. Kai, I apologize for putting you in an awkward position. Kai Hang replied, it is human nature to seek benefit and avoid harm. The evolver's reservations are entirely understandable. Zhang Yi chuckled bitterly. Indeed, after all, they are not. Pausing for a moment, he continued, never mind, let them return. Then he turned to Kai Hang, his tone serious, Mr. Kai, for the upcoming task, I would like to hire your team, is that acceptable? Kai Hang paused momentarily, contemplating for a few breaths before responding, the security level at an is quite high. I believe the series of events over the past few days cannot possibly compromise their security system. Moreover, and operates on a closed basis, the employees' lives and entertainment are all contained within that one building. With tens of thousands of employees, team leader sang, it would not be an exaggeration to call that place a den of zombies now. Zhang Yi furrowed his brow. Mr. Kai seems to have a deep understanding of an. I have had dealings with them, Kai Hang replied nonchalantly. So, Mr. Kai's stance is. We will not go. No sooner had Kai Hang finished speaking than a hoarse voice rang out from behind him. Mr. Kai, please, you must go. Chapter 44 Departure. And Kai Hang and Dongfang Jin turned around to discover the oldest couple among the survivors from the hospital. They were standing there, supporting each other, their eyes filled with pleading as they gazed at Kai Hang. Upon locking eyes with him, the elderly couple bent their knees, about to kneel. Kai Hang swiftly sidestepped. Zhang Yi and Dongfang Jin hurriedly stepped forward to support the two elders, preventing them from kneeling. Old Lin, what are you doing? Zhang Yi asked disapprovingly, his tone laced with reproach. The elder, referred to as Old Lin, looked at Zhang Yi with a furrowed brow. helplessly saying, "Captain Sang, Yin was my most outstanding student." Her mind was filled with countless knowledge and research achievements. Her death has rendered years of cultivation at our research institute futile. Therefore, we desperately need the research data and advanced instruments from Hien to compensate for the loss of Yin, enabling us to swiftly conduct the most beneficial research in response to the apocalypse. After finishing his statement, Old Lin looked once more at Kai Hang. "Mr. Kai, we truly need your assistance." In stark contrast to the elder's anxious and pitiful demeanor, Kai Hang appeared calm and indifferent. He observed the elderly couple with an expressionless face, paying no heed to the onlookers gathered around, his demeanor detached. "Sir, are you aware of the current situation at the Hien building?" Old Lin's eyes flickered momentarily as he began to provide an evasive answer. "Mr. Kai, given your capabilities, if you are unwilling to go, then no one can." "Oh, is that so?" Kai Hang's gaze gradually turned icy. Just as he was about to refuse again, he unexpectedly met Yu Yao's eyes and saw her lips move. "Go." Kai Hang's eyes flickered slightly, and he altered his tone. "In that case, may I ask for a lion's share?" This statement sparked hope in Sang Yi, his eyes lighting up. "Mr. Kai, are you willing to go?" Kai Hang replied, "Certainly, but we will go alone. Regardless of what we obtain, it will belong to us." Noticing the dissatisfaction in Sang Yi and Old Lin's eyes, Kai Hang smirked and continued, "If you want it, you may come to purchase it yourself." A wave of whispers erupted around them, and upon hearing the commotion, Yu Yao and Luo Mai hurried over. Sang Yi frowned, and it was evident that Old Lin did not accept this condition. "Mr. Kai, do you not realize how many lives depend on those items?" Dongfang Jin raised an eyebrow, taking over the conversation. "We do not know how many lives are at stake. All we know is that if we go, we may very well lose our own." He paused momentarily before adding with a light laugh, "Old Lin, you cannot disregard our lives, can you?" Old Lin was momentarily speechless, realizing that his anticipated moral coercion on Kai Hang and the others was failing. He could only turn to Sang Yi. Sang Yi's cheeks twitched as he wrestled with his thoughts for a while before finally nodding in agreement. "All right, then we will trouble you." Kai Hang nodded, turning to leave. Dongfang Jin and the others, along with Yu Yao and Luo Mai, quickly followed suit as they made their way outside. Ji Yang looked at Yu Yao, preparing to act, only to meet her gaze. "Don't go." Why Yu Yao gently shook her head, using her eyes to halt Ji Yang's movement. Just moments ago, Luo Mai had quietly informed Yu Yao about the situation at the Hien building. As Kai Hang had mentioned, the circumstances surrounding Hien were exceedingly complex. Both Ji Yang and Yi Zieng bore injuries, and their levels of abilities were not high. Venturing to Hien was indeed a risk. It would be wiser to return to the safe zone with the military. At that moment, a woman's voice suddenly rang out. "Mr. Kai, wait, I will go with you." The woman speaking was Chen Wenjuan, petite in stature, with a delicate appearance, embodying the gentle grace of a woman from the Jiangnan waterways. Kai Hang regarded the petite woman rushing through the crowd with a furrowed brow and a cold demeanor. It was once again Dongfang Jin who stepped forward, saying, "Dr. Chen, are you so concerned about us?" Meeting Dongfang Jin's warm gaze, Chen Wenjuan's face flushed slightly. She quickly explained, No, I just think that the biopharmaceutical research equipment and data are quite complex and specialized. Without professionals accompanying you, I worry that your efforts may be in vain." Dongfang Jin smiled, "You are correct, but that is a secondary issue. The primary concern is that it is very dangerous for you to go." Chen Wenjuan's eyes were resolute, and she presented herself with a sense of righteousness. "For the future of humanity, I am not afraid of danger." Dongfang Jin chuckled softly, his tone gentle, "Dr. Chen, with such high awareness, it seems we appear rather ungrateful." Chen Wenjuan's expression changed, and she hurriedly waved her hands in denial. No, that is not what I meant." At that moment, Lin Chaoyu stepped forward, his face sour as he reproached Dongfang Jin. "Do you even understand the gravity of the situation? What did Sister Wenjuan say that was wrong? Without professionals accompanying you, if you were to ruin precious instruments or data, could you bear the responsibility? Moreover, Sister Wenjuan is a technical expert. It is only natural for you to protect her, isn't it?" As he spoke, a hint of mockery crept into his expression. You aren't suggesting that you big men can't even protect a weak woman, are you? Facing Lin Qiaoyu's unreasonable tirade, Jiang Yi immediately retorted, stop putting on airs. We've said it several times, that place is dangerous, and our own lives are at risk. What part of that don't you understand? If you are capable, you should go protect her yourself, and stop causing us trouble. His meaning was clear. Focus on survival, and do not interfere. His blunt words turned Lin Qiaoyu's face purple with rage. Just as he was about to retort, old Lin interjected. Let Chen Wenjuan come along. I know that among you, there are 2 spatial ability users, but your space cannot possibly accommodate the entire Heian building with Dr. Chen accompanying you. At least you won't misplace anything. Chen Wenjuan nodded eagerly in agreement, her gaze towards Kai Hang filled with hope. Judging by her expression, one might think she was about to embark on a vacation. Yu Yao sensed something amiss. Just when everyone thought Kai Hang would be persuaded, Jiang Yi quietly raised his hand. I apologize, everyone, I happen to have had the fortune of studying life sciences. Due to Jiang Yi's timely intervention, Chen Wenjuan ultimately did not accompany them. Yu Yao and her teammates faced no further entanglements and successfully departed from the hospital. They then boarded a 7-seater off-road vehicle, heading toward the location of the Heian building. The driver was Qixian. Dongfang Jin, sitting in the middle row, asked Kai Hang, what prompted your sudden decision to go to Heian? That place is a considerable hassle. Kai Hang did not hesitate to respond with a few words. Armory. Upon hearing this, everyone finally understood. The Heian building is situated in the northeastern part of Lin City and serves as the pharmaceutical branch of the Heian Group. The Biomedical Research Institute on the top floor holds numerous patents for medicines and medical devices. The royalties from these patents alone can sustain tens of thousands of employees within that building, rendering it unimaginably wealthy. Even someone like Yu Yao, who does not pay attention to the business world, has heard of the Heian Biopharmaceutical Company. However, what she did not know was that Heian is an extraordinarily vast commercial empire. Both the Research Institute and the Pharmaceutical Company are merely small branches under the Heian umbrella. As Luo Mai elucidated the true strength of Heian to Yu Yao, she remarked, at the level of a group like Heian, especially in a place like the Research Institute, which is highly confidential, they will quietly equip top-notch security forces and weapons, all of which are of excellent quality. Is this the army the captain mentioned? Yu Yao inquired. Luo Mai looked at Yu Yao with an expression of teachability and nodded, exactly, it's their army, we need to clear it out. Yu Yao nodded, not saying much. Although the use of firearms would face increasing restrictions as the apocalypse progressed, they could still sell crystal cores. Speaking of which, she needed to find an opportunity to learn about those in her space quickly, lest they go to waste. Evidently, Luo Mai and her companions were unaware that Kai Hang had little regard for the so-called army. While Heian possessed many weapons, they were not what they needed most at the moment. However, he chose not to disclose that his sudden decision to go was due to Yu Yao, to spare her from feeling pressured. Only Yu Yao herself realized that the army was not the focal point, but Yu Yao herself did not understand why she had acted that way. Upon hearing the name Heian, she inexplicably felt that they had to go. Chapter 45, Breaking the Code. As several individuals conversed, a ghastly visage, ravaged by bites, suddenly pressed against the car window behind Jiang Yi. The face of the zombie, a grotesque amalgamation of pus and dark blood, materialized with a jarring ferocity, accompanied by a deafening roar that echoed in their ears. Sitting by the door, Dongfang Jin swiftly pressed the car door switch, flinging the door open and shoving the zombie away from the rear window. Jiang Yi, with a deft motion, thrust a makeshift weapon into its flesh, dispatching the creature with cold efficiency. He then shot a frosty glare at Dongfang Jin as he closed the door, unable to restrain himself from exclaiming, "Damn it, you startled me." Qixian caught a glimpse of Jiang Yi's displeased expression in the rearview mirror and quipped, "Look at you, all flustered." Jiang Yi raised his gaze, reverting to his previously innocuous appearance. "You told it to frighten me, right, little seven?" Yu Yao raised an eyebrow, another heartless sesame dumpling. Due to the fact that the zombies in Lincheng had been largely annihilated by an explosion orchestrated by Yu Yao the previous day, the 7 of them navigated through half the city with remarkable ease, arriving at the base of the Heian building. True to Luo Mai's assertions, the building boasted an exceptionally high level of security. Remarkably, the structure remained unscathed amidst the ravages of earthquakes and acid rain, standing tall and imposing in the midst of the somewhat dilapidated city. On their journey, Yu Yao gleaned, through the introductions of Luo Mai and the others, the true extent of Heian's security measures. Every window was fortified with the highest grade of anti-peep and bulletproof glass, with not a single one capable of being opened. Access to the building was restricted to a singular main entrance and a garage door, both employing the most advanced security protocols. Even the ventilation ducts and waste disposal systems were meticulously safeguarded, rendering an authorized entry nearly impossible. Should any forceful breach or intrusion be detected, the entire edifice would immediately enter lockdown mode, sealing all ingress and egress points, including stairwells and restrooms. This meant that explosive runes could not be utilized within Heian, lest they trigger the building's automated security system. It was astonishing that a structure seemingly unremarkable compared to its surroundings could possess such a labyrinth of security measures. What clandestine tales lay hidden within its walls? Little Six, investigate the situation inside the building, Kaiheng stated calmly, disregarding the encroaching zombies outside. Luo Mai nodded, extending her mental energy to probe within the building, while Yu Yao discreetly examined the layout of the structure. The interior was densely populated with zombies, devoid of any living souls. Luo Mai's expression darkened. It's crawling with zombies, densely packed. They must have sensed the presence of the living at the entrance and are congregating there. It was only due to the high security of the Heian building, coupled with the robustness of its main door, that it had not been breached. Kaiheng responded with a contemplative hum, addressing Yu Yao. In a moment, Dongfang and He Pingjing will attempt to crack the door's code. Once they do, we will establish an air barrier at the entrance to prevent the zombies from surging out. Is that acceptable? Absolutely, Yu Yao affirmed. During their journey, she learned that Dongfang Jin and Luo Pingjing had previously served as security and mechanical experts, having contributed to the design of numerous high-level security systems. Consequently, breaching Heian's security system was not insurmountably difficult. Upon exiting the vehicle, Yu Yao promptly stowed it away, positioning herself beside the vigilant Luo Mai. Kaiheng and Qixian took charge of dispatching the encroaching zombies, while Dongfang Jin and Luo Pingjing, under Jian He's cover, approached the entrance of the Heian building. They produced an oddly shaped laptop and commenced their operations at the door. The entrance to Heian was fortified with a robust mechanical lock, accessible only via specific magnetic cards and the irises of designated individuals. Similarly, any attempts at forced entry detected by the security system would trigger an immediate lockdown of the entire building. To circumvent this, dynamic security codes had to be inputted simultaneously at 5 distinct safety points, each held by different individuals scattered across the globe. The prospect of gathering these 5 security codes in this communication-disrupted apocalypse was, without a doubt, an impossible feat. Furthermore, should forced entry be detected thrice, the system would automatically initiate self-destruct mode, leaving intruders with nothing to gain. It was precisely due to such an absurdly stringent security system that the belief in the presence of valuable treasures within the building grew stronger. Dongfang Jin and Luo Pingjing's task was to infiltrate the security system's backend, quietly generating a backend password to unlock the door without alerting the defensive network. The only idle observer, Yu Yao, watched with curiosity as Dongfang Jin and Luo Pingjing worked, while also keeping an eye on the surroundings with the map. To her surprise, she uncovered something unusual. Concerned for their safety, she began to search for buildings surrounding the Heian edifice via the map. This led her to discover 7 large purple light spots positioned at the 4th floor window of the Maritime building across the way. One of these spots was nearly comparable in size to Kaiheng himself. The Maritime building stood a mere 100 meters from Heian, allowing anyone at the 4th floor window to observe their actions with perfect clarity. Furrowing her brow, Yu Yao inquired of Luo Mai, "Mai, have you noticed anyone in the Maritime building across?" Luo Mai paused, bewildered. "The Maritime building, there's no one there." Upon Luo Mai's utterance, both women were taken aback. "There are people." Yu Yao's gaze turned steely as she replied softly, "It seems someone over there possesses the ability to shield against mental probing." Luo Mai's expression darkened, her tone laced with disdain. What kind of trickery is this, lurking in the shadows? Surely they do not intend to spring a trap. Who can say for certain? Yu Yao retorted, and with a swift motion, she summoned an explosive force to obliterate the nearest zombie to Kaihang. Meeting his gaze, she cautioned, at the fourth-floor window of the Maritime Building, there are 7 anomalous beings who have managed to obscure Mai's mental probing. Their intentions remain unclear. Upon hearing this, Kaihang's cold gaze swept toward the Maritime Building, and with a casual raise of his hand, sharp, slicing gusts of wind instantaneously annihilated every zombie within a 20-meter radius, leaving a gruesome scene of bloodshed and carnage. Chapter 46, The Dark Zombies in the Maritime Building. On the 4th floor, 7 tall men clad in sleek black combat suits, fully equipped, stood before a massive floor-to-ceiling window. One of them, noticing a movement from Kaihang, turned his head towards the man at the center, who wore a black mask that revealed only his piercing dark eyes. He remarked, "Captain, we have been discovered." Another man, his face contorted in disbelief, protested with wide eyes, "How is that possible? My abilities have not faltered." The man referred to as the captain waved his hand dismissively. "It matters not. In these times, there are countless gifted individuals, and it is only natural for them to possess abilities beyond our imagination." Hearing his calm tone, the first speaker inquired, "What shall we do now?" "Reveal ourselves and converse with them." A young man, who had the ability to negate powers, expressed his discontent with this decision. "What is there to discuss? If they dare to approach, it is surely with the same intentions as ours. Are we to share our spoils with them?" The man beside him chimed in, "Indeed, that would be quite the loss for us." The captain cast a sidelong glance at the 2 disgruntled youths and pointed towards Kaihang, who stood outside the inn building, his voice frosty. "And what do you believe our chances are of eliminating those few individuals?" The 2 fell silent, the young man with the negation abilities eyes darkening with a hint of malice. He then murmured, "There are 7 of them, including 2 women. We also have 7 men, and our odds are still quite favorable." The other man echoed, "Yes." At this moment, the first speaker clarified, "Xiao Lin, Xiao Du, do not indulge in fanciful thinking. Just from the security measures at the inn building, how could their army and storage not be fortified? Even if we were to eliminate them and breach the inn's entrance, what then? Would we merely stand idly before the remaining doors?" The man elucidated the stakes clearly. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence should know how to choose wisely. Xiao Lin, the power-negating young man, opened his mouth, inhaled deeply several times, and reluctantly stated, "Brother Chen, I understand your point, but I cannot bear the thought of letting them take all those valuable resources. Did you not see that woman take away their vehicle? They have a space ability user, they can move the goods far more swiftly than we can." Upon hearing this, the man called Brother Chen scowled and retorted, "What do you mean by letting them benefit? Think clearly. If we manage to follow them into the inn, who stands to gain?" Xiao Lin was at a loss for words, and after a moment of discontent, he muttered, "HMPH, who knows if they can breach in security system? TSK, you really are." Before the inn building, Kaihang stood beside Yu Yao, listening as Luo Mai complained to Yu Yao, "They wouldn't be coming for the army, would they?" "That is highly probable. They might emerge soon." "Is it because they cannot breach the insecurity system?" Yu Yao inquired. "Smart thinking, sister." Yu Yao then asked, "What if they resort to violence?" Luo Mai's face hardened, her long fingers unconsciously stroking the hilt of her curved blade, a murderous intent brewing. "Should they dare to escalate matters, I shall incapacitate them." Yu Yao paused momentarily before saying, "They are formidable. The strength of one among them may very well rival that of our leader. We should exercise caution." Luo Mai's brows twitched slightly as she turned to look at Kaihang. "They have revealed themselves, and as our Yao mentioned, they are all ability users." It seemed that the opposing side had allowed Xiao Lin to negate his powers, revealing their movements under Luo Mai's psychic perception. "Open." With Jian Yi's voice, the heavy mechanical locks clicked open in succession. The massive door, freed from its mechanical restraints, swung open violently, akin to a floodgate breached by a deluge. Yu Yao, not wanting to waste a moment, hastily erected a wall of air at the entrance, blocking the impending horde of zombies. Unfortunately, the sheer number of zombies overwhelmed her, and the air wall shattered within seconds. Fortunately, the abilities of Kai Hang and the others surged forth, instantly repelling the throngs of zombies that had gathered at the entrance. Seizing the opportunity, the seven swiftly entered through the door, each drawing their weapons to plunge into the mass of zombies. Yu Yao, while monitoring the map to prevent ambushes from other beings, wielded her twin blades to cut her way through the zombie horde. With the activation of her unused double experience card, the experience gained from slaying zombies propelled Yu Yao's level rapidly towards 15. The number of zombies in the hole decreased at an astonishing rate, yet none dared to let their guard down. As expected, it was not long before an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A thick cloud of black mist suddenly spread from an unknown source. The remaining zombies, upon contact with the black mist, became frenzied as if injected with adrenaline. Observing the eerie mist, Yu Yao instinctively surrounded her teammates with an air wall. Kai Hang unleashed a gust of wind in an attempt to disperse the dark fog. Despite their swift reactions, Luo Pingjing was still scorched on the back of his hand by the rapidly spreading black mist, exposing gruesome flesh that continued to fester. Perhaps due to the pain of the injury, veins soon bulged on Luo Pingjing's forehead, his expression contorted in agony. Upon witnessing this, Yu Yao immediately cast a healing spell. A gentle, pearlescent glow emanated from her fingertips, softly landing on the back of Luo Pingjing's hand, which had been largely corroded. The gentle yet insistent light dispelled the clinging black mist and swiftly healed the horrific wound. As the pain subsided, Luo Pingjing cast a grateful glance at Yu Yao and once again readied himself for battle. Although the situation was temporarily controlled, the source of the black mist remained elusive. The dispersed mist soon reappeared and continued to spread. Yu Yao, feeling a chill run down her spine at the sight of the ominous black fog, suddenly had an epiphany and shouted to Kai Hang, "Captain, it's a dark ability." As she spoke, she frantically searched the map for the location of the dark zombies. Unfortunately, the earlier shortcoming of not displaying enemy attributes had triggered once more. Though she knew there were countless zombies lurking in the shadows, she could not pinpoint their exact locations. Kai Hang evidently realized that dark zombies were at play as well. Reacting swiftly, he summoned his light abilities to cast a thin shield of light around their group, replacing the nearly shattered air wall Yu Yao had erected. He then instructed Luo Mai, "Xiao Liu, locate them." Understood. In such a scenario, Luo Mai's serious psychic abilities were indeed the most advantageous. This was where her skills perfectly complemented Yu Yao's mapping capabilities. While Yu Yao could identify potential threats that Luo Mai might overlook or miss due to interference, she could not recognize their abilities, levels, appearances, or states until she laid eyes on them. Luo Mai, on the other hand, could easily perceive these aspects without visual contact. Sure enough, Luo Mai found the hiding spot of the dark ability zombie in just over 10 seconds. West side of the main hall, behind the control room's safety door, a one-armed zombie, dark type level 2. With Luo Mai's statement, Yu Yao quickly marked the red dot on the map that indicated the location behind the control room's safety door to ensure it would not slip back into the horde unnoticed. At the same moment, Kai Hang acted as well. His light abilities shattered the safety door of the control room almost instantaneously. A deafening roar erupted, filled with unmatched rage and resentment. Uncertain whether this roar incited the zombies in the hole, they immediately howled and charged at the seven. Even as half of its body was consumed by Kai Hang's light shield, the zombies continued to recklessly surge towards them. Madness! Jian Yi cursed, furrowing his brow as he summoned countless vines to ensnare the frontmost zombies into a string of canted hawthorns. As the dark zombies moved, Luo Mai continued to relay updates. Hole 2. Kai Hang once again used his wind abilities to disperse the surrounding black mist and strode towards the second hole as indicated by Luo Mai. Sensing the proximity of the 7 light points to an, Yu Yao tugged on Dongfang Jin's sleeve and whispered, "A few individuals are nearing. I will go ahead and secure the weapons in the army." Not wishing to lurk in the shadows, hoping to catch them unawares, she resolved to ensure they would leave empty-handed. Dongfang Jin glanced at her in surprise, a plethora of questions swirling in his mind, but upon meeting Yu Yao's gaze, they all dissipated into nothingness. He nodded, "Let Xiao Yi accompany you. Stay safe." Yu Yao nodded in return and added, "I will retrieve the weapons from the army from a distance. The door will remain sealed. If they wish to negotiate, let them." Upon hearing this, Dongfang Jin's lips curled into a slight smile, understanding her intent. Understood. After Yu Yao finished speaking with Dongfang Jin, she swiftly led Jiang Yi towards the underground storage. Just as the two departed, Luo Mai's expression shifted. There's another one. Before she could finish her sentence, a mass of black mist surged towards Luo Mai at a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. In that critical moment, a blinding white light erupted before them, forcing them to squint. When they reopened their eyes, not only had the black mist vanished entirely, but the remaining zombies had also become mere husks, standing rigidly in place. After a moment, they staggered and fell to the ground, shattered and scattered. In the wake of the radiance, 7 silhouettes gradually emerged. Chapter 47, Xianfeng. It was not until this moment that Luo Mai and her companions discerned the 7 supernatural beings who had previously concealed themselves within the maritime building. Observing their uniform attire and composed, powerful strides, it was evident that these 7 individuals were not to be trifled with. Particularly striking was the tall man at the center, whose black mask could not conceal his remarkable countenance. His pair of pitch-black Ruifeng eyes shimmered with an interplay of light and shadow, deep and mesmerizing. Once the 7 had come to a halt, it was the man beside the masked figure who first stepped forward to speak. "Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the interruption. We are the Xianfeng team from Kyoto. The reason for our appearance is to discuss certain matters with you, and I wonder if we might have the opportunity." It was clear that he was not the true spokesperson of the opposing team. Thus, Qixian naturally tilted his chin and inquired, "What do you wish to discuss?" The man smiled slightly and replied, "Collaboration, perhaps." "Collaboration? How do you propose we collaborate? Shall we fight the zombies together?" "Naturally." "And the terms?" The man responded, "The terms are, of course, resources. With the scale of neither you nor we could possibly exhaust it all. Why not collaborate and fulfill our respective needs?" "Fulfill our respective needs?" Dongfang Jin, standing at the center, chuckled lightly. "What if our objectives happen to align?" The man seemed to have anticipated this, but before he could respond, the masked figure interjected. "Then it shall be 60-40. You open the door, and I will hold off the dark zombies." His voice was particularly pleasing, smooth and flowing like fine silk, imbued with an innate warmth and tranquility that was utterly enchanting. "No need for that." Kai Heng's cold voice unexpectedly cut through the conversation. Everyone turned to see him approaching, holding a one-armed zombie. Step by step, the masked man furrowed his brow, glancing at the zombie that Kai Heng had carelessly discarded on the ground, and asked, "A dark zombie?" After a pause, he continued, "It appears we have overestimated our capabilities." Upon hearing this, Xiaolin, whose expression had soured due to Kai Heng's rejection, quickly interjected, "There are not just 1 or 2 dark zombies in this building." The masked man did not answer him. After a moment's pause, he addressed Kai Heng, "The aura of death in this building is dense, indicating that there are clearly more than just 1 or 2 dark zombies. My light-based abilities could be of some assistance to you. What do you say to collaborating?" Noticing Kai Heng and his companion's resistance, the masked man added, "Or do you have a solution of your own?" A solution? Kai Heng certainly had one. However, he had no intention of divulging it. Before Kai Heng could speak, Xiaolin scoffed derisively, his eyes filled with disdain. "A solution, relying on luck? If it weren't for our brother Mu just now, you would have been swallowed by the dark zombies without a trace, so what are you pretending for?" Xiaolin's words succeeded in furrowing the brows of Luo Mai and her companions. Dongfang Jin's eyes narrowed, a flicker of danger flashing within. He was acutely aware that Kai Heng did not wish to expose his unique abilities. Coupled with the rather unappealing entrance of the Xianfeng team, a nefarious idea quietly began to germinate in this hostile atmosphere. As they exchanged glances, Kai Heng and Dongfang Jin had already tacitly understood each other's intentions. After a period of persistent application of her spatial abilities, Yu Yao had now advanced to the point where she no longer needed to touch or even see the items she wished to collect. She could simply utilize her mental energy to gather objects from other spaces. Moreover, her range of application had significantly increased. She was certain that, given the scale of standing at the entrance of the army would likely exceed her mental range. However, the upper and lower floors were a different matter. No warehouse could exceed 20 meters in height, could it? She had long since determined the location of the warehouse through blueprints. It was situated 3 levels underground. As long as she went to the garage on the second underground level, she could collect the weapons within. Although Dongfang Jin was unaware of these details, he chose to trust Yu Yao. Thus, he stood beside Kaiheng and chuckled lightly. 3-7. Dongfang Jin's words ignited Xiaolin's fury, causing him to step forward and begin berating them. Do you not understand what it means to be sensible? Do you have any idea how terrifying dark zombies are? Do you really think you can act all high and mighty just because you can pick a lock? Without our captain, what could you possibly obtain? Xiaolin. The man referred to as Chen Ji displayed an expression of displeasure as he reprimanded him. Kaiheng merely regarded them with cold indifference before speaking calmly. Then it shall be 2-8. Damn. Xiaolin's anger flared once again as he drew his pistol, aiming it at Kaiheng. Do you really want to die? Qixian's gaze sharpened, and he stepped forward, condensing a massive fireball in his hand. Before anyone could react, he hurled it towards Xiaolin. In an instant, the scorching fireball loomed larger in Xiaolin's horrified eyes, ultimately grazing his ear as it flew past and struck the zombie sneaking up behind him, killing it instantly. Whether it was from heat or fear, Xiaolin's previously menacing visage turned as pale as a sheet, beads of sweat trickling down his cheeks at an alarming pace. Observing his plight, Qixian let out a derisive laugh, his fingers deftly producing a finely crafted silver pistol that he aimed directly at Xiaolin. Care to play with guns? Come on. The masked man silently raised his hand to press down on Xiaolin's gun, yet his gaze remained fixed on Kaiheng as he spoke in a grave tone. 3-7. A pleasant collaboration. Kaiheng cast a sidelong glance at Xiaolin before directing his cold voice back at the masked man. 2-8. Kaiheng was well versed in the art of inciting disgust and sowing discord. At this moment, Chen Ji's previously jovial expression darkened dramatically, and he could not help but say, "Brother, you." He attempted to negotiate further, but the masked man raised his hand to silence him, calmly stating, "Deal." Captain. The other members of Xinfeng looked at the masked man with bewildered expressions. The masked man explained, while dark zombies are indeed troublesome, they are not invincible. Prolonged entanglement benefits no one. After articulating this, he shifted his gaze back to Xiaolin. Though his expression was calm, it caused Xiaolin's heart to tremble involuntarily. Fortunately, he averted his gaze after a brief moment, raising his hand to gesture for Kaiheng to proceed. Thanks to Dongfang Jin and Luo Pingjing's infiltration into An's system, they had acquired the internal blueprints of An. They naturally discovered that the armory was located 3 levels underground, directly beneath the parking garage. They did not withhold this information and shared it openly. Consequently, the group promptly began their descent toward the 3rd underground level. Fortunately, as the apocalypse had struck in the early hours, An's employees were either working overtime or resting in their dormitories, there were not many individuals in the garages on the 1st and 2nd underground levels, only 6 or 7 patrolling security zombie and 4 cleaning staff zombies. Kaiheng did not need to lift a finger, as the Xinfeng team easily traversed the 1st underground garage. As they passed the 2nd underground level, the members of the Xinfeng team naturally caught sight of Yu Yao and Jiang Yi in the distance. In response to their surprised gazes, Dongfang Jin smiled and said, "Our teammates are collecting some gasoline in the garage, would you like some?" Xiaolin scoffed derisively, muttering under his breath about their petty behavior. However, the masked man gazed intently at Yu Yao's figure for quite some time, perhaps sensing the peculiarity in his gaze. Kaiheng narrowed his eyes and stepped forward to obstruct the man's line of sight, compelling him to lower his gaze and continue toward the 3rd underground level. Sisters. What else going on? Luo Mai had become quite adept at utilizing the communication function among her friends. Although her face remained composed, she eagerly inquired within her mind, feigning to siphon oil, while in truth clearing out the army. Yu Yao replied, patting the wild horse beside her. "This car is quite nice. I'm taking it." Luo Mai watched the disappearing vehicle from a distance, her mind consumed by the phrase, "clearing out the army." Clearing out the army, how do we do that? I can directly collect items within 20 meters without entering the armory. Really? Luo Mai could not help but almost voice her excitement. Fortunately, she retained her composure, her fox-like eyes darting as she addressed Kai Heng. Boss, I'm going to join Yu Yao. Kai Heng nodded. That sounds good. With Kai Heng's approval, Luo Mai joyfully ran toward Yu Yao, swapping places with Jian Yi. Upon Luo Mai's arrival, Yu Yao cast a glance in a particular direction and then winked at her. Looks like a little mouse has arrived. With a single glance from Yu Yao, Luo Mai instantly understood the situation. It was clear that Xiaolin from the Xinfeng team, relying on his ability to conceal himself, had emerged to stir up trouble once again. Chapter 48 Lin Fengmu, be cautious of any invisibility abilities, Yu Yao cautioned, her lips curling into a smile as she added, just in time for your arrival, do take a moment to discern which vehicle holds the supplies. Luo Mai's eyes flickered, and with a light nod, she replied nonchalantly, sure thing. With that, she feigned ignorance and began to probe the array of vehicles in the garage with her mental prowess. Moments later, she animatedly exclaimed about one vehicle being laden with fuel and then expressed delight over another containing valuable items. On the surface, Yu Yao directed Luo Mai in gathering fuel and supplies. In truth, she had already mapped out the weapons cache using her mental abilities. The actual weapons cache of Heian was concealed behind two doors. The first door led to a conventional armory, approximately 90 square meters in size, neatly housing an assortment of commonly used weaponry, including handguns, submachine guns, rifles, smoke grenades, shields, long blades, and daggers. This appeared to be a place where Heian's bodyguards routinely accessed their gear, and at that moment, two zombies were wandering within. Had it not been for Yu Yao's ability to see the true weapons cache, her previous stealthy incursions into the armories of several gangs, drug dealers, and arms traffickers would have seemed trivial. This cache was certainly enough to excite her for a while. Unfortunately, she was aware of its existence. Beyond the armory lay an exceedingly concealed secret door. Only by opening this door could one behold Heian's genuine weapons cache. It was vast, exceeding Yu Yao's expectations, almost consuming the entirety of Heian's underground space, measuring over 1,000 square meters with a ceiling nearly 10 meters high. Inside were various weapons, some she had heard of, others unfamiliar, both large and small, intricate and simple, cold and hot, all meticulously stacked in crates. They were well preserved, with designated storage areas for maintenance supplies. Even without a thorough understanding, Yu Yao could discern that these provisions could sustain a 1,000-strong battalion for at least 2 years. Suppressing her racing heart, Yu Yao communicated with Kai Heng. Captain, there are 2 rooms in the armory. The outer equipment room is merely a facade, while the inner chamber is the true warehouse, and it is immense. Kai Heng paused, seemingly processing her words before comprehending that Yu Yao was employing some unknown force to relay this information. He promptly replied, understood. Is it taxing for you to gather? Do not overexert yourself. It's not strenuous, she assured him. That's good to hear. One of the rats has gone missing on the opposite side. Exercise caution. Rest assured, Yu Yao responded before releasing her mental energy. Swiftly, she collected every accessible supply, not even sparing the wooden crates. After clearing one area, she gestured for Luo Mai to proceed to the next. For a full half-hour, the two sisters appeared to be engaged in light-hearted banter, collecting gasoline, vehicles, and some supplies from within the cars. In reality, they had quietly emptied the entire weapons cache, only kindly leaving behind the weapons in the equipment room. The equipment room remains untouched. After all, the apocalypse had begun at night, and most bodyguards were required to return their gear, making it unwise to completely deplete the room to avoid attracting suspicion. All right, I'll have Dongfang open the door. Millimeter. Once Yu Yao confirmed, she fell silent, rubbing her throbbing temples. After securing the last barrel of gasoline, she turned to Luo Mai and said, We've gathered quite enough, shall we head down? Luo Mai nodded in understanding, linking arms with Yu Yao, and muttering, oh dear, why is Heian's place so vast? It is exhausting. Though she voiced this complaint, she exerted no pressure on Yu Yao, instead alleviating much of her burden, allowing her to feel considerably lighter. Why Yu Yao had never been fond of such physical contact, yet she found no objection to Luo Mai's repeated breaches of personal space. She retrieved 2 stamina-replenishing lollipops from her storage, unwrapped one, and playfully inserted it into Luo Mai's mouth, saying, "Do hold onto me tightly, if I fall, I won't take responsibility." HMPH, what a joke, Luo Mai retorted, rolling her eyes gracefully, one hand clutching the lollipop while the other supported Yu Yao. Unbeknownst to others, she subtly released her mental energy, ensnaring a rat that had exposed its presence by engaging in nefarious deeds. While Yu Yao also raised a hand lightly, halting an invisible arrow that had soared behind her head in midair. A piercing scream pierced the air as the arrow, severed from its source of power by Yu Yao, became visible. The two turned to see the arrowhead stained with dark blood, their gazes turning cold. Luo Mai's eyes hardened as she glared at the nearby Xiaolin, slowly drawing her curved blade, exuding an air of murderous intent. However, Yu Yao calmly restrained her movements with a casual gesture, manipulating the air to draw Xiaolin and the arrow towards herself, stating, "Killing him serves no purpose. It would be far more amusing to use him to provoke others." Upon hearing this, Luo Mai raised an eyebrow, her murderous intent dissipating. When the two emerged outside the weapons cache, Dongfang Jin and Luo Pingjing were still feigning the act of cracking a password beside a pile of zombie corpses, clearly having just endured a battle. Upon hearing the commotion, Kaiyang and the members of the Shenfeng team turned, their expressions shifting dramatically upon seeing the unconscious Xiaolin hovering behind Yu Yao. Yu Yao was momentarily taken aback when she recognized the two leading figures among them. Du, who had always been in tandem with Xiaolin, failed to notice the change in Yu Yao's expression and shouted, "What are you doing? Let Xiaolin go." The others from Shenfeng promptly armed themselves, aiming their weapons at Yu Yao and Luo Mai. Kaiheng immediately positioned himself in front of the two, summoning waves of slicing winds at his side. While Yu Yao stood frozen behind Kaiheng, observing as Lin Fengmu slowly raised his hand to remove his mask, his gentle smile accompanying the soft words, "Found you, little fish." His visage could even be described as beautiful, soft, deep phoenix eyes, a straight nose, ruby-red lips, and pale, translucent skin, creating a striking contrast with his dark brows and red lips, imparting a vividly beautiful aesthetic. Coupled with his tall stature and graceful physique, clad in a black combat suit that accentuated his broad shoulders and narrow waist, he exuded an exceptional presence. Beside him stood a man referred to as Chen Ji, who approached Yu Yao with an expression of surprise, intent on reaching out to her, only to be obstructed by Kaiheng. The man, named Xu Chenju, was also a comrade of Yu Zhao's from her past life. During their military service, he had taken great care of her, often leading her on adventures whenever time permitted. Noticing Yu Yao's astonished yet indifferent demeanor, Xu Chenju was momentarily stunned, eventually inquiring, "Little fish, where have you been? Did you know we've been searching for you tirelessly?" Luo Mai and the other members of the Shenfeng team exchanged puzzled glances, their eyes flitting between Yu Yao and the unmasked Lin Fengmu and Xu Chenju, their curiosity palpable. "Are Yao?" Luo Mai tightened her grip on Yu Yao's arm, sensing her unease. Yu Yao caught her eye and offered a light smile before responding to Xu Chenju. "Haidong was submerged, of course, I had to leave to seek refuge." Xu Chenju frowned involuntarily. "You should have gone to a safe shelter to wait for us. It's far too dangerous for a girl to be wandering about alone." Yu Yao raised an eyebrow. "I am an adult now, capable of taking responsibility for my actions, there's no need for concern." Xu Chenju persisted, "How could I not worry?" Yu Yao was unwilling to discuss Yu Zhao and did not wish to entangle herself further with Lin Fengmu and his companions due to their connection. "Brother Chenju, I can take care of myself. Even if my brother were still around, I would still say the same." Xu Chenju's gaze faltered, while Lin Fengmu's expression grew increasingly profound, his smile gradually fading. Before they could utter another word, Du, who had formed a camaraderie with Xiaolin, intervened, "Captain. Brother Chenju, do you know this woman? Why aren't you urging her to release Xiaolin immediately?" Only then did Yu Yao shift her gaze toward Yu. She recognized the three others who had come with Lin Fengmu and Xu Chenju as former teammates from her past life, but she was unfamiliar with this explosive Du and the scheming Xiaolin. A sense of curiosity enveloped her. Why was Lin Fengmu with them? Why were they in Lin City? And more importantly, where was Yi Xuanmin? What had become of the others? Chapter 49. Xiaolin gazed at the dissatisfied Xiaoju, while Yu Yao's fingertips merely twitched slightly, causing an arrow tainted with zombie blood to soar towards him at an astonishing speed. The arrow hovered perilously close, less than a centimeter from his eye, exuding an intense sense of pressure. In a slow, melodic tone that carried a chill, she inquired, "Do you recognize this arrow?" Upon seeing the arrow, the members of Xinfeng understood the gravity of the situation, especially since the hand crossbow that loosed this arrow remained firmly grasped in Xiaolin's hand. Yu Yao continued, "Do you recognize what is smeared upon the arrow?" Dongfang Jin and the others, observing the crossbow bolt drenched in zombie blood, directed increasingly frigid gazes towards Xuanfeng's team. Noticing this, Zhu Chenju attempted to speak, but Yu Yao interjected. "I failed to comprehend. My companion and I merely went to retrieve a few barrels of gasoline. How is it that we have incited the ire of your people to the point of resorting to such a vile ambush?" Feigning ignorance, Luo Mai feigned to enlighten her. "What is there to misunderstand? It is because you are a spatial ability user. Eliminating you would mean we need to gather less. Once we depart, they could turn back and launch a surprise attack, monopolizing the supplies from an." Zhu Chenju hastily clarified, "No, Xiao Yu, you are mistaken." "Misunderstanding?" Kaiheng retorted coldly, his palm raised before Xiaolin, gathering a fearsome gale. "Are you suggesting that this matter does not concern you and that it was entirely this person's own decision?" Zhu Chenju's breath caught, and he fell silent. Though it was indeed Xiaolin's solitary decision, he could not confess this. To do so would be to abandon Xiaolin entirely, yet, witnessing the gale poised to slice Xiaolin's throat, he anxiously implored, "Do not act." Luo Mai, sucking on a lollipop, let out a derisive laugh, using her curved blade to lift Xiaolin's chin. Observing the terror in his eyes, rendered speechless and immobile, her beautiful gaze held a hint of scorn. "You wish to protect such a person. Your so-called Xinfeng team is truly contemptible." "What did you say?" Xiao Zhu, who had spoken earlier, glared at Luo Mai, his grip on his weapon tightening with each passing moment. After a prolonged silence, Lin Fengmu diverted his gaze from Yu Yao's face, casting a glance at the terrified Xiaolin, who was easily subdued and unable to speak. He stepped forward, positioning himself between Xuanfeng's team and Kaiheng, his gaze transcending Kaiheng to address Yu Yao. "This matter is indeed Xiaolin's fault, but he is our brother after all. So, Xiao Yu, what must be done for you to spare him?" His intense gaze towards Yu Yao allowed her to perceive a trace of deeply concealed tenderness. Upon hearing this, a flicker of hope ignited in Xiaolin's desolate eyes. Kaiheng's cold eyes narrowed, once more obstructing Yu Yao's figure, his voice frigid. "Spare him, surely you are overreaching." At this, Xiao Du, who shared a close bond with Xiaolin, exclaimed anxiously, "Your people are unharmed. Is it really necessary to cling to this matter? Moreover, your people are acquainted with our captain and brother Chen, they are familiar faces, why must you be so calculating? Additionally, Xiaolin's abilities could be of use to you." "Unnecessary." Yu Yao blinked in surprise at Kaiheng's unwavering stance. However, realizing that Xiaolin's survival would yield greater utility, she silently conveyed to Kaiheng, "Captain, demand their crystal cores, they possess many." To her astonishment, Kaiheng merely replied, "Unneeded, he must die." Yu Yao was taken aback, and as she saw Kaiheng prepare to act, she hastily grasped his arm. Kaiheng turned, his gaze lingering for a moment on her delicate hand, which emanated warmth through his sleeve. He then raised his eyes seriously, stating, "He harbors murderous intent towards you. Keeping him around would only invite endless trouble." In light of this, Yu Yao's lips curled slightly, and she raised her other hand, summoning the crossbow bolt tainted with zombie blood back to her side. "I understand, but I must express that killing him would be too merciful." Her actions plunged Xiao Du and the others, who had nurtured a glimmer of hope, back into despair, revealing the ruthless nature of the so-called flower vase that was Yu Yao. Lin Fengmu lowered his gaze, fixating on Yu Yao's hand gripping Kaiheng's arm, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. After a brief pause, he stated, "I will ensure his restraint, I promise. To express my remorse, I will offer you all the crystal cores we possess. You certainly understand their value." He deliberately used "you" instead of "you all." Yu Yao stared at him in astonishment, internally praising, you truly know how to navigate social situations. No wonder the original owner held such fervent admiration for you. The members of Sinn Féin appeared visibly displeased at his words, yet ultimately refrained from voicing their discontent, their gazes towards Xiao Lin filled with hostility. In the end, under Lin Fengmu's initiative, Yu Yao received 136 first-grade crystal cores and 1 second-grade water crystal core. As the young members of Sinn Féin retrieved the crystal cores, it remained uncertain whether they attempted to pilfer any. However, ultimately, under Luo Mai's enigmatic smile and the cold gazes of Kai Heng and others, they obediently surrendered all the crystal cores. With the acquisition of the crystal cores, Yu Yao did not further torment Xiao Lin, instead unceremoniously tossing him before Xiao Du, producing a resounding thud. Simultaneously, with a single hand, she manipulated the air to shatter Xiao Lin's hand crossbow, and the arrow stained with zombie blood. Now liberated, Xiao Lin beheld his most trusted weapon obliterated before him, yet he could only harbor a silent fury. Chu Chenju regarded the markedly altered Yu Yao with surprise, ultimately sighing as he stepped forward to assist the crumpled Xiao Lin. This minor upheaval seemed to have subsided, allowing Dongfang Jin and Luo Pingjing to resume their efforts in decoding the password. However, Yu Yao had no intentions of letting Xiao Lin off the hook. This individual, with ulterior motives and a history of setbacks at their hands, would undoubtedly seek revenge. Yu Yao would certainly not grant him that opportunity. Not only her, but Kai Heng and the others also harbored no intention of sparing him. Prior to casting Xiao Lin aside, Yu Yao had discreetly implanted an air bomb in his heart, awaiting the opportune moment to detonate it and claim his life. Luo Mai had also embedded a mental suggestion within Xiao Lin's consciousness. When they encountered zombies, she could manipulate him to accidentally perish at their hands. The rest of Kai Heng's group, through their tacit understanding with Luo Mai and brief exchanges of glances with Yu Yao, had discerned that they had already taken action. They thus retracted their intentions to act, feigning nonchalance as they busied themselves with their tasks. Following Kai Heng's signal, Dongfang Jin, who had already decrypted the entire building's defense system, finally announced with an enticing ding, "The door is open." Casually leaning against the wall, Luo Mai immediately straightened and cautioned, "There are 2 zombies inside. Exercise caution when opening the door." Luo Pingjing signaled his understanding and, alongside Dongfang Jin, stepped back a few paces to evade potential zombie attacks. Kai Heng raised his hand, releasing his wind ability to slowly push open the tightly shut equipment room door. A cacophony of growls and an overwhelming stench wafted out, prompting the group to instinctively retreat a couple of steps while readying their abilities to eliminate the zombies. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the Xiao Lin, who had been assisted by Chu Chenju, was unexpectedly pierced through by a zombie, its face half obliterated and its body a grotesque mass of decay. Xiao Lin stared with bulging eyes, disbelievingly lowering his gaze to his chest. He attempted to cry out, but only a helpless wheeze escaped his lips. Chu Chenju was startled, instinctively releasing Xiao Lin and retreating swiftly. Had it not been for Qi Xian's quick reflexes in firing 2 shots that obliterated the zombie's head, Chu Chenju might have been the next victim of this unusually swift creature. Xiao Lin was dead. This individual, who had been exchanged for 137 crystal cores by the Sinn Féin team under amicable circumstances, had met an inexplicable demise at the hands of a zombie. As Xiao Lin's body slowly crumpled to the ground, Yu Yao instinctively glanced towards Lin Fengmu, only to unexpectedly meet his gaze, catching a glimpse of what appeared to be amusement. Chapter 50, Confrontation with the Level 2 Ice-type zombie. Luo Mai noticed the peculiar glint in his eyes and let out a cold snort, pulling Yu Yao to stand firmly beside Kai Heng, using his towering stature to shield her completely. She didn't forget to warn Yu Yao, "Sister, your old acquaintance is looking at you with a rather strange gaze, you must be cautious." Upon hearing this, Kai Heng silently turned his head to glance at Lin Fengmu. The 2 locked eyes, sending countless invisible sparks colliding in the air, a silent undercurrent surging between them. After Qi Xian dispatched the zombie that had killed Xiao Lin with a bullet to the head, another zombie was swiftly pierced through by Jian Yi's vines, cast far away. With both zombies dealt with, Kai Heng stepped into the equipment room first. The members of the Sinn Féin team, fearing that Kai Heng might hoard the supplies, hastily followed him in, disregarding Xiao Lin's issue. Though the equipment room was considerably smaller than the warehouse behind it, it still spanned nearly 100 square meters. Inside, an array of weapons was meticulously arranged. However, whether it was Kaihang and his companions or the Shenfeng team, all were seasoned individuals accustomed to grand scenes. Upon witnessing the dazzling array of firearms before them, they exhibited little emotional fluctuation. Yu Yao, though less experienced, had just secured an entire warehouse of weapons and thus regarded these items with indifference, displaying an air of calm as she followed Qi Xian. Under his guidance, they collected their agreed portion of weapons, leaving only 20% behind. As the Shenfeng members watched Yu Yao deftly gather the majority of the weapons, envy tinged their expressions. The Shenfeng team lacked space-type ability users, meaning they had to rely solely on their own efforts to pack their share of supplies and transport them to their vehicle. The amount of effort and time wasted in the process was of no concern to Yu Yao and her companions. Before long, Luo Pingjing and Dongfang Jin discovered a hidden entrance into the warehouse, and they solved the puzzle with minimal delay. However, when everyone pushed open the warehouse door and beheld the vast emptiness within, most were left dumbfounded. Xiao Du, with a grim expression, rushed into the warehouse, surveying the myriad of marks scattered across the floor. In frustration, he shouted, "Captain, there's still the scent of gunpowder in the air, and the marks from stacked boxes remain on the ground. This place has indeed housed a significant arsenal, but. Xiao Du couldn't bear to think that they had squandered so many days and lost numerous comrades, all for the sake of An's army, only to end up with a meager gain. How could he report such an outcome to the young master? The young master would surely kill him. Xiao Du's face was a mixture of panic and unease as he glanced at Lin Fengmu, his gaze filled with complexity. Yet, Lin Fengmu remained calm, causing Xiao Du's heart to race. Lin Fengmu slowly scanned the warehouse before finally resting his gaze on Yu Yao. However, after merely a moment, he shifted his focus and told Xiao Du, "Perhaps An's people moved the weapons in advance. What should we do now?" The young master, Xiao Du's words were abruptly silenced under the weight of Lin Fengmu's profound gaze. Zhu Chenju interjected, "What's the matter? If we can't steal from others, does that mean he can't accomplish anything?" Xiao Du felt a lump in his throat, unsure how to respond. Meanwhile, Dongfang Jin and his companions were also embroiled in a dispute. Qi Xian chuckled lightly, crossing his arms and leaning against the wall, cursing, "Great, all this effort for nothing." Luo Pingjing calmly remarked from the side, "It's not entirely in vain. The stock in the equipment room outside is quite decent." Indeed, while they might not have valued those weapons, they were sufficient for their needs for a time, making the trip not entirely fruitless. Hearing this, Zhu Chenju turned his gaze, which bore a hint of grievance. Qi Xian shivered, rolling his eyes and shaking off the discomfort, then asked Kaihang, "Boss, what's the plan? Let us head upstairs." "All right." Dongfang Jin added, "The second floor has a cafeteria and a decent-sized food storage room. Shall we go? Does Xiao Qi want to join?" Kaihang inquired. Yu Yao replied, "I do." "Okay." With quick consensus on their next course of action, Kaihang and his companions swiftly exited the warehouse. As Yu Yao was leaving, Lin Fengmu called out to her, "Little fish." Yu Yao turned back, her expression calm. Upon meeting her steady gaze, Lin Fengmu's eyes deepened slightly. Ultimately, he only said, "Stay safe." Yu Yao nodded gently, responding, "You too, stay safe." Zhu Chenju watched Yu Yao leave without hesitation, his face a mask of frustration. "Boss, what should we do?" "I can't shake the feeling that little fish." Lin Fengmu observed Yu Yao's gradually disappearing figure and softly said, "Let her be. Can we really tie her up? But just stick with them for now." "Got it." Traversing through the garage and the hall littered with zombie corpses, Yu Yao and her companions soon arrived at the security door on the second floor. At that moment, the door was entirely covered in a thick layer of frost. Jiang Yi released a segment of vines in an attempt to push the security door open, only to be instantly encased in ice. The frost quickly spread along the vines, threatening to creep towards Jiang Yi. He tried to retract the vines, but it was futile. They were firmly frozen. Seeing this, Luo Pingjing immediately conjured a metal blade, launching it to sever Jiang Yi's vines, thus halting the frost's advance. Rubbing his sore arm, Jiang Yi asked, "Is this what Xiao Liu meant by the ice-type zombie's doing?" Prior to their arrival, Luo Mai had already assessed the situation on the second floor, discovering that only a level 2 ice-type zombie resided there. All other zombies had been stripped of their cores and frozen in a corner, evidently devoured by this ice-type zombie. This particular zombie had reached the mid-level of the second tier, dangerously close to the late stage. It was significantly more formidable than the level 2 metal-type zombie that had previously caused Yu Yao considerable distress. Luo Mai nodded. Yes, aside from it, there are no other zombies on this floor. Yu Yao chuckled lightly at her remark, drawing a sidelong glance from Kai Hang. It seemed that Jiang Yi's actions had triggered the ice-type zombie on the second floor. The frost, initially confined to the security door, began spreading rapidly across the walls and floor, reaching the group's feet in an instant. Noticing this, Qixian stepped forward and drew a line of fire at their feet, pushing the flames towards the security door, thereby halting the frost's encroachment. Seizing the opportunity, Kai Hang invoked his wind abilities, forcefully blowing the heavy security door open. Beyond it stood the ice-type zombie, its body encrusted with frost, glaring menacingly at the intruders. And the moment it revealed itself, the ice-type zombie unleashed a barrage of ice spikes towards the group. However, Luo Mai had already erected her mental shield, absorbing the onslaught entirely. The ice-type zombie, thwarted in its initial attack, attempted to make another move, only to find itself immobilized. It was revealed that both Yu Yao and Luo Mai had acted simultaneously, one using air to restrain its movements, the other employing mental power to inhibit its abilities. Though their control lasted but a few seconds, it was sufficient for Kai Hang and the others to unleash a flurry of lethal strikes upon the creature. Unfortunately, the disparity in levels was akin to an insurmountable chasm. Dongfang Jin and his companions remained at the mid-level of the first tier, while only Kai Hang, Luo Pingjing, and Luo Mai had reached the late stage of the first tier. Faced with an ice-type zombie nearing the late second tier, even with 5 individuals attacking simultaneously, they merely managed to break through the outer layer of frost on the zombie's body. At this moment, the control exerted by Yu Yao and Luo Mai was broken. The ice-type zombie instantly retaliated, manifesting several massive ice tigers that roared and lunged at the group. Fortunately, Luo Pingjing reacted swiftly, redirecting the ice tigers to crash against the enormous iron cage created by their powers. As the ice tigers collided, Yu Yao seized the opportunity to hurl 2 glass bottles filled with gasoline at the ice-type zombie. Although the bottles shattered under its ice spikes, a considerable amount of gasoline splattered onto it. Qixian immediately launched several fireballs, and Kai Hang added a gust of wind at just the right moment. The ice-type zombie was instantaneously transformed into a colossal figure of fire, a furious entity that spewed water arrows in retaliation. Luo Mai once again summoned her mental shield, clicking her tongue in astonishment, exclaiming, "Has this ice creature turned into a water type?" Yu Yao speculated, perhaps its control ability is quite strong. Ice that transforms into water could still be manipulated. Then could it be considered dual elemental in nature? The casual exchange between the two was inadvertently overheard by Dongfang Jin. Control ability. Dual-elemental. As a water-type ability user, he might not become a dual-elemental wielder, but if he could enhance his control over water, preventing it from flowing, could it not then possess an offensive capability akin to ice? Chapter 51, Water Condensation Technique. As soon as he thought of it, Dongfang Jin immediately conjured a water arrow, striving to stabilize it until it ceased to flow. Initially, he found it challenging to grasp the concept, as the fluidity of water is notoriously difficult to alter. Yet, firmly believing in the property of water transforming into ice, he steadied his thoughts and continuously released his extraordinary abilities to control every molecule of the water arrow. In no time, he successfully formed a water arrow that closely resembled an ice arrow. A glimmer of delight flashed in Dongfang Jin's eyes as he flicked his wrist, sending the water arrow soaring forth. It must be said that clever individuals will always remain clever. Even when his pseudo-ice arrow wavered at the moment of launch, he noticed it immediately and adept adjusted his control. Ultimately, he managed to stabilize it. This pseudo-ice arrow successfully pierced through the flames and penetrated the frost-laden surface of the ice-type zombie, striking true at its forehead. A fatal blow. As the fire entity collapsed, a notification of the kill flashed in Yu Yao's mind. Experience gained, 1000. The killer, Dongfang Jin, obtained 1 ice crystal core and a manual for the water condensation technique. Additionally, he secured one of the primary materials required for crafting the attacking artifact suitable for a healer, Frost Silk. Yu Yao raised her lips in a smile and subsequently scanned the so-called water condensation technique with her mental energy. Essentially, it involved transforming dynamic water into static water, utilizing water-type abilities as if they were pseudo-ice type, thereby significantly enhancing the attack power of water abilities. In the later stages of mastery, one could even reverse the ice back into water, thereby weakening the offensive capabilities of other ice-type practitioners. Reflecting on the earlier Ice Arrow, Yu Yao couldn't help but admire Dongfang Jin's ingenuity. He had inadvertently devised a simplified version of the water condensation technique. What a remarkable skill! It was infuriating. She herself lacked the ability to manipulate water-type spiritual energy. It was utterly unusable. After dealing with the troublesome second-tier zombie, Jiang Yi securely closed the safety door. Yu Yao and Luo Mai then noticed a heap of zombie corpses haphazardly piled in a corner, transformed into a makeshift zombie ice mountain. Combined with the pristine cafeteria hall, Luo Mai sighed. Who would have thought that zombies could be so tidy? Indeed, this also indicates that the intelligence of zombies can increase, Yu Yao remarked. In the previous life of the original host, the evolution of zombies was astonishing. Their intelligence and mobility continually improved with rising levels. In the later stages, if it weren't for their uncontrollable thirst for blood and slaughter, one could almost say they were indistinguishable from humans. Upon hearing this, Luo Mai fell silent for a moment before quickly regaining her composure and pulling Yu Yao towards the food storage room. Never mind that, let us go collect some food. The cafeteria was impressively large, and the storage room was equally vast. Not only was the food abundant and of high quality, but due to an independent power supply system, all the ingredients were well preserved. Luo Mai cheered, excitedly watching Yu Yao empty the storage room. Then she dragged her to the tool room where kitchen utensils were stored. They were as relentless as a bird plucking feathers or a beast leaving its hide, almost to the point of prying up the floor and wall tiles. After completing these tasks, the two returned to the kitchen. Jiang Yi, seeing them back, inquired, "Are you hungry? Shall we have lunch here?" Luo Mai eagerly nodded, starving. Jiang Yi responded with a smile, "Shall we sing the song of the crane? Get lost." Har har har. Beside them, Luo Pingjing continued, "What do you want to eat?" Qixian suggested, "How about hot pot?" After all, the cafeteria has a strong flavor and is spacious enough, so we need not worry about the scent escaping. Luo Mai quickly concurred, yes, hot pot. Perhaps reminded of the taste of hot pot, she swallowed hard after her words. The pitiful sight made Luo Pingjing's eyes twitch. He then looked towards Kaiheng, awaiting his decision. Naturally, Kaiheng would not dampen the mood, saying, "Then let us have hot pot." With Kaiheng's affirmation, Luo Pingjing and Jiang Yi immediately began their preparations. They set aside the necessary utensils, ingredients, and pots while leaving everything else for Yu Yao to gather. After Yu Yao finished collecting, she glanced at all the ingredients and quietly retrieved a small portion of hot pot ingredients that were absent from the store. Who would have thought that one could prepare hot pot without ready-made broth? They even concocted their own base. This novelty delighted Yu Yao, however. As Luo Pingjing and Jiang Yi prepared lunch, they preferred not to have anyone else assist, showing everyone out. Naturally, Yu Yao and the others relished the free time, retreating to the outer area to chat or regain their strength. Seizing this opportunity, Yu Yao recalled the water condensation technique. Thus, she sat beside Dongfang Jin and said, "The extraordinary ability you employed in the recent battle seemed somewhat different." Dongfang Jin pondered, "Indeed, at that moment, I merely thought that if I could transform dynamic water into static water, it might enhance the attack power, so I gave it a try." Upon hearing this, Yu Yao was astonished. Dongfang Jin had genuinely grasped the essence of the water condensation technique. Thinking this, Yu Yao couldn't help but exclaim, "So clever." Dongfang Jin chuckled, "If you say that, I might just get carried away." Yu Yao sincerely nodded, "You certainly can." At least, I had never considered such an application until today. Luo Mai added, "Yes, it startled me earlier. I thought you had awakened a new ability." Dongfang Jin shook his head with a smile. "Unfortunately, this method consumes too much energy. Expending all my strength only yielded that one attack, which feels somewhat impractical." Yu Yao blinked, opened her mouth, and then closed it again. noticing the simultaneous gaze of Dongfang Jin and the others upon her. She said, "Do you remember my ability, spirit extraction? I obtained something intriguing from that ice-type zombie just now. Had anyone else slain that ice-type zombie, they would undoubtedly have failed to extract frost silk." Dongfang Jin's aptitude and extraordinary ability, coupled with the zombie's type, were all essential elements, considering the frost silk. What? Perceiving Dongfang Jin's curious gaze, Yu Yao instead turned towards Luo Mai, who was wide-eyed, listening intently. "Mai, can you use your mental energy to read memories?" "Huh?" Upon meeting Luo Mai's bewildered expression, Yu Yao continued, "You can direct your mental energy towards my sea of consciousness, but be gentle. I don't want to turn into an idiot." Luo Mai hesitated, stepping back. "That won't do, I'm not sure." Yu Yao reassured, "Don't worry, my mental energy will guide you." Saying this, she closed her eyes and released her mental energy to connect with the tendrils of Luo Mai's stray mental energy. Feeling the collision of Yu Yao's mental energy with her own, Luo Mai trembled slightly and then glanced at Kaiheng and Dongfang Jin for assistance. Under their encouraging yet perplexed gazes, she steeled herself and closed her eyes, following Yu Yao's guidance as she slowly directed her mental energy into Yu Yao's sea of consciousness. Following Yu Yao's lead, she beheld an endless expanse of golden ocean. Just as she marveled at the beauty and grandeur of Yu Yao's mental energy ocean, a cerulean light sphere was propelled directly towards Luo Mai's mental tendrils by Yu Yao's mental energy. Realizing what was happening, Luo Mai gently intercepted the cerulean light sphere with her mental tendrils. It was then cradled by Yu Yao's mental energy as they exited her mental ocean. "Pass it to second brother," Yu Yao whispered, then turned to Dongfang Jin and said, "Second brother, relax." After Luo Mai extracted the cerulean light sphere from Yu Yao's sea of consciousness, having learned from the previous experience, she quickly sent her mental energy along with the cerulean light sphere into Dongfang Jin's sea of consciousness. Dongfang Jin's sea of consciousness was tranquil and azure, deep as the ocean, much like Dongfang Jin himself. It appeared gentle yet was profoundly enigmatic, beautiful yet perilous. Luo Mai dared not linger, leaving the cerulean light sphere behind as she gradually withdrew her mental energy, striving to leave no impact on Dongfang Jin's sea of consciousness. In reality, Dongfang Jin merely felt a sudden tremor in his mind. Then, an unfamiliar memory unexpectedly emerged within his consciousness. He casually skimmed through it, only to discover it resembled a manual. Upon a closer look, he found it contained as many as 7 levels. The first level described how to use the least amount of extraordinary energy to condense flowing water into still water, which was precisely the attacking method he had just comprehended. However, it included more clever intricacies than his approach. The second level detailed how to sculpt still water into various forms, enabling the release of different attack methods. The third level elaborated on further enhancing the coordination between condensed water and flowing water, allowing for more unexpected lethal maneuvers during combat, making it more seamless. The fourth level was an advancement, teaching how to apply the water condensation technique to liquids other than water, such as blood or viscous fluids. The fifth level discussed a particularly cruel and effective attack method: extracting the blood and moisture from within a living being, causing them to instantaneously dehydrate into a desiccated corpse, which left Dongfang Jin both anxious and exhilarated. The sixth and seventh levels served as supplementary chapters, explaining how to decompose water into mist and ice back into water, thus diversifying one's offensive capabilities. Without pausing to be astonished, he lifted his gaze to Yu Yao, only to meet her gently smiling eyes. "Let us call it water condensation technique, shall we?" Chapter 52, Sudden Mutation. Yu Yao's voice remained as ethereal and melodious as ever, yet it fell upon Dongfang Jin's ears with an increasingly weighty resonance. Xiaoqi Yu, the capability she possessed was far more extraordinary than she had previously described, truly astonishing beyond measure. Let's go, it's time for hot pot." Before he could utter a word, Yu Yao had already seized the still dazed Luo Mai and hastened towards the kitchen, resembling someone fleeing in a hurry. Observing the two young women retreating, a smile flickered in Dongfang Jin's eyes. He turned to Kaiheng and Qi Xian, saying, "You cannot possibly guess what Xiaoqi has given me." "A technique?" Kaiheng inquired. Although he was unaware of the specifics among them, he distinctly heard the term water condensation technique. Dongfang Jin nodded emphatically. Indeed, a technique, an entire, flawless, and truly remarkable one. Qixian looked perplexed. A technique? What kind? A cultivation technique or a combat technique? In this day and age, does such a thing still exist? Can Xiaoqi extract techniques from zombies? Dongfang Jin responded calmly, that is precisely what intrigues me. Xiaoqi's origins and abilities may be far more enigmatic than we perceive. Qixian inhaled sharply, then raised an eyebrow slowly, asking, Xiaoqi isn't one of those chosen ones from novels, is she? The favored daughter of destiny. Dongfang Jin chuckled, you seem to understand these concepts, I thought you had no interest. Qixian waved his hand dismissively, who hasn't stumbled upon a few meme-laden short videos. Dongfang Jin merely acknowledged with an oh, not dwelling further on the matter. However, Kaihang remarked, regardless of the reason, Xiaoqi's willingness to share this with you demonstrates her intention to assist, that alone is sufficient, there is no need to dwell on the rest. Dongfang Jin smiled gently, his eyes curving softly. I understand. I shall forever cherish Xiaoqi's goodwill. Just then, Jiangyi emerged to invite them to dine, prompting Kaihang to say, as long as you understand, let us eat first, we can explore the technique later. All right. They indulged in hot pot in the kitchen, where a large round table was set with an array of ingredients. Given their mutual love for spice, the broth was naturally a specially crafted fiery beef tallow. The copper pot, bubbling with crimson oil, exuded an enticing aroma. Yu Yao, confident in her physical prowess akin to that of a superhuman, brought out an assortment of cold beverages, sparkling water, joy juice, fruit juice, and sour plum soup, offering a plethora of choices. As Luo Mai settled into her seat, Jiangyi had already prepared the dipping sauce for them. Qixian poured the sour plum soup that Yu Yao desired. The others busied themselves with utensils and dishes, leaving no one idle. Luo Mai lounged comfortably against her chair, observing the bustling men. She turned to Yu Yao, boasting, do you see why I wanted to find them? Such thoughtful teammates are truly rare. That is indeed true. Not to mention teammates, even her parents had never treated her with such meticulous care. Luo Mai chuckled, he who isn't a little princess. As Qixian poured her joy juice, he shot her a disapproving glance, retorting, so you're only thinking of us because we're useful. Isn't that so? Luo Mai replied with an expression that conveyed what else could it be, prompting Qixian and Jiangyi to roll their eyes at her multiple times. After a lively preparation, they gathered around the table and comfortably began to enjoy the hot pot. Meanwhile, the Shenfeng team started to ascend the stairs. Upon noticing, Luo Mai remarked, they've gone upstairs. Dongfang Jin replied, no need to worry. The 26th and 27th floors are still locked, they cannot access them. Speaking of which, as Luo Pingjing placed the tripe into the pot, he curiously remarked, it's strange that the top floor, which doesn't belong to the research institute, is locked as well, and with a security lock more advanced than the main entrance. Jiangyi furrowed his brows, swallowing his food as he said, perhaps there's an issue. Luo Mai snorted softly. Isn't he that obvious? There's definitely something amiss. Qixian picked up a slice of luncheon meat and placed it into the dipping sauce bowl, raising his head to say, why dwell on this, let us fill our stomachs first before investigating. However, as he lowered his head, he instinctively let out a soft huh. Wait, did someone move my luncheon meat? At his words, the others looked at Qixian in confusion. His gaze, after meeting everyone's eyes in succession, gradually turned serious. Simultaneously, Luo Pingjing, possessing spatial abilities, suddenly sensed a strong spatial fluctuation. Just then, 3 deep scratch marks abruptly appeared on Qixian's hand holding the chopsticks. Hiss. Caught off guard, Qixian inhaled sharply, his hand trembling as the chopsticks clattered onto the table, accompanied by a splash of crimson blood. Third brother. Sun Ji. The others' faces changed drastically, and they simultaneously dropped their chopsticks and stood up. Yu Yao was just about to treat Qixian when she noticed him suddenly jerk his head to the side due to some irresistible force, terrifying scratches appearing on his face as well. Seeing Yu Yao's movement, he gently raised his hand to halt her. It's fine, don't waste your energy. Dongfang Jin sensed something was amiss and said to Yu Yao, Xiaoqi, let us clear the area. Without hesitation, Yu Yao utilized her ability to create a spatial box, swiftly collecting the table, chairs, and all the items atop it intact. Subsequently, she stored everything in her game backpack. This was a recent discovery, allowing her to disguise all items as a single entity, saving considerable space in her backpack and time in the process. Yu Yao's reaction was swift, and the unexpected event unfolded just as quickly. The moment she completed the collection, a series of clattering sounds and sparks erupted from Qixian's body. It was Luo Pingjing who had covertly metallicized Qixian's skin, thus blocking a significant wave of attacks. Jian Yi, standing protectively beside Qixian, furrowed his brow. What on earth is attacking? Is it invisible? Yu Yao gently shook her head. No, there's nothing around us. What kind of ability is that? How can it attack from a distance? Spatial ability. The one speaking was Luo Pingjing. As a genuine spatial ability user, his perception of space surpassed that of anyone present. He had sensed the distortion and tremors in the space the moment the first attack occurred. Yet, before he could fully comprehend it, a series of subsequent attacks ensued. Luo Mai's beautiful brows knitted tightly, unable to refrain from commenting, "It's just Lycan. There's always a plethora of undead, either dark or spatial." As Luo Mai spoke, Kaihang was also scrutinizing Qixian's wounds. When silence enveloped the group, he finally spoke, "It's a cat." Dongfang Jin exchanged glances with him, summarizing, "A mutated spatial cat." Kaiheng nodded. Jian Yi exclaimed in disbelief, "So it's been attacking Sanji because it stole his luncheon meat and got burned, hence its rage." His tone grew increasingly incredulous. Before he could finish his sentence, Yu Yao felt a sudden dizzying sensation, accompanied by a terrifying tugging force. Her mind went blank, and when she regained her senses, she found herself amidst a horde of zombies. Chapter 53 Encounter with Lin Fengmu. Faced with the ravenous zombie lunging towards her, Yu Yao instinctively unsheathed her twin blades, severing the claws of the undead that were mere centimeters away. "Xiao Qi, are you all right?" Kaihang's consciousness resonated in her mind. Yu Yao replied, "I'm fine, how about you?" "I don't know. I was transported into a horde of zombies, separated from the others." "Same here." At that moment, Luo Mai's consciousness chimed in. "Sisters, what is going on? How did I end up in a zombie horde? Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Yu Yao responded, all the while fiercely dispatching the surrounding zombies and checking her teammates' locations on the map. Only then did she confirm they had indeed been separated. Not only were they scattered across different floors of the in-building, but they were also, without exception, in the densest concentrations of zombies, either in living quarters or work areas. Realizing this, Yu Yao decided to pull all her teammates into a chat group within the friend system. She sent a message via consciousness transmission. "Brothers, are you all okay? Did everyone get teleported to a zombie horde alone? Damn it. Who's talking in my head?" Jian Yi's frantic consciousness transmission inadvertently reached everyone. "Xiao Qi." This was Dongfang Jin. "It's me, don't be afraid. I can communicate with everyone telepathically." "Impressive, sister." This remark came from Qixian. Yu Yao inquired, "Third brother, how are you? Is your wound all right?" "I'm fine, don't worry." Dongfang Jin asked, "Where are you?" "I think I'm on the 6th floor. Kaiheng stated, "I'll come find you." "No worries, you all don't need to concern yourselves with me. That cat has malicious intentions, wanting to teleport us into hordes of zombies for them to feast upon. Please be careful and avoid getting hurt." Luo Mai, understood. Jian Yi, okay. Dongfang Jin, rest assured. As they chatted, Yu Yao did not cease her efforts. Coupled with her teammates also fiercely slaying zombies, her experience points were rising at an astonishing rate, her backpack continually filled with crystal cores and materials, as well as various items. In this moment, the greatest advantage of teamwork became evident. Even if she did nothing, as long as her teammates engaged in combat against the zombies, she would receive a steady influx of experience and equipment. Once she reached level 15, she would unlock the forging and disassembling systems. She could then deconstruct useless equipment into valuable materials and forge the gear she desired. In short, she would not suffer any losses. Watching her experience bar rise steadily, Yu Yao became even more invigorated in her slaughter. Just then, Kaihang's consciousness transmission entered the group chat. After killing, we'll switch positions, so be careful. Yu Yao glanced at Kaihang's location. He had been moved to the 7th floor. Before long, she had cleared the nearby zombies. However, just as she was about to catch her breath, she was once again thrust into a horde of zombies. Qixian's agitated consciousness transmission erupted in the group chat. Damn it, this isn't fair. The switch was too sudden, it startled me. We need to find that cowardly cat. Jian Yi's message was laced with indignation. Luo Mai, this is spinning too fast. If it weren't for our Yao helping us collect crystal cores, we'd be working for nothing. Dongfang Jin, is it possible that it wants to follow us to gather crystal cores? Dongfang Jin's words instantly enlightened Yu Yao, prompting her to consult the map to check the locations they had occupied earlier. Sure enough, she spotted a yellow dot in the office area on the 3rd floor, where Kaihang had been. In the next moment, she found herself at the location Qixian had just vacated. Yu Yao hastily marked it and conveyed, it's possible it has indeed traversed all the places we've been. Luo Mai, damn, trying to make us work for free. Luo Pingjing, Luo Mai. Luo Mai, Dongfang Jin, if that is the case, this mutated cat may not possess strong combat capabilities. Otherwise, it wouldn't he be so timid as to avoid fighting for crystal cores. Qixian, but it is undeniably clever. Luo Mai, what a pity, to have encountered our Yao. Despite being mentioned, Yu Yao did not engage in the discussion. Instead, she continued to slash at the zombies while intently observing the movements of the mutated cat. Perhaps realizing that the zombies they had slain were no crystal cores, the creature swiftly flickered between several locations before finally settling in the room directly beneath Yu Yao. Before she could discern its intentions, the familiar sensation of weightlessness and pulling returned. Her head spun. When she regained her senses, a massive zombie had seized her shoulder and forcefully shoved her backward. Accompanying this was the putrid breath of the creature, too swift for Yu Yao to react. This marked the closest Yu Yao had ever been to a zombie since the apocalypse. The overwhelming assault on her senses, sight, smell, and psychological, caused involuntary shivers to race down her spine. At that moment, an arm darted swiftly in front of Yu Yao's face, decisively blocking the zombie's mouth. While Yu Yao's pupils dilated, she then realized that the figure behind her was not a cold wall but a warm body, accompanied by a soft grunt. The person behind her hastily aimed a gun at the zombie's temple with one hand and pulled the trigger, dispatching the creature with precision and without hesitation. Simultaneously, they opened their arm to shield Yu Yao from the blood spraying forth from the slain zombie. Yu Yao stood momentarily dazed, only to recognize that the figure behind her was protectively encircling her. As the zombie collapsed, Yu Yao turned to find herself gazing into a pair of eyes, sparkling with mirth, the captivating eyes of Lin Fengmu. Locking onto those deep, ocean-like black eyes, Yu Yao's mind went momentarily blank, her thoughts consumed by the visage before her. A face she had longed for over the past decade, the face of the original owner. Lin Fengmu, brother. Upon hearing Yu Yao's involuntary address, Lin Fengmu's eye sparkled with even more warmth, his voice gentle. Finally willing to call me that. Yu Yao opened her mouth, about to say something, when another zombie roared and charged at them. No time for pleasantries. Yu Yao's gaze instantly hardened as she spun around, entering combat mode to fiercely protect the injured Lin Fengmu behind her. Her movements remained swift and decisive, her actions ruthless. The twin blades in her hands seemed to come alive, blossoming into crimson lotuses amid the terrifying horde of zombies. Lin Fengmu, supporting his arm, watched Yu Yao in front of him, his eyes reflecting flickering lights. This was not the Yu Yao he remembered. In truth, today was not the first time Lin Fengmu had seen Yu Yao in the past few months. It had been the day before. He had witnessed Yu Yao lead countless zombies into a bomb pit, her expression unyielding as she detonated them all with an unknown talisman. No one knew the shock and delight that washed over him when the explosion's shockwave blew back her hood, revealing the face of the girl he had once known. Yet, hidden deep within him was a strange stirring he had never felt for Yu Yao. She was merely his sister. Moreover, the Yu Yao of that moment was vastly different from the girl he had known. Thus, he hesitated, unable to believe that the girl before him was indeed the Yu Yao he had been searching for. This fleeting doubt prevented him from approaching her immediately to acknowledge their connection. Compounded by the weight of his current mission, he could only imprint her appearance deeply into his memory, resolving to return and find her before turning away. Unbeknownst to him, today fate would have him encounter Yu Yao once more, confirming that the girl he had seen was indeed her. As he watched the girl before him fiercely protecting him, the memories of Yu Yao began to converge and diverge within Lin Fengmu's mind. He remained perplexed, unable to comprehend what trials Yu Yao had endured to transform into the person she had become. Chapter 54, The arrival of Xinfeng. At the moment when one of them was fiercely slaying zombies while the other fell into deep contemplation, the remaining members of the Xinfeng team arrived hastily. Upon seeing the injured Lin Fengmu, Chu Chenju immediately rushed to his side. The others, after a brief hesitation, plunged into the horde of zombies to eliminate the remaining threats. Chu Chenju observed Lin Fengmu's forearm, which had been gruesomely torn, and his brow furrowed in concern. How did this happen? Lin Fengmu, still gazing at Yu Yao, casually replied, I accidentally got bitten. Noticing his nonchalant demeanor, Chu Chenju's voice involuntarily rose. Accidentally? You. Lin Fengmu turned his gaze towards the agitated Chu Chenju, his eyes warning him. What, am I a deity? As the last two zombies were subdued by the Xinfeng team, Yu Yao sheathed her twin daggers and candidly addressed Chu Chenju, I am sorry for causing Brother Fengmu to get hurt. Only then did Chu Chenju realize that the formidable fighter from earlier was, in fact, Yu Yao. Little fish. He was momentarily taken aback before questioning, when did you become so skilled? Yu Yao chuckled lightly, I merely ensured you all did not notice. Lin Fengmu glanced sideways, his gaze gentle yet profound. Her words might deceive Chu Chenju, who had known her for only 2 years, but they would not easily fool Lin Fengmu, who had known her for over a decade. Indeed, over a decade, though everyone claimed that Yi Xuanmin and Lin Fengmu were childhood sweethearts, this childhood had its limits. Before he returned to the Lin family, Lin Fengmu had been Yu Yao's childhood companion, living right across the street, maintaining a close bond. From the age of 5 to 15, Lin Fengmu had been a constant presence in her life. In those days, Lin Fengmu was the quintessential model student, intelligent, gentle, and handsome. He consistently topped his class and had never lost a competition he entered. By the time he reached his second year of high school, he was offered a place at Jing University but, for reasons unknown, opted instead for the nearby Haider University, where he chose to commute daily. Due to their proximity, Yu Yao's parents occasionally left her at Lin Fengmu's home when they were busy, allowing his mother, Aunt Meng, to look after her. Thus, the original host had ample opportunity to interact with Lin Fengmu. He would help her with her homework, buy her the little cakes her parents often denied her, take her to amusement parks she had never visited, comfort her gently when she was bullied, teach her self-defense, and stand up for her at school. On countless nights when she was lonely without her parents, he would sing soft lullabies to lull her to sleep. In the original host's heart, Lin Fengmu was the kindest and most patient person in the world, better than her parents and her brother, who had left home at a young age. She always believed that her brother Fengmu would forever be by her side, until, on the night after her 15th birthday, Lin Fengmu and Aunt Meng quietly departed, leaving her to realize that she had never truly understood this gentle and handsome older brother. The youth, Mu'ari, everyone yearns for beauty, and the original host was no exception. She admired and idolized him, often seeking excuses to cling to him. She had even resolved to confess her feelings once she turned 18. Unfortunately, before that day arrived, this boy, who had filled her youth, vanished without a trace. What she thought would be a fleeting infatuation became a surprise when, years later, she encountered Lin Fengmu again in Kyoto. By then, he had transformed into the second young master of the Lin family, the captain of her brother Yu Zhao, a king among warriors. As time passed, Yu Yao's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and the original host's memories began to turn bittersweet. Lin Fengmu noticed that Yu Yao was also lost in thought. He instinctively reached out to pat her head, as he used to, but upon raising his hand, he realized it was not clean. Looking at his bitten arm, bleeding dark, murky blood, he activated his light-based powers, attempting to expel the zombie toxin from his wound. Amidst the flickering white light and the flow of black blood, Yu Yao finally snapped back to reality. Realizing he had been injured while saving her, she quickly retrieved a large bucket of clean water, a pack of gauze, and the best ointment for external wounds from her space. She had no intention of revealing her healing abilities, as healers were highly sought after compared to those with spatial powers. A developed healer could save lives, making them coveted by various factions, and Yu Yao wished to avoid such complications, even for Lin Fengmu, whom the original host had once secretly adored and who had just saved her. Although the light powers were the nemesis of zombies, they were still insufficiently potent, and as the dark blood continued to flow, there were no signs of recovery. Yu Yao's fingers trembled, fearing that Lin Fengmu might bleed out and become yet another tragic victim. Caught in the dilemma of whether to save him or not, she was relieved when Lin Fengmu's blood finally began to turn bright red. Lin Fengmu then withdrew his powers, his face pale. Yu Yao sighed in relief and stepped forward with the supplies, saying, "Let's clean the wound and bandage it." She first handed him the water to wash his hands, then passed the ointment and gauze to Chu Chenju, hoping he would tend to Lin Fengmu's injury. However, to her surprise, Chu Chenju took a step back, his face contorted in refusal. "No, no, no, I can't bear to see this." Yu Yao's forehead slowly sprouted several question marks. Afraid she might not believe him, Chu Chenju hastily explained, Really, I get weak in the knees at the sight of such bloody scenes. Little fish, spare me." Yu Yao frowned, mentally cursing, "I would believe it would be a ghost. A king-level special forces soldier afraid of wounds. Afraid of blood." Did he believe his own words? Despite her disbelief, she eventually squatted down to clean his wound, taking into account that Lin Fengmu had been injured while saving her. The wound was deep, a chunk of flesh gruesomely torn away, exposing the cold, white bone beneath. Yu Yao's enchanting brows lowered slightly, her expression calm, yet her delicate fingers moved with remarkable agility and gentleness, making each step of her care a sight to behold. Chu Chenju's gaze fell upon the exquisite vermilion mole on Yu Yao's brow, taking in her flawless, delicate features. He couldn't help but compare her to Yi Xuanmin once again. In terms of appearance alone, Little Fish was undeniably superior. With a silent click of his tongue, Chu Chenju took a discreet step back, choosing not to disturb the two engrossed in their task. After Yu Yao finished tending to Lin Fengmu's wound, she also carefully administered a tetanus shot and provided him with a box of anti-inflammatory medication, just in case. Lin Fengmu held the medication in his hand and, after a moment, suddenly chuckled softly. "Thank you, Little Fish." His voice remained as charming as ever, especially when he deliberately softened his tone, the lingering sound like a gentle hook, subtly tugging at Yu Yao's heart. Had she not been the steel-willed person she was, perhaps she would have found herself swayed by him. During this brief interlude, the Shenfeng team had already finished off the zombies. However, upon excavating the crystal cores, they discovered that some zombies lacked cores entirely. A young man, his face pale, exclaimed, "Brother Mu, Brother Chen, the cores are missing." Yu Yao turned to observe their astonished expressions and replied calmly, "Those zombies were killed by me." In other words, the presence or absence of crystal cores was of no concern to them. Her voice caught the attention of several young men, and upon meeting her gaze, they were left utterly stunned. Earlier, with her mask and hood obscuring her features, they had only guessed she was a great beauty based on her eyes. They never anticipated her beauty to be so ethereal, as if a fairy had descended. Seeing the stark contrast in their expressions compared to how they had treated the original host, Yu Yao averted her gaze, disinterested. Only Xiao Du regained his composure the quickest, attempting to say something, when Lin Fengmu interjected, "Those zombies were indeed killed by Little Fish, and the cores were naturally collected by her." Xiao Du's expression darkened slightly, hinting at displeasure, yet he ultimately refrained from speaking further and lowered his head to search for other cores. Lin Fengmu watched Xiao Du, his eyes flickering, then turned back to Yu Yao, restoring his calm demeanor, and casually remarked, "I forgot to ask you how you ended up here. What happened to your teammates?" "I encountered some trouble and was tossed around by someone using a spatial-like ability. Oh, by the way, if I suddenly disappear later, don't be surprised. I might just reappear in another location," Yu Yao said, somewhat exasperated. Spatial ability, is it a mutated cat? Chapter 55, Termination of Transmission. Yu Yao looked at Lin Fengmu in astonishment, genuinely taken aback by how much he seemed to know. However, she hesitated to voice her uncertainty, merely shaking her head and saying, I can't say for sure. We were just having a meal when we were suddenly attacked, and the assailants didn't even show their faces. Lin Fengmu raised an eyebrow. If there aren't any other individuals with spatial abilities in this building, then it must be that entity. You've encountered it? Yes, Lin Fengmu nodded slightly. It isn't a native of this place. It stumbled into the Heian building while fleeing after stealing our possessions. If it weren't for Chu Chenju, we wouldn't have known it was hiding in Heian. Chu Chenju, a first-level fire ability user, also possessed perceptive abilities. His powers bore some resemblance to mental abilities but were distinctly different. If one had to draw a comparison, his powers were akin to using radar for target localization. However, unlike Luo Mai, he could not project his mental energy outward to explore the surrounding environment and terrain. Nevertheless, it must be said that the Shen Yuan team was, apart from the few members like Kai Hang since the apocalypse, the most elite group Yu Yao had encountered. Not only were all members ability users, but among them, including the already deceased Xiao Lin, there were 3 dual-type ability users. Others possessed abilities of metal, wood, earth, and even one rare mist ability. Each was a formidable attacker. It was evident how challenging it was to be outwitted by a mere cat, underscoring its tenacity. So, your entry into Heian was for it? Not for the weapon cache, Lin Fengmu replied. Indeed, while the weapon cache is what they desire, my objective is solely my possessions. So, if you happen to encounter it, could you refrain from killing it at first? After all, our belongings are still in its grasp. It was no wonder he appeared indifferent to Kai Hang's proposal of splitting the spoils and remained unfazed by the empty weapon cache. It became clear that he genuinely did not care. This realization somewhat dampened Yu Yao's previously buoyant mood after her misdeeds. The others, having likely never witnessed Lin Fengmu's coaxing demeanor, exchanged glances filled with curiosity between him and Yu Yao, their eyes alight with gossip. Who knows if I will even have the chance to confront it? Clearly, Yu Yao was unconcerned by their scrutiny and had no desire to inquire about the significant item they had lost. She was also reluctant to impose constraints upon herself too early. Should an opportunity arise, she would not hesitate to resolve the matter. Lin Fengmu, however, remarked, I believe only you can capture it. Yu Yao looked at him, her beautiful eyes brimming with confusion. Lin Fengmu elucidated, it possesses spatial abilities, and so do you. Yu Yao's pupils flickered. She dared not disclose that she was not a genuine spatial ability user and could not wield true spatial power. This issue, perhaps only Luo Pingjing could contend with. At that moment, the highly regarded Luo Pingjing was indeed diligently researching spatial abilities. If Lin Fengmu could conceive of utilizing spatial power, it stood to reason that Luo could as well. Unfortunately, having a concept and being able to apply it were 2 entirely different matters. His mind was on the verge of explosion, and his own spatial integrity was precariously teetering due to his relentless exertion. He had been unable to manifest a spatial blade, let alone execute the adept spatial teleportation employed by that mutated cat. Just as he was at his wit's end, Kai Hang inquired in their consciousness group chat: it seems the transmission has ceased. Where are you all? Are you safe? Jian Yi, in the security dormitory on the 3rd floor, dozens of guards crammed into one room. Damn, it stinks. Luo Mai, I'm on the 5th floor. Dongfang Jin, I'm also on the 5th floor, in the tea room. Qixian, I have no idea where I am. It's pitch black. Yu Yao, 3rd brother, is in a locked empty storage room on the eastern side of the 4th floor. Kai Hang, Dongfang, Xiao Yi, Xiao Liu, go rescue him. Jian Yi, Dongfang Jin, Luo Mai, understood. Kai Hang, Xiao Qi, where are you? Yu Yao, in the administrative office on the 8th floor, I'm with the Shen Yuan team. Kai Hang, them. Are they treating you well? Yu Yao, they haven't, but Brother Fengmu was injured while trying to save me. Luo Mai, oh no, where is he hurt? Please tell me it's not his face. I mean, girl, have you been eating well lately? Yu Yao, what are you thinking? They are merely my brother's comrades. Luo Mai, is that so? Yu Yao, Kai Hang's response was delayed for a moment, then he replied, I'm on the 9th floor, I'll head to meet you and then search for Xian. In truth, Kai Hang was well aware of Lin Fengmu and the Shen Yuan team. One was the 2nd son of the Lin family in Kyoto, a military-trained soldier, while the other was an elite assassination team from the Kyoto military district. However, it seemed that after the apocalypse, the team had undergone a reshuffle, not comprising solely of the individuals he had previously known. For instance, the already deceased Xiao Lin and the enigmatic Du Yuan, both of whom had once been under the command of the Lin family's eldest son, Qin Zhao, and Chen Zhangsu were from other teams, while Xu Jingxi had once served as the Lin family's old patriarch's bodyguard. Only Lin Fengmu and Xu Chenju were veterans of the Xin Yuan team. Clearly, they were a team reconstituted after the apocalypse. Although their combat prowess was formidable, their hearts were not united. Hence, the attempt to ambush Yu Yao had occurred. Initially, he had not anticipated that Yu Yao would recognize Lin Fengmu and Xu Chenju and seemed to have a profound connection with them. After Kai Heng finished speaking, Yu Yao responded, "I can come find you as well." There was no need to remain here waiting for others to seek them out. Kai Heng, you likely won't be able to leave. Yu Yao, indeed, she was surrounded by a plethora of troubles. Kai Heng, Pingjing, what about you? Luo Pingjing, 7th floor. Kai Heng, come join us first. Luo Pingjing, okay. In this brief moment, the Xin Yuan team had already finished extracting the crystal nuclei. Perhaps dissatisfied with the quantity, Xiao Du's expression appeared somewhat sour. Yet, under the calm yet imposing gaze of Lin Fengmu, he chose silence. Several individuals gathered, first expressing concern for Lin Fengmu's injury, then greeting Yu Yao one by one. Lin Fengmu took the opportunity to introduce them. Xiao Du's full name was Du Yuan, an Earth ability user. The others, who had not yet interacted significantly with Yu Yao, included Qin Zhao, a metal ability user, Chen Zhangsu, a tall and robust wood ability user, and Xu Jingxi, a mist ability user who was the complete opposite of Chen Zhangsu, thin, small, and with a shy smile. They had all followed Lin Fengmu since the last apocalypse. Yu Yao recognized them but pretended not to. Unlike Du Yuan, who harbored dissatisfaction toward Yu Yao, Qin Zhao, Chen Zhangsu, and Xu Jingxi displayed a favorable attitude toward her, in stark contrast to their demeanor toward the previous host. Qin Zhao's gaze lingered on Yu Yao's face for a few moments before casually sitting across from her and asking, "Hello, little sister, are you a university student?" Yu Yao nodded, remaining silent. Qin Zhao was unconcerned, continuing, "How come a university student is mingling with those people? They certainly don't look like students with their air of bloodshed." Qin Zhao's words caused Yu Yao to involuntarily furrow her brows. Lin Fengmu wished to intervene and halt Qin Zhao's inquiries, yet he was more eager to understand Yu Yao's current situation. Therefore, his gaze directed at Yu Yao was imbued with curiosity. Chapter 56 Manipulation. Yu Yao could only sigh and say, "In today's world, does it truly matter if one is a college student or not?" Qin Zhao chuckled, "Indeed, it holds no significance. I am merely curious. It is evident that, although you possess remarkable skills, you are unlike your teammates. Oh. Since you are acquainted with our captain and brother Chen, why not join us? As you know, we are a regular military unit and would not harm you." "Thank you, but that's unnecessary. It was precisely because you are a regular military unit that I am reluctant to follow you. There are too many rules, too many missions, and far too many burdens to bear." Why Yu Yao considered herself an ordinary person, incapable of shouldering such responsibilities. Hearing Yu Yao's indifferent rejection, Lin Fengmu's dark pupils flickered in surprise for a brief moment. "So you are quite unwilling to join us?" Yu Yao smiled lightly. "I enjoy my current teammates. Being with them brings me joy." Lin Fengmu raised an eyebrow slightly. "Enjoy? Yes. You do not like us?" Lin Fengmu's inquiry was casual, yet it bore an undercurrent of other emotions. Why Yu Yao turned her gaze aside and shook her head. "Being with you all often reminds me of my brother." She recalled how they had to accompany the original owner through this harsh world due to her brother's so-called dying wish. She thought of their helplessness and the original owner's feelings of inferiority and powerlessness. Mentioning Yu Zhao caused Lin Fengmu's gaze to darken, his eyes slightly lowered, forming an alluring curve. "Are you blaming us for not protecting our Zhao?" "Not at all. In fact, not having to face such a world is not a bad thing." Yu Yao's response momentarily stunned Lin Fengmu. Du Yuan also chuckled softly during this brief interlude, and when he looked back at Yu Yao, there was a newfound depth to his gaze. Indeed, it is your disposition that is more suited for survival in this apocalypse. Though his words lacked kindness, Yu Yao had no intention of engaging with him. She was disinclined to waste energy on trivial individuals. On the contrary, Lin Fengmu frowned in displeasure and coldly addressed Du Yuan. Refrain from your sarcastic remarks, Xiao Yu has not offended you or any of us. Perhaps taken aback by Lin Fengmu standing up for Yu Yao, Du Yuan froze for a moment before his face flushed with embarrassment. Captain, I did not. Lin Fengmu, with a frigid expression, interrupted the flustered Du Yuan. Do not assume we are unaware of your thoughts. Xiao Lin's death is unrelated to Xiao Yu. It is only natural for her to take back the cores that belong to her. Your hostility should not be directed at her. But she caused you to be injured. If it were not for her, how could you have been hurt? You consider her a friend, yet she quibbles over a few cores. Does she truly regard you as one? Du Yuan shouted, eyes wide with indignation, exuding a sense of desperation akin to a broken vessel. That is my concern. In contrast to Du Yuan's agitation, Lin Fengmu remained as calm as still water, seemingly unaffected by the injury he had just sustained. Observing Du Yuan's face redden further from Lin Fengmu's words, Yu Yao interjected, So, what do you believe I should do to compensate for the injury your captain sustained on my behalf? Should I give you the cores I just acquired? Du Yuan retorted immediately, Do you think it will be that easy? A few cores cannot placate us. Do you understand how serious it is to be injured in such times? Yu Yao's brow twitched slightly, and she suddenly laughed, teasingly remarking, Look, it is you who claims a few cores cannot suffice, yet you also blame me for taking back the cores I earned. You are truly contradictory. Pausing, she pretended to understand. Oh, I see, ultimately, you merely wish to use this as an excuse for me to bleed a little more for your satisfaction. My discomfort equates to your comfort, does it not? You speak nonsense. Du Yuan, like a monkey whose tail had been stepped on, bared his teeth menacingly at Yu Yao, radiating a palpable sense of threat, as if he could tear her apart at any moment. Chu Chenju, maintaining a composed demeanor, stepped between Yu Yao and Du Yuan, admonishing, Xiaoju, mind your attitude. Xu Jingzi, equally disapproving, added, Captain Mu's injury was not intentionally caused by Comrade Xiao Yu. Indeed, do not cling to this matter. Qin Zhao chimed in. Noticing no one stood by him, Du Yuan felt a lump in his throat, frustration boiling within him. Finally, Chen Zhangsu retrieved a bottle of water from his backpack and handed it to him, soothingly suggesting, All right, drink some water to calm down. Do not seek trouble. This attempt at consolation only fueled Du Yuan's anger, yet he understood that persisting in his ire would yield no results. He could only snatch the bottle, twist it open, and gulp down a large mouthful in frustration. The next moment, he was startled by a mutated bird that crashed violently against the glass beside him. The tremendous impact and the gory splatter that covered the glass sent a wave of inexplicable fear through him. Yu Yao maintained her composure, casting a sidelong glance. The exquisite curve of her eyes fleetingly illuminated Du Yuan's heart, stirring something within him. Although he felt resentment towards Yu Yao due to Xiao Lin's death and Lin Fengmu's injury, he could not deny that this young woman before him was strikingly beautiful. In this sudden apocalyptic world, she exuded an energy that was both mesmerizing and inspiring. Du Yuan's Adam's apple bobbed, and he ultimately averted his gaze, choosing not to look at her any longer, nor to harbor resentment. It was not that he was entranced by her beauty, but rather he understood that no one would stand with him. Harboring anger served no purpose. Lin Fengmu noted the change in Du Yuan's expression, the cold glint in his eyes sharpening, even carrying a hint of murderous intent. Yet Yu Yao, who could see through the situation, remained unusually composed. Neither Du Yuan's attitude nor Lin Fengmu's mood swings concerned her. What mattered to her were the movements of her few teammates. Kai Chen was making his way toward her, while Luo Pingjing was cornered by a horde of zombies in the stairwell. Although the situation was manageable, it was causing delays. After some contemplation, Yu Yao decided to take the initiative to meet with Kai Chen, promptly speaking before Lin Fengmu could. Brother Fengmu, I wish to go find your teammates. Lin Fengmu inquired softly. Yes, we have been scattered and need to regroup quickly. We will accompany you, Lin Fengmu stated without hesitation. No. Yu Yao's refusal was still on her lips when Lin Fengmu added, "I have a feeling that following you will provide a chance to capture that cat. What it holds is truly significant to me." Yu Yao fell silent for a moment, glancing at Lin Fengmu's injured arm. Just as she was about to say something, the door to the administrative office was abruptly burst open. A zombie, intact and grotesquely elongated, with blood-red pupils, stormed in, yet, before it could emit a single roar, its head was severed cleanly, falling without warning. Yu Yao's eyes sparkled with excitement as she called out towards the entrance, "Boss." In the next instant, Kai Cheng's tall and striking figure appeared in the doorway, his gaze locking onto Yu Yao. Confirming she was unharmed, he responded softly, "We need to leave this place. A large number of zombies have suddenly gathered outside." Yu Yao had indeed noticed this. It appeared that the zombies had inexplicably amassed in the brief span of mere seconds. Realizing this, she could not help but turn her gaze toward Lin Fengmu. Lin Fengmu raised an eyebrow, smiling gently, and slightly raised his hands. "It seems we must act together for the time being." Yu Yao's gaze darkened slightly. Lin Fengmu's fondness for her was exceedingly high, having reached an impressive 88 upon his arrival. It had now surpassed 90, hitting an astonishing 93, an indication that he would certainly not harm her. Yet, she remained wary of placing her trust in him, solely due to his complex and unpredictable second ability, manipulation. Chapter 57 Consultation. Manipulating zombies, controlling mutated flora and fauna, exercising dominion over all life forms and mutations of a lower level than his own, including humans. As long as the opponent's level is inferior, they can be subjected to his control. Yu Yao harbored grave suspicions that Xiaolin's demise was intricately connected to him. Even the mutated bird that had startled Du Yuan moments ago was likely of his making. The sudden congregation of zombies outside raises the question of whether he had orchestrated it. The answer remains elusive. After all, having reached the late stage of level 1, commanding level 0 and early level 1 zombies and mutated beasts would pose no challenge for him. Faced with such a sinister character, deeper in guile than even her second brother, Dongfang Jin, she could only remain vigilant, ensuring she did not fall prey to his traps. However, she refrained from outright rejecting him, instead nodding slightly in acknowledgement of Lin Fengmu's words, instinctively drawing closer to Kai Hang. She did not forget to telepathically inform Kai Hang he possesses the ability to control zombies. Kai Hang paused for a moment, silently positioning himself to shield Yu Yao, interposing himself between Lin Fengmu and her. He instructed her, "Stay close to me, be cautious." "All right." Du Yuan observed this exchange, unable to suppress a scoff. "Aren't you both being a bit too cautious? The one who should be most careful right now is Mu Ji, isn't it?" Zombies are notoriously bloodthirsty, a characteristic well known to all. Currently, Lin Fengmu was injured, and the scent of blood would easily attract a zombie onslaught. Under such circumstances, they were indeed at a disadvantage. As if to validate Du Yuan's comment, a shadow suddenly burst through the office door, barreling straight towards Lin Fengmu, accompanied by a foul wind that tousled his soft black hair, replete with murderous intent. Fortunately, Kai Hang reacted swiftly. Before the creature could reach Lin Fengmu, he shattered it with a blade of wind, leaving a gruesome scatter of bones and flesh across the floor. Chu Chenju surveyed the horrific remains and quietly remarked to Lin Fengmu, "A speed-type zombie, it truly came straight for you." "It's nothing," Lin Fengmu replied, raising his gaze to Kai Hang, a glimmer of light flashing in his dark eyes, though the smile did not reach them. "I had initially hoped to ride the coattails of fortune to locate a mutated cat, but it seems I may become a liability instead. In that case, sir, I must trouble you to escort Xiao Yu away first." Yu Yao clenched her jaw in frustration. The sinister character was indeed playing the part. She felt an overwhelming urge to reveal her healing abilities to avoid being manipulated by him. Yet, it was Kai Hang who discreetly restrained her restless wrist, directing his words at Lin Fengmu, "Stay close." Lin Fengmu's gaze shifted to Yu Yao's wrist, and coldness flickered in his eyes. "Then, it seems I must comply." With Lin Fengmu's words, the Xianfeng team promptly assembled, positioning themselves to shield Lin Fengmu as they followed Kai Hang and Yu Yao out of the office area. Outside the office, the corridor was already teeming with zombies. Kai Hang maintained his pace, calmly raising his hand, causing a powerful gust to topple all the zombies, unveiling a clear passage. Perhaps understanding Kai Hang's combat prowess, the members of the Shinfeng team displayed no significant emotional shift, continuing to quietly guard Lin Fengmu as they swiftly made their way toward the stairwell. Chu Chenju, being a perceptive ability user, reported the locations of others, inadvertently concealing Yu Yao's capability to sense her teammates' positions. Between the 7th and 8th floors, they encountered Luo Pingjing. Once they confirmed that Luo Pingjing was unharmed, the group continued their descent toward the 4th floor, where Qixian was imprisoned. Chu Chenju, curious about Qixian's special treatment, could not help but inquire, "What is the deal with this guy? Why is he locked up alone?" Yu Yao did not expect Kai Hang or Luo Pingjing to answer his question, so she took it upon herself to respond. "Perhaps he was spiced by the lunch meat in Third Brother's bowl and has been holding a grudge." "Huh!" Chu Chenju exclaimed, his face contorted in disbelief. "He got caught for stealing and got spiced." Yu Yao shrugged helplessly. "In any case, we did nothing else." This answer undoubtedly amused Chu Chenju. "All right, that does align with that guy's style, both domineering and unreasonable." Yu Yao nodded in agreement. "Indeed, domineering and unreasonable." Chu Chenju added, "But that fellow is indeed difficult to deal with, capable of spatial traversal, slipperier than a freshly caught fish. Do you have any thoughts on this?" Thoughts, she had them, but they were currently unfeasible. Luo Pingjing walked quietly beside Kai Hang, his mind racing. By the time they reached the 4th floor, he had yet to make sense of the situation. When they arrived, the injured Qixian had already been rescued. Dongfang Jin and Jiangyi were engaged in a fierce struggle with a second-tier speed zombie. Second-tier speed zombies could be considered elusive to a degree. Had it not been for Luo Mai's interference, ordinary individuals would hardly have caught even a glimpse of it. Fortunately, both Dongfang Jin and Jiangyi were seasoned fighters, their agility and speed top-tier. Coupled with their abilities, they managed to hold their own against the zombie despite the level disparity. Observing this scene and noticing that Qin Zhao and Chen Sangsu were preparing to join the fray, Yu Yao swiftly pulled Kai Hang into action. The crystal core and experience from a second-tier zombie could not be relinquished easily. After all, she was merely 3,000 points shy of reaching level 15. Aware of Yu Yao's intentions, Kai Hang wasted no time, launching a decisive strike. Seizing the opportunity while the speed zombie was engaged with Dongfang Jin and Jiangyi, he summoned a tornado laced with deadly wind blades, ensnaring the creature and effectively flaying it. The execution was swift and merciless, leaving no trace of its remains. Qin Zhao and Chen Sangsu, who had just entered the battlefield, stood frozen, regarding Kai Hang with expressions akin to awe. Yu Yao, undeterred by their horrified gazes, contentedly sheathed her twin blades, casting a glance at the recently acquired second-tier crystal core nestled in her backpack, along with their windstone that could enhance speed and the significant boost to her experience bar, unable to suppress a satisfied smile. Where could she find such reliable teammates? After dispatching the zombie, Yu Yao and the others hurriedly gathered around Qixian. He had attracted the attention of the mutated cat, sustaining numerous superficial wounds, but fortunately, none were life-threatening. With some cleaning and medication, he would be just fine. While Jiangyi was tending to Qixian's injuries, Kai Hang approached Luo Mai and inquired, "Do you know where that mutated beast is?" Luo Mai nodded towards the upper floors, indicating, "It's up there, definitely a cat, black in color." The mutated cat had attacked unexpectedly and retreated just as abruptly, leaving an unsettling air of uncertainty in its wake. Is it possible it exhausted its abilities? Later, it did claw me several times, but each strike was noticeably weaker than the last, Qixian speculated, attempting to maintain a facade of calm as Jiangyi treated his wounds. Dongfang Jin replied, "It's not impossible. That creature is undoubtedly biding its time." Luo Mai gritted her teeth, her voice laced with anger. It had toyed with them for so long, how could it possibly conclude without resolution? Qixian sighed, "Yes, the main issue is that we can't seem to catch it." Since the apocalypse began, this was the first time they had encountered such a helpless situation. Kai Hang furrowed his brow in contemplation before addressing Luo Mai. "Xiao Liu, can you perform mental control?" Luo Mai's eyes widened in surprise, her fox-like gaze flickering. After a long pause, she bit her lip and hesitantly admitted, "My abilities, for the time being." This could hardly be blamed on Luo Mai. She was merely a late-stage level 1 mental ability user, and the complexities of mental control were beyond her grasp. She was not like Shi Ying, who had transformed into a zombie and could naturally control those weaker than her with ease. Upon hearing this, Kaiheng nodded calmly. I understand. Luo Mai's expression was filled with guilt. I'm sorry, boss. Kaiheng shook his head reassuringly. It's not your fault. I was just being overly simplistic. At that moment, Lin Fengmu, who had been quietly observing, finally spoke up. I can attempt to control it for a few minutes. Kaiheng turned his head, his expression unperturbed. A few minutes. 5 minutes. Kaiheng nodded. That will suffice. However, Lin Fengmu hesitated for a moment before adding, but I have an unreasonable request. Speak. Could you refrain from killing it too quickly? My belongings are still in its possession. Upon hearing this, Kaiheng fell into silence, as expected. After all, items within a space ability's domain cannot be retrieved without the consent of the ability user or the mutated beast. I can subdue it, and I will find a way to compel it to relinquish my belongings, but during this process, I will need your assistance to restrain it, Lin Fengmu continued. Agreed, but once the 5 minutes are up, regardless of whether you have retrieved your items or not, I will terminate it. Kaiheng had no penchant for cruelty toward cats. However, this mutated cat had indiscriminately attacked, throwing them into the most densely populated area of zombies and leaving Qixian in such a state. Had they been ordinary people, they would have perished long ago. Such a mutated beast, with a heart so malign, deserved to meet its end. Chapter 58. The Siege of the Mutated Cat. Lin Fengmu maintained an impassive expression, his voice still melodious and enchanting. Of course. The mutated cat lay in wait within the shadows, poised to strike at any moment. Thus, it was prudent to act swiftly. After devising a strategy, the group returned to the kitchen on the second floor. Yu Yao feigned preparing a meal in the back kitchen. She then retrieved chunks of fresh meat, several fish, and an assortment of aromatic sausages, smoked meats, and cured delicacies from her spatial storage, filling the entire area with a medley of enticing aromas. Even Qin Zhao and the others, who remained outside the kitchen, could not help but swallow in anticipation. Once she had arranged the ingredients, Yu Yao activated the sky-blocking stone and quietly positioned herself in the shadows. Her spatial abilities allowed her to sense the presence of others, while the sky-blocking stone perfectly concealed her from detection. Thus, she stood there boldly, leisurely munching on a chicken leg, her gaze fixed intently on the food laid out before her. 1 minute passed, then 2, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. A full 10 minutes elapsed without a single disturbance. Yu Yao exhibited remarkable patience. After finishing the chicken leg and finding her fingers a bit greasy, she wiped them clean with a wet napkin and leisurely sipped a glass of lemonade. At last, after 15 minutes, one of the fresh little yellow fish on the countertop had mysteriously vanished. Yu Yao raised her eyebrows slightly, silently taking another sip of lemonade. A minute later, 2 sausages had quietly disappeared from their spot. Yu Yao feigned ignorance, continuing her role as an invisible presence. Approximately half an hour later, the bold mutated cat finally appeared before Yu Yao's eyes. It was a sleek black feline, its fur glossy and its eyes glowing with an eerie crimson hue. It materialized on the food-laden countertop through a small, seemingly spontaneous black hole. However, before it could devour its bounty, it caught sight of Yu Yao, who was watching it with a knowing smile. Surprised to discover that someone was present, the mutated black cat instantly reacted, baring its razor-sharp teeth still glistening with remnants of flesh, and lunged toward Yu Yao with a fierce expression. Yet, just as its blooded claws were about to make contact with Yu Yao's carotid artery, she summoned an air wall that forcefully rebuffed it, causing the cat to yell in pain as it tumbled backward. The mutated black cat, quick to adapt, realized it could not inflict harm on Yu Yao for the moment. Without a second thought, it prepared to tear through the fabric of space to escape. Yu Yao's eyes flickered, and she raised her hand to rupture the air, interrupting the cat's attempt to flee. In the next instant, Kaiheng and Lin Fengmu appeared at the doorway, and Kaiheng's attack simultaneously struck near the mutated black cat. The creature yelled in panic as it attempted to evade, yet its efforts to rip through space did not cease. In the following moment, a small black hole unexpectedly emerged behind it. Lin Fengmu furrowed his brow and activated his control abilities. The mutated black cat hesitated for a brief moment, but for reasons unknown, it soon broke free from the binding and turned to leap into the black hole. Yu Yao and Kai Heng acted in unison, attempting to thwart its escape while simultaneously destroying the black hole. Unfortunately, their efforts proved futile. Just as half of the mutated black cat's body began to plunge into the black hole, Luo Pingjing silently appeared behind Kai Heng and Lin Fengmu. With a gentle wave of his hands, a profound and mysterious force surged forth. The black hole created by the mutated cat's attempt to escape suddenly closed, forcefully ejecting the half-immersed feline. No one anticipated that Luo Pingjing had, at a critical moment, successfully devised a means to seal space, obstructing the fleeing mutated black cat. The creature let out another agonized yell as it fell to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Fengmu reactivated his control abilities. This time, he succeeded. The once ferocious mutated black cat gradually became subdued, its crimson eyes growing increasingly vacant and bewildered. Under Lin Fengmu's influence, the cat slowly approached him. Soon thereafter, a variety of items began to tumble at Lin Fengmu's feet: rotting bones, various crystal cores, and a remarkably fine blood-red jade pendant. Upon seeing the pendant, Lin Fengmu's expression finally softened, and without concern for the grime upon it, he bent down to retrieve it. He paid no further attention to the dazed mutated black cat. The moment the pendant was taken, the mutated black cat jolted back to awareness, yet, its first action was not to snatch back the pendant but to charge at Luo Pingjing. Noticing the cat's movement, Kai Heng raised his hand and unleashed a wind blade, effortlessly severing its jugular vein. As dark blood gushed forth, the mutated black cat faltered, then collapsed to the ground, its life slowly extinguished. The creature that had toyed with them for so long had perished. In death, the mutated cat appeared devoid of its once terrifying crimson eyes, its menacing teeth and claws now seemingly innocuous and pitiful. Yu Yao's fingers moved slightly, and she turned her gaze away. Defeated a level 2 mutated cat, gained 5,000 experience points, 10 spatial stones, 1 fragment of spatial lore replica, 1 mutated cat cub, 1 level 2 mutated beast blood crystal. The acquisition of 5,000 experience points allowed Yu Yao to finally break through to level 14, reaching the pivotal level of 15. As the soft light flickered, her game panel displayed 2 new sections: Satsmiley Forging and Pets. The system store also unveiled a variety of new items. However, Yu Yao had no inclination to peruse them at that moment. Instead, her attention was drawn to the conspicuous treasure chest icon on Lin Fengmu's status. The jade pendant that Lin Fengmu held was familiar to Yu Yao. It was an heirloom he had always cherished, said to belong to his grandfather. She had not anticipated it to be truly valuable. Sensing Yu Yao's gaze, Lin Fengmu looked up and, to her surprise, directly offered the now spotless pendant to her. "Are you curious about it too?" Yu Yao glanced at the pendant resting peacefully on Lin Fengmu's fingers and replied in a neutral tone, "It's a treasure. You should keep it safe." What do you know?" Lin Fengmu raised an eyebrow, inquiring. Why Yu Yao shook her head. "No, just a feeling." As she spoke, Luo Mai and the others rushed in. They cast a brief glance at the corpse of the mutated black cat on the floor before losing interest. Instead, they hurried to Yu Yao's side, asking if she had been harmed. What harm could have befallen her? She had only been attacked once by the mutated black cat, and even then, it had been repelled by the air wall. Not even a scratch marred her skin. Calmly finishing her last sip of lemonade, she stated, "I'm fine. If I must say there is a problem, it would be that I've overeaten." Luo Mai's exaggerated display of concern nearly elicited an eye roll. "Oh dear, what shall we do? Quickly give me a glass, I too have overeaten so I can accompany you." Yu Yao chuckled softly at the bemused expressions of Qi Xian and Jiang Yi directed at Luo Mai. From her spatial storage, she produced 12 cups of lemonade, distributing 6 to her teammates and handing the other 6 directly to Chu Chenju. After all, she had stockpiled enough of the iconic lemonade from a certain ice vendor and had no fear of drinking it. On this sweltering day, it served as a celebration of their victory over the mutated cat. Qin Zhao and the others seemed taken aback to discover they had a share, gazing at the lemonade in their hands, something they wouldn't have even looked at in the pre-apocalyptic world, with a bewildered sense of delight. Lin Fengmu, aware that Yu Yao would not engage him further for the time being, silently stowed the jade pendant away. He then gracefully accepted a cup of lemonade from Chu Chenju and took a sip through a straw. It was refreshingly cool and delicious. With the threat of the mutated cat eradicated, the group relaxed somewhat. Thanks to the presence of the Xianfeng team, they could not indulge in hot pot but instead continued to prepare instant noodles. Yu Yao calmly waved her hand to retrieve all the ingredients that had not been touched by the mutated cat, leaving only a few pieces of cured meat. She then handed some instant noodles and accompaniments to Jian Yi to cook while being pulled aside by Luo Mai for a private conversation. In the corner, the two girls sat closely together, Luo Mai, stealing glances at the Xianfeng team, who had taken to nibbling on their rationed biscuits, lowered her voice to Yu Yao. "Sister, your old friend is quite extraordinary, able to control mutated cats." Yu Yao replied in a whisper only Luo Mai could hear. "He possesses manipulation abilities. He can even control zombies, let alone mutated cats." Luo Mai gasped, "Goodness, how formidable will he become once he matures?" Who could argue otherwise? Impressive. Luo Mai marveled, then her gaze shifted, and the tone of her conversation took a turn. "But I must say, your old friend is rather handsome. You too, with your striking looks, haven't he sparked any romantic flames?" With that, she slurped her lemonade, her eyes filled with curiosity as she regarded Yuao. Yu Yao rolled her eyes, exasperated. "He already has a designated partner." Luo Mai appeared skeptical. "Oh. Is that so?" "Indeed," Yu Yao affirmed in a tone identical to Luo Mai's. Luo Mai scrutinized Yu Yao for a while, yet ultimately refrained from probing further. Instead, she earnestly inquired, "So you won't be leaving with him, right?" Yu Yao's gaze flickered, and she nodded firmly. "Of course." At least here, Luo Mai and Kaihang had become individuals she could fully trust. The others had also established a certain foundation of trust, and their relationships grew increasingly harmonious. To venture off with others would mean starting anew, a prospect fraught with unnecessary complications. Chapter 59, The Mutant Kitten. Upon receiving Yu Yao's accurate response, Luo Mai let out a sigh of relief. She quickly gulped down several mouthfuls of lemon water, savoring the taste with a contented sigh. Then, she remarked softly, "I knew my sister wouldn't forget her friends for the sake of appearances." Yu Yao raised an eyebrow. "Forget friends for appearances, that seems implausible." Lin Fengmu was indeed strikingly handsome, but how could one compare him to Kaihang and the others? Setting aside Kaihang's unparalleled looks, the rest were equally captivating, each one capable of holding their own in the entertainment industry. Dongfang Jin exuded a gentle elegance, his demeanor akin to that of a refined gentleman. Xian radiated sunshine, his charm effortlessly mingling with a hint of mischief that was utterly endearing. Luo Pingjing was delicately pretty, yet without a hint of femininity. Jian Yi was exceptionally clean-cut and vigorous, brimming with youthful vitality. Seeing him was like witnessing an embodiment of relentless life force. As for Luo Mai, she was a stunning beauty, bold and flamboyant, her allure unapologetically vivid, akin to a blazing fire that captivated the eye. The phrase "forgetting friends for appearances" might have caused Yu Yao to ponder had it been uttered by someone else. However, coming from Luo Mai, it was merely a jest aimed at her. The words danced in Luo Mai's ears, lifting the corners of her mouth involuntarily, making it difficult to suppress her delight. After a moment, she cleared her throat to mask her happiness, declaring, "Now I can rest assured." No one could fathom the extent of Luo Mai's fear upon hearing that Yu Yao had encountered an acquaintance from her past. After all, Yu Yao had known their group for a mere short time, and there was a significant possibility she would choose to partner with familiar faces. If that were the case, they would inevitably part ways. The thought of such separation was more painful than death for Luo Mai. Finally, she felt relaxed enough to lean against the wall, no longer troubled by that concern. With the weight lifted from her heart, she turned her gaze to the corpse of the mutant cat and sighed softly. Such a beautiful cat, what a pity. In truth, before the mutant black cat was slain, she had been impulsively contemplating asking their leader to spare its life. However, the black cat's murderous intent was far too strong. It sought to kill not only Yu Yao but also her brother. Thus, she resolutely refrained from speaking out. Yet now, gazing at the lifeless body of the once aggressive black cat, she felt a twinge of remorse. "Do you like it?" Yu Yao inquired. Luo Mai responded, "Of course, it's a black cat. How cool is that? I've always wanted one, but given our line of work." Yu Yao nodded in understanding. She then retrieved a mutant kitten from her backpack, cradling it delicately in her hands and presenting it to Luo Mai. With a calm demeanor, she stated, "I happen to have one here." Luo Mai suddenly found herself locked in gaze with a pair of emerald green eyes, as luminous as glass. After a moment of stunned silence, she emitted a high-pitched, piercing shriek. The sound not only startled the others but also frightened the mutant kitten in Yu Yao's palm, causing it to frantically burrow into her hand. Any beast companion produced by the system would automatically bond with Yu Yao, becoming her pet, incapable of betrayal. This applied to both the mutant kitten and the unhatched mutant butterfly as well. While Yu Yao had no limit on the number of pets she could possess, but their level could not exceed her own by 5 levels. Once bonded, a psychic connection allowed for instantaneous summoning, and as long as Yu Yao lived, her pets would remain immortal. Regardless of the severity of their injuries, they could gradually recover within their designated space, returning to their lively selves within a few days. When Kai Hang and the others arrived at the scene, they found Luo Mai blushing as she engaged in a silent stare-down with the small kitten in Yu Yao's palm. Upon witnessing this, Jian Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Where did this little kitten come from? His exclamation jolted Luo Mai back to reality. She quickly patted her hands to ensure they were clean before eagerly reaching out to accept the mutant kitten from Yu Yao. The kitten, sensing the goodwill in Luo Mai's reaction, understood that this strikingly unconventional woman would become its second master. It nestled sweetly in her hands, nuzzling its nose against hers in a gesture of affection, followed by a soft mew that completely won over Luo Mai, who resembled a fierce hawk. Luo Pingjing furrowed his brow as he observed the kitten in Luo Mai's hands and asked, "Where did this come from?" Yu Yao cast a sidelong glance at Lin Fengmu and the others, who had turned their attention toward the commotion, and coughed lightly before responding. It appeared after the mutant black cat was killed. It must be its offspring. Although she did not elaborate, the implication was clear. It was yet another result of their spiritual extraction ability. Jian Yi discreetly gave Yu Yao a thumbs up, praising her ingenuity. As for the explanation regarding the kitten, it was merely a ruse to deceive the members of Shenfeng. In truth, both the butterfly egg and the mutant kitten had no connection to the previously slain mutant butterfly and black cat. They were simply the result of the game system extracting residual energy from defeated mutant creatures to create new life forms as rewards for the slayers. Qi Xian raised an eyebrow and jested, "Are we sure it's not here to seek vengeance after we just killed its parent?" Luo Mai hastily interjected, No. It's quite docile, let us keep it." The little kitten, hearing Luo Mai's words, affectionately rubbed against her cheek, its wet eyes brimming with dependence, making a valiant display of its charm and cuteness. Jian Yi clicked his tongue and approached Luo Mai, playfully poking the kitten on the head with his finger, asking, "Can this little thing be cared for?" Perhaps wounded by Jian Yi's words, the kitten mewed softly. In the next moment, it had teleported to Jian Yi's shoulder, where it playfully smacked him on the face with its soft paw, as if to say, "Take that for underestimating cats." It also seemed to be showcasing its abilities, exuding an air of spiritedness. The kitten was indeed considerate, refraining from extending its claws, and the gentle pat on Jian Yi's face was merely playful. Nonetheless, he stiffened in surprise. "Is this teleportation?" Yu Yao explained, "It possesses dual abilities of space manipulation and speed, and its physical condition is quite robust, so caring for it shouldn't pose much difficulty." Although she reassured them, the majority still harbored reservations about controlling mutant animals. If her teammates insisted against keeping it, she would undoubtedly still claim it. It would simply lead to some friction, and she would walk away unperturbed. Kai Heng cast a glance at Yu Yao, who was subtly tightening her grip, and then at Luo Mai, who was hurriedly retrieving the kitten from Jian Yi's shoulder. Moments later, with his melodious and clear voice, he uttered the very words the two girls most wished to hear. "Can I say anything?" "No." "Exactly." Luo Mai and Yu Yao responded in unison, denying him. With a resigned shrug, Kai Heng's expression was unmistakable. Watching the two girls' faces light up with joy, a gentle smile graced his lips, reminiscent of snow-capped mountains melting under the sun. Chapter 60, Mo Yu. With a jubilant exclamation, Luo Mai eagerly flipped the little kitten over to examine it. Come, let me see if our new friend is a little girl or a little boy." Upon hearing this, the kitten let out a peculiar sound and wriggled free from Luo Mai's palm. In a swift motion, it darted into Yu Yao's embrace, snugly hiding its tiny rear end. Yu Yao looked down with a chuckle, gently stroking its silky little head, and remarked, "No need to check. It's a little sister." Luo Mai's eyes sparkled with delight as she pondered thoughtfully, stroking her chin. "A little sister is wonderful. What name shall we give her?" Yu Yao relinquished her naming rights first, saying, "It's up to you all. I am hopeless at naming." Jiangyi boldly suggested, "Let us call her Little Black, straightforward and to the point." In response, the little kitten glared at him with evident displeasure, accompanied by a threatening meow. Qixian chimed in, "How about General Black?" Meow. The kitten protested once more, displaying its airplane ears, with one arm crossed over her chest and the other supporting her chin. Luo Mai joined the naming frenzy. "Since it's a little sister, let us call her Randy." The kitten turned its back, clearly expressing disdain for this suggestion. As none of the proposed names resonated with the little feline, Jiangyi and the others began to take turns suggesting names. Tuan Tuan. Man Man. Lai Cai. How about Little Mi? What about Xing Xing? Regardless of their suggestions, the kitten remained resolutely indifferent, burying its head deeper, signaling its dissatisfaction. This left the self-assured namers in a state of dismay. Yu Yao lowered her head, stifling her almost uncontrollable laughter. One by one, they were indeed hopeless at naming. Just as the atmosphere became stagnant, the usually silent Luo Pingjing quietly remarked, "Mo Yu, do you like it?" Meow. At the mention of the name Mo Yu, the little kitten finally turned its head back. It let out a soft, inquisitive call, clearly intrigued by this name. The kitten's glassy eyes sparkled with curiosity as it gazed up at Luo Pingjing, causing him to awkwardly look away. Not receiving a response from him, the kitten surprisingly leapt from Yu Yao's arms directly onto Luo Pingjing's shoulder, its glossy little head nuzzled affectionately against Luo Pingjing's cheek, a clear indication of its newfound joy. Luo Pingjing, taken aback by this sudden display of affection, found himself flustered. His usually composed demeanor was rapidly overtaken by confusion and embarrassment. He was uncertain whether to grasp the kitten or to let it be, worried it might tumble from his shoulder while simultaneously trying to protect it. He appeared utterly preoccupied, yet no one knew what he was truly busy with. Observing Luo Pingjing's flustered state, his companions found amusement in his predicament and chose not to intervene. It was only when the kitten had had its fill of nuzzling that it jumped back into Luo Mai's embrace. With a grin, Luo Mai affectionately patted its head and declared, "It seems our little friend is quite pleased with this name. Henceforth, you shall be called Mo Yu." Meow. Mo Yu responded with a sweet, melodic tone, expressing her approval of the name. With the naming conundrum resolved, Jiangyi hastily urged everyone to gather for a meal. Having just indulged in food and drink, Yu Yao felt no hunger and opted not to have a portion prepared for herself. Instead, she retrieved some goat milk powder from her spatial inventory and discreetly added a newly available beast essence pill before offering it to Mo Yu. As a variant spirit beast produced by the system, Mo Yu's physical constitution differed significantly from that of ordinary mutated creatures. Regular food merely satisfied its immediate hunger but could not support its growth and development. Only specialized spirit beast pills and mutated beast blood crystals could provide the necessary energy. Luo Mai placed Mo Yu's milk bowl beside her own, allowing the kitten to perch on the table while drinking. No one objected, and Yu Yao, relieved, settled into a chair at the edge of the table, leaning against the wall with her eyes closed to rest. In truth, she was quietly studying her upgraded game system. Having reached level 15, the system's marketplace now offered a plethora of items and potions for raising spirit beasts. These included the Spirit Beast Pill for level-ups, Root Bone Pills for enhancing innate talents, and Wisdom Pills for increasing intelligence. However, given Mo Yu's innate intelligence, it was evident that such potions were unnecessary for her. Additionally, various talismans and spirit beast equipment had become available, as well as capture rings for mutated beasts, alongside basic materials for forging equipment. Yu Yao perused the offerings but found nothing particularly enticing, except for a white crescent-shaped collar, which she planned to give to Mo Yu. This collar could absorb ambient spiritual energy to provide the spirit beast with spiritual power, thereby extending its battle duration while subtly optimizing its root bone. Most importantly, it was visually appealing, capturing Yu Yao's heart at first glance. The forging system operated similarly to those in games, allowing for the crafting of upgraded equipment or the melting down of useless items to transform waste into treasure. Yu Yao placed the previously used level 0 equipment into the system for decomposition and, as expected, received a handful of low-level materials that could be purchased in the marketplace. It appeared that the only way to obtain equipment was through slaying zombies or mutated beasts. Unfortunately, the drop rate for low-level zombies was quite low, and she currently had none of such useless gear on hand. However, after recently teaming up with her companions to slay zombies, she had accumulated a decent amount of quality materials. Once she had enough, she was determined to craft a formidable weapon to enhance her combat prowess. The dual knives she wielded lacked sufficient area damage, making zombie hunting rather slow. Who would be content merely playing a support role with healing skills? Certainly not her, yet there was no need to rush at present. Yu Yao calmly exited the forging system and opened the pet system. Currently, her pet panel only displayed Mou was at level 0, having nearly reached level 1 after consuming a spirit beast pill. However, a spirit beast could consume a maximum of 3 pills in a single day. A low-level spirit beast pill provided 500 experience points, a mid-level one 1000, and a high-level one 5000. Presently, the marketplace only stocked low-level spirit beast pills, which would allow Mou to reach at most level 2 within a day. Fortunately, aside from spirit beast pills, Yu Yao's gained experience would also be equally distributed to any active spirit beasts. A maximum of 5 spirit beasts could join the battle, while others could remain outside, participating in combat but unable to gain experience. To avoid wasting the upcoming experience, Yu Yao quietly hatched the butterfly egg. After selecting it for battle, she placed it into the pet space and purchased 3 spirit beast pills for it, raising its level to 2. She didn't bother to think too hard about naming the butterfly, simply calling it Colorful Butterfly. No questions asked. After all, naming was not her forte. Meanwhile, on the other side, the members of the Xinfeng team, having finished their compressed biscuits, leaned against the wall, idly resting. Chu Chenju observed Yu Yao, who was resting with her eyes closed, and Mo Yu, who was happily drinking milk at the table, and couldn't help but exclaim, Xiao Yu's new team is becoming increasingly outrageous. Not only was their combat strength terrifying, but they had also managed to acquire a mutated beast with spatial and speed dual attributes. Truly, the absurdity was off the charts. Du Yuan scoffed, a mixture of disdain and concealed jealousy in his gaze. Who knows if they can even keep it alive? Chu Chenju shot him a glance. Whether they can keep it alive is of little consequence. What matters most is this team's combat capability. With that, he turned to Lin Fengmu. Brother Mu, should we? Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Fengmu gently waved his hand, signaling him to cease. Chu Chenju's implication was to directly recruit Kai Hang and his companions into their team, or at the very least, into the capital base. Such combat prowess would be too valuable to let slip away. However, Chu Chenju recognized that these individuals adhered to their own set of survival rules. They were unlikely to willingly concede to anyone else. What a pity. Nevertheless, at the very least, we could bring Xiao Yu back, right? This young lady's combat capability was remarkable, surpassing even that of the female soldiers. Moreover, she was beautiful and possessed a delightful personality. Just gazing at her face daily was a source of comfort. Chu Chenju's words caught Lin Fengmu's attention, prompting him to glance at Yu Yao. Their eyes met, not because Yu Yao sensed anything, but rather because the enormous treasure chest icon on Lin Fengmu's interface was undeniably distracting. She was the type of person who couldn't tolerate even a red notification appearing on her phone app. Unable to bear it any longer, Yu Yao shot Lin Fengmu a look that suggested they should discuss this outside. After informing Luo Mai, she stood up and exited the kitchen. Chapter 61, Treasure. As Yu Yao arrived at the stairwell on the 2nd floor, Lin Fengmu promptly followed her. Xiao Yuer, do you need something from me? Yu Yao leaned against the handrail, gazing at Lin Fengmu, and nodded, saying, I have a humble request. Lin Fengmu casually leaned beside her and smiled, just speak your mind. Yu Yao hesitated momentarily, feeling a tad embarrassed, before summoning her courage to awkwardly ask, may I take a look at your jade pendant? It was no wonder she felt flustered. Earlier, Lin Fengmu had offered her the pendant, which she had declined. Now, she was calling him out just to see it, which felt rather rude. Lin Fengmu was equally taken aback that Yu Yao had summoned him merely to inspect his jade pendant. However, he quickly regained his composure and, without hesitation, retrieved the pendant and handed it to her, gently saying, "I thought it was something serious, here you go." "Thank you." Yu Yao smiled slightly, extending her delicate fingers to solemnly grasp the alluring blood-red jade pendant that had captivated her. In an instant, 3 notifications flashed through her mind. Spatial lore fragment detected, would you like to merge? Buddhist treasure, Fanling pearl detected, would you like to bind? Ancient treasure, binding immortal rope detected, would you like to bind? Goodness, she had not realized until now that this jade pendant was truly a treasure from top to bottom. The blood jade pendant was a fragment of spatial LAW.no wonder the mutated black cat that had snatched the pendant could wield spatial power, so Adept.it had even bestowed upon her a copy of the spatial lore fragment. The cord was the binding immortal rope, impervious to cuts and flames. Once ensnared, escape was impossible. Even the ornament atop the pendant was a Buddhist treasure. This explained why Lin Fengmu had initially failed to control the mutated black cat. It was indeed the Fanling pearl that had aided it. The world was becoming increasingly surreal. Why Yu Yao could not help but rub her temples, feeling utterly overwhelmed. Lin Fengmu's family heirloom turned out to be an ancient treasure, one that had only appeared in cultivation novels. What could this signify? Did cultivators truly exist in this world, or had they once existed? Yu Yao's actions prompted Lin Fengmu to grow anxious. "Are you feeling unwell?" Yu Yao waved her hand, hastily returning the pendant to him. "No, you must recognize your treasure as its master quickly, lest it be taken from you again." Recognize as master? Lin Fengmu, momentarily perplexed, could not grasp her meaning. Yes, recognize as master, perhaps try a drop of blood. If that fails, use your abilities to probe. You must recognize it as yours swiftly. She then added, do not forget the cord and the top ornament. They are treasures too. Holding the jade pendant, still warm from Yu Yao's touch, Lin Fengmu inquired curiously, how do you know this? Yu Yao shook her head in exasperation. It is glaringly enticing. It is hard not to notice. Her words left Lin Fengmu momentarily stunned, then he chuckled, enticing. He then lowered his gaze to the pendant in his palm and remarked, I have heard that divine objects possess spirits. Since it has enticed you, it must be more attuned to you. As he spoke, he moved to hand the pendant back to her. Seeing this, Yu Yao quickly stepped back 2 paces, pushing his hand away as she shook her head. No, I misspoke. It is not that it is destined for me, but rather that treasures inherently attract others. If someone else were here today, they too would sense its uniqueness. It has nothing to do with the treasure itself. Furthermore, since it is your family's heirloom, it can only reach its fullest potential in your possession. Yu Yao hurriedly explained. Lin Fengmu fell silent, gazing deeply at the young girl before him, his thoughts drifting back 5 years. Back then, she had been bullied by school tyrants, and outside of school, she was often besieged by ill-intentioned individuals. Her parents had urged her to reflect on her own behavior. He would always remember the stubborn girl standing resolutely at their front door, steadfastly refusing to admit fault. Later, she had shared with him how she once read a book containing a poignant passage, the flowers by the roadside bloom splendidly, attracting butterflies, dragonflies, and a throng of people. Humans, upon encountering such vibrant blossoms, are overwhelmed with joy, yet some harbor malicious intent, plucking the flowers for themselves. Some lament why the flowers must bloom so beautifully. If they did not, they would not attract ill-willed individuals. Others chastise the flowers for exuding fragrance, claiming that it draws swarms of bees and butterflies, leading to their isolation and rejection by other blooms. Had the flowers not been so splendid, their fate would have been less tragic. Everyone blames the flowers. But do the flowers truly bear any fault? Indeed, do they? Flowers are meant to bloom, to exude their fragrance, and to unabashedly display their beauty. The fault lies not with them. Although this situation was not directly comparable to today's events, it inexplicably reminded Lin Fengmu of that once stubborn girl. She was not her, yet she was noticing that he seemed lost in thought. Yu Yao casually punched a half-zombie that had appeared from nowhere into the wall, then waved her clean hand in front of his face, calling out curiously, "Fengmu Ji." Lin Fengmu snapped back to reality, observing the pale hand before him, and replied with an even expression, "Yes, you are right. Treasures will always be noticed." Yu Yao nodded in agreement. "Therefore, you must recognize it as yours quickly, lest the night grows long and dreams multiply." This sentiment echoed the underlying pressure she felt, despite the current calm at the inn building. Not to mention, the dark zombies that had previously appeared had been eerily silent since the 26th floor, teeming with peculiar mutated beasts, loomed over her like a heavy stone. Indeed, the 26th floor housed at least 100 mutated creatures, perhaps lab rats, or animals for research. In any case, there were many. Yu Yao understood that if they passed through the 26th floor to reach the 27th floor, a fierce battle awaited them. Lin Fengmu lacked spatial abilities, and without recognizing the pendant as his own, it was ultimately unsafe. He decided not to linger any longer and said, "All right, I will follow your advice." He then promptly probed his abilities into the jade pendant. However, it was as if he had cast a stone into the sea. No response. The top ornament and cord reacted similarly, remaining utterly unresponsive. Lin Fengmu immediately altered his approach, drawing a dagger from his boot and decisively slicing his fingertip. He let his crimson blood drip onto the pendant, the top ornament, and the cord. This time, a reaction finally occurred. The blood droplets appeared to come alive, rolling about before beginning to flow as if searching for a place to settle. After a brief moment, the blood ceased its movement, each droplet flickering at a point before being entirely absorbed. Simultaneously, the three items began to disassemble slowly, floating gently before Lin Fengmu's face. The blood jade and fanling pearl circled around him a few times before merging into his brow. In that instant, subtle yet imperceptible changes transpired within Lin Fengmu. His already remarkable appearance became even more dazzling, radiant as a spring dawn, captivating the heart and soul. As for the binding immortal rope, it behaved like a mischievous child, swirling around Yu Yao and Lin Fengmu incessantly, even playfully nudging her face. It was only when Lin Fengmu learned to control it that he managed to draw it into his own body. He quickly turned to Yu Yao, apologizing, "I hope I did not frighten you." Yu Yao waved her hand dismissively, "It's nothing, not a big deal." Seeing that she was indeed unfazed, Lin Fengmu exhaled in relief and added, "About that jade pendant, sure." "Do not speak of it," Yu Yao interrupted him swiftly. She was not keen on delving too deeply into the intricacies and secrets. Knowing too much could be burdensome. Lin Fengmu, cut off mid-sentence, cast his gaze downward, and after a while, softly replied, "Very well, I shall remain silent." He then added, "However, if you wish to hear more, you can always seek me out." Yu Yao remained composed, nodding as she shifted the topic, "I will not disturb your research any longer. I shall take my leave." All right. Chapter 62 Self-Destruction. When Yu Yao returned to the kitchen, Luo Mai and the others had already finished their meal and tidied up the tableware. Seeing Yu Yao's return, Luo Mai, cradling Mo Yu, approached with a face full of feigned vulnerability. "You're back. Do you still love me? Do you love Mo Yu? You won't abandon us, will you?" Despite the melancholic tone of her words, her eyes sparkled with an unmistakable brightness, revealing her act. Mo Yu played along, blinking her glistening cat eyes and mewing pitifully, as if they were confronting a heartless betrayer. Yu Yao, unperturbed, gently tapped Mo Yu's little head and patiently responded, "Yes, I'm back. I love you. I love Mo Yu. I won't abandon you." Luo Mai chuckled, not probing further into what Yu Yao and Lin Fengmu had done alone. Instead, she pulled her back into the group to discuss their next course of action. Before long, Lin Fengmu re-entered the kitchen, observing the subtle yet noticeable change in him. Everyone's gaze shifted back and forth between Yu Yao and him. Yu Yao feigned ignorance, quietly sitting aside as a mere background figure. Upon returning, Lin Fengmu took the initiative to approach several members of the Shenyuan team, inquiring about any nearby safe zones and whether Yu Yao would go. After receiving a definitive answer, Du Yuan suggested they leave and join, and they had come to Lin City with their own mission, with the weapons cache of being a secondary objective. Moreover, the mutated cat had snatched Lin Fengmu's jade pendant, forcing them to part ways with the main group and redirect their path to an ahead of time. Initially, They had hoped to arrive early and retrieve some of An's weapons, but not only did they fail to acquire much, they also lost several brothers, including a young Lin. How could he face the young master upon returning? Therefore, they needed to swiftly complete their mission, which would at least provide a reasonable excuse. Lin Fengmu remained silent for a considerable time before finally nodding in agreement. He had also realized that the so-called dark-type zombies posed no significant threat to Kai Hang and his companions. Whether he was present made little difference. Once he decided to leave, he did not delay further and proactively bid farewell to Kai Hang and the others. Chu Chenju, with a hint of reluctance, addressed Yu Yao, "Little fish, are you really not coming with us?" Yu Yao gently shook her head, her resolve warm yet unwavering. She would not depart without obtaining what she sought from the research institute. Even though she anticipated Yu Yao's response, Lin Fengmu could not help but feel a pang of disappointment as he averted his gaze, merely stating, "Take care of yourself, see you at the safe zone." Millimeter, goodbye, Fengmu Ji. After Lin Fengmu and his group departed, Yu Yao and the others, under Kai Hang's leadership, began to ascend the building. The zombies before the 10th floor were sparse. Earlier, due to the chaotic teleportation caused by the mutated cat, they had already eliminated numerous zombies, compounded by the Shenyuan team's previous efforts. Thus, their climb proceeded remarkably smoothly. It was not until the 12th floor that they encountered a trickle of zombies in the stairwell, but they were easily dispatched. The group fought swiftly and climbed rapidly, reaching the 20th floor in merely an hour. Beyond the 20th floor, the staircase no longer allowed for straightforward ascent. Each level required crossing an entire floor to reach the next staircase, perhaps for security reasons, or perhaps due to the NT designer's whimsical ideas. This significantly increased their climbing difficulty. They needed to clear nearly an entire floor of zombies to access the stairway on the other side. However, it did have its advantages. After descending several levels, thanks to her teammates, Yu Yao's level effortlessly rose once again. The dark-type zombies that had previously fled were eliminated by Kai Hang, yielding not only a second-level dark-type crystal core but also a sleek, pitch-black, exceptionally sharp upgradable spiritual weapon, Moonlit Slash. Additionally, she acquired a plethora of talismans and refining materials, marking a bountiful harvest. By the time they reached the 25th floor, darkness had fully enveloped the sky. The group had endured an intense afternoon of combat, and both their abilities and physical strength were nearing exhaustion. Kai Hang promptly declared a night's rest before continuing. Having reached this point, Lu Omai and Yu Yao had already informed everyone about the situation on the 26th floor. Aware that a tough battle lay ahead, they recognized the necessity of resting. The 25th floor of the Heian Tower served as a recreational area for employees. Upon deciding to rest, Lu Omai extended her mental energy to locate an unscathed bathing hole untouched by zombies. The space was ample enough to accommodate all of them for their rest. To avoid disturbing the mutated beasts and zombies above, dinner was a simple affair: pancakes wrapped around vegetables and instant beef soup. Quite rudimentary yet sufficient to stave off hunger while providing essential nutrition. While Yu Yao could only manage one before feeling utterly full, she then joined Lu Omai, who was cradling Mo Yu, in a corner to enjoy packaged ice cream while watching a movie on a tablet. Before long, Jiang Yi squeezed in beside them. One hand petting Mo Yu's little head, he extended his other hand toward Yu Yao, exclaiming, "I want some too." Yu Yao placed a box of white peach-flavored ice cream into his palm, eliciting an even brighter smile from Jiang Yi. "I didn't know Xiao Qi knew I liked peach flavor." Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Yao replied nonchalantly, "Well, who told you I'm clever?" Jiang Yi chuckled and plopped down between Lu Omai and Yu Yao, prompting a fierce glare from Lu Omai. Unbothered, he smiled at Yu Yao, saying, right, our little Qi is the smartest." Their chatter disrupted Lu Omai's movie watching, and she delivered a light punch to Jiang Yi's shoulder, warning, "Just watch the movie and keep quiet." No sooner had she spoken than Mo Yu mewed, stretching out her little paw to grasp Lu Omai's finger, signaling that she too wanted some ice cream. Lu Omai's expression softened immediately, soothingly cooing, "Good girl, you can't have anything cold yet, how about we have some canned food instead?" Her tone contrasted sharply with how she had addressed Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi pouted, glancing at Yu Yao with a pitiful expression. While Yu Yao, feeling helpless under his gaze, retrieved a can of yellow peach from her space and handed it to Jiang Yi. All right, don't be upset. You can have the canned food. Her tone, reminiscent of one soothing a child, struck Jiangyi as rather odd. He furrowed his delicate brows, staring at the yellow peach can in his hands, lost in thought. Once the movie concluded, Yu Yao and Luo Mai made their way to the adjacent bathing area, utilizing the water and tubs Yu Yao had provided, while Qi Xian was responsible for heating water for their baths. After drying their hair, they returned to the resting hall. During the time it took to air-dry her hair, Yu Yao once again consulted the map, examining the upper 2 floors. The 26th floor was a realm of mutated flora and fauna, while the 27th floor was overrun with zombies, the large glowing dots presenting quite a headache. She quietly calculated the height with her mental energy. In truth, she could also retrieve the resources from above without physical proximity, yet, the drawbacks were glaringly apparent. The Heian Tower was vast. If she were to extract those items, she would undoubtedly have to pay a hefty price. Perhaps it was best to forego such shortcuts. They were not easily traversed. The night was eerily silent. Around 3 in the morning, after absorbing all the crystal cores in his possession and elevating his ability level to 2, Kaihang rose and approached Dongfang Jin and Jiangyi, who were on watch. Sensing the residual energy pressure from his recent upgrade, Dongfang Jin whispered, "Did you level up?" Kaihang silently nodded as he sat across from them, saying, "It's getting late, you two should rest." Jiangyi also quietly suggested, "Boss, aren't you going to sleep for a bit?" "Yes, do take some rest," Dongfang Jin concurred, hoping Kaihang would lie down for a while. In the dim light, Kaihang noticed that Dongfang Jin's complexion appeared poor, prompting him to wave his hand and say, "It's fine, I'm not tired, I feel invigorated after the upgrade." "But you, Dongfang, are you feeling unwell?" Dongfang Jin forced a smile, replying, "It's nothing, just a bit tired, I'll rest for a while." Since the night began, Dongfang Jin's appearance had been off, yet he repeatedly declined Jiangyi's suggestion to rest early, enduring until now. Kaihang was skeptical of his explanation but was unaware of the reason behind his condition, so he merely said, "Then you should go quickly." He then added, "Don't call us Yan. Let him sleep a bit longer." Dongfang Jin and Jiangyi had complete trust in Kaihang. With him saying so, they did not press the matter further and quietly returned to their tent. In consideration of everyone's rest, Kaihang casually turned off the night light, yet, in the darkness, he could effortlessly discern every corner of the resting hall and hear the soft, rhythmic breaths of his teammates. Half an hour later, his calm gaze suddenly shifted toward the tent where Dongfang Jin was. He promptly turned on the night light and swiftly made his way over. Simultaneously, the typically composed and steady Dongfang Jin dashed out of the tent, drenched in sweat. His face bore an abnormal flush, while his lips appeared strikingly pale. He rushed towards Kaihang, his voice trembling. "I dreamt that in 2 hours, the mutated beasts upstairs will go berserk. They will rampage and attack the building, causing it to seal itself off and ultimately self-destruct." Chapter 63 Departure. The commotion surrounding Dongfang Jin had roused the lightly sleeping group. Jiangyi, situated beside him, naturally absorbed every detail. He inquired, "Second brother, why does your complexion appear so poor? Are you unwell?" As he spoke, he pressed the back of his hand against Dongfang Jin's forehead, taken aback by its feverish heat. "Why is it so hot?" Qi Xian expressed his concern. "Have you developed a fever? Did it leave you in a daze, leading to a nightmare?" Dongfang Jin weakly shook his head. "No, it felt too real. It was as if the sensation of being consumed by the fiery tongues of an explosion still lingered in his body. The haunting images of his teammates engulfed by the blast made his heart tremble involuntarily. "I have a strong feeling that this is no ordinary dream," he murmured. Upon hearing this, Yu Yao rushed over to examine Dongfang Jin's abilities. The sight startled her. "Second brother, you are awakening your precognitive abilities." The others exchanged astonished glances at Yu Yao, then turned to the rarely bewildered Dongfang Jin. Subsequently, Qi Xian exclaimed, "So this means Jin is about to detonate, right?" Kaihang immediately declared, "We must leave at once." As for the research institute's findings and equipment, it seemed they would have no opportunity to retrieve them. Just as Kai Heng finished speaking, Dongfang Jin appeared to exhale in relief, unable to sustain himself any longer. With a gentle closing of his eyes, he slumped down. Kai Heng calmly caught him and instructed Yu Yao, "Little Seven, gather our belongings. We are leaving." Yu Yao paused, her previously suppressed bold thoughts resurfacing. Silently packing up the tent, she addressed her ready-to-depart teammates. "You all go ahead, I'll collect the supplies from above and join you shortly." Luo Mai was the first to disagree. "No way. What if we attract the mutated beasts above?" Yu Yao responded, "Mo Yu belongs to the space element, it can teleport me away. The building's self-destruct system only activates after 3 alarm signals. I have ample time to leave safely." Indeed, a forced breach by mutated beasts would trigger the building's automatic defense system, but it required at least 3 alarms to initiate self-destruction. She had time to escape. Mou, mentioned in her explanation, wriggled out from Luo Mai's arms, leaping onto Yu Yao's shoulder, proudly meowing. Its emerald eye sparkled with assurance, as if to say, "With me here, there's nothing to fear." Yet, Luo Mai remained unconvinced. "No, it's too risky. The items here aren't worth your life, we must go." However, Yu Yao's resolve was unwavering. "I can't leave empty-handed, I feel there are crucial things in the research institute." With that, she turned to Kai Heng. "Boss, trust me." Since earlier, an inexplicable feeling that she would regret not securing the items above had intensified. Thus, she was determined to retrieve what Injin possessed. She had no intention of seeking anyone's permission, even if they disagreed. She would remain. Kai Heng's gaze fixated on Yu Yao's face, and after a prolonged silence, he asked, "Where can Mo Yu take you?" Yu Yao calculated. Using her ethereal flash, she could teleport to the front of the maritime building. Mo Yu could additionally transport her approximately 30 meters to the back door of the maritime building. Kai Heng frowned. Injin's self-destruct system may very well impact the maritime building. Yu Yao opened her mouth, intending to argue, but Kai Heng interjected, "I will wait for you there, and I will take you away." Luo Mai was incensed. "Boss." Jian Yi also expressed concern, but that's far too dangerous. "Exactly." Qixian nodded in agreement. Yu Yao wished to say more, but Kai Heng spoke first. "You should trust Little Seven, or trust me." He was not particularly interested in the so-called treasures of the research institute, but he believed Yu Yao's insistence must be rooted in reason. After all, she had been the one eager to come to Injin. Her reluctance to leave indicated she had yet to obtain what she desired, therefore, he felt it was his duty to respect her wishes. With Kai Heng's authoritative statement, even if Luo Mai remained apprehensive, she refrained from voicing further objections, instead insisting on giving Yu Yao repeated reminders. Jian Yi and Qixian shared their concerns as well, and even the usually taciturn Luo Pingjing earnestly advised, "If anything seems amiss, run quickly." Yu Yao acknowledged each one, reiterating her commitment to remain vigilant. Only then did she manage to persuade them to depart. Once Luo Mai and the others had left, Yu Yao immediately began employing her ability to tear through space, gradually enveloping the 26th and 27th floors with an air barrier. Her air walls were silent and devoid of any energy fluctuations. As long as she remained cautious, she would not disturb the mutated beasts or zombies above. The issue lay in the sheer size of Injin. Her air wall had barely covered half of the 26th floor, and her energy reserves were quickly dwindling. She hastily swallowed a recovery pill, regaining some energy before continuing to manipulate the air, slowly enclosing the 2 upper floors that had yet to evacuate. After consuming over 10 recovery pills, Yu Yao finally managed to surround the upper floors with her air wall. Time was slipping away, with only a few minutes remaining before Dongfang Jin's 2-hour estimate would be up. Not daring to waste another moment, she swiftly recalled Mo Yu back into her spirit beast space. Gritting her teeth, she quickly stored the air box encasing the 26th and 27th floors into her game backpack in one go. In an instant, she was overcome with a splitting headache, her ears ringing, and her vision darkening as she sensed the sudden agitation of the mutated beasts and zombies above. Gritting her teeth, Yu Yao unleashed Ethereal Flash, instantly transporting herself outside the maritime building. Hearing the alarm from Injin blare out, she dared not linger and released Mo Yu.in the next moment. The pair, one person and one cat, had traversed through the maritime building and arrived at a small path behind it. Kaiheng was indeed waiting there, seated on a motorcycle. The instant he spotted Yu Yao, he revved the engine and swiftly pulled her onto the bike, speeding away into the distance. At the same time, Yu Yao recalled Mo Yu back into her spirit beast space. Kaiheng infused his wind-based powers into the motorcycle's tires, allowing the small vehicle to accelerate to near airplane speeds. Even so, before they had traveled 100 meters, a tremendous explosion erupted behind them, followed by a terrifying wave of heat and explosive debris. Yu Yao swallowed her daily limit of the 15th recovery pill, conjuring a thick air wall beside and behind them for protection. Simultaneously, Kaiheng wrapped an arm around her waist, lifting her to his front. Yu Yao was momentarily stunned as she witnessed him erecting a series of earthen walls behind the motorcycle, layer upon layer shielding them from the blast's waves, flames, and shrapnel. The self-destruction of Anjun was undeniably terrifying. In an instant, the surrounding area of several dozen miles had been engulfed by the explosion. Buildings and roads nearby were continuously affected, yet the small motorcycle continued to navigate through the inferno and wreckage unscathed. However, the relentless output of energy began to weigh heavily on Yu Yao's mind, rendering her increasingly dizzy and fatigued, while the air wall surrounding them grew thinner. Sensing this, Kaiheng instinctively erected earthen walls beside them for additional defense. Nevertheless, as they pressed onward, the stationary earthen walls could not keep pace. If the walls behind them had to remain intact, the ones beside them would require continuous reinforcement. This immense strain on their powers was becoming overwhelming, even for Kaiheng. Though Yu Yao felt as though her head would split, her consciousness fading, she could still perceive the situation. Thus, she quickly retrieved a recovery pill and pressed it into Kaiheng's mouth. The touch of her cool, soft fingertips against his lips momentarily disarmed him, yet before his mind could catch up, the surge of replenished power left him once again astounded. However, the current circumstances afforded him no opportunity to voice his thoughts, as his attention was drawn to a towering zombie that had abruptly entered his line of sight. This formidable creature stood directly in front of the motorcycle, unleashing a vast net of electricity that surged toward them with alarming speed. In the blink of an eye, the electric net was upon the motorcycle, and fearing for Yu Yao's safety, Kaiheng slammed on the brakes, using his back to shield her from the impending threat. The impact jolted him, the acrid scent of charred flesh wafting through the air, and finally, Yu Yao's dull senses began to register. "Boss. I'm fine." Kaiheng's voice remained calm and melodious, as if the injured party were not himself. Chapter 64, Rest. The lightning-based zombie struck with precision, raising its hand to unleash a second attack. However, Kaiheng was not about to grant it that opportunity. He swiftly gathered a dazzling orb of light in his palm and, with a casual flick, hurled it toward the zombie before it could release its follow-up strike. In the next instant, a radiant white light erupted, and the lightning zombie dissipated into nothingness amidst its anguished howls. It was indeed true that light-based abilities were the most effective against zombies. Simultaneously, the last earthen wall behind the two crumbled with a thunderous crash. Before either of them could react, the residual force of the explosion violently propelled them away. Kaiheng tightly embraced Yu Yao, channeling his wind-based powers to cushion their fall while maneuvering his body to serve as a soft landing pad. Moments later, a muffled thud echoed as they landed heavily beside a flowerbed in a small park. That sound was, in fact, Kaiheng's body being pierced by the exceptionally sharp metal railing at the flowerbed's edge, which stood a mere 10 centimeters high. As Kaiheng emitted a low groan, Yu Yao felt a shiver of alarm course through her. Struggling against the overwhelming drowsiness, she propped her heavy head up, attempting to help Kaiheng to his feet. The surroundings were cloaked in darkness, so thick that one could hardly see their own hand in front of their face. Once Yu Yao managed to help Kaiheng sit up, he gently raised his hand and snapped his fingers crisply. Instantly, a flame ignited spontaneously, playfully dancing around them. With the newfound light, Yu Yao caught sight of Kaiheng's pallid complexion. She hurriedly placed her hand on his back, unhesitatingly siphoning her remaining energy to heal him. Kaiheng immediately interjected, "I'm fine. Don't waste your powers." He attempted to push her hand away. While Yu Yao firmly pressed his hand down, her voice weak. "It's all right. In my current state, I will surely drift off to sleep. Healing you is essential for my protection, isn't it?" Kaiheng bit his lip, knowing she was deliberately saying this. The last time they had lured zombies, she had spoken similarly to Dongfang and Pingjing, attempting to dispel their guilt. With Yu Yao's actions, Kaiheng could distinctly feel a warm, tingling sensation at the sight of his wounds. Even the burns from the lightning net were gradually healing. Only by experiencing it himself could he truly appreciate the miraculous power at play. Moments later, all of Kaiheng's injuries had astonishingly healed. While Yu Yao, however, had reached her limits. Wearily, she let her hands drop and produced 2 recovery pills, managing to say, "For restoring your energy," before her eyes fluttered shut, and she collapsed into Kaiheng's embrace. Kaiheng gazed at the small head resting against his chest and sighed softly, tossing the pills into his mouth. He had grown accustomed to the wondrous sensation of rapidly replenishing lost energy. He cradled Yu Yao in his arms, rising steadily and turning towards a nearby small Chinese-style pavilion atop a rockery. The flame obediently followed, illuminating their surroundings brightly. Before the apocalypse, this place had likely been a quaint attraction. The first floor was adorned with some antique furniture, while the second housed a beautifully carved bed. As soon as Kaiheng laid Yu Yao down on the bed, Mo Yu leaped out of her pet space, meowing. Yu Yao, fond of her, had granted her the freedom to enter and exit the pet space. Kaiheng looked at Mo Yu and softly asked, "You're here?" "Meow, you're also spatially gifted, so do you have your own space?" "Meow," she nodded. "Is there a towel and water in your space?" Mo Yu nodded again. In the next moment, a bucket of uncovered mineral water appeared beside her, along with a clean basin and a towel. Kaiheng was momentarily taken aback, not expecting her to actually produce them just from a casual inquiry. This was thanks to Luo Mai, who had secured plenty of treats and toys for Mo Yu before bedtime, including several open containers from which drinking water could be drawn. Kaiheng stared at the items for a while before chuckling softly and praising, "You are truly amazing." Mo Yu meowed in response, as if to urge him to stop with the flattery and get on with tending to her owner. Having been thrown by the explosion's shockwave, Yu Yao's face was inevitably dusted with grime. Moreover, her overexertion had caused her to drift into a restless slumber, her brow furrowed and cold sweat beading her forehead. This rendered her usually fair and flawless complexion somewhat disheveled. The beautiful cinnabar mole on her brow resembled a pearl clouded by dust, losing its luster. Kaiheng seemed to understand Mo Yu's intent, raising an eyebrow slightly as he obediently dampened the towel with mineral water. He first awkwardly tidied the disheveled strands of hair falling across Yu Yao's face before gently wiping away the sweat and dirt from her features. His movements were incredibly delicate, imbued with an almost imperceptible tremor, as though he feared to mar the girl's tender skin. Just wiping her face took several minutes, prompting Mo Yu to wish she had hands to take over his task. After cleaning Yu Yao's face, Kaiheng attentively wiped her neck and hands, then removed her shoes to ensure she could rest more comfortably. Once he had completed all his tasks, he rinsed the towel and basin, ignoring the sweat that coated his own brow. He sighed in relief and casually propped one leg against the step of the bed, attempting to connect with the other team members via their mental group chat. "Arzian, Pingjing, are you there? Luo Mai, boss. How are you all right? Kaiheng, we're safe, but Xiao Qi has exhausted herself and is asleep. Jian Yi, how did she exhaust herself again? Is it serious? Kaiheng, no major issues for now. Mo Yu and I are guarding her. What about you? How is Dongfang? Qixian, second brother, hasn't he woken up? He is still running a fever. Luo Mai, boss, where are you? We'll come find you. Kaiheng, you all should prioritize finding a safe place to rest and protect Dongfang. We can discuss everything else at dawn. Luo Mai, I'm worried about our Yao. Kaiheng, you have me and Mo Yu here. Luo Mai, it was precisely because of you that I felt uneasy. It wasn't that she didn't trust Kaiheng, but rather that he had never cared for a girl before. He was a staunchly masculine figure. It was genuinely difficult to place her trust in him for Yu Yao's safety. Nevertheless, whether it was Qixian and the others who had persuaded Luo Mai, she fell silent thereafter. Qixian and Jian Yi exchanged a few reminders to ensure safety and care for Xiao Qi, but then they too fell silent. Sensing their palpable distrust, Kaiheng pinched the bridge of his nose and turned to gaze at Yu Yao's small face, which still glimmered under the dim firelight. His heart stirred. Undoubtedly, she was extraordinarily beautiful. Kaiheng prided himself on having encountered numerous beauties, yet he had never seen anyone as stunning and full of life as Yu Yao. Upon their first meeting, she had wielded twin blades, deftly maneuvering through a horde of zombies like a graceful butterfly, both beautiful and perilous, drawing his gaze. When Luo Mai proposed her addition to the team, Kai Heng had readily agreed, initially merely for Xiao Liu's sake, yet, within a few short days, he could not pinpoint the moment she had transformed into an irreplaceable member of their team. Was it when she had brazenly warned Dongfang and Pingjing not to impede her quest for treasure, risking danger to divert the zombies, or was it when she had exhausted her powers to save Qi Xian, all while feigning ease? Perhaps it was that night when she cautiously divulged her secret, revealing a pure smile. Kai Heng could not say, yet, this did not hinder him from feeling grateful to fate for bringing them such a remarkable teammate, such a wonderful Xiao Qi. Miao Mo Yu's adorable voice suddenly broke the silence, snapping Kai Heng from his reverie. He saw her tilting her head, perched at the edge of the bed, her lively cat eyes seemingly conveying, "If you're tired, go rest, I'll keep watch." Kai Heng was astonished at his ability to decipher Mo Yu's implied message but still shook his head gently, saying, "I'm not tired. You should rest." Meow. Mo Yu tilted her head further, seemingly surprised by his refusal. However, she did not insist but instead retrieved 2 unsealed lollipops from her space and dropped them at his feet. After meowing twice, she returned to Yu Yao's face, curling up into a small ball and drifting off to sleep. Kai Heng recognized the lollipops as a type frequently enjoyed by Yu Yao and Luo Mai, no doubt a remarkable item. With nothing else to occupy him, he picked one up, unwrapped it, and placed it in his mouth. Moments later, he fell silent once more. Indeed, it's marvelous," Kai Heng murmured. The warm orange flame flickered playfully before suddenly extinguishing. The world was once again shrouded in darkness, where only 3 shallow breaths could be heard. Chapter 65 Awakening. On the other side, at the Wanbra Communications Technology Building in Lincheng, the Shenfeng team also heard the tremendous explosion. The tremors of the building caused Lin Fengmu's expression to change abruptly. "Is it Heian?" Chu Chenju glanced at the flames that painted half the sky red and nodded, pursing his lips. "Indeed, it is in the direction of Heian." Lin Fengmu's pupils trembled. "Xiao Yu. I must go find her." Chu Chenju swiftly embraced the frantic Lin Fengmu. "Brother, stay calm, that place has turned into a sea of fire. What significance would it hold for you to go there?" As he spoke, Chu Chenju couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. Such a capable girl with a kind disposition, and someone whom his brother cherished dearly. If something were to happen to her, it would be quite distressing for him as well. Lin Fengmu merely shook his head. "Impossible, Xiao Yu will be fine, I am going to find her." Saying this, he managed to break free from Chu Chenju's grasp. "Lin Fengmu?" Chu Chenju exclaimed, a hint of anger lacing his voice. Yet, Lin Fengmu paid him no heed, darting outside at the fastest speed. The binding celestial rope shot forth from his body, swirling around him several times, creating the illusion of restraint to halt Lin Fengmu's reckless actions. Moments later, under the bewildered gaze of Chu Chenju, it managed to soothe Lin Fengmu. "You mean, you left a mark on Xiao Yu? She is unharmed, she has safely departed?" Lin Fengmu asked, his voice trembling. The binding celestial rope nodded its end. Chu Chenju's jaw, which had just closed, dropped once more. Lin Fengmu finally breathed a sigh of relief, his body momentarily weakening as he said, "Thank you, thank you." The binding celestial rope, receiving gratitude, joyfully twirled around Lin Fengmu a few more times. Although Chu Chenju could not communicate with it, he could discern its elation and exuberance. After completing its dance, the binding celestial rope obediently slipped back into Lin Fengmu's body, vanishing from sight. Only then did Chu Chenju stammer out, What is this?" Lin Fengmu replied, "This is the cord of my jade pendant, the binding celestial rope." Chu Chenju, being a brother who had fought side by side with him for many years, was among the most trustworthy individuals in his life. Thus, he did not conceal the truth from him. "The binding celestial rope?" "Yes." "Is it like the ones on television, whoosh, whoosh, the kind that ties things up?" As he spoke, Chu Chenju couldn't help but mimic the motion with his fingers. As an atheist, reason told him that this could not possibly be real, yet, given the apocalypse had arrived, what else could be deemed impossible? Lin Fengmu hesitated for a moment before replying, "Perhaps." Chu Chenju's mind stalled for a considerable time before he dryly remarked, "Impressive, such great fortune." Lin Fengmu fell silent, believing it was Xie Yu, who had recognized the exceptional nature of the jade pendant that truly held great fortune. Otherwise, even if given another decade, he might not have discovered anything. However, he would not voice this thought casually. Just as the two finished speaking, they noticed Xin Zhao and several others hurriedly carrying a few communication devices toward them. They inquired whether Lin Fengmu and Chu Chenju had heard the explosion and sought their opinions. The two could only feign ignorance, adopting expressions of bewilderment and unease, and joined in their speculations. Yu You's slumber had been far from restful. She felt as if she were engulfed in flames one moment and plunged into an icy abyss the next. A throbbing headache assailed her, alternating between cold and heat, an experience akin to being trapped in a world of extremes. She could distinctly sense Mo Yu occasionally nudging her cheek with its fluffy little head. She was also aware of Kai Heng's attentive care, as he would periodically check her temperature, wiping her forehead with a damp cloth whenever she showed signs of fever, and moistening her cracked lips with a wet cotton swab. He would drape his jacket over her when she felt chilled. Such unexpected thoughtfulness. Yu could not pinpoint when she finally succumbed to sleep. She only knew that upon awakening, Luo Mai and the others had already arrived. Upon inquiry, she learned that she had slept for a full 2 days, nearly alarming her teammates to death. As for how she woke up, because she had leveled up, one could not underestimate her teammates. In just 2 short days, by clearing out the mutated flora and fauna in the park as well as the surrounding high-level zombies, she had directly advanced a level. Yu touched her head, which had been in pain for 2 days, now completely restored. Yet, her subconscious still faintly felt something was amiss. She said, "I'm sorry for worrying you all." Luo Mai flicked her forehead, feigning anger. "You know we do worry, right? Didn't you say you were confident? And yet you put yourself in such a state. Let us see if you dare to act recklessly again. I want tea." Seeing Luo Mai's furious demeanor and the watchful eyes of the other teammates, Yu quickly shifted the topic. I collected quite a few good items this time." Noticing the still dangerous gazes of Luo Mai and the others, Yu swallowed hard. "I think we should first find a sufficiently open area to organize the items from those 2 layers. Since I was in a hurry, all kinds of animal corpses, human specimens, and heaps of trash ended up in my space. It's quite disgusting." Yu wrinkled her nose in mild distaste. Jiangyi was the first to burst into laughter, scolding teasingly, "Deserved it." Fifth brother Yu rarely acted cute. However, at this moment, her 2 simple words were delivered in a melodious, captivating manner, with a little hook in her tone. Even the most stoic Jiangyi could not withstand it, hastily raising his hand to stop her. "Oh dear, fine, I won't scold you anymore, just speak normally." Yu chuckled inwardly, her enchanting peach blossom eyes sweeping over Kai Heng and Qixian. The 2, seemingly wary of her tactic, simultaneously averted their gazes, either staring at the sky or the ground. They resolutely avoided looking at her. Task accomplished, only Luo Mai remained. She turned her gaze, leaning delicately against Luo Mai, and sweetly cooed, "Ame, oh dear, enough already. I can't take you speaking like that." Finally managing to pacify her teammates, who had never truly been angry in the first place, Yu then turned her attention to Dongfang Jin and Luo Pingjing, who had just returned from clearing the zombies. After learning more, Yu discovered that Dongfang Jin had successfully awakened his precognitive abilities. However, due to his low level, he could only vaguely sense whether something unfavorable would happen within the next few hours or days, not with the clarity he had experienced in his previous dreams, which had provided specific details on when events would occur. It seemed that the prior dreams were merely a prelude before his abilities awakened. Perhaps only when his level was sufficiently high could he attain that degree of clarity. Regardless of the reason, Dongfang Jin was not disheartened. For him, the current precognitive awareness was already quite helpful. If he could truly foresee the future, it might even become a burden. Chapter 66, Organizing. After their conversation, Yu Yao observed a noticeable improvement in her teammates' spirits. She hurriedly urged everyone to set off and found an empty basketball court nearby, intending to organize the supplies retrieved from the 26th and 27th floors of Heian. Upon arriving at the court, she immediately began unloading the supplies from the air wall. In an instant, the once spacious basketball court became cluttered with countless items, instruments, medicines, animal corpses, and debris. Fortunately, the positions remained largely unchanged, though some overlapping occurred between the upper and lower levels. As the main force behind this organization, Jiang Yi's face turned pale at the sight. Were it not for the assistance of the others, he might have truly lost his temper. Kaihang was responsible for clearing the animal corpses and useless human specimens to one side using wind force. Dong Fangjin focused on cleaning the items pointed out by Jiang Yi, while Qixian managed the incineration of waste. Luo Pingjing took notes and simultaneously repaired malfunctioning electronic devices. Luo Mai and Yu Yao stood guard to prevent being ambushed by zombies or other individuals. As the most leisurely among them, Yu Yao began to search for those items that had been subtly tempting her without disturbing others. For instance, a peculiar stone sealed tightly within a vacuum chamber, a giant Lingji mushroom the size of half a ping-pong table growing in a nutrient chamber, and a golden hexagonal crystal the size of a baby's fist contained within a sealed glass vial. Additionally, there were some precious herbs, several oddly shaped stones and metals, and a large, charred piece of wood struck by lightning. Yu Yao collected these items into her game backpack and examined them one by one, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Come quickly and take a look." Her voice drew the attention of everyone, who promptly abandoned their tasks to gather around her. Luo Mai inquired while running, "What's up, Yao Yao?" With a beaming smile, Yu Yao held up the transparent glass vial containing the golden crystal and exclaimed, "This, the golden spirit stone." "What is the golden spirit stone?" Luo Mai asked, intrigued. "It is a rare crystal imbued with golden spiritual energy that can enhance the abilities of those with gold-based powers. Once fourth brother refines it, he will be able to condense any metal he desires using his abilities, and it would not be impossible for him to create something unique. Moreover, the metals condensed by fourth brother will no longer dissipate due to the fading of his powers. It is important to note that metals and earth materials condensed by gold and earth-based ability users would gradually lose energy and eventually vanish as their powers faded. A high-level gold ability user's golden blade could last no longer than a month. This was also why the original host, in her past life, could often scavenge gold blades from outside the base for her protection, as no one would waste time recovering such items. In the midst of Luo Pingjing's astonished gaze, Yu Yao tossed the golden spirit stone to him. He fumbled to catch it, while Jiang Yi hurriedly shielded it, fearful that it might drop. Yu Yao chuckled lightly, "Don't worry, it won't break." She then pointed to the enormous Lingji. "That is the 10,000-year red Lingji. I have no idea where the people of Heian found this treasure. If used properly, it could save countless lives." Jiang Yi approached and touched it, feeling its vibrant life force, and nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it is a remarkable find. It is the first time I have sensed such vitality since the apocalypse began." Curious, Luo Mai reached out to touch it as well and asked, "How is it used?" "For medicine, but even the largest supply will eventually run out." Dong Fangjin pointed to a fist-sized missing chunk on the Lingji. "Look, a piece is missing. It must have been studied. You might want to see if there are any research reports or findings regarding this Lingji." Luo Mai nodded, "You're right." Observing her serious demeanor, Dong Fangjin chuckled softly and turned back to Yu Yao. Yu Yao then indicated the remaining items. "Those peculiar stones and metals are rare materials for crafting weapons. I am sure you recognize these herbs." At this point, she shifted her tone. "I am truly curious about what Heian intends to do with all of this and where they gathered it from." As for the peculiar stone sealed in the vacuum chamber, it was a fragment of an asteroid. While it had no other use, it could be directly absorbed and converted into 2,000,000 experience points, an immense benefit for Yu Yao. Once absorbed, she could immediately level up to level 20. Additionally, there was a multicolored stone, the size of 2 adult fists, that no one recognized. Only Yu Yao knew it was the Dragon Soul Stone, a supreme material for crafting treasures. She had finally acquired the main ingredient for crafting her magical artifacts. In her previous life, she had played for 3 years without obtaining a single Dragon Soul Stone, and now, she had finally secured one. This was undoubtedly the greatest gain from her visit to Heian. Indeed, her temporary unconsciousness had not been in vain. Listening to Yu Yao's curious remarks, Jiang Yi stated, if you want to know what their intentions are, simply organize those items, and you will understand. However, I can't shake the feeling that Hien is up to no good. Luo Mai silently raised her hand. 1. Noticing this, Kai Heng remarked, let's first tidy up these items, we'll figure out what's going on later. Yu Yao nodded and waved her hand to collect the items. As for the golden spirit stone, Luo Pingjing was captivated by it, and Yu Yao felt reluctant to take it back. A hint of helplessness flickered in Kai Heng's eyes as he said to Luo Pingjing, Pingjing, you should refine the golden spirit stone first. We will handle things here. Upon hearing this, Luo Pingjing looked up, a conflicted expression crossing his face, but he eventually nodded and took the golden spirit stone to a corner. He didn't even bother to ask how to refine it, it was simply a matter of integrating it into his body using his abilities. With his intelligence, he surely knew what to do. Worried that he might become engrossed in the refinement process and neglect his safety, Luo Mai followed closely behind him, guarding him while releasing her mental energy to keep watch over their surroundings. Feeling bored, Yu Yao took over Luo Pingjing's tasks, assisting Jianyi by jotting down notes and following his commands as she darted around. The idly wandering Mo Yu had no choice but to trail behind her, playfully stepping on her shadow. Through the combined efforts of the group, they managed to sort through everything in under 5 hours. Hien's Research Institute truly lived up to its reputation as a leading pharmaceutical research center in the country. The warehouse was stocked with a comprehensive range of effective medications, all of which had undergone years of research, clinical trials, and past inspections by various departments, ensuring their quality. Even in a world where medicines were scarce, these drugs would incite a frenzy if brought to market. However, despite the ostensibly joyous situation, Jianyi's brows furrowed tighter with each accumulation of knowledge about the Research Institute. Observing him grow increasingly somber as he read a research report, Yu Yao keenly sensed something amiss. Fifth brother. Jianyi looked up at the sound of her voice, revealing the tremors in his pupils. What's wrong, fifth brother? He gripped the pristine paper tightly, his words coming out with gritted teeth. Hien. What the hell, is Hien insane? What? Noticing Jianyi's unusual reaction, Yu Yao instinctively asked, then stepped forward to take the report he was clutching. Upon closer examination, she too gasped in shock. Fifth brother was indeed not mistaken, had Hien truly lost its mind. Chapter 67, The Beast-Human Hybrid. They audaciously endeavored to merge humanity with beasts, aiming to forge a combat weapon imbued with human intellect and beastly prowess. What is truly terrifying is that this experiment has yielded significant results, at the cost of countless lives of both humans and animals. Over decades of research, which trampled upon the sanctity of life, they have indeed succeeded in creating a new species. The beast-human hybrid. As she gazed at the surreal images of these extraordinary creatures captured on paper, Yu Yao pressed her crimson lips into a straight line, unable to suppress the overwhelming waves of nausea that surged within her. A youth adorned with crocodilian scales, his skin a ghastly grey-purple, exuded a menacing aura. A woman, her body oozing with slime and festering sores, possessed bulging eyes. A man with a serpent's tail, embodying a sinister and otherworldly presence, radiated an ominous energy. Wait a moment. Fifth brother, this serpent man possesses extraordinary abilities. Jianyi asserted with a nod. Indeed, he is likely the mastermind behind the organization's beast mutations, and now, he has most likely escaped. The Serpent Man's extraordinary ability is none other than regeneration. As long as a single cell of his exists, he can regenerate infinitely, rendering him virtually immortal. This remarkable power was derived from the essence of a millennia-old blood spirit mushroom, supplemented with myriad rare materials from nature, and the extraction of regenerative DNA from creatures such as geckos, deer antlers, salamanders, starfish, earthworms, and the immortal jellyfish. Years of meticulous research and precise injection into his body culminated in this astounding capability. In the laboratory, researchers attempted incineration, dismemberment, poisoning, and suffocation, all to no avail. Furthermore, he possessed an intellect and destructive capacity far beyond the ordinary, instilling a deep-seated fear even among the scientists. Thus, he has been confined in the highest security room 26 for years, necessitating continuous injections of suppressive medication to keep him subdued and prevent any attempts at escape or harm. Yu Yao bit her lip as Jiangyi continued, "There is also a werewolf to consider, take a look." Indeed, behind the Serpent Man lay a research report concerning a young werewolf. He stood as the most successful case within the institute thus far. Capable of seamlessly shifting between human and beast forms, he was infused with energy extracted from what the researchers referred to as gold crystal stones. They had successfully bestowed upon him the ability of metallization, making his teeth and claws sharper than steel, and rendering his fur impervious to blades and flames. He too possessed the capacity to escape from explosions. Behind him were numerous reports. As Yu Yao examined them, she found no further opportunities for the escape of beast humans. However, a troubling thought emerged. How had they managed to control the other mutated beasts and instigate a riot on the 26th floor? Drawing in a sharp breath, Yu Yao posed the possibility, "Fifth brother, could it be that they have awakened other abilities?" Jiangyi nodded gravely, "Perhaps a form of mental manipulation." Realizing the gravity of their situation, they hastily summoned others and shared the research reports along with their myriad speculations. Qixian could not contain his indignation, exclaiming, "They truly have no restraint." Luo Mai added, "Are these people insane? Do they not fear the fire they play with will consume them?" Indeed, had the apocalypse not arrived, with the reckless pace at which the organization operated, it would not be long before they faced severe repercussions. Perhaps out of a guilty conscience, all research findings and reports from Heian's laboratory were meticulously documented on paper, with only a single copy existing. This way, they would not have to worry about hackers breaching their security, leading to leaks of their findings. In critical moments, it would also facilitate the destruction of evidence. Alas, the apocalypse descended too abruptly, laying bare these heinous reports before the group. Kai Heng, his expression grim as he perused the reports, stated solemnly, If these research findings fell into the wrong hands, it could precipitate a catastrophic disaster." Dongfang Jin hesitated, "But the two that escaped, we must at least provide a warning." "Are you suggesting?" Kai Heng turned to Yu Yao, recognizing that as the one who had procured this information, she was best suited to determine its ultimate fate. Yu Yao lowered her gaze. "Destroy them." She had come to the same conclusion as Kai Heng. He nodded, "Then let us obliterate all records of the experiments and data on the beast humans, inform the elders in Kyoto of the escaped beast humans. They will handle it. These findings would be a curse in anyone's hands. Should they inadvertently fall back into Heian's possession, the troubles would multiply." Dongfang Jin readily agreed, "That works." With a resolution in place, the group meticulously organized all materials from Heian's laboratory. After a thorough examination of the research records and reports, they indeed uncovered various extraordinary potions crafted from the rare materials they had gathered, as well as experimental records of potions designed to suppress these abilities. It was difficult to fathom that even before the apocalypse arrived, in a world devoid of abilities and mutations, a world that revered science and humanity, such advanced and unimaginable research had already emerged. Heian's power was far more terrifying than anyone had anticipated. Once the group had steadied their emotions, Jiangyi led them in categorizing the items before entrusting them to Yu Yao for safekeeping. Qixian then set fire to all the refuse and undesirable materials, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief as he inquired of Kai Heng, "What about the safety zone in Lin City?" Kai Heng replied, "We shall tell them the truth. We haven't even ascended before Heian detonated himself. When the time comes, we will sell them half of the weapons, and they will naturally fall silent." Promptly, Qixian rushed to inform Yu Yao about which items to present and which to withhold. Fortunately, there was a list of inventory in the weapons warehouse. Upon seeing the items, Qixian could easily discern which should be retained and which could be sold. While Yu Yao noted everything down, quietly organizing them within the warehouse space to prevent any mix-ups. Once all matters were resolved, with time still remaining before darkness fell, the group did not linger and immediately drove towards the safety zone. Upon returning to the safety zone, night had already descended. After undergoing body inspections following the removal of their clothing, they finally succeeded in entering the safety zone. Luo Mai, adjusting her crumpled sleeves, grumbled, "We absolutely must return to our own place. What is this nonsense of having to strip down for inspections every time we come and go?" Even with her outgoing personality, she felt uncomfortable being scrutinized so closely while exposed before several unfamiliar women. Yu Yao pouted in agreement, recalling the jealousy and malice that had been directed at her and Luo Mai by those women who had deliberately applied excessive force during the inspection. Despite suffering no injuries, they had managed to leave several bruises on her. Even Mo Yu had been subjected to relentless handling. Had Yu Yao not restrained it, it would have erupted in fury long ago. Contemplating this, an unpleasant sensation settled in her heart, however. Before leaving, she had discreetly left a small gift for those women, ensuring they would find their hands transformed into pig trotters. Noticing her expression, Kaihan quietly remarked, "We won't be going out for the next few days. We'll rest and upgrade here. Once the transaction is completed, we will depart without delay." Upon hearing his words, Luo Mai's spirits lifted, and she cheered softly. She then joyfully linked arms with Yu Yao, exclaiming, "Let us hurry and find Sang Yi to arrange a luxurious villa for us to sleep in the Luo Pingjing, in the safety zone of Lin City." Finding Sang Yi was not a daunting task. One merely needed to visit the military-stationed area and request assistance from a soldier at the gate. Coincidentally, the soldier on duty was the very rookie whom Yu Yao had saved outside the hospital. The young soldier's eyes sparkled with excitement and joy upon seeing Yu Yao return. Taking a few deep breaths, he approached her and inquired, "Miss Yu, you have returned safely." Recognizing him, Yu Yao smiled gently and nodded, "Yes, could you assist me in notifying Commander Sang?" "Of course. Please wait a moment." The young soldier eagerly nodded, informing another soldier at the gate before dashing inside. Chapter 68. Rest in the safe zone. In just a minute or two, Sang Yi hurriedly followed the young soldier out. Beside him were Lin Fengmu and Chu Chenju. "Xiao Yuer, are you all right?" Lin Fengmu rushed over, seizing Yu Yao's arm and scrutinizing her from all angles, fearful that she had encountered some misfortune. Yu Yao calmly evaded his grip, disregarding Lin Fengmu's peculiar expression, and replied, "I am fine. If there were any issues, how could they have allowed me to enter through the main gate?" Lin Fengmu suppressed his unease, yet still expressed his concern. "With such a large-scale explosion in Heian, how did you manage to escape?" Yu Yao was taken aback. "You know about the explosion in Heian?" "Of course we do." Chu Chenju interjected, explaining, "Half of the eastern city was obliterated. No matter how far we fled, we could not have missed it." "But truly, are you all unharmed? We thought you were in trouble after not seeing you for 2 days and even returned to Heian to search for you. Yet all we found was a wasteland." Indeed, Lin Fengmu and Chu Chenju had returned to Heian. However, upon discovering that Yu Yao had not returned after reaching the safe zone, Lin Fengmu insisted on revisiting Heian alongside Chu Chenju. There, apart from the remnants of unquenched fires, only charred ruins remained, not to mention the absence of human life. Even the zombies could not survive. The binding spells repeatedly confirmed Yu Yao's mental imprint and assured Lin Fengmu that she was safe, eventually persuading him to return. After all, they would need to return to the safe zone eventually. Waiting there was far preferable to aimlessly searching outside, with the added risk of missing opportunities. Why Yu Yao paused briefly, smiling gently, "I apologize for causing you concern." Sang Yi, bewildered by the unfolding conversation, anxiously interrupted. Wait. What are you talking about? Where was the explosion? What happened to Heian? What about the research facility? What about the instruments and research findings?" Sang Yi's frantic queries were met with a natural transition as Dongfang Jin took over the conversation. "Captain Sang, I regret to inform you that we did not succeed in entering the research facility. There were numerous mutated creatures inside, and for reasons unknown, a riot ensued, triggering the self-destruct system of the Heian building. We sensed something amiss and evacuated before the explosion." His expression was sincere yet tinged with guilt, leaving Sang Yi momentarily stunned in disbelief. After a long pause, he finally managed to speak. "Heian exploded." Dongfang Jin confirmed, "Indeed. To this day, we remain puzzled as to why there were so many creatures within Heian. Most of these animals had mutated due to the apocalypse. At the time of the explosion, we were at a considerable distance, unable to discern the specifics of what transpired, but we speculate that intelligent mutated creatures purposefully instigated this riot to escape Heian." "Purposefully?" Chu Chenju questioned, bewildered. "Are you suggesting that there are mutated creatures that are unafraid of explosions?" Dongfang Jin shook his head, "We cannot be certain." It's merely conjecture, the riot was too abrupt, and unless it was intentionally triggered, it would be challenging to reach a level that could activate the self-destruct system. Chu Chenju clicked his tongue. I must say, Heian has gone a bit too far, hasn't it? If they were to self-destruct, why involve the surrounding area, such tyranny? After his complaint, the others fell silent, only to hear Lin Fengmu solemnly remark, because they are guilty. Sang Yi abruptly turned to Lin Fengmu. Young Master Lin, do you know something? Lin Fengmu shook his head. Not exactly, but if they dared to brazenly introduce so many creatures into a single building, there must be someone backing them, conducting some undisclosed research. The reason for wanting to take everything down with them is likely due to their fear of their actions being exposed. Sang Yi pressed his lips together, clearly reluctant to accept this notion. Noticing his reaction, Dongfang Jin continued, however, our mission was not entirely fruitless. Due to our late evacuation, we were indeed caught in the aftermath of the explosion and stumbled upon a shelter filled with heavy weaponry. With just the few of us, we cannot possibly consume all these weapons. If Captain Sang is willing, we could amend the terms of our agreement. This was a premeditated line. What weapons? Sang Yi's interest was immediately piqued. To put it simply, although Heian's research facility was one of the leading biological research institutions in the country, known for developing countless pharmaceuticals, it remained a research entity and did not handle production. The stockpile of medications within the facility was limited. Furthermore, those so-called instruments and research findings would not yield significant benefits for the base in the short term. However, weapons were an entirely different matter. They represented tangible power. Little did anyone know that the weapons in the safe zone were already running. LOW.IT was common for several individuals to share a single firearm. This greatly increased the casualty rate within the military and diminished the success rate of missions. If there were enough weapons, they could at least sustain themselves until the first batch of awakened abilities could stand on their own. This was a substantial boon. As for the truth of Dongfang Jin's words, Sang Yi chose to disregard it entirely. With unbridled excitement, he candidly replied to Dongfang Jin, of course, let us proceed tomorrow. How does that sound? Not a problem. Excellent, you may rest now. I've arranged for a villa for you. There will certainly be enough rooms. Feel free to make yourselves at home. After saying this, he glanced at Chu Chenju and Lin Fengmu, who were visibly worried upon hearing that Yu Yao had been pushed out by the explosion's aftermath, repeatedly confirming that she was indeed unharmed. You will be residing next to young Master Lin's group, making it more convenient for communication. Kai Heng's brows furrowed slightly. However, he ultimately did not refuse, allowing Sang Yi to personally lead them to their lodgings. On the way, Sang Yi noticed that Luo Mai's arms were cradling a quiet creature. Yet a pair of lively emerald green eyes were curiously watching the surroundings, prompting him to inquire, what is this? A cat, Luo Mai casually replied, gently stroking the little creature's head and softly saying, darling, say hello. Meow. The small cat responded in a sweet, tender voice, melting Luo Mai's heart as she couldn't resist leaning down to kiss its little head. She completely disregarded Sang Yi's reaction. Sang Yi, Dongfang Jin, aware that Luo Mai held a poor impression of Sang Yi due to his previous defense of Shi Ying, understood she would not offer him any courtesy. He thus took the opportunity to speak again, explaining to Sang Yi, Mo Yu is a creature we found in Heian. Heian? Sang Yi blinked in surprise. Is it also a mutated beast? It has undergone speed mutations, is quite intelligent, and poses no threat. Rest assured. Dongfang Jin naturally omitted any mention of Mo Yu's spatial abilities. Simply being a speed mutation would not incite excessive envy, as mutated creatures had become quite common. To outsiders, Mo Yu could only be perceived as more clever, more spirited, and more affectionate, without sparking excessive greed. After hearing Dongfang Jin's words, Sang Yi scrutinized Mo Yu for a while before nodding. Indeed, it is quite clever. As the group engaged in casual conversation, they soon arrived at the residence Sang Yi had prepared for them. It was situated in the quietest corner of a 3-story townhouse complex, devoid of front or backyards, featuring a private garage that comfortably accommodated the 7-seat vehicle they had arrived in. Right next door was the place where Lin Fengmu and his companions were staying. After escorting them to their destination, Sang Yi bid farewell, as he had many preparations to make for the weapon transaction the following day. Chu Chenju and Lin Fengmu had much to discuss, yet they chose to let Yu Yao rest first. When it came time to choose rooms, Kaiheng and the others naturally allocated the 2 bedrooms on the 3rd floor with private bathrooms to Yu Yao and Luo Mai. Subsequently, Jiang Yi opted for the attic, while Kaiheng and Dongfang Jin selected the guest room on the 1st floor. Luo Pingjing and Qixian chose the guest room and study on the 2nd floor, respectively. Of course, all the available rooms had already been converted into guest accommodations, making it entirely feasible for habitation. After a simple dinner and distributing the crystal cores, the group dispersed to their rooms for rest. Upon returning, Yu Yao first took a thorough hot shower in the bathroom, dressed comfortably in a loose white t-shirt and home shorts. With her damp hair cascading around her, she nestled into bed and opened the game interface. In recent times, she had consistently checked in daily, but the rewards were merely experience points and coins, which were not particularly satisfying. Nonetheless, she was pleased to discover that her spending in the store had accumulated to 24 lottery chances. With just an additional expenditure of 60,000, she could draw 30 times. With this thought in mind, she decided to absorb the meteorite she had obtained from Heian, leveling up to level 20, before checking the store for any enticing items that might tempt her into spending. Chapter 69, The Lottery. It is inconceivable that anyone could be indifferent to the urgency of leveling up, thus, she wasted not a moment and promptly retrieved the celestial meteorite from her backpack, opting to absorb it. A fleeting glimmer swept across, and in an instant, the obsidian meteorite vanished from her grasp. Miraculously, her level surged, ascending 4 ranks and surpassing the 20 mark. As Yu Yao beheld the new features that accompanied her advancement within the system, a smile crept upon her lips, radiating uncontainable joy. Upon breaking through the 20-level threshold, her physical attributes experienced another qualitative leap. Be it strength, speed, or bodily resilience, she now stood comparable to an ordinary Tier 2 mutant, perhaps even exceeding their capabilities. Several of her skills, too, had grown in potency with her elevation, boasting shorter cooldown periods. Simultaneously, she awakened her healer's 3rd skill, Spirit Butterfly. This ability restored 50 of the abilities of all allies within a 1,000-meter radius and had a cooldown of 5 minutes. Yu Yao attempted to adjust the distance of her release, and soon, a remarkably ethereal and dreamlike spirit butterfly, adorned with flowing ribbons of myriad colors, gracefully emerged from her fingertips. It circled the room once before returning to her being. In that fleeting moment when the spirit butterfly melded back into her body, the minuscule amount of energy she had expended in casting her skill was replenished instantaneously. The singularity of the spirit butterfly was a deliberate choice, as Yu Yao had tailored the release distance and quantity to solely affect herself. In truth, the number of spirit butterflies conjured was contingent upon the number of individuals nearby in need of energy restoration. Likewise, the energy consumption varied based on the number of butterflies. The more butterflies summoned, the greater the expenditure of energy. Truly, it was the epitome of a supportive profession, devoid of any superfluous skills. After perusing her abilities, Yu Yao turned her attention to the newly unveiled icon on her panel, Homestead. The Homestead system had activated. Once initiated, Yu Yao could autonomously designate a tract of unclaimed land as a sanctuary for herself and her teammates. Once established, the homestead would form an impregnable bastion, impervious to intrusion by any except those within her party. To enter or exit, the consent of all party members was requisite. Furthermore, the homestead's barrier could thwart all manner of zombies, viruses, and foreign flora and fauna. It also offered protection against harm, rendering it an absolute defense. How marvelous it was! In this apocalyptic world, even the largest base in Huagua, the capital, would struggle to find a locale of such unassailable safety. After all, the insidious encroachment of viruses knows no bounds. Dangers lurk beneath the earth, in the skies, and even within the very air we breathe. Mutant birds, insects, and rodents are threats that cannot be repelled by mere walls. From the original owner's memories, their base had suffered multiple assaults from mutant birds and insects, incurring grievous losses. The original owner had once been bitten by a mutant mosquito, nearly drained of blood, and endured 2 months of swelling that left half her body grotesquely bloated. The incessant itchiness was unbearable, leading to repeated skin lacerations. The original owner was a person of remarkable fortitude, yet even she had contemplated the notion of seeking release from such torment. But now, everything had changed. They were on the brink of possessing an absolutely secure haven, regardless of their location or the perils surrounding them. They could return to their homestead in an instant with but a thought. It was more convenient than teleportation. Yu Yao's delight grew with each passing moment, nearly bubbling over into laughter. Ultimately, she could not contain herself and joyfully rolled about on her bed before exuberantly closing the homestead system. She then opened the marketplace. Due to her recent level up, the marketplace had unveiled an array of new items. Among them were special papers for crafting talismans in conjunction with inscriptions, level 20 equipment, and various materials for crafting. Although they were commendable, regrettably, none compelled her to indulge in impulsive purchases. She procured a complete set of level 20 gear for her entire team, along with suitable weapons for each member, and a substantial quantity of talisman papers, all for merely a few thousand gold coins. After contemplating, she decided to await accumulating sufficient resources for 30 draws. After all, she would inevitably need to spend. First, she would execute those 20 draws. Unable to resist any longer, Yu Yao wasted no time and decisively opted for a tenfold draw. A dazzling surge of golden light erupted, revealing 10 small boxes before her. Each box contained a glimmering item. Spirit Beasts 10 Summoning Order 1 Lingxi Pendant 1 Artifact, All Things Alive 1 Artifact. Vermilion Bird Bow 1 Secret Silver 10 Forling Immortal Blade 1 Cold Spirit Shen Iron 20,000 Li Teleportation Talisman 5 Heavenly Crystal 1 Yu Yao stood momentarily dazed. No way. Was this lottery truly so generous? To receive 2 artifacts in a single draw, this might lead her to mistakenly believe that artifacts were easily obtainable. In reality, within the realm of a reverse destiny, the drop rate for divine artifacts is a mere 0.01, and the number of notable artifacts does not exceed 20. Yu Yao possesses a pair of Tiger Soul twin blades. Today, she has consecutively acquired the esteemed Jukyu Bow and the Spirit Pearl of All Things, both ranking among the top 10 divine artifacts. Yu Yao cannot help but wonder if she has been possessed by some fortunate koi spirit, granting her such extraordinary luck. Aside from the Jukyu Bow and the Pearl of All Things, the Xiangxian blade should not be underestimated. Although it does not belong to the realm of divine artifacts, it is a rare growth type spirit weapon. It can transform its blade shape at the will of its master, while also bestowing a bleeding effect and a 100 attack enhancement. What is the bleeding effect, you ask? It means that any injury inflicted by the Xiangxian blade is incurable. Even the slightest wound will render one helpless, merely watching oneself bleed to death. A sword aficionado like Luo Mai would certainly be enamored with such formidable weapons in hand. That once cherished item, a spirit fruit that can bestow 10,000 experience points to a spirit beast, a summoning order that can call forth spirit beasts, a teleportation talisman capable of spanning 1,000 miles, and rare equipment like the Lingxi pendant, as well as crafting materials such as heavenly condensation crystals, secret silver, and Shen iron, has suddenly become commonplace. Yu Yao swallowed hard, moistening her throat, which had grown dry with excitement. Steadying her mind, she hastily commenced her second tenfold draw. After a dazzling display of lights, 10 shimmering items materialized before her. Beast Capture Rings 10, Summoning Order 1, Mo Family Mechanism Technique Inheritance Space 1, Amethyst 10, Primordial Ore 1, Exorcism Pearl 1, Spirit Fruit 5, 5 Element Stone 10, Human Puppet 3, Flight, Rainbow Cloud 1. Having been struck by the previous draw, although the items drawn this time were equally alluring, Yu Yao had clearly adapted well. The amethyst, primordial ore, and 5 element stone were merely glanced at before being tossed into her backpack. The summoning order, beast capture rings, and spirit fruit were dismissed without a second thought. However, she scrutinized the human puppet with great care. The human puppet requires spirit stones or crystal cores for activation, followed by a drop of blood for recognition. While it possesses no combat prowess, it suffices for menial tasks, tidying up the room, or acting as a steward. Then there's the Exorcism Pearl. As the name suggests, it possesses the ability to ward off evil and repel lower-level zombies. However, for higher-tier zombies, it may even serve as a form of provocation. For Yu Yao, it holds little utility. She would rather decompose it into useful materials to forge more advantageous equipment. Among the prizes drawn this time, the most precious is undoubtedly the Mo family mechanism technique inheritance, that is the long-lost technique of the Mo family. Who could possibly refuse it, even if she chooses not to study or delve into it? Merely holding it brings her joy. Lastly, there is the flying artifact, Rainbow Cloud. A plump, colourful cloud trailing a charming little tail. It boasts a flight speed of up to 1,000 miles, automatically forming a windbreak and a defensive barrier based on its master's level during flight. This prevents becoming a target for attacks or being ambushed by airborne mutated creatures. It can carry a maximum of 2 individuals. Yu Yao playfully poked at the adorable little cloud. She couldn't help but acknowledge its cuteness. Its appearance struck a chord in her heart, however. Riding it through the sky seems rather ostentatious. The mere thought of sitting atop this fluffy cloud soaring through the heavens sent an involuntary shiver down her spine, her toes instinctively curling together. Help. A socially anxious person truly has no fortune to bear such things. In any case, once her mount system is unlocked, there will be no shortage of mounts. There is no need to forcefully utilize equipment she does not favor. Chapter 70, Yi Xuanmin. After 20 rounds of draws, an abundance of splendid items emerged. Yu Yao, filled with delight, rolled joyfully on her bed several times before carefully stowing everything into her game backpack. The divine artifacts remained in a sealed state for the time being, as their emergence would cause disturbances. Thus, Yu Yao was not yet prepared to take them out. The summoning orders, too, commanded a grand spectacle upon usage, and she dared not employ them just yet. Moreover, the cultivation of Mo Yu and Cai Dai was still insufficient, leaving Yu Yao with no intention of diverting her focus to nurture additional spirit beasts. Although it might result in some wasted experience, a singular high-level zombie would equate to hundreds or even thousands of low-level ones in the early stages. Additionally, the pathways for leveling up spirit pets were numerous, allowing them to quickly catch up. Most often, it was the pet's level that lagged behind due to the owner's influence. With this understanding, Yu Yao felt even less inclined to dwell on the matter. However, her excitement rendered her unable to sleep for a while. Thus, she retrieved several sheets of talisman paper from her backpack, eager to experiment with crafting talismans herself. After all, since acquiring the inheritance of the Rune Master, she had only demonstrated it once in front of Kaihang and had yet to find the time or opportunity to utilize it again. Such a powerful advantage should not be squandered. She extracted 2 non-attribute crystal cores, allowing them to levitate in midair alongside the talisman paper. With fingers as nimble as water plants, she deftly formed seals. Drawing forth the energy from the crystal cores, she inscribed it into the talisman paper as intricate runes. Before long, a primary enhancement talisman that could boost supernatural strength by 30 materialized in her palm. This enhancement talisman could be applied to weapons or infused into the body, lasting for 12 hours before dissipating. A splendid find. 2 more, please. 10 minutes later, Yu Yao, her face pale, leaned against the headboard, lamenting her insufficient abilities. Merely crafting 3 basic talismans had drained all her energy. While rune engraving was indeed useful, it could not be recklessly employed until she had stabilized her skills. As a result, her once bright eyes resembled light bulbs, now entirely ready to succumb to slumber. The following day, she slept straight through to the afternoon, only rising lazily to freshen up. As she descended the stairs at a leisurely pace, Yu Yao discovered a familiar figure seated upon the living room sofa, Yi Xuanmin. Yi Xuanmin sat upright, her back straight, her formerly lustrous and sleek short hair now grown long, neatly tied back. Unlike the current trend favoring small, pointed faces, her visage was round and full, with a perfect blend of skin and bone structure. Her features were well-defined and harmonious, with a slightly plump nose that exuded elegance and poise, a quintessential face of peace and prosperity. If it weren't for her identity as a soldier in an official combat unit, one might mistake her for a leading performer in a cultural troupe. Upon noticing Yu Yao lounging on the stairs, Yi Xuanmin offered a gentle smile and rose slowly, addressing her. Long time no see, little fish. Seated across from her, Dongfang Jin observed Yu Yao's indifferent expression and understood everything at once. He gestured lightly for her to take a seat closer to him and inquired, "Are you hungry? Ping Jing and the others have prepared food." Yu Yao smiled and replied, "Not too hungry yet." Then she turned her attention to Yi Xuanmin. "Sister Xuanmin, did you come specifically to see me? I apologize for sleeping so soundly and keeping you waiting." Yi Xuanmin chuckled, "Not at all, you just returned from outside, it's perfectly normal to be tired and sleep a little longer." Yu Yao curled her lips in a faint smile, offering no further response. Observing this, Yi Xuanmin naturally continued, "Speaking of which, we haven't seen each other in just a few days, yet your state has changed significantly. And oh wonder, Chen Ju mentioned he almost didn't recognize you." Yu Yao raised an eyebrow, a faint smile gracing her lips. In a world where people devour one another, if one doesn't strive for change, survival becomes impossible. "You are absolutely right. Seeing you well brings us much relief," Yi Xuanmin said with a warm smile in her eyes. "You have no idea how worried Feng Mu was to come find you. He took on the most arduous and thankless task at a crucial moment for the base, pushing those people all the way to High City. At the onset of the apocalypse, several spies took advantage of the sudden collapse of order and their newly acquired abilities to infiltrate the Arms Factory's Research Institute, stealing several classified weapon design blueprints. Immediate pursuit was dispatched to retrieve the stolen documents. In order to approach Yu Yao openly, Lin Fengmu volunteered for this task. Though it was ostensibly a chase, it effectively forced the spies toward High City. However, when they were ready to capture them, High City was inundated by a tsunami. In the ensuing chaos, 5 spies managed to escape, but Lin Fengmu and his team tracked them to Lincheng. It was then that Lin Fengmu witnessed Yu Yao detonating zombies. Subsequently, he apprehended 3 of the fleeing spies and recovered part of the blueprints. When only 2 remained, Lin Fengmu's jade pendant was suddenly seized by an emergent mutated cat, prompting him to lead a small team in pursuit of it. Meanwhile, the majority of the team continued with Yi Xuanmin to capture the remaining spies and reclaim the blueprints, agreeing to regroup at the nearest safe zone upon completion of their mission. Upon hearing Yi Xuanmin's words, Yu Yao's brows slightly lifted, her eyes glimmering with surprise. "You came specifically to find me." Yi Xuanmin smiled gently. "Of course, you are the only family that a Zhao has, and Feng Mu promised a Zhao he would take good care of you." Upon hearing this, a flicker of delight crossed Yu Yao's gaze, and she let out a soft laugh. Is that so? Yu Yao believed that Yi Xuanmin was indeed an exceptional marksman, for she always knew how to select the most crucial point amidst a sea of words, then deliver her message with gentleness and precision. As Luo Mai descended the stairs, yawning and with sleepy eyes, she found Yu Yao still engaged in conversation with Yi Xuanmin. Squinting at Yu Yao, she complained, Yao, why are you up so early? Didn't we agree to sleep in together?" Upon meeting Luo Mai's gaze, Yu Yao's expression softened instantly. "It's already afternoon, how can that possibly be considered early?" Yi Xuanmin noted the change in Yu Yao's demeanor, her watery eyes shifting slightly, revealing a hint of relaxation. She then jested, "It seems little fish has finally found a kindred spirit." Yu Yao turned to her, the smile on her face dimming slightly. "Yes, we are already teammates." A look of apparent disappointment crossed Yi Xuanmin's face. "So you truly don't plan to come with us?" "Feng Mu is quite worried about you, fearing he won't be able to account for a Zhao. My teammates take good care of me, and I can look after myself." Yu Yao's expression grew colder, her tone carrying an edge. "My brother does not require anyone to account for anything." She genuinely admired Yi Xuanmin for her ability to speak such seemingly pleasant words while clearly wishing for her not to join their ranks. Under the pretext of inviting her into the team, she constantly prodded Yu Yao with references to Lin Fengmu and Yu Zhao, seeking to provoke her. Had the original owner been there, she would have undoubtedly been sensitive and troubled by the undertones of accountability, responsibility, and the obligation to care for a deceased comrade's kin. Half an hour later, as they bid farewell to Yi Xuanmin amidst Luo Mai's resentful glances, Dong Fangjin smiled and remarked, "At first, I worried her arrival might sway you, but now I feel reassured." Luo Mai scoffed, "It's clear at a glance that she and a Yao are not of the same ilk. What is there to be concerned about?" Dong Fangjin sighed, "Then why do you look so glum? Your eyes practically shoot daggers." Luo Mai lifted her chin defiantly. "I'm annoyed that she delayed our meal. A Yao woke up hungry, you know that." Dong Fangjin shrugged, while Yu Yao quickly interjected, "All right, I just wanted to wait for you." "That's more like it." Dong Fangjin clicked his tongue, and only then did Luo Mai notice that apart from the 3 of them, everyone else was absent. Where are the others? Did they go out? Did you remember to ask? Dongfang Jin, leaning back on the sofa, explained gently, this morning, Mr. Lin and his wife, along with Chen Wanjuan, caused quite a ruckus. To avoid waking you, Xiao Yi and Ping Jing took them out to talk, and Mo Yu followed along for the excitement. The boss and Azian went to Sang Yi's place to select a suitable warehouse for trading and also to set the pricing. Luo my side, such industrious little bees, aren't they? And you got nothing to do. Dongfang Jin shot her an exasperated glance. I'm here to guard the door for you, of course. Luo Mai raised her delicate chin, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Then you should thank us for giving you a chance to slack off. Slack off? Dongfang Jin scoffed. I intended to take a break, but that beautiful military flower sister arrived early and wouldn't he let me wake Xie Qi. She's been probing into Xie Qi's situation in a roundabout way, difficult to deal with indeed. He then turned to Yu Yao, softly advising, Xie Qi, it's not that I intend to speak ill of her, but she is truly not suited for deep connections. Yu Yao nodded, I understand. I am not on the same wavelength as her. The original owner was not, she herself was not either.